Hello, everybody. We are back with another week of. Well, this was a very interesting conclusion to our first weekend of the of the Mania World Cup round 32. We're here to present to you the round of 16 map pool showcase. My name is Mint. I'm here joined with Sunapple.
Hello, hello, hello. I'm glad to be back here doing the showcase.
I love showcase, and I love map pool. We put them together. We made it map pool showcase. Are we really excited?
Oh my god! I hope everyone's excited. I mean, this week's
I'm
map
really
pool
excited.
Really
this
fun,
map pool is so difficult. It is. We really ramp things up this one. Oh,
yeah.
I just can't wait to show it off. I'm just so excited.
Alright,
So,
I mean, I don't have anything else. Do you have anything else?
Well, I just want to say a quick congratulations to all the teams for performing so well in round of 32. Every single team blew, I'm sure, all of us, all of our expectations out of the water. And I just want to say I'm proud of you. Okay, maybe if you don't have anyone else saying this to you, I'm gonna say it to you. All right, I'm proud of you. Okay. If you played well, if you maybe didn't think you played as well, I'm still proud of you. Regardless, things are going to get harder this week. So hopefully we do a little bit more, I guess. I don't know. Let's just jump into it. Yeah. Alright, so this is the first map. This is Come Inside My Heart by Bad HD Player. This is our stream pick.
Yep, and this is actually the map for this, or the mapper for this is actually one of the players on Indonesia. I believe it's a captain, correct? So
this is correct, yes.
They definitely would have some experience with this, but I know this is actually quite a popular chart in Graveyard, just because like a lot of people that I know generally have played this map before, but it's quite simple, I would say, with just like stream patterns as we see this right here, the speeds coming through.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people notice these patterns are quite a step up from the previous Hajimete Shimashou. This is, I would say, it averages to about 315 BPM, although it does fluctuate. You'll notice that the BPM at the bottom there, it says 146 to 171. That is accurate. This chart has fluctuating BPM, so that is, I don't know if that's necessarily something to watch out for, because you don't really notice it when you're playing this chart.
Yeah, I definitely agree. The BPM changes aren't felt very much, but definitely the little bits of streams do cause some strains, especially in the last stream that I think we're going to be seeing it soon. It definitely causes some issues, mainly because stamina and the patterning kind of gets a bit harder from what I remember. But generally, the first few streams that you play should be not that bad, honestly.
Yeah, I would say it's fairly comfortable, and the, I guess, implicit mini jacks are pretty predictable, honestly. Like, this is a pretty decent step up from the previous stream pick, but I would say that it fits really, really well with the rest of the rice pool. And I would say the length also is very, very comfortable with it. 2 minutes and 20 seconds, and there's quite a sizable amount of breaks, although the length of the parts where they actually have the streams, those go on for quite a long time. So you do have to balance out consistency and kind of all these different things when you're playing this map.
Yeah, and especially because like you're playing this match in a tournament match, so maybe some things have happened, some things are from your regular play. You definitely have to stay as high, like just in high, what is the word? High consistency, basically.
Yeah, and well, that's pretty much it for the first pick, and I guess we can get to the next one. Alright, this is Infinity Rage by Lemon Guy. This is 230 BPM jump stream. You'll notice that it's shorter than Little God Channel, which was our round of 32 jump stream pick, but it's still quite heavy, I would say. We do see some hands, but it is still fairly light. I would say light jump stream. That's how I would categorize this as. Yeah, this is very more anchors, slightly less awkward patterning, I would say, but it's it makes up for it with the anchors and density.
Yeah, I definitely agree. This being a 11 guy chart generally, anchors and hands generally will just be put into places, and we're already seeing these anchors on the outer columns that can cause some trouble for some players, especially having to transition in and out of them, going into hands and then these anchors. Can cause some trouble for some people, but I think generally most people will be fine with this, especially since the BPM is 232. I feel like that's not too high, especially considering the just how good some of these players are in this tournament.
Yeah, honestly, this feels fairly similar in difficulty to, I guess, Knocking Core, maybe? Knocking Core is a little easier in patterning, but the BPM is fairly similar to warrant the comparison, I would say.
Yeah, I will say, even though this is a bit shorter than Little God Channel, as Mint did say, I still think the difficulty really is a bit ramped up, even in terms of like stamina. Even just because the patterning itself is a bit more demanding with these anchors, and as we're now seeing these trills, which cause different like hand movements and different technique to be used in basically all these patterns.
Yeah, and we see like some hands there and some streams. So this map does spike up a little bit above the typical JS map, but it's honestly like fairly comfortable to the point where I think it's decently manageable for the teams remaining. Or I guess all the teams that are remaining, the top 32, which of course all of them have not been eliminated yet, and they will be eliminated this round. Some of them, I think 8 of them? Yep.
Yeah, something like that. So it is going to be a bit more high pressure for some of the lower bracket players and lower bracket teams because they will have the chance to be eliminated. Though the same can be said for the winner bracket team, since they really don't want to go into losers brackets, since you will have to play a bit more matches, and that's generally not as good. But I do want to say that this map really doesn't have that many breaks, so stamina definitely will be an issue for some of the, I guess, less skilled players who aren't as comfortable on this kind of BPM, who aren't as comfortable on this kind of map in general. And
yeah, I know this ending particularly is very difficult because of all these kinds of like hand biased anchors, as well as the streams that we saw earlier and some throwing in of the hands and such. So a lot of stuff to watch out for this ending. That it's definitely a, I would say, consistency test, but it does tap a little bit into stamina, I would say, at least maybe for the, as you said, like lower seeded teams.
Yeah. But with that being said, we can now go on to Rice 3, another Lemon Guy Falcon Sound Team song.
Wow.
Now, this is completely different. It is actually going to be our Core Jack pick.
Yeah, this is our Core Jack pick. I would say this doesn't really get into the territory of Core Jacks just yet. It's fairly light. I would say this is like Core Jack, Speed Jack, like it's on the boundary, like it's definitely lighter than what you normally see in MWC. And already most people will probably imagine MWC Core Jacks are fairly light. But this BPM, we start off at 142. So
yeah, 142 is insanely fast. Even for this kind of jacks, if you're not too comfortable on it, which honestly I kind of assume most people are at least using comfortable around 140. But if you're not too comfortable, it can cause definitely a lot of issues and maybe something that you want to ban, honestly.
Yeah, it really depends on how you want to strategize this pick. This pick could be a really easy win for some teams, while I would say it might be really risky for others because, I don't know, maybe you're just not feeling the Core Jack that day and you maybe find a miss or two and during practice you're like, nope, I'm not playing this during match. But otherwise, I don't really feel like this map is too out of place in terms of difficulty within the Rice picks. And we'll get to the miscellaneous Rice picks just in a moment after this pick. But yeah, and I'm sure many of you have noticed by now, this is round of 16 and we do have Core Jacks. This is new. The previous 2 years we did not really have a Core Jack pick for round of 16. And we're introducing it here because we just thought it would scale better. We just thought that, you know, we're already making the pool so difficult. Like, you guys should have a little bit of a treat, you know?
Yeah, everyone loves Core Jack, so why don't we just put it in right now? But yeah, so we see like kind of jumpish patterns here. Really basic Core Jack patterns that we see in most maps. Though there are quite a few anchors, I guess 3-note anchors. that some players may be able to trip up on, though in general, Core Jack is like kind of black or white, where if you're able to play, you get a really high score, and then if you kind of aren't, then it's, I guess, more fall off-ish.
Yeah, and this section here where the, I guess, 3-note jacks start to come in, the kind of somewhat awkward one-handed patterns do kind of start to ramp up towards the end. But for people who are playing this as chord jacks instead of like speed jacking it, that's definitely like out of the windows. It's definitely something super manageable for most players. And as we wrap up with Rice 3, we move from Falcom and into Flash Revolution. Hello everyone, this is Rice 4, this is your miscellaneous tech Rice pick. Innocent Revolver 1.15. Oh, sorry, 1.05, sorry. No, we're not doing 1.15. We're nice people.
Yeah, that would have been quite mean. We do see another Bima map as we saw in the last round, though this one is definitely a bit of a step up in terms of difficulty. I mean, we can already see it right here. It's definitely quite a bit more difficult, a lot more mini jacks, and a lot more, I guess, burst in this map.
Yeah, I would say that this map is really probably out of all the Rice picks, it's the most focused on accuracy. So I would say this is like Hopeful Frontier V2 if you really want to scale things up from that. However, there will be some funny patterns, and I'm sure everyone loves funny patterns. They're my favorite. Right here. Ooh, that one's nice.
I love funny patterns. But I guess some things about this map is that it is actually around the same around the same length as the last map, Hopeful Frontier. It's 1 minute 58 seconds compared to 1 minute 57 seconds. So you will most likely be able to play this map in around like the same amount, I guess. But yeah. And then also the OD is slightly easier than Hopeful Frontier, but with that being said, this difficulty generally is still really, really hard, so it's not like that's a really big thing.
Like, the chart feels very similar to Hopeful Frontier, but it's just so much more difficult to, I guess, be consistent on. There's that 1-6 mini jack there, that one's also really rough. And we did get some adjustments, so for those of you who do know the FFR map, there are some minor changes, but it's, I would say, negligible on this rate. Maybe on up rates it would be a little more noticeable. But yeah, that's Innocent Revolver, and we move on to our Rice 5, which is our, I guess, dump focus pick, which is going to be Celsius, mapped by Darkstar into Darkstar.
Yep, we see, I believe this is our second Darkstar map. We didn't see one in round of 32, but we did see one in qualifiers. So we're going to be coming back to Darkstar right here, and as everyone knows, they make difficult maps with really weird star ratings.
Yup, you said it pretty well there. And yeah, we have Celsius 1.05, and this is our, I guess, dump focus map. It is, I would say, okay, actually, I do have some frequent arguments about this with the other poolers, but I think this one's the hardest one. And I'm sure people will disagree with me there, but I think I'm just bad at this chart, personally. But yeah, you see those mini jacks there. Very, very difficult to keep your control on. And it's just overall very freeform, very flowy. But it's overall very, very fun, in my opinion. So we hope you enjoy.
Yeah, and this is another one of those shorter charts at just barely under 2 minutes. So this is same way as we have been seeing in the past, in the last pool, will cause quite a bit of drop and score drop for a lot of players. But with that being said, it does mean that it's kind of easy to practice, just because you can continually play this map and I guess not get as bored.
Okay, well, I must say, like, that is definitely not something I recommend. I've played this map a few times in a row before, and I got a worse score each time, so maybe don't do that.
Yeah, that definitely is true. But now we're just continuing to see the patterns that we saw earlier on with a bunch of these, like, mini jacks, a bunch of these bursts, and kind of the same thing as we saw earlier.
And with this slowdown, that wraps up our Rice 5 pick. And we will be moving on to Rise 6. Happy Arnold.
Yep, and this is the map that honestly I've been waiting to show because this background is really funny. Personally. But yeah, this is another tech map. And honestly, this is a FFR chart, correct?
Yeah, this is a 100 in FFR, just for the record. This file is something. You have 253 BPM mini jacks, and we're coming up on some, I guess, like relatively light 253 BPM jump streams as well. Oh, these bursts are brutal.
Yeah, whenever I play this map, the bursts were really what was throwing me off. A bunch of these jacks, a bunch of these I guess there's like streamish patterns. Really were messing me up and giving me a lot of trouble.
Oh, this part, it's like, if jump streams weren't hard enough, try adding mini jacks into jump streams. Yeah, I think a lot of people are gonna find this one hard, but I honestly score a lot better on this than Celsius. So, I don't know, it's really skill set difference, I think.
Yeah, definitely I agree. So maybe something that some players or some teams may want to protect or ban. I know for some of the harder maps, a lot of the higher seeded teams generally are the ones protecting it.
Oh yeah,
just
for
because
sure.
they feel a lot more confident on it. So probably something that we're going to see a lot of protect, similar to the Rice 5 and last map pool.
I think there's not really a map to compare this to from round of.
Oh yeah, definitely. This map is very, very different from any of the other maps in the last pool. Since this is just
the trail, let's go.
Awkward. It's not like in a specific slot, I would say, besides tech / other.
Yeah, there's not really a map in round of 32 that really follows this. But honestly, I feel like it is a decent step up, especially considering physicality. Like, if you're comparing this to Poppy, like, that's a huge step up. But if you're comparing this to, like, the, I guess, JS map, maybe Hajibente Shimesho, then maybe it's more reasonable.
Yeah, with that being said, we are going to the ending. We're continuing to see these bursts and the mini jacks, and we do have a break. So, just at the end for y'all to get nervous by seeing the enemy team's scores.
Yeah, final long jack, and don't hit the 200s at the end because the notes are slightly off snaps for some reason. Thank you, Reizoka CJ. And that's it for Rice. So we're gonna move on to hybrids, and I love the hybrid pool this year. I want to show it off so bad. This is bad for me. A lot of you will recognize this. This is Map by Fola. This was featured in a tournament fairly recently. But this is on an uprate, and there are some slight edits. And this is like, I would say this is the non-mini jack hybrid, I guess. I don't know. It's very funny to put it that way, but I think that's kind of what this is.
Yeah, I definitely agree. This one's a bit more straightforward in terms of patterning. However, it's really made up for it in terms of speed in general, especially in the last section. It's like 220 BPM streams or something like that. And it's really fast compared to all the other hybrids, especially compared to like Hybrid 1 and 2. And there we go, we see those funny trills, those LN trills, which honestly, surprisingly, those LN trills feel really, really comfortable.
They're really comfortable. They're so comfortable. Yeah, you would expect them not to be. This is 220. Lacrima's 230. This is Lacrima, like just a little bit nerfed. Like, the trills, I mean. But they're so comfortable. It's crazy. It's wild.
Yeah, so I honestly, as a player, I wouldn't be too afraid of those trills. I would be most likely afraid of kind of some of the streams, honestly, because they're can catch you off guard, especially if you're not expecting
There are definitely some spots in this chart that are very easy to choke, for sure. That's for sure.
But now we're going to the halfway point. It's just a slight break, but still definitely, you have to focus on the accuracy, especially considering the LNs being on not necessarily common snaps.
Yeah, and honestly, like, this kind of feels, I think the consensus was that it was more of a LN hybrid, because all of the, I guess this horror section in particular is mostly LN oriented, and I mean, there's also, of course, the trills, and it's just, I feel like this map is just very, very focused on the skill sets that it wants to test, essentially. This part is very difficult as well.
Yeah, I personally found myself choking on a lot of, I think I'm a person prone to choke, but I found myself choking on a lot of these, I guess, streams. Some of the trills, generally I would like hit them pretty well. But especially in that last section, it's a bit of a step up, and that can cause some problems.
I think this chart is probably, out of the hybrids, this is probably my best score. But actually no, I think it might be LN2. Yeah, sorry, hybrid 2. But yeah, that's the chart. It's pretty straightforward, I would say, but it's very comfortable, and it's mostly speed oriented, LN oriented. So yeah, it's going to be very comfortable for a lot of players, I would hope. I guess we can move on to hybrid 2. Ale Jagd Est by How to Play LN. This map, well, honestly, it's very, very hard to, I guess, talk about this map, because it pretty much is like, imagine if the stage 3 qualifier was buffed by a lot, and I mean a lot.
Yeah, I definitely agree. This map is quite difficult to play in general. Though with that being said, for me personally, I found this map, I guess, easier to act compared to the other ones. I was definitely, other people said other things, but I found this one, I guess, more intuitive personally, especially like playing a bunch of density and stuff. That was my stance, but this one felt kind of, I guess, more technical.
It was very mixed, honestly. When we were all playing through the 3 hybrids, I think the results were very, very mixed. Like, some of us were really good at this one, some of us were really good at hybrid 3. It was just all over the place, and I feel like this chart really kind of exemplifies that. Like, if you are good at one specific kind of pattern, and I guess that falls, like, Water Lily kind of falls under this as well. But this is kind of like that, but just more jacks. It has more jacks. That's all, really.
Yeah, though I feel like these 3 hybrids really are a good fit for each other, since it really will be able to show the teams what they're good at, and like be able to allow the teams to play really, really well because of it, and like be able to think a lot about what they have to pick and why they have to pick it and things like that.
Yeah, and I just want to note that some of these, I guess, like, interrupted rice patterns, those are really, really difficult to hit, because you're, like, focused on the LNs, and then all of a sudden, boom, really dense gluts, and also, like, awkward trills, and it's just, like, all over the place. It's, like, really, really fun to act when you get it down. Ooh, this part is really, really fun.
Yeah, I was about to say, this part is super, super fun. It's really satisfying to be able to play it if you're like on an FC or like on a double S run or something, and it's just really, really fun to play, honestly. These hybrids are by far my favorite.
I want to say, yeah, round of 16 hybrids, by far my favorite. I agree with you, that's for sure. And well, that's hybrid 2 done. Now we're going into hybrid 3. This is charted by me, and honestly, I'll let the chart speak for itself. It's kind of weird. It's very weird. I'll say that much. I don't usually chart like this.
Yeah, this map is really, really weird. We will see, I guess, some like trills, as we saw there, those one-handed trills with the LNs that do cause a lot of problems. I found myself getting like 50s on accident because I didn't realize they were there on like a sight read or something. But especially if you play this map multiple times, you'll definitely get used to them. So don't be all too worried about those.
What you gotta worry about is the one, like the quintuplets.
Yeah,
and
basically
all those like weird snaps that you don't normally see. Like most maps, you feel the rhythm in 3 or 4. This one has like 5. I don't know, like maybe 7. I don't remember. Mostly 5. There's
Yeah.
this very awkward map in general.
Yeah, definitely. And honestly, because of it, it feels really, really different compared to the other 2 hybrids, and it really will be helpful to distinguish the teams, which is always good. It's a good sign for hybrids, especially because they sometimes can favor LN teams, but honestly, I feel like this one kind of favors Rice teams a bit more just because of the speed of those hand drills.
Honestly, from what I gathered, I don't know who this favors, because you said that it favors Rice more, but this map is very LN heavy. Like, it's very LN heavy. So, honestly, I feel like this is a very 50-50, but you have to be really good at, like, you can't just be a Rice player, LN player, and then tackle this and you'll be fine, right? You have to be really good at tech. It's tech and tech LN and just tech hybrid, all of that. You have to be good at all of that.
Yeah, definitely. And from what I remember, this ending's also very, very funny to play, honestly.
Yeah, the 1/5s here.
Yep.
Very, very fun. But also kind of throws you off because it's like, whoa, like this doesn't happen the first time we heard this, right? And well, yeah, that pretty much sums up the map. We got the last few quintuplet mini jacks out of the way, and I guess we're going to LNs.
Yep,
Right.
and here we are with Future Eve featuring Hatsune Miku, and this is, I believe, more of our coordination-based LN, and it's definitely a big step up from last week's Tarot card.
Yeah, this like, look at these, like, we're already getting polyrhythms. Like, look at that, like, what? Like, this is gonna be insane.
Yeah, and especially towards the later bit, the coordination of this map, ooh, it definitely ramps up. I feel like if that intro is honestly one of the easier sections of the maps.
Yeah. Honestly, this map is, I would say it's fairly comfortable until we get to like the stuff that like ventures outside of like 1/4. Right, like this part is fine until we get those little 1/6 bursts and it's like, whoa! Those really trip you out, I think. This part as well. Those releases are very, very difficult to manage, personally.
Yeah, and we see a bit more of that timing call aspect as I saw people talking about in the Discord. They were talking about how some of the parry card didn't really feel that much like coordination, but this one definitely does, especially with those anchors that are just so brutal to play, especially on a good run when you're a bit nervous. And here we go, we have kinda weird releases, kinda like Sledge from last year, but a bit nerfed, I guess.
I would say, like, it's very hard to compare this to Sledge because Sledge is very, very straightforward and it has one skill set. It's like one very specific sort of test, right? But this kind of just goes all over the place, but it sticks with coordination, obviously.
Yeah. And I believe one section should be coming up, which definitely tripped me up on the first few plays. It should be like a mini jack, I believe. Or maybe we skipped it and I didn't realize it. I think it just went over. And
I think I know what you're talking about, but I don't think that was like too intrusive, personally.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get more of these, I guess. It's more, one, like... Oh, we get this, like, polyrhythm section for the piano here. Very, very interesting, I guess, feel here.
Yeah, and especially here is where the density, or not density, the coordination aspect becomes a very big deal.
Yeah, and, I mean, that's pretty much it. Like, that... The chart is very... I do want one thing before we move on to the next chart. This was a collab between Hightex and Favrex. So shout outs to them for making this map, and shout outs to Metaverse, and let's move on to LN2. This is Out Infinity. I mapped this. This is LN Density. It is quite long, but I think this break section probably accounts for a lot of that time. It's probably closer to like 2.5 minutes, I would say.
Yeah, but this song is definitely iconic, and this map is also really, really fun to play. It's our density map, as you did say, and we definitely see the density just throughout the entire map. There's one break, but honestly, it isn't that like big. So you definitely will be having
Yeah.
to focus on really hard densities, and especially towards the end of the map, where there's a bit more polyrhythms, I believe, that can
Yeah,
throw people off.
some triplets. And honestly, like there's not really much to say. I guess if you're comparing it to round 32, it is quite a significant step up. This is more straight like streams rather than like mix of streams and broken jump streams. So this is a lot more, I think a lot more difficult to handle personally, but it's very straightforward to the point where I feel like accuracy is still going to be really high on this, even for like lower seeded teams.
Yeah, I definitely agree. This is, as you did say, this is a bit more straightforward. It's very similar to 8-bit Voyager, where I guess if you're very fond of density, you'll be able to play this map quite well. But with that being said, so will your opponent generally. But it's really going to be an ACK-based map, so seeing if you can get a really high accuracy on these releases, stay consistent throughout the entirety of the map, especially with the different patternings coming at you all at once.
Yeah, and honestly, there's not really much else to say. Like this is a significant step up from round 32, as I said again. This is 191 BPM. It's pretty straightforward jump streams. I would say like this is probably my most straightforward chart like ever. So you're welcome, I guess. I don't know, like it's very enjoyable in my opinion. So I hope that you find some enjoyment in it as well while you're practicing for the pool. Honestly, like after this last chorus, oh, you know what? Yeah, the last chorus spikes a little bit. I don't know if you can call it a spike, but the long notes do get a little longer. Let's just say that. They get a little longer.
You get a little longer. But yeah, I definitely think this will probably be a fan favorite, hopefully, LN map,
I would say so. Yeah, this is probably the first LN map I would pick personally. But
Yeah.
I don't know. We do have a. We are going to move on to LN3, but we do have a special surprise for you. Let's take a look.
Wait a minute. What does that mean?
All right. Well, wasn't that exciting? We get a first OC original in round of 16. Thank you to Elixir and Toph Daddy for mapping this, collaborating on this map. Wow. Well, do you have any words, Sunapple?
Not really. Honestly, I'm just super excited to be able to show off our first OSU original.
Yeah,
especially...
and it's first of many!
Yeah. It's really exciting, especially since in the previous years we haven't had any OSU originals in the like in the bracket stages or anything.
Yeah, and pretty much anything outside of Grand Finals Tiebreaker, we've never really had this before, and we just want to huge thanks to the artists, Torimaru included, of course, but just like all the artists who have worked with us this year. But we want to especially thank Torimaru for this amazing song. We asked for a very specific, I guess, song, and they delivered exactly what we wanted. And Toph and Elixir also mapped perfectly, basically exactly what we wanted as well. So everything really just came together on this one. So I guess we can talk maybe a little bit about how this map might play out in a match scenario, because this is, of course, our wildcard LM pick. And I guess we're introducing, more difficult shields, as well as, just larger variety of patterns in the LM3 category. What do you think?
Yeah, I definitely agree. The shields can definitely cause some troubles for a lot of teams, though. Same could be said for the density, honestly. It's actually quite fast, honestly, at one. Even though it is 170, some of them aren't just on 1/4 patterns, so I can
a lot of 1/6. Particularly those like LN like roll streams, those are super fun, but also so difficult. So, well, I guess that's enough about this map. So I guess before we go into the tiebreak, oh, sorry, I got distracted. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. SVs.
All right. Yep. So this is going to be SV1. Same way as last week, we did get some notes on the SVs.
Yeah.
So especially
I guess we can read this maybe directly from Walter. Thank you, Walter, for I guess providing these notes for us, because we were kind of clueless last time. I'm sorry about that. And again, thank you, Paturaj, for organizing the SV mapper, group. So this is pretty AC heavy. This is 7.5 OD, so it's gonna be a little higher than OD7, which is typical for SV. There is apparently one note in this map that is very difficult to hit, and Walter says, "We'll know when we see it." And the reading, I suppose, this is a very straightforward reading chart, basically.
Yeah, so, and I guess we've been seeing that so far. Most of these, it's really just slow jams and fast jams and stuff. Not really any teleports, I guess, from what I've seen. A bit of stutters, but nothing too bad. Yeah,
honestly, like, I did play this map a few times because this was one of the first SV maps that actually got finished. I found it very enjoyable. It was very fun, and it was very intuitive also. Like, it felt very natural to play. Everything felt very smooth. So very happy with the end result here. Thank you, Alex Dunk, for mapping this.
Yeah, and now in this later section we see a bit more teleports, and maybe that's the note that they're talking about with the doubles? I'm not entirely sure, honestly. Maybe it'll be more obvious.
We'll see it. Alright, we have this like final drop section. Got some long notes and stuff. Woo! We love long notes.
There's LNSV1.
What? Well, these are fairly straightforward. You guys can handle it. You're MWC players. You can handle this. Come on.
Yeah. It definitely does look like...
I didn't catch that one note, by the way. I didn't see it. I didn't see it. Who played this? Walter. I think Walter played this. Yeah, you can see in the replay name there. So I guess we can move on to SV2. Map by Not Applicable. Played by, I believe this is Mifa. Thank you to both. This one I'm also not familiar with, but we do have notes from Walter. He says, Yep, this is a memo chart. So this is going to be the introduction to memorization in the SV charts. So that's very exciting, I'm sure, to a lot of you SV fanatics out there who love memorization, who love to memorize charts. I'm sure that this will entice you, right? With that being said, this is fairly mixed, so there is going to be some reading. Quite a lot of reading, but there are memo elements incorporated into this.
Yeah, and we're already seeing that with quite a few more teleports than SV1, honestly, and I guess harder teleports in general. This definitely is quite a bit of a step up from the last pool. However, we also were told that the maps are actually going to be getting harder too. So this is
they're gonna get harder?
This is still easy mode. You're gonna
wow.
get like insane.
If you told me the maps were gonna get harder,
no,
wow.
Like,
wooga,
yeah.
wooga.
Wooga. Maps getting more difficult. But yeah. So
yeah, it's fairly mixed, I guess. Here we can see this is a pretty basic rhythm section. Reading section. There's some slowdowns there with some stutters. I suppose, like, ooh, that's slowdown. That's spicy. I like this. I'm jamming.
Yeah, honestly, these SV maps seem kind of fun to play, so even if you aren't in the tournament, I would highly recommend at least trying this out, at least the OSV version if you aren't too confident in the SV.
Yeah, for sure.
Maps and stuff, helping out the mappers and all the other things.
Yeah, support the mappers! Go favorite the charts and stuff.
Oh. Maybe that was the note for SV1.
No, I don't think so. I think there was actually like a billion-page discussion about that one last note because they originally had like a really long slowdown and it was really hard to hit. But it's like, okay, it's the last note. Come on, we don't have to do this. And then it's back and forth. You know, it's SV cooling. That's how it is. But yeah, that last note. Luckily, you guys are lucky. Count yourself lucky that last note did not have super slow jam. But before we get into the tiebreaker, I just want to say, I'm not sorry.
Thank you for that. Our tiebreaker is going to be of Ambrosia.
You guys thought you couldn't get away from it.
Nope, never gonna get away from a mint tiebreaker in MWC. I mean,
oh goodness.
What can we say, really? This has been ranked for what, about a year? Right?
I would say like
Close
7 months. It's been ranked for 7 months.
Okay, well, it's been mapped for about a year almost. So most people should know it, especially in the tournament scene, I would say, and especially since it is kind of PP, honestly. Slightly. Yeah,
it happens. But yes, this is. You're watching the correct stream. This is round of 16. This is round of 16. You're hearing this correct. I would say that this is probably harder than Kyo from last year. Maybe a little bit easier. It depends on your skill set, really. Because Kyo is more straightforward in one sort of 2 skill sets. But yeah, this is round of 16. Before you say anything, quarterfinals is harder. Semifinals is harder than quarters. And it just keeps going. It does not stop. It does not stop. So I'm really, really excited. And hopefully we do get some tiebreakers here.
Yeah, we didn't see any tiebreakers in round 32, but honestly, I would be surprised if we didn't see any in round of 16, especially considering the matchups that are happening. So many good matchups. We can probably talk about that a bit later. But yeah, this map is definitely very difficult. It is a step up and a half from Sick Rock, I believe was the last round's pool. Sick Rock Crazy.
Sick Rock Crazy, yeah.
Yeah, and we're already seeing that right here. These trills are insanely fast.
I mean, they play more like jacks, to be honest, those patterns. I would say that, honestly, this map is pretty comfortable. You just really need to, I guess. Okay, I will say the hardest thing about this map is definitely the length. like right here around this part of the chart, I'd be shaking. I'd be quivering in my seat, just because it's like it's so long and it's so easy to slip up your FC or whatever that it's just like I don't know. Like it's just like, and there's still so much like difficulty to go. Like later on, we're just about to approach the section in a second. But it is gonna be the LN section, and it's fairly dump heavy, and you know, I mean, what am I saying? You guys all know this chart, right? I'm sure you do. You guys, I see your leaderboard scores. I see you farming. You guys know what's up.
Yep, and this is a very difficult section, just looking at it, honestly. It's just really, it's the whole package. It's LN, it's hybrid, it's Rise, it's every kind of pattern that you can think of. Just put it into one map. That's the tiebreaker. That's up Ambrosia. It's just how it worked.
Yeah, and again, like, I got my hands up. Like, this is round of 16, and quarterfinals is gonna be harder. Okay, you got me, right? Like, this is difficult, sure, but I think it's within the range for round of 16, personally. It may, like, I mean round of 16 as a tiebreaker, of course, which means that this kind of patterning you'll probably see in quarterfinals. This might be a little hard, for like compared to the quarters pool, but I would say it's still fitting, because like this is the first round of eliminations, and if you're about to get eliminated and you reach the tiebreaker, like you really have to fight for it. Like round of 16 is like child's play compared to this, I suppose. You really got to prove yourself.
Yeah, and I believe our replayer did actually miss, so FCs on this probably won't be too common. I mean, we haven't really been seeing any FCs in the past year on tiebreakers, but even then, I feel like somehow there's going to be even less on this one specifically, as you did say.
Oh, of course they missed here. Oh, of course they missed there.
Really awkward sections.
I'm so sorry. No, I'm not. Yeah, this... What is there to say?
We're actually going to be D-ranking this map, so
yeah,
just for this pool, by the way, just letting y'all know.
True. Yeah,
all
we're
your
doing that.
PP is going to be gone, and whenever we re-rank it, you're going to have to play it again. Just for y'all's enjoyment, because I know everyone enjoys this map a lot.
Yeah, for the record, Lothus did like retry this map a lot. As I said, this is huge nerves for this map. It's very long, and there's a lot of very difficult slip-up patterns. So, I mean, this was the best score that we got. Kind of last minute, but I'm sure Lothus could, like, probably FC this. I'm sure a lot of people can FC this, to be honest. I do believe that a lot of people will FC this. Maybe not in match. The nerves are probably too much. But, yeah, and we get the pattern here.
Yep, and here's the part that bumps the star rating all the way up.
Oh my goodness. Alright.
Alright, well, that is going to be it for the round of 16 map pool. I hope everyone liked it.
Yeah. And, I mean, again, not sorry, but maybe a little...
I'm sorry.
Right now. Maybe a little... Okay, we gotta play like the good cop, bad cop kind of deal right now, right? Yeah. You're gonna be like, oh yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about Mint. A little crazy! Alright, so... Well, I mean, that's pretty much it. I mean, schedules, everything. Everything should be done fairly shortly. And we'll try to get the maps uploaded as soon as possible. I think The Orbit has been uploaded, which is the Tormaru custom Osu original. I will link it in the chat for those who want to check it out. And everyone, yeah, thank you for watching. Is there anything else we want to add before we close this off?
I mean, I don't have anything. Just be sure to watch all of these matches, since there are so many good matches that are upcoming in round of 16. It's actually insane because it is so early on, and promise you won't want to miss any of them because they're all going to be just super close, being able to see all the top scores, being able to see all the close matches, seeing all the rivalries that pop up and all these different things. But I think that'll be it. I know Toph before in the last match was talking about banners, so that may be coming soon, and especially if you do want to support your team or just the OSU staff in general, be sure to help us out and buy a banner.
Yeah, and with that being said, I think it's about time to close this off. Guys, you have a week to practice this map pool, and I hope you enjoy. And thank you for watching. We'll see you next time.
Goodbye.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Mania 4K World Cup 2023. We witnessed bloodshed last week with all 32 teams in action in the fierce round of 32. This time, elimination lies waiting for 8 teams who failed to score victory. However, for the time being, this match shall not have any danger await any of our 12 participants. I'm Raviel and joining me is Potassium F. How's it going?
Going very well here. Excited for another week. We've got a lot of really exciting matchups this time, and the first one we're going to be seeing, actually, is going to be South Korea versus the United Kingdom. Actually, United Kingdom pulling off a small seeding upset last week by 1, but seed number 1 here in South Korea versus the seed number 17 in the UK, in the winners bracket, of course. So this is going to be an interesting one to see how the teams scale in a slightly harder map pool this week.
Yeah, South Korea were able to sweep Venezuela last weekend, but despite that, they only take a single first place spot on Rise 3, which was Hopeful Frontier. United Kingdom were one out of the 2 teams to beat higher seeded opposition and did so in a 5-3 fashion against Mexico. Interestingly enough, the United Kingdom have 2 maps that they've scored better on than South Korea, which is Rise 4, Poppy, and SV1 OMG. So this will be South Korea's and United Kingdom's 3rd encounter in 4K Mania World Cup, their last match ending in a 6-3 victory to the United Kingdom in the 2021 quarterfinals. But of course, now circumstances look a lot different, but do you think United Kingdom can pull off any shock points today?
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't actually look too closely at the scores, the stats, so I'm kind of surprised to hear that United Kingdom won on one of the Rice picks, but they are actually a very strong Rice team overall now that you look at it. I think, especially given this pool, there's a lot of chokes involved as well, potentially, that could come out of either team, so I think the matchup is definitely volatile with some of the Rice picks and the SV picks in particular, but I feel like South Korea still do have that really strong advantage just because they have so many safe picks in those LNs and hybrids in particular.
Yeah, South Korea definitely have a very scary LN lineup. They were 6th on LN2, 2nd on LN3. In contrast, United Kingdom was 16th on LN2 and 5th on LN3, so we should see South Korea try to, dabble around with the LNs, possibly some of the hybrids. But I think also, like, the Rise section should still be fine. Like, they were able to take first on Hopeful Frontier, and United Kingdom were third on Hopeful Frontier, so some hope for South Korea, at least for the Rise department.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, South Korea by no means is weak in any skill set. They're obviously first seed, they can play everything, no matter what. But it's more of a case, you know, when you have that luxury, you kind of want to pick away from your opponent's strengths rather than, you know, having to worry about your own strengths and weaknesses too much. And I feel like United Kingdom, I'm at least definitely more. I would say I'm more of a believer in their Rice than their LN at the current moment. Obviously, they have some really strong LN players in Newson in particular is extremely strong, but as a team, yeah, I would expect Rice to come out of UK, LN to come out of South Korea.
Yeah, speaking of LN coming from South Korea, they are protecting Future Eve, which is LN1.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. LN1 always that kind of slot that if you're not very comfortable with LN, you know, releases, you're not going to have a very good time. So, a good one to try and target some of the potential weakness that might exist here in the UK side. I feel like UK might opt to even protect an SV as well, given that you said they performed quite well in the SV last week. Small, I would say SVs this week's they're fairly similar in terms of difficulty, depending on the person. Small increase in difficulty, so I feel like if UK was performing very well last week, they should still be fairly comfortable with this week's SV. Maybe we'll see a Mr. Scratchman protect potentially.
Yeah, United Kingdom actually protected SV1 last week. So they could follow that up with another SV1 protect.
I would say SV1 this week is more similar to SV2 last week, but there's not really anything that I would say is quite the same as OMG from last week.
Yeah.
Hard to tell though. SV is always one of those weird things. You never really know how good any given player is going to be.
They are going for Rise 4.
Okay. So they're just leaving. This is potentially that United Kingdom don't really care that much about which SV gets picked or banned here.
Yeah. Also, can we boo the United Kingdom for banning the custom song? Shaking my head.
Ooh, that's unfortunate.
That is unfortunate. Also, funny thing about them protecting Rise 4, because they actually scored better than South Korea on Rise 4. I just thought that was a little bit funny, coincidental.
Yeah, I think this week's Rise 4 is a different category though, is it not? Than last, because I think now we have Rise 3 being the jackpot of this pool. So Rise 4 now is, I'd say Rise 4 now, Innocent Revolver is similar to the Rise 3 from last week. It all gets kind of shifted one a little bit. If there is a 1-to-1, I feel like Innocent Revolver is similar enough to the Rise 3 last week that it kind of fits in the similar-ish category. More of a jack tech.
That's quite scary, because South Korea were first place on Rise 3 last week.
Aha, but what if South Korea misses? Because I feel like that is a very, very missable map, in particular that one. So we'll have to see right now. I believe we're waiting on South Korea's ban still. Interesting to see what they go for. I have to imagine, you know, in the position that South Korea is in, if they're comfortable with all the Rise picks, it really feels like it should be an SV ban, is what I would expect from South Korea. Whichever one they're less comfortable with.
They banned Rise 2 last weekend, but they are banning Rise 5 this time, Celsius.
Okay, Celsius more of the kind of how do you really describe this? It's a bit of a stream speed dumpy patterns.
Dump.
Kind of,
I would say it's just dump, yeah.
Yeah.
Very dump focused. But for South Korea to start off, it's probably going to be one of their LNs, either Future Eve or Infinity, I think.
Yeah, I think more than anything, South Korea's ban is more just an indication of what they're less consistent with, rather than what they can't do. So yeah, looks like, oh, bad for me. Hang on, okay, Hybrid is going to be the first pick coming out here.
Yeah, this one's going to be interesting. Because South Korea didn't get to play hybrid at all.
Yeah, well, I mean, we know they definitely can, and here we get
Yeah.
roster coming in. Poker, of course, being one of the players to look out for this entire tournament, especially for these early stages. Poker has some extremely strong accuracy, but United Kingdom, I feel like on a map like this, they can definitely put up a really strong score. Newson and Zubin both have been performing extremely well for the team for the past few years.
Yeah, so for last weekend, Poker was able to MVP 5 out of the 5 maps. And United Kingdom side, Newson was able to MVP 5 out of the 8 maps. So 2 players to watch out for. Also, this is also going to come to a test for Mini Egg, who has been relatively unknown, I think, for the tournament scene.
Yeah, I think in general, the UK's third player for all of their maps has been kind of rotating around a little bit, but like definitely the more unknown factor of this team, right? We all know how strong Newson and Zubin are, particularly in, the Rice maps. For both of them, very strong as well. It's more about, like, can United States' third player really match up? And that's been the big question mark, because obviously new players coming in, hard to really tell unless we see in the tournament setting. And this is going to be a massive test for them right now against South Korea. Starting the map now.
Yeah, one single mirror for Mini Egg. But this intro should be as tame as it gets, but Newson will actually miss for the United Kingdom, and that would be advantage South Korea from the start.
Yeah, very early miss, and yeah, as you said, that's a big accuracy drop as well, down to below 99%. So South Korea, fairly large advantage, especially given the accuracies that they're holding right now are extremely high.
Yeah, their lowest accuracy player for South Korea is beating the highest from the United Kingdom. This has been a bit of an onslaught right now for the first quarter.
I'm trying not to, but like I can't stop looking at Poker's screen right now because 99.95 is stupid. Like it shouldn't happen, but it's happening. So yeah, 99.85 lowest right now on Vanilla Latte for South Korea. Actually beating out the highest accuracy on United Kingdom. Mini Egg right now still holding on to the full combo, but a little bit behind in the accuracy compared to the other players. And Houston also struggling to catch up there in the accuracy.
There needs to be a detrimental miss coming from South Korea because none of the players are letting up. Poker still holding 99.94.
And it just looks like South Korea is so comfortable with this. Oh, there's a miss for Mini Egg there, right at the halfway point before this little bit of a break section.
Yeah, it's just more salt into the wound, but it is South Korea's pick. It is the first pick of the match. I think for United Kingdom, this will not say much about the entire match as a whole, but this is definitely a statement performance in South Korea, at least from some of the highest teams in this tournament, to watch out for them.
Still the last third of the map left, but obviously it does feel almost impossible with the way that South Korea are playing. It really does rely on massive mess up if United Kingdom want to come back. And the map is fairly consistent. There's not really too many massive difficulty spikes or anything like that. And so far at least South Korea have been looking way too comfortable.
This ending can get a little bit dense and a little bit confusing to your fingers.
Yeah, we did actually see
like which fingers you need to hold.
Somehow Vanilla Latte dropped in. I must have missed that. It must have been one of the trills or something, getting 200s there. But,
it is very easy to drop 200 on the trills.
Yeah, and if you do, that's massively punishing. So 0.2% is the accuracy drop there, but ultimately not going to be enough. 30,000 point lead as we're getting into the outro here.
I need to see Poker's ratio. This is
absurd.
Oh my gosh, 997?
Oh my god.
That is 997. 157.
That's I'm gonna round that. I'm rounding that up to 1-20 ratio. That's kind of destroys everyone else. YZ as well, also getting the score with double S.
And a little bit of a shaky act from Vanilla Latte, I think might be one of the trills, the two 100s and 150, but
yeah,
so an SE nonetheless.
That looks like a trill moment. But without that, I would say that most of those 200s came from that one. Without that, that would have been a score like right behind YZ for sure. But yeah, very, very scary team score, and you can see why that was the first pick from South Korea. But now this is where it gets kind of interesting here. What do United Kingdom want to pick? They did protect Innocent Revolver, but
Wait, is that SV1?
Okay, SV1.
Alright, here we go.
I'm liking this. Okay, Mr. Scratchman coming up. This one, I would say, maybe not easy is a strong word, but like the more comfortable of the two SV maps you would expect from most people.
Yeah, if anything in this map pool, like United Kingdom, this has to be one of the few maps that they have like a possibly good shot at to steal some points.
Yeah, for sure. This is, I actually just don't know. I don't know who's favored for this one.
I don't either.
What I do know that though is that Poker is very good at SV.
Yeah, I mean Poker,
good at
YZ,
everything.
Poker Fanboy, they all played OMG last week and Poker MVP that. For UK it was Newson, Mini Egg and Dragon MVP'd OMG. So we are seeing that lineup, actually all 6 players, all playing last weekend's SV1, playing this week's SV1. I'm mistaken, Gaysol was in actually, not YZ. So that's one slight change.
Okay. But the SV teams always depends on who really practices. I think a lot of teams are going to switch out their players depending on individual SV maps that we see. But let's see, this one has quite a few tricky slow jams involved near the halfway point. I feel like those are going to be the real points where the map ends up being decided.
Yeah, not to mention nerfs also play a little bit here because we also have 3 players that have not played MWC before, Poker Fanboy, Mini Egg, and Dragon.
Yeah, a lot, especially on a map like this, right? SV, slow jam, nerves are massive in a scenario like this. Especially because even regular 200s, if you get too many 200s, that could be map deciding if all 6 players manage to find the FC here.
Yeah, because for SV maps, usually note count isn't that high, so when you get an accurate drop, it's gonna hit a lot. But so far so good for all 6 of these players, but accuracy advantage to South Korea.
Yeah, Poker's gaming again.
Poker is just gaming again, yeah. It's actually Newson falling behind for United Kingdom.
Yeah, dropping a few 200s there, not feeling the this LN section too much.
So all 6 FCs, actually Dragon dropped a bit as well. I think Rush some of the patterns, dropping down to 9.4.
Gaysol dropping accuracy just a little bit as well. It's Poker that's, you know, head and shoulders above everyone right now. Poker Fanboy.
Just Poker.
Poker Fanboy dropping a few 200s there as well. Gets closer, 3,000 points the difference. It really feels like it's entirely in Poker.
I saw Gaysol hit a 200.
Oh yeah, it is getting close. Gaysol now with the lowest accuracy in the lobby.
It's just Poker though. Poker's just carrying South Korea ahead.
Yeah, that slow jam part just there was one of the hardest points in the map to get accuracy, and it looks like Gaysol was not very happy with it at all.
Mini Egg, Mini Egg tanking accuracy down to 99, low 99.
Oh, and there's not that much part left of the map. I think that's most of the difficulty of the map out of the way. There's just a few kind of sections left, but not really. I mean, the slow jam is pretty much done now. It's all just these short stream sections.
Yeah, and then this kind of like swing pattern of the holds. I don't think the lead is gonna change. Unless something huge happens from South Korea, but...
I mean, it has to be a miss at this point.
Yeah.
It looks too comfortable right now. Poker Fanboy managing to get the accuracy back up. And, I mean, this is just the poker show right now. 99.88 is going to be the final accuracy.
Is it?
Oh, that's with 200s. 54? Oh my god.
That's like crew K levels. Oh my gosh.
That I thought that was 100% a Score V1 SS.
I thought it was
with that percentage, but oh my god. Yeah.
Well, crew K, you have an opponent. My gosh.
Well, that that's going to be hard to beat for anyone, really. 54 300s. But yeah, 6-way FC actually, very strong showing across the board. No one missing. A few accuracy drops, and that's basically all that happened. And it goes over to the South Korea at the end of the day. So first break point early on in this match, 2-0. And South Korea now, they get their own pick. I wonder, hybrid worked out for them at the start. LN's still on the table. I can't imagine them going anywhere else. SV2 would be flex pick right now, but I feel like that's just a little bit too much risk. And South Korea really don't need to be taking that risk.
I think Rice can still be understandable. As long as they don't pick something that is maybe a bit on the stamina side.
I really feel like you really can't underestimate United Kingdom right now. I think you should. Oh wait, oh my god.
They are going into some revolver.
Oh my god.
Wait. This
is
United
UK's
Kingdom's
protect. This was UK's protect.
We saw this happen last weekend where a team picks an opponent's protect, but I didn't think it would happen this soon.
I did not think South Korea would pick a Rice at all today. But not only that, but they're picking the Rice that United Kingdom have basically declared at the start of the match that this is what they wanted to pick. South Korea did not have to pick this at all because I think United Kingdom would have picked this next. But
oh my gosh,
we'll see. I mean, this is it feels like a little bit of a flex pick. So South Korea, you're gonna have to show us what you have on this one. Yonho coming in.
Giga Chad. Yonho coming in, yeah. Hold up, did we see Yonho at all?
Not yet in this match, but I do believe they've played in the previous matches, and
they didn't play last weekend.
Oh, they did not?
Yonho did not play at all, yeah. Vanilla Latte Poker, YZ Poker Fanboy, actually Gaysol didn't as well, but
we did.
This will be the first time we're seeing Yonho.
Yeah, I definitely know they played in qualifiers, right? There's no way they didn't.
That is correct. That is correct.
But yeah, Yonho definitely. I mean, I'm not entirely aware. I haven't seen them play in tournaments much, but definitely seems like one of the most physically capable players on South Korea, which is saying a massive amount, by the way.
Yep. Also, Benefight and Zubin are in for the United Kingdom, and all three United Kingdom players on Mirror, as well as Poker.
Poker ruining the perfect team Mirror, but Newson actually finding a really early miss in this one. Misses are very, very possible on this one. Hugely choke-heavy Mac with the amount of jack focus that this has.
Somewhere else, United Kingdom Zubin, 99.8, were able to match the lowest in South Korea right now, 99.87 from Gaysol.
Yeah, but it's not even just about like the lowest and the highest on each team. It's South Korea as a team is putting up this extremely high average across all of them, 99.86, 99.88, and I'm not going to mention the third one just yet. But Zubin, Benefied, both playing really, really well right now with high accuracies with the full combos. Newson, with a little bit of struggle early on, has managed to kind of recover a little bit. 99.7 is just about what that accuracy is going to be in a second here. And it's not a very long map, and we're already in the last third of it. It's still 13,000 the points in the lead for South Korea. And it feels like United Kingdom really have to hope for a miss to come out very soon from South Korea if they want to be able to take it.
Yeah, United Kingdom have recovered pretty well though. Now Newson back up to 99.7, but there really needs to be a drop from South Korea's side. But that's not a drop from South Korea's side, that's a drop from the United Kingdom's side. Benefight dropping, and the lead's gonna grow.
Yeah, and we're already at the end of the map. It's looking like this is going to be it. 3 full combos still for South Korea. The one from Zubin. Actually, Zubin matching the other 2 players from South Korea.
Yeah.
Very strong.
Like 87, and that's a V1 double S from Zubin as well, but wow, Poker. That's
Yeah,
half of Zubin's ratio. That's
actually,
disgusting.
look at all of these. Newson's ratio, actually one of the best in the
yeah,
lobby,
Newson
second best
too.
in the lobby as well, just with that one miss at the start. And Binified only getting 1 200 as well. Actually, United Kingdom as a team getting less 200s than South Korea as a team, but the ratio from South Korea, the combo from South Korea, both just that little bit better. Gonna earn them the point here. 3-0.
It's really all the small details that led to South Korea's victory, because you see like United Kingdom's accuracy, just 1/200 from like Newson, and I forgot who's the other player. They also got 1/200, but it was just one misses each.
Yeah, accuracy actually looks really promising there from UK. So I feel like other, in these other Rice maps that are probably going to come out for them now, I have to imagine, United Kingdom definitely stand a chance as long as they're able to keep up the combo.
Ooh, we're going Court Jack. Alright,
Ooh, spicy.
well, we can't compare this to anything because this is the first time we're seeing Court Jack in the map pool.
Yep, very first time. There has not been a Core Jack map last week, and there was no Core Jack map in the qualifiers. So,
Yep.
this is, or not only is it kind of unknown, a little bit unknown for both teams, but even if it was known, Core Jack is notoriously risky as a pick just in general, because if all the players are able to play it, it really will come down to the most minute of details, single miss, single, 200s ratio. It's going to come down to the very tiniest of mistakes for either team.
Is that an unchanged lineup? I believe it might be.
Yeah, that was fast.
And no mirrors. But yeah, we've seen so many Court Jack maps in the past, and so many players getting ridiculous scores on them. We'll see if we'll see any of it today. A little bit of a shaky beginning from Gaysol actually, but everyone else still holding around 99.9.
Yeah, despite that beginning, it's kind of, despite Gaysol's score, it's kind of still even just because of the other two players on South Korea right now. But as a team, it does feel like United Kingdom have very slight advantage, if anything. We have, Binified now reaching 99.9.
Yeah. And Gaysol has recovered.
Okay, Gaysol almost reaching 99.9. This is about to be a match where all 6 players are above 99.9.
This is going to be a blink or you miss it moment.
And
like,
yeah,
not
this
just for the
is
players, but for everyone watching. Binified with the first drop.
Oh, and that's a rough one. It's a clean drop. Still 99.8 is a very high accuracy. But as we just said, 99.9 was the lowest accuracy just before. So single miss, that's going to mean a whole lot of score swing over into South Korea's advantage. And, there is no chance that United Kingdom get a strong enough accuracy lead over South Korea, unless South Korea find a miss themselves. So it's really going to come down to the combo now. If South Korea can hold on to these combos, it feels like it is a one map for them.
Yeah, that's the game right now. It's just South Korea having to miss in order for United Kingdom to catch up. If South Korea do not miss, yeah, Gaysol is 99.94, matching Yongho.
Gaysol started on 99.6. Was that not the case? I've never seen anyone go from 99.6 all the way up to 99.94 before. But it's happening right now, and it looks like still a very solid lead over in South Korea's favor. Zubin holding still 99.9. Yusun is the highest one on Team UK, holding 99.96, almost matching Poker's score, but Binified missing again towards the end. This is where the stamina is definitely kicking in, and it is very hard to maintain the combo, the accuracy for this long.
Yeah, that should be the nail in the coffin. I don't think South Korea is gonna break. Or even if they do break, it's a bit too late.
This is some absurd consistency from South Korea.
Yeah, this team scored 2995. Hello? 5,000 points drop. 30 from Poker. What?
Oh, we're hitting close to 1 to 100 ratio from Poker.
Oh, Benefights so clean though. 0 to 100, just 200s in 2 misses.
Yeah, Newson, Yonho, Zubin, all with Score V1 double S's as well. Benefied almost with the Score V1 double S. At the very least, you know, looking at the ratios just purely, without the misses, it would have still gone to South Korea. Looking at these ratios are just simply not beatable by almost any team.
I mean, that's the nature of Court Jack maps, you know. Like, we've seen so many in the past, but sometimes it just still surprises us.
Yeah, and that is going to be the second breakpoint coming through. South Korea now 4-0 in the lead. And now it's up to South Korea what they want to pick. The board is theirs, really. They could pick anything, and I think it would be a good pick, except for Complex. That would be a weird pick.
That would be a funny flex pick.
That would be a funny pick, but I don't think it makes any sense for South Korea to pick Complex. Other than that, though, I'd probably, at this point, agree with anything they want.
Yeah, they've kind of already shown that they are so strong on every single skill set. You know, realistically, you would go for LN just to test the waters.
Yeah, I feel like LN still is probably South Korea's biggest advantage over UK's in particular. But it looks like Happy Arnold's going to be the pick. We're going to stick with the Rice Ball here. This one, again, another one that is extremely choke heavy. One that's very easy to miss. Plenty of very fast mini jacks in this one, and bursts that can absolutely cause massive amounts of accuracy drop as well.
Yeah, this is a very heavy tech pick. It's 253 BPM as well.
But even though, you know, there's been plenty of, basically all the maps that have been played so far, I feel like they're very high choke potential maps, and I don't think we've seen South Korea drop combo the entire match so far.
Well, we'll see if United Kingdom could do something about that, or South Korea could, you know, drop a miss maybe to spice things up.
That really has to be the hope from UK right now, because in the accuracy department, at least, South Korea have definitely had an advantage just from ratio alone, really. UK not too far behind, all things considered, with the accuracy, but they are definitely a little bit behind, you would have to imagine. So misses from South Korea definitely have to be the goal for UK. That just means that UK themselves have to really be getting the full combos themselves.
Who the hell is this then? Arnold Schwarzenegger. Nice
Already we can see the nature of some of these mini jacks. No major trip-ups yet.
Actually, the accuracies are so high across the board. All 6 players above 99.83, I think, is the lowest accuracy I see here. That's really high.
Oh my god, everyone actually hitting those bursts pretty well. Zubin actually dropping down to 99.7, but back up to 0.8.
It's just small advantages for now for South Korea. And
oh my gosh! Poker, out of all the players, actually finding the first miss.
First miss from South Korea the whole match. It's going to be from Poker, of all players, the one with the highest accuracy in the entire lobby. And now it looks like that title goes to Newson. United Kingdom have the advantage, 6,000 points in the lead now, as Poker gets up to 400 combo.
We can't get excited yet though. And as I say that, Benify drops, but they are one of the lower accuracies on the United Kingdom, so I don't know if the lead's gonna change that much, but it is teetering towards South Korea.
Yeah, it looks like it's going in South Korea's favor ever so slightly now. I think that was just enough. South Korea have a very slight accuracy lead, but the one saving grace right now for UK is that Newson is still the highest accuracy in the entire lobby, and with the full combo as well.
Right now, that lead can just swing over if there was a miss.
Newson getting a couple 200s there. That drops the accuracy down. Still the highest, but not by very much. And it looks like overall, South Korea's accuracy slowly edging out UK. Zubin as well, actually matching the highest accuracy on South Korea now. Actually, Newson and Zubin both feeling like they're actually topping the lobby. As far
here
as
we go, final 10th. This will make or break United Kingdom's point.
It's still on a knife's edge right now. 2,000 points the lead. And no one missing. Oh, we can see the scores now.
Wow, 2,400 points, you know. If South Korea does miss...
We have 4 players on 961k in that break, and 2 players, I think that was on 957.
That's not gonna happen. There's not gonna be a miss from South Korea. That is a very small lead to South Korea, but still a point nonetheless.
Tiny lead, and
wow, that ratio from Poker. Oh my gosh.
Oh, I don't understand these scores from all 6 players. We've got so many. We've got, well, not even that many. We've got what, 1 score v1 double S?
Vanilla.
But then 2 other people with misses 0-200s from Poker and Binified. Newson getting the highest accuracy with 2 200s, which is somehow the most 200s in the whole lobby. Don't understand how that works, but everyone is just so good in this lobby. But it's South Korea just barely winning out all of these points in just pure accuracy. 5-0 now, and it is going to be, well, actually not even South Korea's pick. It's United Kingdom's pick. I forgot South Korea was the one that picked that one.
Yeah.
Who the hell is this then?
Now Poker's asking United Kingdom to pick our land. Oh, this is the last straw for United Kingdom's upper bracket survival. They are going for complex. This has to be like the final throw of the coin.
Yeah, I mean, the first SV map went South Korea's favor, but Complex is a very different map overall. There's not really so much slow jam difficulty. Actually, it's hard to really describe. I don't really know how to even describe where the difficulty from Complex comes from.
I think it's more the memorization. I mean, it's like if you don't know the song, it's very difficult to kind of catch some of these SVs. But if you know the song, then it becomes a little bit more reading than memo.
Yeah, I kind of get that. It is very hard. It's impossible to sight read this one for sure. So you do need to learn all of the small changes in rhythm throughout the map. But as you said, yeah, once you do learn that, there's just there's a little bit of slow jam here and there. There's a little bit of, you know, teleport bumps that are gonna be the main culprits for you dropping 200s and dropping accuracy overall.
Well, besides Mr. Scratchman, this has to be United Kingdom's next closest map to score.
Yeah, we'll see. Although I am slightly concerned that you know, whenever an SV map is picked this late, it's usually not the strongest of picks, I would say.
That is fair, but we are seeing for the first time in at least the knockout rounds, Cool Dude Yes for United Kingdom.
Nice name. Okay, so let's see.
This map for United Kingdom's upper bracket survival. If South Korea do take this point, they are through to the upper bracket quarterfinals.
I'm gonna assume that was client.
Yeah, this is client being a bit weird. Okay, there we go. Take the accuracy from the start of Kudu, yes, actually.
Yeah, I was more looking at Cool Dude Yes because I think it showed that Cool Dude Yes missed the first note, but looking at the combo, that was definitely not the case. Regardless, definitely struggling in accuracy a little bit compared to everyone else. YZ also at that low 99 mark, so all things considered, accuracy is kind of similar here.
It's once again the poker show though, 99.9.
That does feel like the entire difference being made here because Dragon, Mini Egg, YZ, Poker Fanboy, all very close in terms of the accuracy overall.
Dude, yes, actually dropping out of the 99%. But we still got the second half. The second half can definitely cause some misses.
Okay, everyone hitting the trill well there. And now we get a bit of a section. I don't really expect any accuracy drops to come from anywhere here. Cool Dude Yes dropping a couple 200s there on that trill.
Yeah, Kudu, yes, is just trying to probably hold into the combo. Which could be good in some situations, but when you're against South Korea, I don't know if that's the situation to be in. And it does seem like South Korea have studied their SBs this time round.
Absolutely. Poker actually dropping quite a lot of accuracy. There was quite a lot of 200s towards the end.
Yeah,
but so does
now.
everyone else. So Poker being the only one above 99.7. It's going to be, I believe, the 990k for Poker. And
I didn't catch that, was it?
yep.
Yeah, it was. By 198 points, and that will be it. South Korea takes it 6-0 over United Kingdom. Still a really good performance from the United Kingdom. Like, they are technically considered a low seed. And to actually, lose by just a couple of thousand of points on a few maps against the seed number 1 is definitely something to commend, but the scores doesn't lie. The scores don't lie. South Korea are going to the quarterfinals of the upper bracket. United Kingdom will be dropping down to the lower bracket. They are not eliminated yet. They still have a second chance.
Yeah, and just a quick shout out as well to that last map. I think 6 players FCing that one is very impressive.
Yeah.
As well as the accuracies
All
that we
6
saw
players.
overall. I feel like that score from UK at the very end would have beaten quite a few other teams. But not South Korea today.
It is you need to be on like your S game and even more to beat South Korea when they are this consistent. But props to United Kingdom for trying to push South Korea all the way. But with that, we still have so many more matches. We are only just getting started.
Yeah, we've got
we have
a lot
another
of
match in 49 minutes? 49 minutes. Philippines and Spain.
Yeah, this is going to be a fairly long block we have here, all the way until the end of Taiwan versus Italy. There is all just going to be this one stream. And as you said, yep, just under an hour, 49 minutes, come back here at 12 UTC, and we're going to be seeing another exciting match here in the winner's bracket as well. So make sure you don't miss it.
But yeah, until then, we'll see you around and come back in a bit for the next match. Hello everybody, welcome back to the Mania 4K World Cup 2023. We are going to start the next match really soon with Philippines vs Spain, Seed 4 against Seed 13. These two teams are still in the upper bracket because they both have won their respective matches. Philippines managed to sweep Finland and got second places on both Vice 1 and Vice 2. As for Spain, they were able to beat the Russian Federation 5-1. So, if Philippines uncareful, Spain could actually nick a few surprise points with pretty good Rice ability. This will be Philippines and Spain's second encounter in the 4K Mania World Cup. Their last match was all the way back in 2014, where Philippines won 4-1 in the group stage. I'll be joined with Potassium F. How are you doing?
Hello. Okay, I'm here. On time for sure. But yeah, this is going to be another interesting one to watch. Of course, Philippines being another one of these favorites in the tournament for a podium position.
Yeah, I mean, Philippines had a really strong qualifier. And, I mean, they also had a really strong round of 32 performance.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, with a team that's basically the same team, just with the one small change out in their team, all of the main Rice and LN players are still here from last year. And if you were to remember from last year as well, they very, very nearly made that winners finals top 3 podium position from the winners bracket there. So this is definitely a team that I feel like they have to be aiming for that top 3. And now Spain, this is going to be their next challenge here. Of course, Spain, a very strong team once again this year.
Yeah, they were able to keep 3 players, Godak, It's Darius, and Enthalpy, now known as Alan.
And
But
Spain
they added in a
themselves.
few new players, yeah.
Oh yeah, Alan. Okay, that was the name change in the last week, was it?
Yeah, and previously known as Enthalpy.
Ah, yes. Okay. I don't think
So
I've
we
seen
need to
that
be
one. Yeah,
careful,
yeah. Last week, I do remember it was still Enthalpy, so it can be hard to keep track of some of these name changes mid-tournament for sure. But yeah, this is a team that I think, all things considered, they showed a very strong, very consistent performance across the board in all the maps that they played last week against Russia. And it'll be really interesting to see what the strategy really is, because I feel like both of these teams very well-rounded. I don't really feel like there's a massive, you know, weakness for Spain that Philippines can attack here.
I think it's not really more so on Spain's weakness, but rather Philippines' strengths. Because Philippines have such dominant Rice, it comes to the point where even if Spain are good at Rice, it just feels like Philippines are just gonna take control.
Yeah, when you got players like Boji on Team Philippines, very difficult to contend with. And it does look like, I believe that was the Protect coming out for Spain being SV. Another thing to consider as well, even though Philippines were number 2, I believe, the second best SV team in the qualifiers, Spain also had a very, very strong SV score, as they seem to do every year. Oh, no. Wait,
Wait, what?
hang on. Did I just... Wait, SV1 Protect, SV2 ban. Did I read that right? Yeah, and Philippines seeming a little bit surprised by this one as well. Okay. So, you don't see that every day. Protecting SV1, banning SV2.
Yeah, that is actually going to be the case, and Philippines are going to ban Happy Arnold, I believe. Oh wow, protecting an SV and then banning the other SV. Believe in the strat.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I will wait to see what comes out of this strat, because I feel like both of their SVs were probably what Spain really would want to go for, and I almost expected Philippines to ban the other SV. I feel like Spain almost in a way wasted their ban on something that Philippines were fairly likely to ban. But,
Philippines did ban Rice though last weekend.
But to be fair, this is Spain. You cannot sleep on Spain's SV in any form. But either way, Has the band from Philippines come out yet? I'm reading here.
Yeah, I think it was
Ben
Happy Arnold.
Okay, Happy Arnold.
Yep. So it looks like Ban Happy Arnold pick Come Inside My Heart, which is Vice 1.
Okay. So Happy Arnold makes, I feel like that makes sense for the Philippines. Although it is Rice, and you do say Philippines are extremely strong in Rice, it is also, as we just saw, very choke-heavy map. Very easy to miss on, very easy to mess up, and that can cause a bit of upset. And I think that Philippines are going to be looking for more stable picks than that. And Come Inside My Heart, going to be the first time we're seeing this one this weekend. The speed pick out of the Rice pool.
Yeah, Philippines have a very good score on it. Second place on this. Second place on Rice 1 last weekend, my bad. But comparison, Rice 1 being the stream pick.
Yep.
Philippines was second on last weekend's Rice 1, and Spain was 13th.
Yeah, I feel like Spain did have a very good score on that one though. But either way, this is a fairly different map. I feel like this one, despite still being speed, it's mapped a fair bit differently. More of that kind of dump style of speed mapping.
If I'm not mistaken, there's fluctuating BPM in this, right?
Well, I haven't actually checked the exact BPM change, but it does kind of feel like the snappings are not entirely, consistent during the main part. More of the how you would normally map dump really with vocal.
Yeah. That's something to definitely be careful about.
Yeah, whereas last week it was very mono snap. The whole way through, basically, it was all just straight, consistent snappings, which makes it, in some ways, much easier to be able to get good ratio, good accuracy on this one. On last week's, that is. We'll see how this goes, though. We have the rosters being subbed in right now. Boji, Els, and 7ken for the Philippines. And It's Darius and Cartografia for Spain.
Yeah, so Philippines actually had Valpsy for Rice 1 last weekend, and for Spain it was Godak. So a player switch each.
But I don't really show you. Come inside my
It does seem like there is a map update, I think. But
Delete
that
and
should be
re-download
resolved.
the map.
I think it isn't a huge deal. We should be getting started soon. Also, it seems like the referee accidentally put in the wrong command, but... Alright, there we go. Let's go.
Okay.
I love you. But I
Here we go. Finally into the first map here. Philippines pick.
And client is being a little bit shaky, but we should be getting ourselves on the way.
Business as usual for the client. But let's see. Early start of this map, not too big of a deal. Nothing much to talk about here. It's when it gets into that chorus that the speed really does kick up, and we'll have to see how the accuracies fare at that point. But right now, oh my god, these are high accuracies across the board, but here we go.
Yeah, 7ken didn't really have that good of a start. I think they got a 200 maybe at the start. But otherwise, like everyone else holding really strong accuracies too.
But look at this score. It's actually just about tied between the two. Spain had it just for a bit before, but seems like it's slipping. It's going over towards Philippines as everyone's act drops except for Boji. Still on that 99.96. That's really carrying Philippines over the line just barely. 7ken a little bit behind everyone else on the board, but still holding that 99.8 seems to be enough for Philippines to start stabilizing this lead.
It's definitely enough because Boji is definitely pulling Philippines ahead.
But oh my god, Spain's accuracies, all three players above 99.8. This is dangerous.
This is very dangerous. Any sort of slip up from either side just gonna either seal the victory or change the lead.
Oh, but Cartografia
And-
finding a little bit of an accuracy drop. All three players from Spain dropping now below 99.8% simultaneously. Just these small accuracy drops from each player, that's costing them now. And the lead grows to 5,000 points, 6,000 points now.
Yeah, but Spain are still doing really well to keep those 3 FCs. Never mind, Cardo will miss. And now that lead is gonna go towards the Philippines.
Yeah, Spain, it felt like they had something going there. They felt like they were just holding in, tying Philippines, but as the map goes on, Forken finding a miss there.
Yeah.
But it looks like that was fairly clean. Still 99.7 actually, a lot cleaner than the miss we saw earlier from Spain, and that's going to still be in Philippines' favor. Oh, but that makes things interesting. I feel like it's too late though. It's too late in the map.
Late.
If that miss came a bit earlier, if that miss came a bit earlier, then maybe there was a conversation to be had, but it's the comfort, and it's also the Boji difference, as we can see. 70, absolutely crushing the ratios of everyone else in the lobby. But look at the consistency from Spain.
Yeah.
Everyone has the same ratio. A couple of 200s in the second half there. That's what really cost them the ACK, and I feel like if they had that ACK that they held in the first half, this was absolutely a game. This could have been Spain pulling it all the way to a tied scoreline, but not to be. Philippines managed to close out their own point, and now it's Spain's point. Now we can see what Spain can do on their own pick.
I'll be honest, I do want to see Infinity Rage come out. Spain had a very good jump stream performance last weekend. Little God Channel got 5th place, but Philippines did get 2nd place, but at least it's a lot closer.
Yeah, I mean, if you just look at that map even that we just saw, that kind of showed me that the accuracy is there, right? The consistency, the accuracy from Spain. As long as they can keep it up, that's the one kind of asterisk I have here. If they can't keep it up on Rise 1 throughout the whole map, it kind of gets you thinking, like, maybe is it really that good of a pick to pick the really long consistency pick? But seems like we're not going to get an answer to that just yet. It's going to be SV1. Spain's Protect coming out after they banned the second SV map. I'm still thinking about that one. I'm still scratching my head slightly. Not gonna lie.
I mean, we will see if it pays off. Maybe Spain hard practiced Mr. Scratchman and decided not to practice Complex. We will never know.
Oh, it's so strange to just not practice Complex though. Especially as Spain, maybe they just really couldn't get it going. That's all I can really
Maybe they
think.
don't feel confident.
Yeah, maybe just, one or two of their players just did not feel Complex in particular, that specific, some kind of specific patterns in that map just didn't click for them. But either way, this is one that I think is going to be really exciting because both of these teams, these are two of the best SV teams in the tournament.
Definitely, yeah, and we do see a lot of player swaps. We do see Alan in for Spain, we see Cup03 and Apol for Philippines.
I think this is a name change for Cub as well.
I
believe that was
KN.
Removing the tag at the start. I was wondering, I felt something was off.
Yeah. So it doesn't seem like else has loaded in unless client.
Huge lead for Philippines right now, 1 million points in the lead. Despite playing 2v3. But I'm not sure what's going on with this. Maybe a board, maybe this is just, it depends on whether or not Els is playing or not. But either way, all the other players were looking pretty fine in the very calm intro section. It does look like Els is playing.
Yep. Once we get client underway, we'll see if there's any significant lead or not, or if it's going to be really close. It does seem like it's going to be really close.
It's close. Oh my god, Cub though.
Yeah, Cub is like Philippines SVAs, I believe.
Yes, absolutely, and it's showing 99.95 at the start there. That's giving the lead over to Philippines ever so slightly, but it's Darius not so far behind. Very high accuracies across the board here. It's going to come down to the slow jam sections that we're going to have just in a little bit.
It does seem like I'm is struggling with accuracy though, 9.2. And Alan with a miss. That's just going to extend the lead to Philippines.
Oh, big miss. And misses in SV maps are so brutal because another one coming out there as well. Accuracy drops. But yeah, misses in SV maps, there's so little notes in this map that a single miss matters so much. It's going to affect the score in a massive way. We can already see this lead is growing to 40,000 points just about. And Philippines showing no signs of slowing down. That's most of the difficulty of the map out of the way. Cub is still holding a 99.87. L's actually now the second highest, 99.77.
Yeah, I'm and It's Dave are still doing really well to hold the FCs, but with the accuracy advantage from Philippines, it's just going to be so difficult to pull this back even with a couple of misses. A 200 from Cub, but that's not gonna matter. Els will take, I think, actually Cub will take the highest score.
Wait,
right at the last second.
Cub, hang on. I think I saw something
42?
weird there. No, wait, Cub has
what?
the higher accuracy but the lower score.
Okay,
I'm so confused.
Ratio?
Osu moment?
That is
Okay.
insane.
Wait, no, that was no. I know I don't get that. I'm
Yeah, I
trying
don't
to
get that
comprehend this in
either.
my head.
Maybe
I
it's
don't get it.
ratio?
Whatever. Ratio from Cub though, absolutely ridiculous. I think this is actually a better ratio than we saw Poker get.
Yeah, I think that is
Which
better
is
than Poker. I
Poker
think
got
Poker
50 something. Oh my god.
Yeah,
How are these players doing
that's
this? And
ridiculous.
I think both Poker and Cub getting 200s as well.
Yeah, also
Els.
shoutouts to Els and Darius. Yeah, V1 double S's.
Yeah, Darius got a really good score there. It's Darius and Silas Els both the V1 double S. But ultimately, it was the other players that made the big difference there. It's going to be Philippines winning an early breakpoint, 2-0. And it's their pick again. They get to choose what they want to go for.
Oh,
and I'm going to say
Custom
Deorbit.
song?
Here we go. I was just going to say, I do not want Philippines to pick Rice after that first map. I know they don't know how close... They don't know how close the score was after the first half, but it was a lot closer than the final score looked on that Rice 1 pick. So I like this one a lot, going to the LNs, and it looks like they're keeping the same roster as well.
That will be interesting if they are keeping the same roster. But I don't think Cub is that well known to play LNs. I may be wrong. I think it's more like 7 can.
Yeah, I definitely think 4 can, 7 can, whatever you want to call. They're definitely the ones that would normally play the LN. You know what I mean? Boji can definitely play LN as well. There's a lot of LN players on the Philippines.
Yeah.
But Cub did play, I believe, some of the LN maps in qualifiers, so definitely capable there.
We will see Shiro for Spain. But yeah, like Philippines LN roster is just incredible.
Yeah,
To the point
Philippines
where I feel like
everything
it really
roster.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter like who they really put in. Like all of them can just play LN.
Yeah, for sure. But Spain, I'm definitely looking at Alan at the top there, also known as Enfilp. Definitely one to put up some really strong LN scores in particular. So we'll see if the Spanish team can keep up with the Philippines here. It is Philippines' pick, so expected that they will have the advantage, but not if Cub misses that
Very
early.
early drop. Ooh. Oh, it is extremely early.
Yeah, and a miss
And
that
accuracy
early.
is tanking for Alan.
Yeah, this is
Actually,
within
Philippines.
first couple dozen notes, so actually that miss doesn't affect all that much, and Cub already, the accuracy already kind of recovered up to 99.4, basically tying Alan's accuracy and the other two players on the Philippines winning in the accuracy department over Im and Shota Professor. So overall, accuracy lead for Philippines, and the combo lead doesn't really matter that much.
Yeah, it's gonna be an accuracy game, and I'm quite surprised Apol is actually out-acting Silhouette Skiles on an LN map. That is really crazy.
Apol is absurd at LN ratio. Apol was the best last year as well at these LN maps.
Oh.
Im finding a drop though in the middle of the map, that's going to matter a whole lot more than Cub's miss at the very start. And that's
And
another
Shiro.
one. 2 misses for
I
Spain
think
here.
Philippines and Philippines have found the weak point.
Oh,
my
no,
gosh.
it's these shields though. These shields are so brutal to be able to combo through, LN plus Jax, and we can see they're just cycling misses now on the Spanish team. One at a time, all taking turns to miss. and Philippines holding on with their... That might as well be 3 full combos for the Philippines right now.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a slaughter and a half. And definitely we could probably see a couple more LN picks in the future for Philippines now that they'll probably get this information that Spain have lost all the FCs. Cup will miss again, but that's just such a small damage in what Philippines has already done to Spain. That'll be it, and there'll be 2 FCs, Els and APOL.
Yeah, I mean, APOL's just general consistency, accuracy on these LN maps is like... I don't think many people in the world can beat APOL's ability on these ones. That's just insane. The ratio with the score V1 double S, Els as well with 994k, and it's just a team score that can't really be beat, unfortunately.
Oh my gosh, Cup forgot to switch scroll speed
Oh, that...
and still put up a 971.
That is crazy.
Like without scroll speed change. Wow.
Yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense. That explains the miss and the accuracy as well from Cub, but... Oof, okay, looking strong for the Philippines right now. Spain, they get another pick, and it is only 1 breakpoint that's happened so far, so despite the 3-0, not the end of the world, but it does feel like a gigantic wall to climb when Philippines are getting scores like this. I feel like Spain definitely, well, no SV picks to pick anymore, so definitely should be looking, I would say, towards the Rice, potentially. I feel like there was a lot more potential in what we've seen so far from the Rice.
Yeah, like I mentioned, Infinity range is still open. I'm thinking if they want to try to experiment, maybe lift off Kojak. But I have absolutely no clue how Spain's Kojak is. As for tech, they could actually try some of the tech maps. Actually, speaking of which, here's Rice 4.
I think tech is definitely a place to go to. The only thing that I would kind of be concerned about with the tech is that Spain do seem to be the ones that are having more trouble keeping the combo, right? To avoid those chokes, especially in that last map we saw, very mini jack heavy, very shield heavy. Spain were the ones that were finding the misses there, right? So if there's any tech map that has a lot of mini jacks, like well, actually, Arnold has been banned out, but the other 2 tech maps that are still up, I feel like I would be concerned about Spain's consistency to keep the combo there. This one, however, a different story. Oh, actually, no, this is one of the tech maps, sorry. I got confused with the...
This is a Hopeful Frontier version 2.
Yeah, this is one of the... This is exactly the map that I was talking about just before. This is the one that's filled with the mini jacks. So yes, I am concerned a little bit for Spain's ability to combo it, potentially, but at the same time, it's hard to call this a bad pick, Philippines are the one currently in the lead, and I feel like Spain might just have to rely on Philippines getting, a bit of a miss here and there, a bit of a choke. And this is definitely one of the maps you would say has the biggest potential for that to happen.
Yeah, and we've already seen a couple of misses coming from Philippines side also over the last 3 maps. Also, it does seem like Philippines are gonna have an entire team swap. They're basically kicking all 3 of their players that played, and now bringing in Boji, Voxy, and 7ken. Yeah, Cup, I think...
Is Cup switching out?
I mean, 7ken is in the lobby.
Oh, okay. MP Kick, but with the old name.
Oh no.
I think...
Cup fall asleep.
Is Cub AFK in the lobby just stealing the spot? Okay, yeah, okay. Full team swap does come out.
There we go. Sorry, Cub, it's nothing personal. Alright, and we are gonna see Kato with Godek and or Ima. Ime? So many ways to pronounce that, I don't know. But yeah, Spain hoping for a chance to try and get a point on the board, and this map definitely will give them a good chance. Oh, we do see the full team mirror and the full team non-mirror.
Here we go.
Here we go.
We've got the fully mirrored stream here. Oh, it looks good.
That is so satisfying.
Okay, and Emma getting a little bit of a accuracy drop at the very start, but looks like they're recovering pretty quickly now.
Yeah, just a bit of a shaky start, but Kato doing really well to try and keep Spain at least in contention from this introduction. Oh, and that's a miss on 7 again! Like we were saying, Philippines have been prone to missing, and that's one of them. And that's gonna be a lead to Spain.
Yeah, that's exactly what Spain were looking for, but now is the hard part. Can they keep this lead? I feel like if this goes on further, 7ken did find a very big accuracy drop along with that miss. So for now, Spain has a little bit of... oh, actually, no, they're definitely not, actually. Looking at this, Philippines actually have the accuracy lead.
Yeah.
Just because of...
Boji.
Yeah, Volpsy and Boji are killing it right now in the accuracy. So this map, as it goes on further and further, if this lead stays...
Oh my gosh!
Unless something like that happens, Volpsy
How
missing
did
on the
that happen?
trill. Hang on
Oh
a
my
second.
gosh.
Now it's definitely alive. Now I feel like the accuracy is not in the lead for Spain, but it's good enough to keep them in the lead. If they manage to keep this up...
It is good enough. Like, Boji is trying all they can. 99.94 is absolutely absurd. But look at Spain's, like, team consistency. Everyone in 99.7. Everyone's still holding FCs.
Oh, but
it
there's
is a 10k advantage.
I don't want to say anything, though. There's still a little bit of the map left.
Yeah.
And no mistakes can be afforded from Spain. You can see this lead is getting smaller and smaller by the second. This accuracy lead from the Philippines still exists, and it's still kicking in. And that's a miss at the very end. Is there enough time?
Is there enough? It might not be. It will not be.
Just
2,291.
almost disastrous for Spain at the end, but that miss, just
What?
Kato managing to barely last long enough. Last 50 notes there, and Boji is insane. Actually, looking at all the Philippines, 0 200s from them.
0 200s.
Just the misses. The accuracy well in favor of Philippines doesn't matter as long as Spain managed to get these almost 3 full combos on their side. And that is what did it. 2,000 points is the lead, and they're on the board now, 3-1.
That's a really good ratio from Boji, by the way, 65.
It's an absurd ratio. 998k is not something we should ever be seeing. Unless it's maybe a Jack map, but that was not a Jack map. That was a tech map. You don't know 998k tech maps.
Alright, they're going hybrid actually.
Okay.
Philippines didn't play any of the hybrids last weekend.
But they definitely
this will
can
be the
do
first
it.
time.
They've
Yeah,
got the
definitely.
team. They've got the
First
team.
time
Basically,
they will be playing hybrid in knockouts.
Basically, their whole team is very capable of playing hybrid maps. So they've got the players for it. Spain, be interesting to see who they put in for it exactly, because I feel like Spain do have a few switch outs that they do between the LNs and the Rice picks.
It does seem like Cup will join the lobby again.
Okay. Hopefully with the right scroll speed this time. Cub, if you're listening, please remember to change the scroll speed.
Oh gosh, I don't think you want to play this on like a slower scroll speed.
Yeah,
not
absolutely
gonna help.
not. But the SV map was a few maps ago. Surely everyone by now they are very well aware that their scroll speed should be back to normal.
So as far as my notes are concerned, this is like a harder stage 3 from qualifiers.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because stage 3, I mean, definitely Philippines favored for sure when it comes to these hybrids, but also very chokeable, you would say.
I mean, we did see a couple of misses already from Philippines in this match, so
Yeah, for sure. I
definitely the
wouldn't.
choke potential's there.
I wouldn't say that any like hybrid just as a whole category is something that chokes just happen all the time in.
Yeah.
It's very hard to be very comfortable with when there's pattern switching, when there's a mix of LN and Rice combined. It's always something that's very hard to be consistent on. So it'll depend here. We've got Spain fielding their LN team for this one. It looks like Alan Im and Shiro the Professor. Whereas we have Boji, Els, and Cub. So Cub and Els switching in. Once again for Team Philippines. Of course, Boji able to play everything.
Yeah. Spain, they actually had this lineup for when they played Hybrid 1 last weekend, so a similar lineup.
That was Water Lily, was it, last weekend?
Yes, correct. Water
Okay, yeah.
is last weekend's. Okay, looks like Cub is on the right score speed, I think.
Does look like a fairly low scroll, but I can't really talk about that.
It was faster than just now.
Yeah. Okay. So it looks like both teams off to a very good start. No real lead to be had for either side, but here we go. LN starting to kick in, Jack's starting to kick in. And it looks like Alan and Shooter Professor both dropping in accuracy just a little bit. It's going to give the lead over to the Philippines early on.
Yeah, 299.9, so L's teetering between 8.9 and 9.0, but Shiro with the first miss of this map.
Yeah, and now looking at this with the lineup, it's looking fairly similar. I feel like this is a good pick in hindsight now because these Jacks along with the LN, this is exactly what Spain struggled with on the LN3 pick.
Yeah, wow, this consistency for Philippines actually. Oh, 99.89, 88.
That is crazy
ridiculous.
accuracy. That is insane accuracy. The three highest accuracies on the board, and they're all exactly the same. They're all tied. Big accuracy lead, and Shiro the Professor misses a second time here. The lead just grows. We're halfway into the map, but it's already a 21,000 point lead.
Yeah, Spain desperately needs some misses from Philippines. And they also need to hold on to their own. Els did pick up a little bit of an accuracy drop.
And yeah, with two misses already and this accuracy lead, it's going to have to be a whole lot more than just a miss. Alan missing as well.
Oh.
It feels like there's almost no avenue back.
That should be it, honestly. Just seeing how consistent Philippines have been on this map.
There has to be some monumental accuracy drop, like a player getting 200s for the rest of the map. Boji does find a miss. That is something for sure, but it's just not enough.
There needs to be more. It is only one.
There were 3 misses for Spain. Accuracy
Oh my god,
advantage.
that's 2!
Accuracy advantage still in Philippines' favor. I'm not scared yet. 2 misses for Philippines, but
Philippines
it looks like
they were playing with death a little bit, just a little bit.
still, all things considered, fairly comfortable lead in terms of points at the end. The misses at the end, something to be said there, but all in all, the accuracy lead for Philippines, the combo lead overall, it is going to be their 4th point, so 4-1.
Fair play to Aim as well, getting second in the lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. 991k is no joke at all. Actually, basically tying for first, if you look at Elsa's score there.
Yeah.
So both of those
Just the
players
ratio.
doing really, really well.
Okay, well, now it's back to Spain. Realistically, 3 maps left, I think, for Spain.
Let's go with Celsius. Go.
Honestly, why not?
Yeah,
Why
I want
not?
to see it. I want to see it.
I mean, Celsius is... It is quite dump focused, but...
Yeah, I mean,
with, like,
I
the
could
top
see,
potential.
I could see Jax coming out as well. Lift off, also a potential if Spain are comfortable with it. That is.
Oh, there we go, Celsius.
Okay, let's go for it. Celsius, the last of the, you know, kind of technical maps of the pool. More of the dump variety. This one very short as well, under the 2-minute mark, means that, you know, exactly what Spain wants. Single misses are going to matter just that much more.
Just waiting for the third play from Spain, which should be Darius?
Oh,
Kato.
Yeah. Oh, Carter's been
My bad.
playing really, really well so far on the Rice pick, so makes a lot of sense. Has the accuracy definitely to contend with the Philippines players. But regardless, you do expect the accuracy lead to still be there from the Philippines. Their accuracy has been just a little bit better in the Rice maps overall, but of course misses.
Oh.
That's going to be the story here. Darius coming in the last second.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, we already saw what happened with Innocent Revolver. Can lightning strike twice?
I think it can. I think this is definitely possible. I think Spain have shown that they can absolutely punish on mistakes from Philippines. But the only issue I see here is that they are kind of relying on punishing the mistakes. It has to be a mistake from the Philippines, and Spain have to be able to keep up with the combo. Those are the two requirements that Spain have to be able to take these points. But let's see how they do.
Someone was spamming key spam in the chat. I couldn't see who it was. Bobsy and Kato with mirror.
Okay, first time we're seeing
sometimes-
this.
Yeah. This is the first time we're seeing Celsius. Yeah, right away from the gate. No nonsense dumped already. Okay, accuracy advantage to Philippines right from the start.
Very
But
strong
this is
trade
nothing.
skills.
Yeah.
Yeah, above 99.7 for all three Spanish players. Philippines all above 99.8, so it's just that small difference per player there. But as we said before, it's not necessarily about winning the accuracy battle for Spain, it's about winning the combo battle, and having that accuracy, I think they've got the accuracy close enough for now to be able to capitalize on any mistake that Philippines might be making. But man, Boji's accuracy is just so good.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been avoiding saying it too much, but 99.93 is so insane on maps like these.
I mean, Boji, when it comes to maps like these, are just like they can destroy them. But it's
Yeah.
really up to the other two players.
Yeah, right now, though, it is still Philippines. Solid
Ooh.
lead. Oh, Guldak misses. And it's Darius and Kato both dropping in accuracy down below 99.7. This accuracy difference is huge at this point.
It doesn't seem like lightning will strike twice for this map. Because it does seem like Philippines have managed to, this time round, get a hold of their combos.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any chokes. Even if there was one now, it's simply too late in the map. This accuracy lead is just too big for Spain to be able to come back on from even any late misses here. Would not be enough.
That is a very good team score as well.
Oh my
2985.
god,
Was
2985.
that was almost, I was about to say.
Oh my
almost
god.
a full team V1SS.
That's almost 998k again from Boji.
80.
That's
8300.
crazy. That's crazy. 995k average for the team, by the way, on Philippines. And on Spain's side, they did get 2 full combos in Kato and It's Darius, but the overall accuracy just not on the same level as Philippines. And I mean, can't really blame them. Not many players can get accuracy on that level that we've seen there from the Philippines side.
Yeah, it does seem like Philippines are actually going to go for liftoff. So we are going to see the Kojak map, but being picked by Philippines.
Okay, I'm kind of glad we get to see this one. An interesting pick from the Philippines. I wouldn't have thought this would be the pick, but, you know, I know that Philippines for sure have very strong Kojak players, so it does make sense. I'm always just nervous seeing it, honestly. Kojak picks, I never feel comfortable with any team winning a Kojak pick.
Yeah, it is such a specific skill set, really.
It's just so scary. In tournament setting, we're going to see accuracies that are all above 99.9, and at that point, I would be terrified playing in a lobby like that.
Yeah, there needs to be like full-on focus, because once you slip that focus and you miss, it could lead to a chain miss, and that will be detrimental, especially with how good some of these players are on Kojak.
Yeah. And you know, I'm thinking about Boji right now because we've seen absurd ratios from Boji already on the significantly harder to act picks. Now that we've got a Kojak pick, I'm wondering how low that 300 count can get.
Alright, this is for the upper bracket status of Spain, because Philippines are at match point.
Yeah, last chance here for Spain to get another point on the board. A bit of a rough start for Darius at the start there. But should be able to catch up pretty quick to the accuracies of the rest of the team. Actually, that said, not when the accuracies are this high. 99.9 is the second lowest accuracy in the lobby.
Yeah, I'm is matching Boji, but Cub is also matching the other two. But here we go, Kojak time.
My god, these accuracies are insane. I'm is doing so good. 99.98. As you're saying, Boji and Cub also on 99.98. Oh my god, the two top players right now, 99.99, just about.
Oh my god. Wait, how... Did Boji just climb from a 98 to a 99?
Yes. And look at Boji's hit error right now. It's perfectly centered.
One of the hit errors of all time. It's really just Darius. Like, that's the lead. It's Darius.
Yeah, it's Darius struggling a little bit actually now, dropping down a little bit down to 99.74. I believe they had 99.8 before.
Yeah.
So a bit of a decrease in comfort, and that should only get worse as the map goes on, because stamina is a big factor in this map in particular, and we're only half of the way through. There are no breaks to speak of here. And although Guldak has a very high accuracy, just objectively speaking, but looking at I don't think I've ever seen... Okay, Guldak with a really unfortunate miss, but I don't think I've ever seen a team in MWC where the lowest AC is 99.97.
I think maybe like Interlizer Japan, maybe back in like 2020.
Even then, did Japan have 3 players that could get this accuracy back then? I mean, maybe they could on like Junjo Skirt back in the day.
Yeah, I was thinking Junjo Skirt, where we see something like this from the Philippines.
This is not Junjo Skirt. This is 141 BPM.
This
Bulldog
is so
finding
much harder.
another miss. This map is done, unfortunately, and not really. That's not really of any fault to Spain either, because I mean, what do you do? This map was over the first 200 that Darius got at the very first second of the map. That is insane.
That's almost 299.8. 20 from Boji. 45 and 47. That is a total. That's a total of 112 300s. A grand total of 112. How? How is that possible?
You could have look how strong Imma's score is, right? Imma's score is insane.
Yeah.
Crazy score. If the other 2 players on Spain got 1 million points, they still would have lost. That is how absurd that is. That is ridiculous.
Wow. Well, I mean, that's one way to secure your victory, I guess.
That's a performance.
Philippines will move on to the quarterfinals. That is one hell of a performance. I mean, also kudos to Spain for taking a single point back.
Spain got a point. Spain came close on a couple of those points. I think Spain are looking actually very scary, all things considered, and they're still not out of the tournament. They're in the losers bracket now. They could still make a deep run. They definitely look like they have the potential to go further. But Philippines, this is their win. They're going to proceed on to the quarterfinals in the winner's side of the bracket, and their matches are only going to get harder from here as they progress further into the tournament.
But yeah, with that, we're going to have another match really soon. The matches do not stop, because we have another one in 15 minutes, and that will be, yep, right there, Finland and the Russian Federation.
Ooh, signing
our first lower bracket match, actually. So first time we'll actually see an eliminated team.
Oh, true. Yeah, one of those two teams going to be the first ones eliminated from the tournament, excluding the qualifiers. That is.
Yeah.
But, going to be a very important match, obviously, for those two countries. So make sure you stick around for that one. 14 minutes, not too long of a break, and we will see you then.
Yep, see you all back here.
Hello everyone, welcome back to yet another one of these matches we have in this block, Finland versus Russia, and this one, definitely an exciting one because it's the first one we're going to be seeing one of these teams go, well, not go home, but be eliminated from the tournament here in the bracket stage. I'm Potassium F, still commentating here with Reveal. How are you doing?
Yeah, still doing as great. We had a pretty good match previously with the Philippines-Spain clash. Now we have a match where the stakes are even higher because this is for tournament lives. Finland and Russian Federation, both teams losing to Philippines and Spain respectively, just like the previous match. So we'll see if any of these two teams are able to walk away unscathed. This will be Finland's and Russia's fourth encounter in the 4K Mania World Cup. This will be a rematch of last year's round of 16, which saw Russia winning the tiebreaker. So perhaps a little bit of revenge for Finland this time.
Yeah, this one, actually, also interestingly enough, these are the two opponents of the two teams that we just saw. So Philippines and Spain, both winning their matches against Finland and Russia last week. Interestingly enough there. So it is going to be interesting to see what the picks exactly are, because I feel like we might be getting a little bit of a Rice versus LN match, given the scores that we've seen so far. Russia definitely looked like a very scary team on Rice last week, whereas Finland looked pretty solid across the board, but I guess they might have a bit, if I were to guess, a little bit of an LN advantage relatively over this Russian team. So we'll see how the picks and bans go. It looks like early on here we're getting an SV1 Protect from Finland.
Yep.
Rice 2
and it
bans.
was Rice 5. Rice 5 Protect for Russian.
Okay, that's going to be Celsius, actually. That's an interesting Protect.
And yeah, Rice 2 ban from Finland, SB 2 ban from Russian Federation. Pretty ordinary bans, honestly.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of stamina ban, a lot of jump stream bans so far in this tournament, at least last week. So kind of continuing here, Finland banning that one. especially after Russia showed what they could do, actually winning their one of the points against Spain on the jump stream last week.
Yes, that is correct. 4th place on Little God channel. That is really good. So Finland to ban out the jump stream pick, yeah.
A terrifying score there from Russia. So yeah, makes a lot of sense so far. I guess we will be probably seeing Finland being picking the tiebreaker.
Hello?
Wait. Okay.
But going for Rise 5. Celsius is the pick.
Okay, right away with the protect. A very interesting protect because I don't really expect any team to be banning Celsius. It's like the last of the Rise picks I would imagine seeing banned, but either way, it seems that Russia likes the pick. It seems like they're comfortable on it, so we'll see exactly what they can do against Finland here. And all things considered, it does make a lot of sense for Russia to be picking all of the Rice. I do think they're relatively comfortable with all of the Rice maps that we'll be seeing.
Yeah, just trying to get the players into the right slots first. Because it does seem like there's a Finland player in the Russian team.
Yeah, Ghost by Camellia, I do believe, is a Finnish player. Should be switching over to the left there, while Russia is still waiting on one last player to join the lobby, it looks like.
Just for those unfamiliar, Ghost by Camellia is previously known as Stracky, but that should ring a few bells.
Yeah, definitely a player that's been in, if not the last couple, but definitely last year, I remember Stracky being played.
They are a returning player.
Yeah, been one of their most solid players for the last few iterations, I believe, for the Finnish team. So we'll see how we're still sorting out. There's been a lot of crazy stuff happening in this lobby right now. We've got players switching to the wrong slots, staying in the wrong slots, and it looks like it's all being sorted out now. Yep, here we go. We finally got 3 for each team, and double checking, they are indeed in the right country.
That is correct, yep. Albania, Ghost and Fisu, Finland, Onichan, Nepco and Robot, Russian Federation.
Yeah, now even though I do say that Russia, I like Russia going for the Rice picks, I do think that Finland definitely are capable with them overall. This is a fairly strong Finnish roster overall. I think we've seen Albania Ilya in particular getting some really high accuracies in some of these Rice maps, so we'll see how they can do in a map like this. This one's a fairly short one, so any chokes that we'll see from either team can matter a lot, can be a very volatile map.
Right off the gate, Onichan with a little bit of a ac drop at the start already, but honestly this accuracy from Russia is pretty good. And I think that should give them the lead slowly.
Yeah, Nepco off to an extremely strong start, and that's really holding them above Finland for now. Onichan, Albania Ilya finding an early miss.
Yeah, and that's definitely going to be a lead to the Russian Federation.
That was just before the 400 combo mark, but it basically is going to incur the full point penalty of a miss. But they're actually, Onichan finding a miss themselves. Now I feel like that's going to completely negate that earlier miss. But the one caveat here is that I feel like Russian Federation still has a definite accuracy advantage off the back of Nepco.
Yes, definitely. Nepco is definitely holding this together. And this lead actually hasn't... Oh, I spoke too soon. Nepco now dropping. And that's a huge lead now to Finland.
Look at that drop in accuracy. We just said Nepco had a 99.8. That just went right down to a 99.2 immediately. But Fisu finding a break, that is going to help Russia out, but not for long as Onichan finds a break. We're seeing breaks from both teams back and forth. But
Fisu again.
Oh my god, this is close. We're in the last quarter of the map. It's still flickering back and forth. 3 misses at once. Fisu goes by Camellia and Robot. 0
Both
FCs.
FCs dropped. And Russia have a huge lead actually, 18,000 points. Because Fisu dropped out of the 99%.
Yeah, Fisu having extremely big accuracy drop along with Goes by Camellia dropping as well. Onichan drops one last time at the end, but it's not going to be enough. This is a win for the Russian Federation. Not a comfortable one at all, though.
Yeah, Fisu just kind of tanked accuracy towards the end, but apart from that, like, that lead saw so many swaps. Also, Nepco with 7 100s. That's the nature of this kind of map.
Yeah, and we can see Albania Ilya MVPing the lobby there, but not quite. Actually, it looks like, Albania Ilya goes by Camellia with the 2 highest scores in the lobby. If Fisu didn't drop accuracy so much at that 1 point towards the end of the map, it does feel like Finland could have taken that for sure. And it's going to be an interesting one to see because now Finland get their own pick. And, well, they do have SV.
Ooh.
So it is going to be the SV pick early on.
That is Protect into Protect, yeah. Both teams picking their own Protects.
Now, Finland did have the better SV qualifier overall in the SV1. We'll see how that carries over to this one.
Yeah, we will see a couple of player swaps through Shui. I completely destroyed that pronunciation. I'm so sorry.
I do not know. I do not know how to pronounce that either. We need to get some player pronunciation manuals here for the commentators because some of these get pretty tricky, especially in other languages. I'm not even sure if this is in another language. I'm going to stick with choose, just for short.
Choose. That sounds like a good pronunciation. Choose. We'll see Wolfpup in from the Russian Federation. I believe Wolfpup was one of the few players that wasn't in last year's Russian Federation squad, but had played MWC before.
Yeah, and of course, Loveland coming in for Finland.
So Finland played OMG, Russian Federation played Ultra Synergy Matrix, but neither team played an SV map that both played, so we shall see how this goes.
I feel like that bodes well for Finland in general, because seeing how Russia performed on Ultra Synergy Matrix is a very telling sign for how they might play in this one.
Yeah.
I feel like the difficulty points are very similar to that map. So if Finland think that they could beat, Russia's Ultra Synergy Matrix score that they got last week, then this is definitely a fairly strong pick for them. Once again, I believe this is the same map that this happened on last time.
Oh,
gonna need a bit of a
fine.
1 million.
Wolfpup actually, I think Wolfpup dropped the 200 on the first note or like the first 5 notes. But we will need like we will need like a client reset here. Or if not, I'm not too sure what is going on with Choose.
I'm just going to comment, from what we saw there from the Finnish team, that is a very, very strong 3-player accuracy just overall. And we did see Wolfpup struggling a little bit early on. That should be rising ever so slightly as we go in later in the maps, but the other 2 players from Russia not actually managing to keep up with the players on Finland. Goes by Camellia, dropping a little bit of accuracy, but nothing too serious, as Fisu and Loveland both topping the lobby here in the accuracy. And here we go from a bit of slow jam in this section. This is where a lot of accuracy drops could happen.
Yeah, Finland are doing really well right now. 99.6s.
Okay, here we go. The streams, and all goes by Camellia,
Oh.
dropping a huge amount of accuracy, but so does Wolfpup.
Yeah.
So,
accuracy trade.
and importantly, Fisu and Loveland did not drop whatsoever in accuracy, but a combo drop. That is huge. Actually, it's a very clean combo drop, so the accuracy is still in favor of Finland, but this lead will start to see shrinking, maybe. No, it's growing. How is it growing?
Accuracy, really. I think it's just accuracy.
This
Wolfpup
is
still dropping.
this is just an accuracy gap right now. Even a miss, I would have definitely thought that miss might have been enough to tie the scores, but apparently just not. And we're approaching the end of the map. There's not really any choke points left of the map really to speak of. Maybe a couple 200 points in these stream sections, but that's not quite going to be enough to make up a 30,000 point lead here for Finland.
Yeah, even with like the clean miss from Fisu, it's still 99.5, which is so strong. And like compared to the Russian Federation's accuracies, that is just way too much for Finland. And they'll take it. That is a really good score from Loveland too, almost 990.
Yeah, easily the best score of the lobby. Fisu up with the accuracy as well, basically matching Loveland in the accuracy, but just with that one unfortunate miss. Not enough, however, for Russia to be able to take it back. It's going to be 1-1, both teams winning their first picks, their protects.
But yeah, now with all the protects out of the way, it is time for them to freely pick anything else.
I wonder what Russia decides to go for now. That first Rise pick, a win for sure. Not the most comfortable one though. So I wonder whether they decide to keep going with the similar kind of technical Rice maps, or whether they try to switch things up a little bit. Hybrid's still on the table. We still don't have full knowledge about what these teams how these teams perform on the hybrids or the LN, but I would certainly expect...
Finland...
I'm gonna
Finland
say...
didn't play any of the hybrid.
Yeah, it's a tough one for sure, but if I were to predict anything, I want to say Rice 1. I'm gonna say that. Why not?
I would say Rice 6. I think Russian Federation could try and maybe give Finland a bit of a scare. Pick something that's super burst heavy. It's neither. It's gonna be Innocent Revolver. Rice 4.
Okay. Rice 6 does have the best background of any map. Of course, you can see some of it there in that map pool screen.
I just want Arnold, man. What can I say?
He's happy.
He is happy. Can't deny that.
Okay,
but alas,
now
we shall wait.
Definitely going to be an interesting one. This one is because we just saw on the first Rice map there were a lot of misses. Lot of struggling to keep up with the combo here. I would say this one, just as, if not more, choke prone for this one. So I almost expect to see quite a few misses from this one. So really what it's going to come down to, who is going to miss the least? Who's going to find the least amount of these big accuracy drops and the misses in this one?
See how this goes. Leka is now in for Finland.
It looks like Chus is going to stay in for Russia after that SV map.
Indeed.
So a couple of different players switching in for the second Rice map that we're going to see. And we'll see how this one goes. Another short map, less than 2 minutes. So these misses are going to matter so much more.
Wait, did Chui forget to change scroll speed?
Given the AC, no. This looks like my scroll speed. I almost expect I almost expect there to be a lane cover in the skin that they have.
I genuinely thought it was gonna be another cup moment, but I guess not. Yeah.
No, you do not. You do not get this accuracy with this scroll speed unless this is your main scroll speed.
That is true. Yeah.
But either way, it is a very small accuracy lead right out the gates from Russia. Leka and Ghost by Camellia getting a little bit worse accuracy at the start here compared to the other players, but most importantly, all 6 players right now with the full combo. And as I say that, right on cue, Fisu unfortunately getting the miss. That was the highest accuracy on Finland's side as well.
And there's another, and that lead's just gonna go.
I knew it was going to come out while I was saying that. The question was who? Who was going to be the first one to miss? And that means that Russia ends up 20,000 points in the lead after the halfway point.
Yeah, really strong accuracy from Nepco, 99.8. Really piecing Russian Federation's lead together, and Fisu with another drop. That's the third one already.
and separated out as well. That hurts so much for the score. And Russia really holding it together now. Full team, full combo right now. And with some really strong accuracies as well. Nepco holding incredibly well. Chus also with the 99.7, the two highest accuracies in the whole lobby there with the full combo.
Yeah, this is a really strong showing from Russian Federation. I know Oni-chan has been a bit of a struggler in accuracy, but this is still a very solid team score. That should be a full Team FC. Yeah,
Extremely solid score.
Nepco got 200 at the end, but that doesn't matter. Oh, that's the only 200 that they had in a 50! From somewhere.
Yeah, full Team FC from Russia. Very strong team performance there. Ultimately wouldn't have even mattered even if Fisu didn't get the misses. It looks like the accuracy alone definitely more than enough for Russia to win that one out. So all teams, 3 maps in a row, winning their own picks. It's going to be Finland now trying to respond, try and win their second one. And there's no more SVs, so I wonder if they go to look at the LNs a little bit. It looks like they do.
For the first time, we are seeing our Infinity. I can speak. Also, the beat map is not showing on client. That's another client moment.
Ah, yes. As usual. But this one, it's going to be interesting to see. This one's the more density-focused pick. So you would say maybe a bit more straightforward compared to some of the other ones. And I feel like that might be exactly what Finland wants. Finland really, what they need to do right now is try to get some solid combos. And if they're comfortable with this one, if they can get some solid full combos, I do think they have the LN accuracy overall to be able to take it against Russia. But we'll have to see.
Both these teams played LN2 last weekend, which was 8-bit Voyager. Finland have the 14th place on it, and Russian Federation have the 17th place. A difference of 5,700 points, so not a lot of score difference there.
Close one for sure. But we will see some swaps, some players that we haven't seen so far in this match. Krazy and Numuser, both of those top players. First time we're seeing them in this one. And although, although we do say, this is Finland's strategy, Finland are going to be picking the LNs, we do have, threateningly enough, 2 players on the Russian team with the LN tag.
That is true.
Always gets you thinking a little bit.
If you have the LN tag, surely you should be good at LN.
They are. Absolutely. But here, we'll have to see how it works. As we're into the map now, very even score across the board, but a little bit of accuracy drop from Numuser.
And that's a miss on Fisu.
Oh, that's huge! That accuracy drop. All the way down, way below 99%. That's going to give instantly 10,000 points of lead to Russia.
Yeah, the nature of this map is... Oh, another one from Ilya. The nature of this map is... Once you miss, you can chain a lot.
The column lock effect no longer possible, but still, with this amount of density, this amount of notes kind of happening in a row in quick succession, if you miss once with this density, yeah, it can be rough. Not in the column lock sense, but just to try and regain your... just regain the control.
Yeah, we're already halfway through. All the 3 Russians still holding onto FCs. Compared to the one from Kaze, currently matching the accuracy of Oni-chan.
Yeah, but the accuracy lead definitely in favor of Russia. On top of the misses that we saw early, Nepco getting 99.7, the highest in the lobby with the full combo. So Russia in a very strong lead, but there's still the last third of the map left. And Finland are definitely going to be hoping for big misses to come out from the Russian side.
Yeah, there needs to be big misses because there were already 2 from Finland. So that means there has to be at least 2 from Russian side. So far, still holding on to FCs. Nepco did drop out of the 99.7, but still holding on to the FC is key. Because it did drop down to 99.3, so this lead is just growing to Russian Federation's favor on a Finland pick.
Yeah, this is looking so strong for Russia right now. They're managing to find form. They're holding the combos through the whole map right now. Last few seconds left, and there is just not enough time. 26,000 is the lead. And a three-way FC for Russia, winning the break point.
Yeah, just out accuracy'd, out comboed.
And it feels like, you know, in the past few picks that we've seen, the past couple here, Russia managing these three-person FCs almost makes me question why they protected and first picked the map that they were struggling on.
That is true, yeah.
It happens though. Bit of tournament nerves perhaps at the start, but now they've definitely found their rhythm, definitely looking to extend this lead, and it's their own pick now. They get to pick, I would imagine, one of the Rice maps. That's what they've been going for so far, at least.
Well, we still have 1, 3, and 6. I don't think they want to pick 1. It's either going to be 3 or 6 if that's the case.
3 is risky.
3 is risky.
Lift off. Very few teams I would approve of a lift off pick. That's all I'm gonna say. There's very few teams that I would be comfortable seeing pick that, but definitely a possibility for sure. Happy Arnold also up on the board. And the hybrid's still untouched. I don't think Russia really need to take any risks right now. They have a solid lead in the match. So I feel like if anyone's going to pick the hybrids, they can let Finland go for them. Happy Arnold is going to be the pick here. Bit of tech.
We do finally get to see the Happy Arnold.
Who the hell is this then? Arnold Schwarzenegger. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, this one.
Alright, that will be a
again,
swap from the Russian Federation.
Yeah, another one that this one, very mini jack heavy, very burst heavy. Just tech in a pure sense of the word. And we have seen, at least in the past couple maps, Russia have won off of the miss, off of the combo. So it feels like this is very, very much in line with what's going right for Russia so far in this match.
Yeah, so far I believe they also have like better accuracy overall across the few maps that they've played.
Has been decently close though. I feel like Finland is keeping up with the accuracy. Aside from a couple of, you know, big tanks in accuracy that we've seen from a couple of the players, if they didn't happen, then would definitely be competitive. But for sure, I think that Nepco has definitely shown that they are probably the best accuracy player in the whole lobby right now.
Oh, for sure. For sure. I believe Nepco MVP the most in Russia's previous match, which was against Spain. Nepco actually got 4 team MVPs.
But also interesting not seeing Albania Ilya coming in for the past couple Rice picks. I do think Albania Ilya was one of their best Rice players on the Finnish side, so interesting not seeing them join here, maybe just not comfortable with the tech.
Definitely. I think they rotate across 4 players, which goes by Camellia, Albania, Lekka, and Fisu. So these 4 players are their primary Rice players.
Yeah, good to have some backups as well. You know, if it's the same 3 players playing every Rice map, then there's always room for, you know, maybe a map that's one player in particular is not that comfortable with. You know, having no backup in that scenario can be fairly detrimental.
Yeah, definitely. And it's just good to split the workload in a team, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. So here we go. Once again, very small accuracy lead for Russia off of the back of Nepco, but Lekka finding a very early miss. Only at the 200 combo mark, so it's not going to have the full effect of a miss that would happen, you know, right now. Okay, no one missed. But yeah, it's going to be a Russian lead, just ever so slightly. It's not that big of a lead, 4,000 points so far. Ooh, but that's going to extend now. Lekka finding another miss.
Yeah, Lekka is struggling with some of these mini jacks and the bursty nature of this map.
Yeah,
Also,
extremely hard.
Shui holding the highest accuracy in the lobby, and misses from Fisu, Oni-chan, and Lekka. So only one FC from Finland.
Yeah, that benefits Russia though, that trade. That's 2 for 1.
Yes.
So Russia's going to extend their lead now, getting up to the 27,000 mark. And Nepco, Chus both having the full combo, both having very high accuracies. And no one there to match from Finland right now.
Yeah, Nepco and Chui's accuracy are just... They're climbing, I think. Which is crazy.
Yeah, they're absolutely playing out of their minds right now. Ghost by Camellia also with the full combo, but the accuracy just not quite at the same level, and it's only the one player with the full combo compared to the two on Russia.
Yeah, and at this stage of the map, there has to be some misses from the Russian Federation side.
It has to be soon as well for Finland, because, you know, you look at this point lead, it's growing over time. You know, as the map gets longer and longer, this accuracy lead is going to just start to matter more and more as the map goes on, and it's still very well in favor. Chus did drop in accuracy just a little bit, but still well above that 99.7 mark, still with the full combo. That's all that Russia need right now as we're in to the very end of the map. Not too much of the map left.
Yeah, we're back to a bit more of the bursty nature of the map. But like you said, if the misses don't come soon, it's pretty much over. Oh, there is one miss, but it's from Oni-chan. It's from the only player without an FC. So
That's
it's not
a
gonna matter too
clean
much.
miss. That's such a clean miss as well. We can still, the accuracy is still 99.4. Score still above Lekka's score. It's not going to matter in the slightest right here for Russia, and that is going to be them securing another point.
That's a pretty solid ratio from Nepco.
Yeah, both Nepco and Chus, 991k from both of them. The two FCs, and that is more than enough right here to take home another point. Now it's time to see what Finland's answer is, because it's getting harder and harder for them to find a pick that would work out. The LN pick didn't quite work out in their favor just before. I wonder if Hybrid, it looks like that's what they're going to do. Hybrid 3 is going to come out.
Oh, for the first time as well, Amic Data.
Yeah, we haven't seen much hybrids at all, really, so far in this round. It's been mostly the... Actually, we haven't seen many of the LNs either. It's been all Rise from the first three matches.
This is like the first time we see our Infinity. I believe the last match we saw the Orbit. No Future Eve yet.
Yeah, okay, we've seen 2 LN maps in 3 matches.
Yeah, and this is the third hybrid, because we saw Bad For Me in the first match, Alia Yakta S in the previous match.
Okay, 3 hybrid maps, 2 LN maps in the first 3 matches, and, you know, probably like 15
like
Rice maps.
The SV maps have been picked more, I think.
SV has absolutely been picked more than LN and hybrid.
In a way, I kind of embrace it. I like it.
I am absolutely for that. SV being fairly underpicked, you know, in previous World Cups, absolutely. Is mostly used as a ban absorber in past iterations of MWC, so just a bit of a sponge in the map pool.
Yeah.
But
I
now,
like that
you know, with the protect system coming in, players are able to protect, or teams able to protect the SV map they're good at. Now, you know, a team can no longer just ban an SV and not bother practicing it right away. They have to be able to practice both of them because a team might protect it. So I think it's worked out fairly well so far, at least for this tournament. But we'll have to see. This is going to be the first time we're seeing this map in particular. First time we're seeing a hybrid map in this match. Let's see how it works out for Finland.
Yeah, and it has to work out, because if Finland lose this, it's match point to Russian Federation on their pick as well, so... This has to be a point to Finland. But just like most of the Mint hybrid maps, there's a lot of awkward snaps, a lot of bursty elements. And it's already catching some of these players' accuracies off guard, Oni-chan being the lowest accuracy now. But tying with Fisu. Fisu actually dropping more.
Yeah, but it's all things considered very close. Nepco right now and Albania Ilya both matching each other, but that's a miss from the highest accuracy on Finland as well. Going to give a big score lead over to Russia, even bigger now that Fisu finds a drop as well.
Yeah, this has been the story for this entire match. Russian Federation able to hold to combos longer than Finland.
Yeah,
and at the halfway mark, they're already running away.
There's still plenty of time, but this lead, it's starting to slip away, and Fisu finding another miss. The misses just keep coming, and still 3 full combos for Russia.
Yeah, we got a big section now for these players to try and keep their nerves down to a minimum. Oh, but it catches Fisu again! I think it's just tournament nerves, really.
Yeah, very hard to stay consistent with the level of maps that we have here. And now accuracy dropping down to 99.1 as well. Ac lead massively in favor of Russia right now. Combo lead, also Albania Ilya finding another miss. Still 3 full combos on Russia's side compared to just Krasi on Finland. It's a big lead, 50,000 points as it's going to hit towards the end of the map.
Yeah, and if the fire hasn't spread big enough, Albania just missed again. So it's a 56,000 point lead. This is one of the biggest leads we've seen so far in the round 16. And that will be Russian Federation taking a 5th point and its match point. And Finland now at the brink of elimination.
Yeah, it's not even, actually, you know, it's not even the accuracy. Look at the accuracy, look at the ratios. It's very, very close. Finland have the accuracy to be able to match this. It's just the combo, purely combo difference here. And Russia are doing absolutely brilliantly as far as the combo is concerned. How many 3-way FCs have we seen so far from Russia? We've seen quite a lot in a lot of these maps, and that's not easy to do whatsoever.
I think like at least half of the match, like I think Russian Federation have a full team FC.
That's exactly the kind of consistency that you need on a stage like this, on a map pool like this. And now, you know, as you said earlier, Russia now a match point, and it's their own pick. They get to choose one of the Rise picks left, if they want to pick one of the Rise picks, that is. They have a bit of leeway right now. They have a bit of wiggle room. They can pick even one of the hybrids or LNs if they really want to. You know, get a little bit more of a feel out of things.
Oh, they are going for Come Inside My Heart, okay. So you did call this a couple of maps ago.
A couple ago. I do normally expect Jack to be left last. I think that's the most common map to be left out of the Rice pool, at least.
I mean, for like now, because I guess like one team doesn't know the other team's Chord Jack skill, so it's so risky to pick it.
Yeah, Chord Jack is one of those things where you can very realistically see, you know, players of roughly similar overall skill levels get either, you know, 997k or 970k. There's a very big range depending on how comfortable you are with a specific BPM of Chord Jack. And that can be hard to tell if you don't know the players that well. Okay, so we're going to see some more
of swaps here.
Yeah, Robot coming back. I think it's been a fair few maps since we've seen Robot. Maybe even the first map was the last time.
I believe they played one more map after the first one.
Okay, so last chance for Finland, last chance of the tournament as well. They are 1 point away from potentially being eliminated. So it is going to have to be a long way back for them trying to win out these maps. And they're going to have to be able to hold their combo if they want to do that, because that's going to be, that was, really, that's where all the lead has come from so far from Russia.
I love you. That I don't really show
Alright, here we go.
I believe Robot had a bit of client moment.
Was it client?
Yes,
Yeah, that was client, yeah.
Yeah, the first few notes just had no keyboard presses whatsoever, so...
Yeah. Lekka starting off with a little bit of a slight accuracy disadvantage.
Nothing too major though, and I do think that accuracy is going to be secondary. That's been the kind of... at least the pattern so far in this match. Accuracy is important still, but combo I think more important with these two teams, and both, so far, all players on the full combo, but I think it's only a matter of time before someone misses. Ghost of Camellia missing first.
Forgive me if I hurt you.
It was always going to happen,
I was holding my breath.
and that was right at the end of the very first fast stream section as well. Not an ideal place to miss either. And Russia right now are holding some extremely strong accuracies. 99.85 for Nepco, halfway through the map.
Yeah, this is... Oh, and that's a miss from Lekka. That's just going to continue to extend Russia's lead.
Oh, this lead is looking brutal right now. Visu
Ooh.
and Robot both trading, but that favors Russia just fine, because that means that Finland, all three players have dropped the full combo now. There is still 2 on Russia, and those 2 players have extremely strong accuracies as well. Ac advantage in Russia's favor, combo advantage also in Russia's favor very strongly. Visu finding another miss as well, and there's only a corner of the map left.
I believe that should be it. Because this last quarter is pretty much just gonna be the same thing as before. And Lekka starting off with a miss. Only Chan will miss trading in with Lekka. But it's not gonna matter too much to Russia because Nepco completely destroying this map.
It's gonna take way more than just one miss on Ichan, no full combo anymore. Doesn't matter whatsoever. The accuracy is there for Russia. The combo is there for Russia as well. One last miss at the end for Robot. Not enough to make back this point lead, and it's going to be Nepco with an insanely strong full combo score at the very end here on this last map. Unfortunately for Finland, they are going to be eliminated from MWC. Strong showing from them, all things considered here, but it is going to be 6-1 the win for Russian Federation. They're going to proceed on to next week, where they're going to verse... well, I don't know who they're going to verse, but they're going to be playing in the quarterfinals in the losers bracket, keeping their chances alive of continuing further in the tournament. But very strong showing from Russia, I think.
Definitely very scary. Like, they are seed 20? I don't feel like they really played as a seed 20. But also kudos to Finland for managing to get a point too. But as you're saying, Russian Federation will actually face the loser between Chile and China.
Ooh, that is rough. That is a tough match as well. Gonna be interesting though, because I think if Russia is able to pull off some of these scores, some of the team scores, the FCs that they've been showing, definitely big potential there. So we'll have to see how that ends up going. But for now, I think we have another little bit of a break until our next match, going to be in about 19 minutes, I believe.
Well, you say next match, but it is actually going to be next matches, because we have 2 on our way. It is going to be Japan and Singapore on the main stream, and on the B stream, if I'm not mistaken, is it Sweden, Malaysia? Or is there no B stream?
I'm going to have to get a confirmation on that one. I'm not entirely sure, but we do have 2 matches happening at the same time. I believe there's going to be no B stream, unfortunately, so it is just going to be Japan versus Singapore on this stream here. And unfortunately, we're going to have to just keep you updated with Sweden versus Malaysia. Go check out the MP link when that comes out as well to follow along there. But definitely an exciting one in Japan versus Singapore, so stay tuned. 18 minutes at 14 UTC, and we will see you very shortly for that one.
Yep, be right back for Japan and Singapore. Hello everybody, welcome back to the Osmania 4K World Cup 2023. We are not stopping the train, there are more matches to be played. Just like this one right here, Japan vs Singapore in the upper bracket of the round of 16. Both of them managing to beat their respective opponents, Colombia and Australia respectively. Both these teams facing each other for the 4th time in this 4K MWC series. The last 3 editions saw Japan winning all the matches, and all of them happened in the semi-finals. I am Raviel, and I'll be joined by Silveska Els. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. Just had a very good, very good, victory a while ago. Just glad to have been able to play properly. And I hope that everyone also has their A game here, especially Singapore, because man, do they have a tough task to face right now.
Yeah, tough task indeed. Japan and Singapore share 2 maps from last weekend, which is Rise 1 and Rise 5, and Japan have better scores on both of them, so it is gonna be a tall task for Singapore, but never say never, you know.
Yeah, when you did say never, I can definitely agree, because, man, even if there is a tall task, I never said it was impossible. Because, man, Singapore has a very good roster this year. Sukedayo, Aishiteru, of course, you know these names, but, like, players like Oyama Mahiro, Nick Butt, Ian Hooray, Adam McAville, all the 4 substitute players literally have stepped up their game, and I can't wait to see how they perform in a pool like this.
But it does seem like Singapore are gonna protect the Rise 4 Innocent Revolver. So they are going to protect one of the tech maps. I believe Japan definitely had some trouble with one of the tech maps, which was, I think, Rise 5, yeah. So Singapore actually opting to protect a tech map. It will be very interesting to see how this will play.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. The reason why I think Singapore wants to ban that is I feel like Japan could end up... Like, if Japan misses once, that's definitely going to go to the Singapore side. I do think Oyama Mahiro is a very consistent Rise player, so they're really going for that. And we all know how good Aishiteru is in general, of course.
Yeah, just the nature of Innocent Revolver definitely bring about misses. For Japan, of course, I mean, it would be a crime if they didn't protect SV, so they do. In Mr. Scratchman.
See, here's the thing. Remember, in previous Singaporean lineups, they were like one of the best SV teams in the tournament. I remember when Singapore had players like Audse, Blarard, and I would even argue Mr. Expandion is really good at SV. But now, the challenge is without those players that I mentioned, how are they going to keep with the rest of the world in that skill set? Especially a team like Japan.
I mean, I think the easiest answer is you don't. I think Japan just have like the best SV in this tournament, period. So, to be able to fight them on SV, I mean, you need to step up severely. So I think, now we're going into bans. Japan's still waiting on a ban pick, but I believe Singapore has to ban Complex.
I mean, of course. But hey, SV1 is like, yeah, it is definitely less Oh my god, I was about to say, it's definitely less complex than complex, but I'd beg to agree. Wait, okay, never mind. I thought Singapore banned that. But as I was saying, SV1's more of an act battle, really, because, like, especially the 1/4s, it's more presence of 1/4s than different time signatures. Please tell me Singapore bans SV2, right? I think that's the only ban that you have to make. That is SV2, not SV1. Alright, there we go, yeah. Not surprised there.
Japan banning Hybrid 1. I mean, Singapore do have a decent hybrid score. From last weekend, they were 5th place on Water Lily, 4th place on Cybernetics. But I think Japan are just trying to play it safe.
That's fair. I think Japan's hybrid is not exactly the... Like, the thing is, Japan is very consistent, but I don't think their ceiling in hybrids is extremely high, if that makes sense. Like, I think there's a score cap, and Japan probably wants to avoid that against Singapore especially with players like Oyama Mahiro. Like that's not the third player to be like to be sleeping on.
But yeah, now we're going into Singapore's first pick, which should be Rice, I think. I'm thinking something like maybe Rice 1?
I disagree. I think they have to go Rise 6. Something tells me Rise 6 is not something Japan would be very comfortable with. And like the thing about speed is I think speed is a much safer option as time progresses, because I don't think Japan's speed is like the best, at least in my opinion, at least compared to their other skill sets and whatnot. But if you pick that first, then you have to risk two factors. One, Japan being at 100% stamina, because like the match hasn't started yet. And number two, Japan's score cap. Those two factors are things that Singapore really has to see if that's what they really want to go with.
But they're not even going Rice, they're going for Future Eve. This is the first time we will see LN1 being played.
Oh, it's the Hydex map, I believe.
It is, yes. It is the LN coordination.
Yeah, LN
So
coordination.
last weekend, both these teams did not play the LN coordination map from round 32.
Wait a second. So Aishiteru is not playing this pick, by the way. That's a very interesting thing. Because I know that Aishiteru is very good in LN maps. I remember when Aishiteru played Your Secret Sleuth and got 995 like it's nothing. So I'm a little surprised that he's not playing a pick like this.
I mean, we'll see if there are any swaps ahead of this because Japan are still waiting for players. But yeah, if Aishiteru doesn't play this, that's definitely going to be interesting, especially on a Singapore pick. But then again, the coordination aspect, it can be quite tricky.
I agree. But the problem again is, I think my only concern is if McButt is physically going to fall off on a pick like this. Because like, let's face it, these maps are very physically demanding.
Yeah. Definitely, they are a huge level above the round of 32 maps. But we will see QK and Ice Cake join 9990.
Well, I do hope that Singapore... Like, here's my analysis in this. Japan's Kruke and Ice Cake are like really good LN Act players. They've definitely stepped up their game and evolved a lot in that regard. I think Singapore has to try, as a team, to collectively beat 9990Y. And I think it's possible. It's just, they really have to be very balanced as a team to even make this point attainable for their team.
But yeah, no Aishiteru as we go into the first map of this match. So early on, really strong accuracy from Ice Cake. Otherwise, pretty consistent throughout the board, no drops. Just a little bit of a low accuracy on the side of Singapore.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little surprised with Sukidoyo's act. Like, you'd expect Sukitayo to be the one leading the charge in the Singaporean side. But I'm pretty sure Sukidoyo is able to increase that as time passes by. Meanwhile, look at Japan. Literally, Ice Cake just being Ice Cake in 99.87, not surprised really. 9990Y holding the fort, while Singapore in general struggling. Wait a second, Kruke dropping!
That is a very, very uncharacteristical miss from Kruke. It might change the lead, I'm not too sure, because accuracies are still in favor of Japan. I think it might actually still stay in Japan's favor for now. It's just the accuracy from Ice Cake and 9990 above 99.7, with Singapore highest accuracy only 99.6. That's the reason why.
Well, Sukitayo is increasing that act really fast, and not to mention the patterns are not going to get any easier. the thing about Future Eve is this is 2 minutes and 24 seconds, and I'm not gonna lie, for a release pick this early to be a little bit long, I think that's gotta like set the tone for the rest of the rounds, right?
Oh, it does seem like the client doesn't like 9990 at the moment.
Well, what happened to 990Y? But let's focus first on how these players are doing. So in this part, you can see the mix of the short and the long LNs. This forces you to be very coordinate, to be very good at coordination, while being able to focus at the speed of the LNs. That's why it makes this so difficult. But these players are treating it like it's nothing really.
Yeah, like a lot of these players are just dropping like a couple of 200s here and there, but no significant drops otherwise. But yeah, definitely Singapore have been trying to keep their accuracies more stable.
Oh,
And I think they might be actually catching up with Japan's total accuracy if 9990 can update on their score.
See, the problem is Ice Kick has been dropping that accuracy a lot. I think the nerves have been getting to them. Especially now that we're in the final part. That was a big drop from Ice Cake, and I think Singapore actually was gonna take this point. We'll have to see.
We'll
According
have to
here.
see.
Oh, wait a second! Let's see what happens as the time progresses. Was that enough for Singapore
Will
to
there be
take
enough
it?
time for like 9990 to take this back, or is it gonna switch back to the player client?
And before
It might switch
9990.
back. Oh no.
And before. Wait, so 9990 was actually holding a 99.7 this whole time? How is this happening? Oh, according to the chat, it's a
If that's the
1-0
case,
score.
yeah, if that's the case, Japan has this. Because 9990's accuracy is so high. That's like highest in the lobby, basically. As long
Can
as
I
they don't
just-
drop to the end.
Can I just say, it's a little bit surprising to be that 9990 is the highest
Yeah,
score in this lobby.
990k!
That's a very good score from them. Literally the only 990k.
Japan take it!
And what a fitting name, by the way. What a fitting name. 9990 getting the only 90 in this match.
So it is a Japan point by 2,500. So that miss from Kuruke won't matter. And Japan will pick straight into LN3. LN into LN. We're going for the custom song.
Alright. This is such a risky pick, but I love this. This is what they have to go for. They have to try. Well, like, if they think Aishiteru is not here, let's say, I think they're really trying to run out Singapore of all of their opportunities to take their points and try to manipulate that. And I think they're doing a super good job on that regard.
Yeah, this map has a lot of shields and that can definitely trip up a lot of players. We'll quickly update on the other match that's happening, Malaysia and Sweden. They played Our Infinity and Malaysia won by 45,000 points. So currently it's Malaysia 1, Sweden 0.
Well, looking at the scores,
That was a...
that was a beatdown from Malaysia, I'd say. But hey, Sweden had a fight there, I can tell.
It was a Malaysia pick, so... And it does seem like they are already in their second map, which is Complex. So Sweden picking SV2.
Yeah, I mean, SV2 was the make. I won't be surprised if Malaysia banned an SV pick there, but I have no idea what it is. Okay, so moving on though, let's focus on this match, because like I want to note something interesting. The mere fact that everyone is keeping the same rosters, I think indicates how this is who we're gonna be seeing for the LNs for the most part. But something I'm concerned about, again, it's the consistency of Japan, because based on the previous pick, Singapore was the more consistent team in terms of their combo and whatnot.
Yeah, but Japan do have the accuracy. So if it's just gonna be like a 6-way FC, it's Japan's to take. But knowing the nature of this map, we might not see a full six-player FC.
Here we go though. This is going to be the challenge. Like, you did mention the mix of mini jacks and the long notes. Not to mention, I believe there's like a triple Ellen Jack, which players really have to be careful about. So that's double miss from Singapore in Oyama Mahiro and Mech, but that's not a good sign to start. Though again, these mini jacks, I'm not surprised that that's happening.
Yeah, that's just the nature of this map. We've already seen the Orbit played a couple of matches ago, and we saw how brutal some of those shields get, and it's already tripping up two of the Singaporean players, and Japan still holding pretty nicely with all three intact.
This is looking to be a very solid score from Japan. Literally everyone is on the 990 pace. Very consistent and very balanced team score. Oyama Mahiro and McButt are trying to increase their act, but there's not that many opportunities to do that, especially with the map like this, because of the sheer mini jack and Ellen challenge that's brought forth there. 9990Y dropping some act, but these shields, mini jack's not affecting anyone right now. Everyone's stable.
Yeah, but if you're Singapore, you really need to pray for a Japan miss, but that's not a Japan miss, that's a Singapore miss. Sukidayo dropping no FCs in Singapore side, all FCs in Japan.
That's a
already see
really...
ISK also taking a huge accuracy advantage, 99.8.
Yeah, and that's a really bad sign. Like, if Sukidayo was the only combo for Singapore and that happened, I don't think that's a good sign at all. Because now they really have to hope that everyone in Japan drops just for a single shot at a point. And once again, what is going on with 9990?
Yeah, it might be net issues, I'm not too sure either, but they are still in the lobby. I am unsure about that one, but as things stand, Japan should take this comfortably. Unless there are huge misses that come. Oh, that might be one, that might be two actually. 990 and Ice Cake.
Rev, what did you say?
Is that enough? Is that enough though? Because Kuke is still holding the FC. McButt will miss, so that will trade into one of them from Japan.
I think that would be good enough. 990 and Ice Cake did really well, just two unfortunate misses. It's not going to be enough though, I can tell. Because like, that was literally a team miss from Singapore. These sheer patterns not affecting 990 at all right now.
Yeah, this should be a Japan point. Because Kuke FC 990K. And 990 finishing off the map with 983. That should be Japan's.
Yeah, definitely Japan's point. Not
the lowest score in Japan is the highest. It beats the highest in Singapore. Like, yeah, that's a second point definitely. And Singapore will have a timeout to probably think about what they want to go for next.
Yeah, I mean, here's my opinion. Singapore absolutely has to go for Amygdala. Why Amygdala? Because Japan banned the hybrid. And remember, something like Future Eve requires a lot of like coordination, right? So why not go with something like that? Alea Yakta unfortunately has a lot of mini jacks. I think while Amygdala also has some of those, Singapore probably has to go for something like that, in my opinion.
Yeah, I just think right now maybe Rise isn't such a good option, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, okay, we have to wait.
Going for Infinity though.
What? So you look,
the entire LN pool.
I don't like this pick at all. Like, you just picked all of the LNs and you lost both the LNs.
Well, to be fair, the match is still pretty early on, so there are still gonna be opportunities for Singapore to pick into hybrids, possibly into Rise, but they will be running out of opportunities if they do lose this. Also, for the other match that's happening, Sweden did win on their pick on Complex by 26,000 points, and they are already into their third map, which is Future Eve.
Yeah, I feel like Malaysia should be able to take that, considering their Ellen powerhouse in Leon. Though Sweden is not a team to be slept on as well on that skill set. However, now we're going to AO Infinity. What makes this map hard? Well, it's a 200 bait map. That's how I would describe it. Cause like, it really forces you to be able to play density stuff while still being able to be careful on getting 200s. So yeah, these players have to be really careful, and I can see why Singapore went for this.
And also point out, like, what we saw in the last match, if you miss, it can be quite detrimental. Because it really doesn't stop.
Alright.
But are we actually gonna see a swap?
I think we're seeing Cooker. In before it's actually Gyoza Goki.
Honestly, I have no idea.
No,
Oh, no.
it's 991.
Okay. So it is still gonna be the same lineup.
You know, I just realized this, but why not? If 9990Y, wouldn't that be like 999K?
Maybe?
Imagine if they get 99K on this map.
There's no way. No way. Maybe on liftoff, but not this.
Alright. Yeah, I just gotta move 9990Y and that's about it.
The thing is, after this map, it's basically all 6, well not all 6, but the remaining Rice maps, and then the hybrids, and then the SB map that Japan protected, so Singapore will have to play like Rice or hybrid eventually, definitely.
Yeah, alright. Oh, wait. Okay, so we're seeing Neon Hooray for Japan? Just kidding. You know, I was expecting someone like Adam Mackerville to play this, not gonna lie. Adam Mackerville is a pretty good LM player. Alright, well... I'm kind of confused as to who's the lineup.
Oh, 990 is back.
Alright, yeah, there we go. Again, I'm a little surprised Singapore went for this. Like, they already lost 2 LN picks back-to-back. I feel like a change of pace may have been a little better. But if it was a change of pace, it was definitely not supposed to be Rice or SV. Especially not SV.
No, I believe we should be good to go. And there we go.
There's the MP start command. Getting
Let's
ready.
hope that the internet issues from 9990 side get fixed. But I mean, with the start being like that, I'm not being hopeful at all.
Okay, well, we have to wait and see first. What is going on? I have no idea what's going on right now, but I guess you can just imagine they're... Can we just imagine they're playing?
A quick update on the other match. Malaysia are now up 2-1. They won Future Eve by 88,000 points.
Alright, so yeah. Let's just hope that the client will be able to run the whole thing in a bit.
Oh, 9990 is typing in chat, so there might have been an actual panic. Like probably an MP restart there. If 9990 is chatting in the IRC.
But yeah, let's just for the meantime, let's see if any of the issues will be able to be fixed.
Yeah, we're gonna have to give this one a while. In the meantime though, we are seeing Innocent Revolver being played in Malaysia versus Sweden. That's Sweden's second pick.
I honestly think that's a good pick for Sweden. Cause like, they want to see Malaysia choke early on. And I think that's like something Malaysia's been very prone on in their previous match against Hong Kong at least.
But yeah, I guess so. I mean, Malaysia's rise have been pretty good, honestly. But definitely with the nature of Innocent Revolver, it's very miss-heavy, choke-heavy.
Well, alright, so apparently it wasn't a board. This is why the stream wasn't able to run. But I really hope that their issues are already resolved.
Funnily enough, there's the Sweden-Japan lobby in the chat there.
Oh my goodness, I just noticed that.
Shoutouts to Sweden and Malaysia. Did I just say Sweden-Japan? I meant Sweden, Malaysia. I'm sorry, Malaysia.
What's going on? I don't even know what's going on anymore.
I think we should be good to go from Japan and Singapore. But also in Malaysia, Sweden actually won. So it's tied now. Sweden won Innocent Revolver by 16,000 points. There was a miss from Malaysia's side, which was Aina missing. And all 3 Swedish players FCing, so you were right.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. I was expecting Malaysia to miss once, and that's exactly what happened. Not to mention, Lemmy clutching up an MVP against Sol was also very crucial for them. So yeah, 2-2.
2-2 over that side, but now we're going back into this one, Japan versus Singapore.
Alright,
a little bit of a hiccup at the start, but yeah. Ice Cake, hello?
I'm not sure. I mean, Ice Cake is really, really good at LNF, so I'm not really surprised about that myself.
Very
But here we
slight
go.
advantage right now.
But yeah, Japan is really good at LN density. They may be a little bit wonky on LN mixed and LN released, but their density is certainly up there. Though Ice Cake seem to have dropped some 200s. This is what I was talking about. This map is a very 200 bait map.
I mean, it is still very solid from Japan as a whole, like all 99.8, so actually 990 dropping down a little bit, but still very solid compared to Singapore.
Very solid indeed.
Oh.
But wait a
All players
second.
still... Yeah, all still holding FCs though.
Yeah, indeed, it's very solid for everyone. Although Oyama Mahiro is a little bit behind compared to the rest of the lobby, Sukidayo and McButt are able to keep up with 9990Y, but still have some work to do in that department.
Yeah, so like I mentioned, Japan just has superior accuracy over Singapore, but if a miss happens, things can change. And we're going into the second half very soon.
Alright. It's about to reach the the second half, and I would argue the second half is a little bit harder because of fatigue and whatnot. Japan still holding a very solid team score. Singapore actually also doing very well. It's just the axe ceiling of Japan is clearly much higher.
Yeah, and still no drops across the board actually. But we still got the final stretch, anything can still happen. This is still within range where Japan can lose that lead very quickly. So they cannot be complacent, but as time goes by, the hope for Singapore to steal this lead back just shrinks, and at this point it might be a bit too late if there's any misses coming from Japan. No! 0 misses throughout this entire lobby.
And yet, even with the 0 misses, that was a 20,000 point lead on the Japanese side. Goes to show how dominant this really was.
Also, the Sweden-Malaysia chat still there, but yeah, like this Japan team score is still really impressive. All above 990k.
Yeah, Ice Kick definitely took the MVP. But hey, look at Super Tayo and McButt also getting single digit 200s. I think that's very impressive on their end.
Yeah, they tried all they can to kind of stop the bleeding, but Japan are just an absolute powerhouse right now. And speaking of Japan, they do have their next pick, so maybe Mr. Scratchman can come out.
Well, let's see first. I
Speaking
think
of Sweden Malaysia, they are playing the Orbit right now.
I think the Orbit's a good pick for Malaysia, not gonna lie. But it's kind of sad that right now we won't be able to really see who or what are the picks to be making in this. Oh
my gosh! Wait, is this Japan's pick? This has to be Japan's pick. Oh my gosh! Okay, in the chat, Malaysia won the point. Malaysia won the Orbit by 37,000 points. But quickly coming back to the Japan-Singapore match, if this is a pick from Japan, oh my gosh, I'm excited.
Man, I can't wait to see. Man, Ray, remember when the Philippines played this? Woo! I can't wait to see how Japan performs here.
I am very interested to see how Japan performs, because Japan, for the longest time, has been a court jack powerhouse, like to the days of Interlizer. But even so, like even without Interlizer, they still have such good players as one joins the lobby, AM Duskier. And I think we should see okay, there we go. We do see JH Lead go in the lobby as well.
Man, I'm so excited. I'm so excited to see how everyone performs.
We will see a Neon Hooray come in, as well as Adam. So waiting for Japan's third player. Could it be Gyoza?
Oh no, it's Kuke.
Oh, it's Kuke. Okay, you know what? That's fine.
Alright, so here's my problem with the Singaporean team. I think like having no Aishiru really diminishes their chances of winning this pick, in my opinion. Like Aishiru is their anchor, their accuracy anchor to be able to play maps like this. But now they have players like Oyama Mahiro, Neon Hooray, and Adam Ackerville. All three of them are very consistent players though, so I'm expecting a really good performance from all 6 players here.
Yeah, but when you're trying to go against accuracy as a base, like this Japan roster is just screaming accuracy.
Alright,
We are going to go into it.
Let's see if the Japanese side will be able to capitalize on this pick. Is this I think this is their pick, right?
This should be Japan's pick.
Because like I don't think Singapore would pick like this, and not to mention AO Infinity was their pick.
Yes, so Japan did pick Lift Off. Also, Sweden picked Infinity Rage over on the other side. So they will be they will be playing the other Falcon Sound Team song.
Alright, here we go. So let's see what score Japan and Singapore are gonna dish out. Adam Ackerville with a 99.96, currently the second highest in the lobby. Oyama Mahiro and Neon Hooray having decent performances themselves. But now here's where the real deal starts. Yeah?
I'm going to be honest, I feel like this match is already over. This map is already over. Right from the start with Oyama and Neon dropping accuracy. Because I do not think we're gonna see Japan drop below 99.9.
Sleep Girl has been dropping a little bit though. So that's a little bit of a shaky start from Sleep Girl. Though we have to preface this by saying it's not over till it's over. They may be dropping accuracy now, but there's still a lot of room for improvement. Singapore is increasing their accuracy, unfortunately, all of them are in 99.8s. The fact that 99.8 makes you potentially lose a point right now, that just goes to show how crazy players are nowadays.
I mean, we can already see with this team score from Japan. That's a miss from Oyama, my hero. So that lead is just going to grow towards Japan.
Alright, yeah, that is true. Unfortunately, Kruke and AM Duskia just continuing the charge for Japan. Sleet Girl slowly increasing their accuracy. Singapore, while they're having a good performance themselves, this score by Japan just super high in general. Sleet Girl and Kruke increasing their act slowly and surely, but I'm really wondering. I think they're actually increasing their act right now. The fact that this is getting more dense and they're just increasing this act. What in the world is this team? Oyama unfortunately finds a drop. I think that kinda is the nail in the coffin. Because like look at Japan's consistency right now. They need a team miss in order for an opportunity to happen. But it's not looking good so far. Like it's so dense yet, nothing yet. No drops yet.
Like I mentioned over the past few years, Japan have been a contact powerhouse.
That's true. Kruke gets out 200 or 100, I think. But I don't think that's gonna matter.
Yeah.
The pattern's being denser.
It could be I think it's Klein.
Oh, that was Klein.
Back up to 99.96. And all of the players holding 96. 2996. 6. What? What are these ratios? 63, 66, and the nice number.
That's literally just an average. This is an average of 66, right?
Yeah, and not only that, but that's a 300 deviation of 6. 6 300ths of 300 deviation. That is insane consistency. And to add on, like you combine all the 300s from Japan, and they still beat out a single player in Singapore.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Come on, man.
That would be 100. That would be 198, I think. Yeah, 198. Cause like, yeah, that would still beat out everyone in Singapore.
That is ridiculous. But I don't think it beats out Philippines, right? I think Philippines still had the highest score.
Yeah, 2997,888.
Yeah, I mean, when a 2996 isn't the highest score of a map, wow. Going back to Sweden versus Malaysia, Malaysia do find a breakpoint on Infinity Rage, so Malaysia do take that. Okay, and the chat is now back to where we are, 4-0 to Japan. It will be Singapore's pick next, but this could potentially be Singapore's final pick. Potentially.
So just an update, Malaysia actually wins their own pick. Sorry, no, no, they take a break point actually.
Yeah, it was a break point. It's the first break point of that match. So Singapore will go for Rise 2, and okay, what you're seeing on screen is wrong. Liftoff should be the one that's picked by Japan. So Singapore is going for the other Falcon Sound team song, which is Infinity Rage. So we are gonna see some jump stream. And this is interesting because Japan have the best jump stream score of last weekend.
Well, Japan in general is just a really good, they're just a really good jump stream team, even historically wise. Wait, I just realized something. Imagine if Japan wins this, right? Potentially, they're still leaving out their best pick out of this match. You know what I'm talking about, right?
They don't need to. They don't even need to pick SV. They don't have to.
But they can. But they can.
They can, but they don't have to. They just have so much dominance. It's insane.
I just think Singapore has to be really careful with this. If they're hoping for a Japan miss, I think that's a really bad strategy. Cause like Japan's accuracy on maps like this is insane. And their consistency is on another level when it comes to this. Especially someone like a Father and Sleep Girl. Like, those are two players you don't expect to miss.
Yeah, these three players from Japan's side have been like the core of Japan's MWC roster ever since they made it to the grand finals back in like 2020. So these three players have so much experience, so much tournament consistency. Compared to a very unexperienced Singapore side.
Man, I just really hope Singapore is aware of what they're doing here. Because, like, again, consistency and act, I think Japan would have the cake in that regard, right?
Definitely, but anything can still happen. And especially now that we're going into the parts of the match where you start feeling a bit of fatigue for some of these players, especially with players like Kuke that have been playing quite consistently throughout this entire match.
Alright.
Well-
Yeah, consistency is the right word. And this is what I'm talking about. Look at a Father, 99.99. Even on some uncomfortable jump streams, a Father just demolishes it.
Yeah, but we are still quite early on. This map is relatively long, 3 minutes. So when there is a miss that might happen, it could definitely cause some damage.
I actually think the most vulnerable to a miss here is Crew K, especially on
Yeah.
the maps like this. I mean, you can already tell based on the accuracy that there's a little bit of a discrepancy on their end. Meanwhile, Singapore, still a good performance. They have two 99.9s, as they say that Oyama Mahiro drops to 200. But I don't think it should matter too much, because this team score is really solid. If a mistake on Japan happens, this could go on the other side.
Yeah, right now this lead difference is just because of Neon Hooray. But Singapore are doing all they can to try and keep this gap close. Like, this is some respectable accuracy from both Oyama and Sukidayo. And Kuke did fall out of the 99.9, but is slowly trying to catch back up.
I'm very impressed with Singapore's team score. The fact that they're able to be consistent on a map like this, it's super, like, it's crazy to me how good people are right now. Especially with a map like this, it's a very uncomfortable map. And those streams did not affect anyone again.
Yeah, Singapore are still trying to keep this close. We're already more than halfway in. It's 5,000 points of a lead. That's not a big lead by any means.
It's just the difference between Neon Hooray and Crew K, really.
Yeah.
Like, Sukidayo and Oyama are able to sort of match Sweet Girl, but the difference between Neon Hooray and Crew K is just a little bit too much. And right now, this is when players tend to get a little bit more tired. Like, the patterns just keep on going and going and going, and yet no one is dropping yet.
The lead is growing to Japan though. It's now 7,000 points. This might be where the inexperience kind of shows for Singapore as well. Because if stamina starts to be a huge factor, we might actually see some last minute misses from Singapore side. But Japan, like the experience that they're showing here, with so much jump stream practice from all three of these players, especially with players like AM Duskia, this could be settled.
Indeed. Unless a final drop happens, because this is still a catchable point for Singapore, but unfortunately the consistency of the Japanese team is just a little bit too much. That should do it! Japan takes the point. I think that's 2990? It is!
Yeah, it is. Barely.
Wow!
Zero misses throughout the entire lobby as well.
That's very impressive.
Wait, what? I was
Wait.
about to say V1 WS from AM Duskia, but apparently he got like a 100 and a 150 towards the end, I think.
If a Father missed there, man, I think Singapore would have taken it.
No,
It's not over yet.
Japan should have gotten it because like Neon Hooray dropped a bit at the end as well.
Wait, it's not over yet. Why are they saying GG's?
Yeah, next week Japan still. Also, JH Go did take a V1 WS, and there we go, Japan picking SV.
Yep, exactly the move.
Meanwhile, over at the other end, Malaysia are at match point themselves. They managed to take Amic Data. And that will send Sweden to the brink of elimination at the moment.
Oh man, let's see.
Okay, this is the
I can't wait to see how this one goes. Really.
this is the moment. I mean, Japan are quite literally the best SV team in the entire tournament. We shall see how this goes. Okay, very interesting fact, by the way. Last weekend they played Ultra Synergy Matrix. Crew K's keyboard didn't register at the start of Ultra Synergy Matrix, so Crew K literally like missed the first few notes. And as a team, they still took number 1. They literally still took number 1, even with Crew K missing the first few notes.
That
is
insane.
disgusting.
That's just
Like-
how good they are.
The best 2 scores on Ultra Synergy Matrix were both Japanese.
My goodness. Oh my goodness. Just an insane SV team in general, you know?
Yeah. And of course, we are seeing Gyoza Goki in for this one because Gyoza Goki is Japan's SV specialist. They managed to get the number 1 score on Ultra Synergy Matrix. But we should see Kuke this time. Over on the other match, Sweden versus Malaysia, Happy Arnold has been picked.
I mean, I don't know if Malaysia picked that, which I think that was the case. I don't know if that's a good decision, really.
I think Sweden picked it because Malaysia won a break point and then they picked Amic Data, which brings it to 5-2, so Sweden is picking Happy Arnold.
Alright. So we're just wait. I think we're missing Crew K in this lobby, I feel like.
Yeah. I mean, Crew K and SV go together really well.
Of course, what's an
It's
SV
incorrect.
map without Crew K?
I will be honest here, you know. Like, this is still potentially possible for Singapore. But, I mean, if we're going to look at statistics and mathematics, this should be a Japan victory. But we'll never know until we get into the map itself. Let's fight Yabai. Let's hope that doesn't happen.
Well, let's see first. Anything can happen, right? We'll
Remember,
see.
the hardest notes are always the first few. We'll see if like the first few notes catches anyone actually.
Imagine if it catches one of the Japanese. That's the
Oh,
only
no, it
chance.
might. It might.
That's the only. It won't, right? See? Told you. And of course, they triple 100 that. Oh, fuck.
Oh, okay.
Of course.
They are
Wait.
still all holding hundreds.
Okay, except Ice King,
Ice King's
unfortunately, in the
first
drop to. What is going on? What? Okay, Kuke still at 100.
Kuke is still holding 100. Alright, how long can you hold it? Oh, there we go, it's over. Actually, that might be a 200. Was it 200?
I think it was. I mean, Singapore has a very
huge drop.
Yeah, Singapore has a very solid team score though. But still,
It is, it's just
you know,
Adam
it's-
though. Like, Adam picking a few 200.
That is true. But it's not over yet. There's still some time,
Definitely.
and anything can still happen. No one should let let up a single bit.
You know, with like all these ghost tabs that happen, I'm a little bit scared if one of these players ghost tabs into an actual note. Like, that can happen.
Even with that drop from Kuke is still increasing the attack really fast. And here we go. Of course, Gyoza Goki, Ice Cake, Kuke. This is an SV trio to be feared. And they're showing exactly why.
Alright, now second and Gyoza goalkeeper missed!
Yes, that could swing the. I don't know.
I
That's
think
a
it
very
might be-
bad time.
That might have been like a ghost tab, maybe. I'm not too sure, but Neon Hui picking a bunch of 200s. Dropping
That's
down
a
to
real-
990.
That's
Yeah,
not a
Leon
good
Hui
sign.
just missing the timing of these. I think even with the miss, it's still not going to change the lead at all. The accuracy from Singapore just not being able to match Japan, even with the miss from Gyoza.
Yeah, that's
We have one last section
unfortunate.
here.
Adam missing,
And
that
Adam
should do it. Unfortunately, that should do it. I don't think Japan's gonna find any more misses. That was an unfortunate drop from Gyoza, but it shouldn't really matter in the long run. Because they're literally still beating Mech Butt's accuracy, which is the highest in Singapore. And I think that's the match, I think.
That is definitely the map and the match. Japan will take it in a sweep 6-0. Let's see Ice Case ratio. Oh my god, never mind. Crew K ratio 36! Oh my gosh. And I mean, I
That was
don't
it.
know what happened there to Gyoza, like 2 100s in the miss, but 43. Like these ratios from Japan are just not comprehensible. What?
The mere fact that Kruke still got 9 and 7 with a 200, what in the world is that? And also Gyoza did the like
Brilliant.
that. Just an amazing effort from Japan.
Valiant
Oh.
effort from Singapore side to try and keep it close. There were a couple of close maps, but otherwise, Japan have stamped their dominance across the entire skill set range of this map pool. And they will be booking their ticket into the quarterfinals of the winners bracket. Singapore not out. They are not eliminated, they are just dropping to the lower bracket, where they will face the winner of Argentina and Netherlands, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, I think that's the case. Though, hey, let's not forget, there's another match happening, right?
Yes, and actually, Sweden have break point. They actually
No,
took a break point off Happy
No.
Arnold.
No, that's their own pick, I think.
They
That's
took
their
a
own
break
pick.
point.
Wait, what? It is? No, it's their own pick, it's their own pick.
Oh, it's their own pick. Alright, but they are playing bad for me right now. But it is a 5-3.
Okay, well, considering that Amigdata was almost a victory for Sweden, this could still be their win, in my opinion.
But yeah, I
Like-
think are we actually gonna switch to the match?
Well, I hear the music.
I am hearing the music too. We might be going over to Sweden, Malaysia right now.
Oh, that's around the end of the map actually. Like I hear this. They're currently playing
I
it.
think it's in the
Oh,
middle.
no, it's not.
Okay,
Oh.
it is in the middle. It is in the middle.
Wait a minute! Wait a second! Sweden has the advantage right now! This is really good for them, actually! It's
Yeah,
a
that's a miss
side!
from Tosai again.
That's 2 misses
Tosai
from
missed only
Tosai!
one in the map. But Diamond
The
Blaze will
Diamond-
trade.
Oh, these
That's
are...
actually a huge drop from Diamond actually. But Tosai
Tosai-
trades.
Oh my goodness, this is Sweden's opportunity to take a breakpoint if it's possible still. Oh my goodness, my heart is beating a lot right now. These patterns are not gonna get any easier, and considering that J-Lai and Leon are dropping to Lemmy's accuracy around there. Oh wait, Karina!
Karina drops. That's a single FC to 2. Is that enough to change it back to Malaysia though? Because the accuracy advantage is Sweden's, but the combo advantage is Malaysia's. That leads shrinking.
The side has
I-
increased the act very well, but oh my goodness, this is close.
This is very close. Oh my gosh, he flickered back to Sweden for just a split second. Leon holding a 99.69, J-Line 99.62, beating anyone else from Sweden. But it's just Tosai lagging behind, but Perini will miss. That's just gonna give Malaysia even more advantage right now.
They really have to hope for. Sweden has to really hope for Malaysia to find a miss or two. These Ellens are starting to get more abrasive. These Rice are starting to get more difficult to balance. Oh my
The lead
goodness!
is just increasing. Diamond Blaze dropped accuracy along with Perinia. So now it's a 12,000 point lead to Malaysia and we're already approaching the end.
That should do it, I feel like. Very unfortunate way to go out. But Sweden did put up a very good fight against Malaysia. Wouldn't you agree with that?
That was a lot closer than I expected, honestly. But it is going to be a Malaysia point 6-3. They will take it. This has been one of the closer matches of this round of 16. But that also means that we will say goodbye to Sweden. They are eliminated from this year's edition of the World Cup. They fought bravely, brilliantly to take 3 points off Malaysia, but it will not be enough. Malaysia will be advancing to the quarterfinals of the lower bracket.
Yeah, still a good performance from both teams, but again, unfortunately, only one can really be the victor. Congratulations to Japan on the previous match, and in this one, congratulations to Malaysia. A great battle, even after losing many of their core players, they still proved to be a very strong team.
Yeah, one Southeast Asian country losing, well, we got another Southeast Asian country winning, so all is well. But with that, we are actually just 5 minutes away from another match. Yes, the matches don't stop. We still have more, so hold on tight because next up is Taiwan-Italy in another elimination match. This one for their tournament lives.
I can't wait to see on how this goes. But for the meantime, stay tuned and thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, with that, I will be swapping out of the commentary booth, but Silaska is still gonna stay in. But do say hi to Dinoscape, who will be joining in 5 minutes. So with that being said, hopefully all of you will stick out. Also the bracket, by the way. Starting to look a little bit spicy. Just a little bit.
Yep. But yeah, can't wait to see how this one goes. Thank you so much for commentating, Rave. And see ya.
Yep, see you in 4 minutes for the next match, Taiwan vs Italy.
Hello everyone! Welcome again to the Mania 4K World Cup 2023 round of 16. In this match, we'll be having Taiwan versus Italy. I'm Sylvester Els, and joining me is going to be Dinoscape. Hello there, how are you doing today?
Doing great as always, Els. I'm very excited to watch this elimination match as it is going to be the winner does get to make it through and face UK in losers round 2, so it should be a very interesting one, especially since the seeds are so close. Taiwan at seed 27, Italy at seed 22, and more interestingly enough, this might be a rice battle for the ages.
I mean, that's true. Like Taiwan and Italy, I would argue their rice is like their strongest skill sets. So Ellen and hybrids are going to look very interesting in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely. I think that one of them is gonna have to budge. One team is gonna have to go into that LN pool later on in the set, but not before they feel out how it is in the rice pools. I think whoever gets this first pick is probably gonna go for a rice pick, and then we'll have to see what happens from there.
Oh, interesting. They're actually going for SV1 as their protect. I think Taiwan doing this, it's probably like they probably studied their opponent very well. And looking at the qualifiers actually, because I would argue the qualifier is more accurate as an SV judgment compared to like round of 32. Like, so let's see here. I think Taiwan actually has a decent score on it. Oh, I think so actually. They had the lowest score in Italy in the SV, it seems. So I think Taiwan's just banking on the fact that they've practiced the SVs a lot. And that's a good thing if that's the case. Because like, as long as you know the map, then maybe there's a chance.
Yeah, definitely. I think that the SV difficulty is getting to around that qualifier level. But it is going to be hard to say who is going to take it in match. I mean, Taiwan did protect it, and they also did play SV2 last week against Indonesia. They had such P-Dog and Red Orion playing for their lineup in SVs. We're going to have to see how Italy fares up against that, because they, I don't believe, have played SV before.
Well, certainly, but they're probably, but like, even if they don't have, even if Taiwan doesn't have like information on the SVs, I think the mere fact that they're confident enough to protect it shows that they're able to capitalize on picks like that. So now Italy banning SV2 I think proves my point even more, that Taiwan probably practiced these SV maps a lot.
For sure. Italy also protecting Rice 3. That's gonna be very cool to see. Gonna see the core jack pick most likely, and then actually Taiwan is gonna go for a ban on Rice 1. So it remains to be seen where they want to go in the pool after that SV1 pick is exhausted. Maybe they'll have to go for LN and hybrid on this round.
Alright. So again, recap, Rice 1, SV2 are the bans. Your points were good. I think it makes sense that Taiwan bans this. But wait a minute. Italy seems to be happy that that was the ban. Or actually, I don't know. Maybe I'm missing on the chat. But like, look at the reactions here.
Yeah, it seems like they're very, very happy. I think Nano is on Team Taiwan. So I don't know. Maybe just good vibes all around before the match is gonna start.
Alright. So now that Taiwan has the first pick, I assume, right? I think Taiwan's the first pick. Yeah. Like, look, I got a little confused at what Guion Mania said. We can start, even though it is Taiwan's pick. I think Taiwan has to go for maybe LNs. I doubt it though, because like Italy is also decent at LNs. No, actually, they're going for Rice 4.
Wow, Innocent Revolver coming out for Taiwan, so they are gonna stand their ground for now in the Rice pool. Gonna pick Rice 4. This is the mixed pick. Very, very Jackie, similar to Rice 3, but there's a lot of flams, there's a lot of funny patterns involved, so you do gotta watch out.
I think they're just relying on the fact that, like from what I've noticed in the previous match, Taiwan is very consistent on short bursts of map. And they're trying to attack Italy in that regard. I think this could be a good move, but it could also backfire. Because if they win this, I think Italy can go for the OD0 map.
Yeah, I think the OD0 map might be a pretty good pick as well. On the side of Taiwan, we have Dablerex, Such, and Jackie. They are the players who did play all the Rice maps from last week when they faced Indonesia. And then on the side of Italy, we've got Barry, Sim0, and Gui on Mania. A bit of a change, Barry and Sim0 staying from last week, but Gui actually subbing in. We saw Best Fast a lot when Italy had faced, who did they play last week? Oh, they faced Canada last week, yeah. So that was a pretty good match overall. Gonna have to see if this bump in difficulty means or justifies any changes on Italy's side. But MV Start does come out, and we are gonna see the first map of the match.
Alright. So now, I think Such and Jackie are very physical players, but so are Verhi and Gui on Mania. So here's my problem here. Like, the consistency factor is going to be one. Another is accuracy. And I think Italy has the better act, but Taiwan is probably trying to attack their consistency.
Oh, I definitely agree. I think that Italy did have a bit of a consistency issue last week against Canada, which led to them dropping maybe more points that they should have. They probably could have gotten better than a 5-1, or sorry, a 1-5 against them. But as all players reach the combo cap, we actually do see Italy with the slightest of leads, bar flicking back and forth.
Very, really giving the charge that Italy needs right now. These rolls and bursts not affecting Italy at all. Meanwhile, I have to give props to everyone for still holding a FC with considering the nature of this map. Even though I do see some 200s being dropped, still the consistency has been really good for both.
Yeah, a lot of 200s. Seems like it was early for Such, and as well Diablo Rex taking a couple of late 200s. Pretty much no one coming out of that little section unscathed except for Very.
Yeah, Simo and Guion Mania are like around the same as Such and Diablo, Jackie is really combating Era Verdi's charge, but it has to be higher than this, because like Italy is currently destroying this.
Definitely, there's only a fourth of the map left, but we are gonna see a trade in misses. It scared us for a second. Guion Mania taking that first miss, but Diablo Rex trading it right back immediately.
Yeah, there's still a little bit of time for both Italy and Taiwan for this lead to change anytime soon. But I don't think it's gonna happen anytime, because like everyone for the most part has been very consistent. Will Italy be able to close the deal? I think so. That was a very scary one, because Taiwan almost took that. If Diablo did not miss, they would have definitely taken this.
Yeah, definitely. Italy kept on their toes, but they are gonna get this first breakpoint and have the next pick. It was very, very close for the entirety of the match, but again, that traded miss from Diablo really sealed it for Italy. Just 5,000 points for Italy to win.
But it doesn't really matter in the long run, because like it doesn't really matter in the long run. It's an opening pick at least. Better to lose points early than to lose them like in the more crucial parts of the match, which is later.
Exactly, and as I said, I mean, with Taiwan losing their first pick in the Rice pool, I think that they might be a bit more scared to pick other Rice maps further in to the set, and Italy gonna have to think about what they want. They did protect Rice 3. Do they want to pick something else right now?
I think Italy might want to go for maybe a hybrid. Because like I think Taiwan's probably gonna put in something like Aradorion. I actually sorry, I don't know I still confuse that name sometimes. So I apologize for some of my mishaps in that. Okay,
Yeah, it's
so
hard to say.
I think it's Aradorion. I think it's Aradorion. But here's my take. If hybrid's gonna be the map to play, I think they're going to put Aradorion in, and I'm not sure if Aradorion would
Nice
be
to
able to
meet you.
keep up with the physical pull like this. Oh, they're going with Happy Arnold. Very bold move in my opinion, but considering that they won Innocent Revolver, I think it's a potential good pick.
I do think that the extra little boost in Rice difficulty for this map compared to Innocent Revolver is a good choice for Italy. I do think that overall their physical ceiling is higher than Taiwan's, which could lead to more misses for Taiwan on this map.
Yeah, physicality definitely plays a big role, especially with a pool like this, because like it's really starting to get hard even as early as round of 16.
Yeah, no free rides here, and especially not for Italy. They are still gonna have to fight through this point, as such Jackie and Diablo Unchanging are gonna stay in for this lineup. Same thing with Italy, they're gonna stick with their Rice experts with Era, Berry, Sim0, and Guion Mania.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they're just not gonna change rosters at all. Now, what I'm curious about is if if both teams were pretty consistent on a short map, what more on something like this? Now I'm curious what's going to be the deciding factor here.
Exactly, the playing field really has changed. This map is longer, it's more physically demanding, it's more techy, and we already see it now. Jackie actually struggling to get out of that transition off of the long jack on the fourth column. 99.3 for them.
Who the hell is this then?
Unfortunate, because I believe Jackie was like Taiwan's top scorer on the previous map. But look at Italy though. 299.9s to start. Guion Mania not too bad, but as they say that, Very is the one finding a drop. That is going to be a huge hit for Italy. Because, I don't know Dynascape, but I've noticed something. Both Taiwan and Italy's top scorers are just had the first drop.
Yeah, and Diablo actually trading it back as everyone gets back up to combo cap, and yet another one as well. 2 misses for Diablo. That's gonna be a 99.3 for them. Decky has done well since that drop top act on their team, but Barry actually dropping again, and then Diablo trades it right back.
It's just unfortunate misses from Diablo is what's giving Italy the lead. Whoa! Whoa, that was just 3 people missing at the same time. It's only gonna be Saima who's gonna be holding the combo, and that's a very high act as well. What's going on here? Look at Veri's accuracy.
Yeah, I have no idea what's going on, but Arnold is very happy to see all of these misses. SimZero as well, the only FC left standing. Barry does take another miss, but it's not going to chunk into Italy's lead just yet. They have 10,000 points to their name, and it's only halfway through the map.
There's still 8,000 point lead. It's the misses that Diablo sort of accumulated is what's giving Italy sort of a anchor to still lay down on, as Vergi reaches the combo cap soon, which should still give them a comfortable lead, but there's still time. As they say that, Saibo finds a drop! This could give the advantage to Taiwan! No one missed on the trills!
Wow, everyone did really well on the trills, but SimZero actually taking the final FC off of the board, and now Taiwan is starting to accrue just a little bit of a lead as SimZero tries to get back up to the combo cap. There's not a lot of map left. Everyone has to be locked in. Everyone has to play this last 8th perfectly.
Yeah, no one can afford to make a mistake. Those mini-jacks not making anyone drop. These trills not making anyone drop. Oh my goodness. Time is running out. Who is going to take this? Wait, this could go to Italy on the act side. Oh my god, I'm shaking right now. I am shaking hard right now.
Last couple of notes, but it's honestly pretty easy. You just cannot mess up here. 2,000 points separating both of these teams. A lot of 300s taking from Jackie, and it gets really scary at the end. Taiwan holds so steadily.
That was so scary. Very having 7 misses. That, I think, decided who takes the point.
100%. It's not every day that you see a 7 miscount with an 8-200 count. Just super unfortunate misses from someone that you expect to be the top scorer for basically most maps for Team Italy. And because of that, Taiwan is going to bring that break point right back to them. It is 1-1, and Taiwan up to bat.
Well, if I were Italy, I don't want to be like too discouraged. Cause like, think of it this way. Yeah, they lost a very winnable point. But at the end of the day, you gotta move on. It already happened. Unfortunately, this is the cards you're dealt with, and you have to make sure that the strategy of the team is able to move forward with situations like this.
Exactly. Can't look back on those mistakes. You gotta push forward. And there's still 3 rice maps left on the board for Team Italy to pick. I don't think that they're gonna change up their game plan anytime soon. I think they are gonna try to take away the rest of the rice picks. But Taiwan, I think now would be a good time to start getting the lead going. Go with SV1.
Well, yeah. But hey, now what does Taiwan go with? I think Taiwan has to go with Celsius, right? Lift Off, in my opinion, is a pick that Italy should utilize. Like, I'm just noticing how varied these two teams are in terms of rice. Like, Korjak's Italy, sort of Tech could go to Taiwan. Maybe Infinity Rage could be different, though.
That's true, but Nano from Team Taiwan actually calling over for P-Dog, and as I predicted, P-Dog is their SV player. They are going to go for SV1.
Alright, so they're going for Mr. Scratchman. Trying to take a lead, really, which in my opinion could be a good move. But if Italy practice this, oh man, this could end up really bad.
This definitely could, and timing is always a very important factor when you are going to pick an SV map. When do you bring out the SV pick? The best time is probably when your SV players aren't playing in the previous pick. And for Taiwan, it was a very good idea because we have P-Dog and Red Orion coming out now. They're fresh. They've probably been practicing while Taiwan and Italy played those first 2 points. So, I mean, it's going to be tough to see, but I think Taiwan does have generally the upper hand on this map.
Well, we just have to wait and see. Because, like, I really think some good things can come out from this pick. But they have to be very careful just for it to actually happen. What good things can come out of this pick? The good things, I would think, are Taiwan being able to capitalize on potential 200 and 100s that Italy might get. That's how I can see Taiwan winning this.
Yeah, definitely. This map still pretty high in OD 7.5, and that kind of shows here with Orion taking a 200 very early on. So scores are jumbled up right now, but as it starts to even out, Elite does have a 4,000 point lead.
Alright, let's see what's going to happen. I mean, this is still very early on, so I don't think they should be too worried.
No, not at all. Red Orion still gonna have a big chance to up that accuracy as time goes on. However, I think this map is something around like 1,000 notes total, or objects total. So if you do miss here, that might be the end of your run on this map for your team.
That's true, but oh, I saw Ara Dorian finding some 200s. At least it wasn't any drops though.
Yeah, actually getting under that 99%. Italy holding very, very strongly here. 99.7 from Sim0 going to be on top. As well as Scooey beating anyone. Double miss coming out from Taiwan. And that section, that was very, very tricky. Even P-Dog taking a bit of an accuracy hit at a 99%.
That was so unfortunate. I think this pick actually backfired for Taiwan after all. Italy's performing really good and very consistent, even on the teleports. I think such an Ara Dorian could have maybe misremembered this section, and P-Dog finding that miss, I think, sealed the deal.
Pretty much triple FC from Team Italy, 3/4 of the way into the map. No FCs on the board from Taiwan. In fact, no one even over a 99% from them. That's going to be, as you said, a bit of a backfire from Taiwan. I would not expect this team to score, I guess, this poorly on something like their Protect. I think they would have came in ready, but it just seems like something happened with Team Taiwan and all three of them just missed the mark for this play.
Very unfortunate drop from Taiwan. Like, comparing ratios, I don't think it was actually too far, with the exception of Simo performing a lot better compared to the rest of the lobby, at least in terms of ratio. But I think losing on your own Protect is just, like what you said, like you did mention stuff about that. Like, losing on your own Protect is just a big demotivation killer, in my opinion. And they really have to try and see how they can recover from that.
Yeah, unfortunately, they are going to have to wait just a little bit because it is Italy's turn to pick right now. That's the third straight breakpoint Ls. I don't know if we're going to see a fourth straight.
That would be nice. Oh, they're going for lift. This is the pick that I was saying Italy is very specialized on.
Yeah, the Cord Jack map clocking in at almost 142 BPM. It varies a lot in terms of the density, but you can be sure that if you aren't on point in this map, you can drop at any point. But, I mean, Italy, as you said, very specialized in Cord Jacks. Again, I think that they are physically the better team overall. I think they are more accustomed to this skill set. So Taiwan has a lot of work to do to try to get back that break point and try to make it 2-2.
Well, the only concern really here is I don't think Very is going to repeat the same mistakes that they committed on the previous Rice map. And I'm confident in saying that. But, here's the thing. If Taiwan can keep the consistency for this map in particular, they can make something happen. Italy has been a little shaky sometimes. But, so is Taiwan, really.
Yep, consistency definitely something that we've mentioned before on the side of Italy. Barry gonna be the person to look at. I mean, I would expect them to top score the entire lobby if I had to guess, but that all hinges on how they do and if their consistency is there for this map, because on their last pick on Happy Arnold, it just was not. So gonna have to see here Diablo Rex, Such, and Jackie coming in for Team Taiwan. Almost a full reconstruction. Such the only one that stated from that SB pick. And Fax coming in for Italy.
Yeah, so now I think seeing Diablo Rex and Jackie back is no surprise. Though a change that Italy has from their Rice roster is replacing Guion Mania with Fax. So again, the consistency factor is going to be huge here. As I say that, Fax finds a drop. This is what I was talking about. If Taiwan can keep their consistency here, then this could really be something.
Yeah, and pretty much dropping at the worst possible time, right as everyone gets up to that 400 combo cap. When you start to earn full marks for each node, Fax does find a drop, so that's going to set them back quite a bit. Taiwan is going to get themselves a nice little 5,000 point lead. However, overall accuracy could be a problem for them. We see Verity and SimZero absolutely killing it, and if time goes on and Fax raises that accuracy with no one else in the lobby dropping, I think Italy can just cleanly take this point.
The scary part is the density is going to get a little bit harder as time passes, and not to mention fatigue is going to be a huge factor as that's going to be the case. Because like right now, yeah, we see really high acts and very consistent scores, but fatigue again, like what I said, and there we go. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, finally that fatigue settling in for Such. A lapse in judgment for Diablo Rex as well means 2 misses on the side of Taiwan, and that lead is gone for Taiwan, basically evaporated and doubled over for Italy. A full advantage of over 15,000 points as Diablo actually takes another miss.
Very unfortunate, because like I think Taiwan really had an opportunity to take this point, but I mean there's still time. There are some very difficult anchors at the end, and if Taiwan can hit those and Italy misses, this could swing back to Taiwan really fast. Though time is running out, the anchors are about to arrive. Here's what I'm talking about. Can they hit those? Almost Fax. Okay, that's the first drop. They need another one though, but I think time is running out already.
Yeah, gonna need nothing short of a full combo break from Italy, but it's just not there. 12,000 point victory on the Korjak map. And the first non-break point as well. Italy takes it, and it is now 3-1.
Still a very good performance from Taiwan. Like the fact that this is, I believe, seed 28, 27, and they're still performing really good. That just goes to show how scary these teams are now.
Yeah, and Barry with a 998 DDP, only 71 300s in that whole map, almost having the next best ratio in the lobby. That's going to be Jackie with another one, V1SS. But unfortunately, again, those misses from Such and Diablo Rex gonna do it in for Taiwan. It is their next pick, and we're gonna have to see HB1 come out. They do forfeit the Rice picks over to Italy. They basically say, hey, you guys can have it. We'll go another route.
I mean, bad for me. I think Taiwan is just trying to see if they can beat Italy on the long note mix stuff. Like if you incorporate elements to Rice. If Taiwan could do that here, then maybe the LNs are going to be bad news for Italy after all. considering there's only 2 picks in the Rice department, and they know that Taiwan can utilize that OD0 map to their advantage.
Yeah, 100%. For this map, this really is a 200 test. There's so many staggered starts and releases, not to mention the triple blams to go right after it. There's so many places where you can just mess up because of the lack of coordination in your fingers. So all 6 of these players do have their work cut out for them. Very, very tight rope that they are walking on right now.
Well, yeah, now let's wait and see. So it looks like Taiwan's just gonna keep the same roster, while Italy's gonna sub in Guion Mania.
Pretty light start, everyone doing just fine. Top score in the lobby is going to be Jackie, and as I say, that takes a couple of early 200s, so now it is Very, and actually Such taking the first drop. It is before combo cap, so it's not as damaging as it could be, but Italy is going to take that early lead.
Yeah, this map is pretty long though, so 1 drop should not affect too much. So I think that even if a drop does happen, it shouldn't be too much of an issue yet. However, once it comes to the later parts of the match, that's when it could really change.
Exactly, Guion Mania finally trading it back for Italy, and I think it was overall a dirtier drop than Such's. So the act discrepancy here is starting to lean towards Taiwan. Everyone doing pretty well on the inside trails as well earlier in the map, but Very taking that second miss for Team Italy. SimZero the only FC left for them. Diablo Rex actually falling as well. Jackie the only FC for Taiwan.
Yeah, now this lead could go back to Italy anytime soon. I did not realize how close this could be. And right now, Taiwan just really trying to push it forward to as high as they can. But the lead's going back to Italy on this break section. I saw Perinia drop a while ago here. Or, I'm not sure, yeah, I think it was Perinia. And this part, you cannot really just make any mistakes. Luckily, Taiwan isn't right now, but so is Italy actually.
And just look at that score bar, Els. It is flickering back and forth right now. Interestingly enough, Jackie, for a while, had the lowest accuracy on the side of Team Taiwan with the only FC. Everyone doing really well on those inside drills. Yet again, Italy trying to claw back that accuracy discrepancy. Very standing at a 99.7. SimZero just as well. Guion Mania taking a miss, and Such as well, trading it back. I think it's gonna favor Italy just a little bit as Such takes the second miss.
That certainly favors Italy, but I don't think this is a safe lead at all. Oh, but as I say that, Taiwan finds another drop, and that was a huge one. That literally skyrocketed Italy's lead on this map. They could have really won this, but those unfortunate drops are going to give Italy the victory. Unfortunate final drop from Simo, but that's about it. A breakpoint actually for Italy again.
It really is a blink and you miss it moment. 3 rapid fire misses coming out from Team Taiwan, 2 from the side of Such, 1 from the side of Diablo Rex, and that, as you said, that lead from Taiwan evaporating. Italy taking a 20,000 point win. It's very, very scary, very competitive for the entirety of the match until that last little Ki.
I have to say though, the 200 counts were actually very close. If you were to calculate them, I think Taiwan might have a slight advantage, because Guion Mania had 29 grades. And not to mention, the ratio from everyone is actually super identical. Like,
Yeah,
that is literally
very,
just the
very
same ratio from
close.
everyone.
40 grades on the side of Italy, 38 on the side of Taiwan. However, Taiwan picking up more bad judgments overall means that Italy is going to see through on Taiwan's pick. So again, another break point. Taiwan's only point coming from Italy's first pick. And now is where the worry starts to set in, because Italy is gonna pick Rice 2 immediately. That's gonna be Infinity Rage from Lemon Guy, and this is gonna be a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, wait, I'm a little surprised about this. Wait, no. Actually, no, I'm not surprised. If it was our Infinity, I would have been surprised. But now that Infinity Rage is the pick, this could be very risky, but very rewarding for Italy. Because this is a very chokeable, really chokeable jump stream map. And this is 3 minutes as well. I feel like if I were to pick a team between these two to survive the fatigue, it would definitely be Italy.
I'd have to hedge my bets on Italy as well. There's a reason why they picked it. It's so physically demanding. You are jump streaming at 232 BPM for 3 minutes in total, and there's pretty much no breaks until the last couple of measures. So you really have to be strapped in. You have to be ready to go, and fatigue might start to set in for Team Taiwan. Because honestly, if Bittersweet had shown anything for bad for me, Hybrid 1, they did kind of, I guess, phase out in the end. They had a lot of misses that I wouldn't really expect.
Starting off with some very awkward jump stream. Like, this really forces you to rotate your wrists in a manner. And oh, Diablo Rex fighting the first drop. That shows a lack of stability in being able to play awkward maps like this, which is what Italy looks to have right now.
Yeah, I think Italy does kind of have the chokehold on this map as it stands, 6,000 points in advantage as Diablo Rex tries to get back up to that 99.7 range, just about at Faxt's level. Such at a 99.84 is kind of in that limbo between Sim0, Barry, and Faxt, whereas Jackie is matching the second best player from Italy.
Sim0 being a good backup for Barry. Honestly, Faxt also doing really well. Like, I have to give them props for being able to come back from their Jack performance, which I think this Italy team is going to be one of the highest scorers in this map. But we gotta give our flowers to Taiwan as well for doing a really good job on being mostly consistent, really.
Yeah, and you do have to be consistent. I mean, this map is such a gauntlet. When you see a 11-guy map and then you see the artist as Falcom Sound Team, I mean, can you name a better duo in tournament gameplay?
Yeah, I mean, of course, you gotta associate Falcom Sound Team and Lemon Guy. But wait a second, Very actually fighting a drop. This could make things spicy, and those sort of rolls once again. This could give Taiwan an opportunity. Simo, on the other hand, has been the anchor, the backup that Very needs, but Diablo Rex fighting another drop. That's exactly what's not. That's the reason why Italy really has this lead still.
Oh, definitely. Even with Barry's drop, I think Diablo Rex has around 3 total. The gas starting to run out for them as we get into the final measures of the map. Jackie, and such holding strong with double FCs. Fact actually taking a break, but it's not gonna do enough. We're gonna have to see about 1 or 2 more breaks, especially on the side of Sim0, but it does not seem likely at all.
Yeah, I mean, even though there's 2 FCs to 1 here, the misses that Diablo Rex accumulated, I think, was too much, unfortunately. But that was a close one. I mean, to be fair, this is 3 minutes, so 11,000 is bigger than it really is. But still, a good fight in general, really. Simo and Jackie had very close scores. Amazing performances from everyone for being able to just consistently play maps like this.
Yeah, it should be said that Very and such actually pretty much matching in scores as well. Really, that 11,000 point difference you can see is going to be from Diablo Rex and Fax. Diablo Rex with a 973. Still a very good score, but just beat out by Fax 984.
I mean, yeah, Fax did the good job here. Again, everyone was just, in general, everyone just had really good accuracies. Okay, so I think Taiwan might want to go for maybe our Infinity? But I don't know. I feel like Italy would be good on a map like that. Cause like yeah, it's LN, but physical players who are able to learn LN in a short time tend to be really good in density. Which is why I think Italy is going to be a good team in AO Infinity.
Yeah, AO Infinity might be a pretty scary pick. Thankfully, it is Taiwan who has the final say. I know that the players on Italy's side does want it to be picked, but maybe they have other ideas.
Well, we just have to wait and see first. Can we pick TB? Of course not. Okay, oh, they're going for it!
Wow. Actually going with Italy's plan said in the lobby, Taiwan does want to go for AO Infinity. That is going to be the density pick of this round, clocking in at about 191 BPM. Gonna have to see if at this speed it is uncomfortable for anyone in the lobby. I know P-Dog is coming in, that is one of their LN specialists. Not sure who is going to play LN for Italy. I think this is the first time we've seen them play an LN map in this tournament so far.
Well, at least for this match, this is the first time we've seen LN. Because in the previous match, there was AO Infinity, the Orbit was also featured, and even the Hypex map. So all LNs have really been featured already. The thing that I'm concerned about Taiwan really is, do they have the are they really adept at LNs enough to be able to catch up with a country like Italy's team? I think the answer could be yes, but Taiwan has to be really careful. Because again, this map being density, and what I do feel like about density maps is physical players who learn LN for a bit tend to be able to play these at a good rate.
Yeah, and I think last match where you had casted, you had said something along the lines of, it's pretty easy to drop 200s on this map, and that could potentially make or break a country beating out the other on this map.
Well, still, if Taiwan picks this, then I hope they're very confident. Because this is a 3 minute and 11-second map. This is gonna go on forever if you're not careful. And here we go. This is where we're really going to be seeing who has the better LN capabilities among these two teams. And even if Taiwan wins this, remember, there's still one Rice pick open. And unfortunately, P-Dog is going to be finding the first miss of the whole lobby.
And it was a pretty ugly miss as well. I think picked up a couple 200s in general. Second miss from Team Taiwan coming out from Jackie. Not the greatest start as P-Dog finds a third one.
Yeah, and that's just back-to-back miss on Taiwan's side. Such is the only player who's really able to keep up. Meanwhile, Italy still with a triple full combo. The thing about this map is, it might not be too fast, but like the short LNs really make acting this a challenge, considering how it could be a 200 bait. But now Taiwan just finding misses back-to-back.
Yeah, basically full combos cleared out from Taiwan. No one can seem to really get a handle on this map. I think the lowest accuracy from Taiwan with such at a 99.47 is going to be worse than anyone on Team Italy. The ball really is on Team Italy's court as Barry finds the drop, but with a 40,000 point lead, I mean, you need so much more if you're Taiwan.
Yeah, like Italy has the team miss twice. And maybe in this part as well, because this is the break section. I mean, Taiwan is doing very decently, almost a 99% for everyone. But Italy's on another layer of just impressive performance. Especially Simo and Grian Mania still with their consistent performance.
Yeah, and I think one thing to note is that the accuracy doesn't really matter for Team Italy. It really was in the FCs from SimZero and GUI. Jackie taking yet another miss. 99.6s for Barry and SimZero. GUI with a 99.5. I mean, they're not crazy accuracies from what we've seen so far in this round, but just Italy has played out of their minds on this map, and definitely we're the better team on this LN pick.
Indeed, unfortunately, these dense sections really are going to be favoring Italy more. As harder as the LN goes, Italy would really have a chance. And there you have it. Italy is going to be winning the match 6-1. A valiant effort for the Taiwanese side. But unfortunately, it is what it is. And Italy is going to take the victory and will be advancing to the quarterfinal stage.
Yeah, we're gonna see Italy face, I believe, the United Kingdom next week. Good games to both of these teams. Taiwan really did fight and try their hardest. They had so many close points, a lot of tricks up their sleeves. I really did like what they were cooking up in the set. But that's gonna do it for us here. I think this was the end of a very, very long block, about a 5-hour block. And we are going to take a break for about, I think, 8 hours. Next match is not going to be for a while. So hope you guys enjoyed. We'll try to get that next match up for you guys soon. But until then, Els, any other closing thoughts?
Just gotta say, I'm very proud of everyone for being able to raise the skill level that everyone just puts in nowadays has been insane. That lower seeded teams are able to put out scores that can contest the best players in the world, and I'm just very happy to see that. But now with that in mind, hope to see more from everyone in general, and thank you so much for stopping by. But don't forget to stay tuned for our next match, which is going to be Argentina versus Netherlands. But until then, that is all for now, and see you next time.
Bye.
Alrighty, hello everybody. Welcome back to some more Osu Mania 4-Key World Cup 2023 action. We've got some more of the round of 16 coming up. We've got some losers bracket action. All stakes ahead with Argentina versus Netherlands in this matchup. I am Toph Daddy, one of your commentators. I'm joined by Sparky. How's it going?
It's going absolutely fantastic. Already at the end of the first half of this round of 16 weekend, same amount of matches as last weekend, except the fact that for some of these teams, the stakes are a lot higher. And like you mentioned, these two teams up on the chopping block, one of these two teams we'll be saying goodbye to at the end of this best of 11. It is going to be Argentina going up against the Netherlands, two historically pretty strong teams. A couple of roster shakeups for both of them over the past couple of years, but still looking to leave it all out on the playing field before us today.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how this matchup ends up going. Just from how they were performing last week, these two teams are incredibly well matched against each other. I think this is going to be a really close match. You know, maybe Argentina takes a little bit of an advantage when it comes like the rice category. They're a pretty strong rice team in general, and with the map pool getting a little bit harder, well, not a little bit, it gets notably harder. I think Argentina is going to be able to take a little bit of an advantage out. But Netherlands has a lot of strength under their belt. They're historically quite a good SV team. And then their LN and hybrid performances last week matched up pretty well to Argentina. So I could definitely see this going pretty far.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we were on the call for what was almost the first tiebreaker of round of 32. We haven't had any just yet. So far this entire tournament. Maybe these two, with how close they are, I think they were both just unfortunate first round matchups. Those higher seeded teams, just a little bit too much to overcome. We'll see if they can slug it out here for a shot at that quarterfinals pool.
Yeah, that round of 32, those round of 32 matchups can be pretty tough. You only really see those close matches coming in the middle seeds. You and I were almost there for that UK versus the Mexico tiebreaker, but that did not come to fruition and ended in a 5-3 finish. Best of has increased by 2 maps, so we first to 6 now, so not going to end in that situation. But the closest we've gotten to that tiebreaker is a 6-3 this weekend, and I want to say that this is the closest match we've seen so far, and I hope that comes to fruition. But we've already started to see the rolls. We got Argentina C90 getting that 26, and the Protect's coming out. It looks like that 26 actually won the roll.
Oh, wow. That's crazy. It happens, but it looks like they're going to protect Liftoff here. So Rice 3 are going to be remaining in this map pool. I know we were talking about what the potential strategies were going to be for these teams, and I think we kind of came to the conclusion that Argentina was going to protect something in this Rice category, and Netherlands responding with LN2 as a protect.
Yeah, sorry, I had to amend a mistake. Netherlands won that roll, not Argentina. I had the order of protects and bans wrong in my own head. I thought it would go first protect, second ban, first pick, not first protect, second pick, or first ban. You know what I'm saying. I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, we're not worried about it here. Our referee has everything under control, and I know we're going to get into the bans. Argentina, unsurprisingly, respecting the SV prowess of the Netherlands. Gonna take out SV2 here.
Indeed, and Netherlands will get their own ban as well. I assume one of the Rice picks, Happy Arnold Rice 6 is getting that ban hammer from the Netherlands, and they'll be able to follow this up with a first pick here. And I would almost expect SV1 to come out here. Or given their LN Protect, I could see them going with LN3 or LN1 or their Protect, LN2, and just trying to get that momentum going early.
Yeah, for sure. Everybody lamenting the loss of Happy Arnold. They have officially made him sad. You hate to see it here.
They've gotten rid of the best background in maybe the whole tournament.
we'll put heavy quotation marks on best, but it looks like your call correct. SV1 going to be the pick here for the Netherlands, just opting to get that out of the way immediately so they can get themselves on the board, build up some momentum here as they proceed through this match.
Yeah, and like we mentioned, the Netherlands team historically very good at SVs, so I would almost expect them to have an advantage, but this is almost an entirely new Netherlands team. I think only 2 people are the same from last year, maybe 3. Shoira, Samuel H. Klumpers, and then Toxic Scent coming back from last year.
Yeah,
and then a few new players coming in, so maybe something changed. But you never really know when it comes to these kinds of things, especially with an SV map as kind of straightforward as SV1 is here.
Yeah, there's always a little bit of risk involved, but I mean, historically, like we've been saying, Netherlands has produced some of the best SV players that we have seen outside of maybe a couple other countries in this tournament. So, I mean, even if they aren't the most proficient or like the most stand out of the Dutch players on the SV side, I'm pretty sure they can still hang toe-to-toe. And it's going to be up to Argentina, see if they can pull out a roster that can match up to it. Looks like it's going to be Boss Plays, Hydrocarburo, and August Gex here for them.
Indeed, and we should be getting underway. It looks like we got the good lucks coming out, and the empty start command should be coming through for map number 1 out of a possible 11 in this round of 16 matchup between Argentina and the Netherlands. Getting that SV map out of the way early so that the rest of the map is just, more straightforward, non-gimmicky maps. I'm sure as far as the players are concerned.
Yeah, it's one less map to stress over. I think the most practice always gets committed to the SV charts, so we'll see how they do. Good luck to all the players, and let's see how they do.
Yeah, and something to kind of go along with that, like, these players practice the SV map probably more than most of the other maps in this pool, is that you want to put out a play like the first map of the match. You want to make sure you're getting at least a decent score on, because you don't want those nerves to start spiking. And if you're starting with the map that you practice the most, that's going to give you a good opportunity to get those nerves out of the way early and play something you're confident in. And early on, we see a miss from Boss Plays, and that's already stretching that Netherlands lead to 30,000 points.
Yeah, for sure. This introduction not treating the Argentinian roster very well. Everybody in pretty much scattered around that S-rank range. 96s, 97s for August Gex, who falls, and Boss Plays as well. The only FC left for Hydrocarburo over there on the left-hand side. Meanwhile, everybody on the Netherlands holding on pretty strongly here, about to cross that 400 combo cap. A couple of 99s and that 198 from Samuel, bringing up the rear there in support, but the lead has extended immensely, already crossing that 90,000 threshold here, going into the back half of the chart.
Yeah, it looked a little weird on August Gex's side. It looks like they're maybe not as practiced as the other players in this lobby, but it did look like that one drop just led into a whole bunch more, maybe rushing or just finding a misread somewhere in the middle of that, and that lead for the Netherlands now spiking up to 150,000. I don't know if anything can happen at this point. All 3 Netherlands players looking like they are super comfortable on this map. Lowest accuracy right now, 98.68%. Only one player on Argentina beating that, as Hydrocarburo takes that 99%, but well matched by Shoira there, and the Netherlands looking very comfortable on this.
Yeah, for sure. A very strong first pick, and the final FC for Argentina falls, going to the last quarter of the chart. I mean, to be fair, in their eyes, this is probably a bit of a write-off, a bit of a way to continue any potential warm-ups for them, because I don't think there was a world they would ever pick into this willingly against the Netherlands. So better to get it out of the way early, so they don't have to worry about it getting picked on them as a potential maybe final pick to close out a match.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a great way to get some of the Argentinian players, if they were just writing this off, this is a great way to introduce them to like the match feeling. And it's another way that you can start kind of getting rid of nerves, same way that the Netherlands might be getting rid of nerves by, doing something that they're super, super confident in. So we might be seeing some strategy on both sides, but that's a good pick from the Netherlands to start off the match. Puts them in a good bit of momentum. But it's Argentina's pick, and we saw that they protected a rice pick, so I could imagine them going for literally any of those.
For sure, 5 left on the board, and I mean, they're no slouches when it comes to the hybrid and LNs, but they're probably going to want to stick with what they know best, and it looks like it's going to be Infinity Rage. So Rice 2 coming out here, one of the 2 Falcom Sound Team maps we have in the pool.
Yeah, the other one protected by them, so they went with one protect, picked the other Trails map, so kind of doing a silly there, but this is going to be all about that accuracy. You got some 232 somewhat dense jump stream in parts, but most of it's pretty light. But it's also like littered with a few 1/6 streams, especially towards the end, and those can be super difficult to coordinate properly, especially if you're not ready for them.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like the main game these two are going to be playing is just keeping the ratios in check and just trying to mitigate any potential damage from either misreads or losing track of what's going on screen. Because like we were saying, there are a couple of spikes throughout this chart, and a little bit longer than some players are usually wanting to play, clocking in at 3 minutes exactly. So we'll see how they do here.
Yeah, we're kind of used to these longer kind of stamina-based maps being a little bit more of that like kind of brain turn off, focus super hard, and just like let your fingers move themselves. But this map, I think, is starting to introduce a little bit more of that, shifting variations in kind of the patterns that you're expected to be able to play, to the point where turning your brain off is not necessarily the best option, which maybe not the most comfortable idea for some of these players, especially those who really like to play jump stream.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you hold the players, I mean, jump streams basically a warm-up for them, especially when you cross into the sort of BPM range. Still pretty much in that comfortable range for them, but there are a couple on that tail end that do start to struggle here, so it'll be interesting to see how the players get on as we have strong starts from all 6 players and a bit of a tug-of-war developing very early on in this map.
Yeah, we're seeing a nice matchup between Toxicent and Hydrocarburo there with that 99.85. Boss plays a little bit ahead of everyone else, but Limber falling behind the other 2 players on the Netherlands. So this is quite evenly matched in terms of accuracy. It looks like Argentina might have the very slightest lead in accuracy, but single 200s can definitely flop this as far as the score difference is concerned. And we're seeing a 200 from Limber there, and it looks like the Netherlands are very well matched up to perform well on this map.
Yeah, for sure. I think the strategy for Argentina is just try and hang on as best as possible while Boss plays historically one of their best accuracy players when it comes to Rice, just kind of gaps everybody else. Toxic Scent doing their best to try and stay toe-to-toe with them, but falling about a 10th behind in terms of the top of the lobby. It's going to be a battle on this bottom row. Hydrocarburo beating out Shoira at the moment. Meanwhile, Cube holding pretty steady for the moment, but actually falling below Limber right now, and it's going to help Argentina build up a tiny bit of a lead. But as we make our way into the back half of the chart, there's still plenty of room for error as we continue on here.
Yeah, we still have a most difficult of those single streams that I was talking about when it brings in the 1/6 patterns. We're starting to see a little bit of that now. And that's where I think the accuracy is going to be really, really important to keep, and especially that combo if you're caught off guard a little bit. But Cube continuing to drop just a little bit of accuracy. Limber able to take that advantage out on that bottom row. Everyone else pretty evenly matched. Hydrocarburo able to take over Shoira. Boss plays doing a good job. Oh, double miss! Limber and Cube both missing, but that was a bigger drop from Cube there, and that's going to extend that lead in Argentina's favor.
Yeah, for sure, a massive drop going into the last quarter. Answered back by Limber, but that extra drop going to do significant damage. And another one to boot here, starting to maybe lose the stamina here towards the end. A couple of jumps getting a little bit too much to bear for them, and still no breaks to speak of for them to try and recover here. They're down into the 98% range, and Argentina taking that and running with it. About a 40,000 point lead now as we're going into the last 8th of the chart.
Indeed, Cube having dropped below that 99%. maybe not even a stamina issue, but like I said, those 1/6 patterns can be very difficult. Maybe a little bit more stamina loss here. Cube finding a few more drops, but I think that will just put the nail in the coffin for Argentina, put the first point on the board for them, and we're at a 1-1 score line after 2 maps here. Very good opening picks from both teams, and both protects still open for these two.
Yeah, for sure. A great answer back from Argentina. That V1SS from Boss Plays backed up by Iro there with a 992 in their regard. Toxic Stand doing everything in their power to try and keep it close. 994, very impressive. Just not having the backup here to kind of see them through to the end. But I think Argentina had the advantage right from the early offset.
Yeah, it was looking pretty close for a while. There were some nice battles going on between people, but it's just that stamina, I think, that started creeping up on the Netherlands, and Argentina just didn't have the same stamina issues, and were able to hold combo for long. But it is Netherlands' pick. They pick their SV pick. There's no SV2 is banned out, so they still have their hybrid and long note maps. I imagine one of the long note maps is coming out given their protect.
Yeah, but I mean, the question becomes, do you go straight into that protect of the LN density of AO Infinity, or do you go for something maybe a little bit more technical in D-Orbit, or something a little bit more coordination based in Future Eve? It really depends on if you want to dip your toes into a different side of those structures, and gotta navigate it well. And it's gotta be Future Eve here.
Yeah, I think either Future Eve or D-Orbit would be the stronger picks from the Netherlands here. I mean, Argentina is an extremely strong Rice team. We just saw that on Infinity Rage. And I think, despite our Infinity being the protect from the Netherlands, I don't know if that would be the strongest pick, just because I think it's going to be the most comfortable of the long-up picks for the Argentinian players to handle because of its density focus.
Yeah, I always like to say that when it comes to LN density, it kind of brings Rice players back into the fold a little bit, especially because those short 1/4 LNs can kind of be played like jump stream after a certain bit if the BPM is high enough. And I think the BPM is high enough on that chart to be able to kind of swing a good run through it. So Future Eve, probably the safer pick for the Netherlands to start off this bottom half of the map pool on.
Yeah, this is going to be, I think this is going to be a really great tell for how this match will start moving out. Because the Netherlands, very strong long note team, but the overall scores that we saw from last round were pretty comparable between Argentina and the Netherlands. So if the difficulty jump did not affect Argentina as much as maybe the Netherlands is hoping, this could turn the tides of the match right into Argentina's hands, especially if Argentina is as strong at the rest of the Rice pool as they were on Infinity Rage.
For sure, plenty of stuff to watch out for, but we are going to get into this third map of this best of 11 Netherlands second pick here to come. Gonna dive into the LNs, see if they can handle the noodles as good as they did on the Rice.
The early patterning in this map causing a few accuracy drops. We see Ready Perfectly and Aga's Gex both dropping down to the low 99s. And as I say that, we see the first miss coming out from Aga's Gex, giving Netherlands an early lead here, 500 combo in.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a gambit paying off for the Netherlands at the moment. Sure, Ready Perfectly had a little bit of a rough start through that introduction, but able to hold on to the FC to back up both Toxic and Shoira here. Meanwhile, August not able to return the favor in kind to C90 and Boss Plays, who are doing their best. C90 highest accuracy for Argentina at the moment, but not able to stand up to Shoira's accuracy at the moment. 99.6 for them, kind of hovering around that range. Toxic bringing up their support as well in case something happens here as we get into this first key ice section, second third of the map upcoming. Structures get a lot more dense to read through. A lot of independent releases needed to be coordinated and Ready Perfectly not able to stand up to the task here. They've traded that miss back.
Yeah, and I think Agus Gex's was just after the 400 combo, so it's not like there's a huge difference between the combo advantage that's being gained out of this but it looks like the accuracy drop from Ready Perfectly was a little bit larger than Aegisgex, and that's a 3,000 point lead as we hit the 400 combo mark now. That said, the accuracies are kind of all over the place. Boss plays a little bit at that low 99%. Toxic Scent taking the advantage over that, and Shoira above C90. It's just the accuracy difference between Ready Perfectly and Aegisgex giving Argentina the advantage right now.
Yeah, it is a triple-digit scoreline, and Boss Play is finding a little bit of a struggle here, falling down into that really low 99% mark during that calm section before the intensity starts to ramp up again, and they find the drop here.
And that's a second player missed. Bigger than if Aegisgex missed again. So now there's only one FC on the side of Argentina versus 2 from Toxic Scent and Shoira for the Netherlands. That is another drop from Ready Perfectly, but again, that was the one player who had already dropped, so that might be a little bit favorable for the Netherlands. This combo driving up really fast last note, and we might just see a 3,000 point lead for the Netherlands. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that was really close for comfort for the Netherlands, but they're able to pull it through off the back of Toxic Scent and Shoira already perfectly able to mitigate the damage from their drops. And pretty good opening here. But if you're Argentina, you do look at those scores and you're like, okay, we had this. We just need to clean up the next couple of LN runs, and we might be able to take a break point here if the Netherlands isn't too careful.
Yeah, that was got to take a deep breath after that one. A little bit of a scary moment there, but still able to pull it out. No break points yet, and Argentina will be able to go into their own pick here. I imagine more rice is coming out. Yeah, there goes. We got both Falcon Sound Team songs coming out. The first protect of the match being picked here. Jack focused. I mean, pretty much exactly what we expect out of Argentina.
Yeah, for sure. And like you said, a little bit of a more, not dedicated core Jack pick, but very much having those Jack elements to it. And for people that have seen some of the ridiculous scores Boss Plays has put out on Jack-oriented picks, I would not be surprised if we saw something close to a 999 coming out from them. I'm going to call it right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 people in this lobby that I'm specifically looking at to get close to that 999, if not just being straight up on it. And luckily for us and for spectators, we got one on each team that I'm looking at.
Oh boy, so this is going to be a bit more of an accuracy shootout than Infinity Rage was, because this one definitely plays to the strengths of a lot of the players in this lobby. We see some substitutions coming out as the MP Star command comes out. Quinny Y going to be checking in for the Netherlands here to see if they can lend their support to potentially take the first breakpoint in this match. But this is going to be close to the end, I would hope.
Yeah, I think, that's kind of how Jack maps are. Unless you are a team that specifically has 1 or 2 players who aren't like quite at the physical level to get to these Jacks. These are a little bit less dense than most core Jacks that we expect, but they are quite fast. We've got that 141 BPM here, and that was a number we historically in MWC didn't see until maybe mid quarters or semifinals even. And we're already seeing an early break from Quinny Y in that on one of those early long no patterns. But as far as the Jacks go, I imagine the mistakes are going to start stopping here, unless outside of random misses that we see. But it's all about
Speaking of random misses,
that happens sometimes, and that was Quinny Y's was before 400 combo. That's going to give a nice little combo advantage to the Netherlands there, and they're already starting to take a tiny lead out from that one miss. And the accuracies across the board quite good. Boss plays that's super high, just like we expected. Shoira trying to climb back up, another player we'd probably expect to do very well on a map like this. But this score lead is just non-existent.
Yeah, especially as C90 has recovered from their drop. They're back up into that 99.7 range. Going to play a little bit of a tug of war with this leaderboard at the moment. It is hundreds of points flickering between the two teams as the sporadic 300s start to come out. Everybody is dialed in at this point as we cross the midway point of the chart. Boss Plays climbing up to the 99.99, just normal human things, but they have August Gex in the back here, 99.93, able to stave off both Shoira and Toxic Scent. So Argentina relying on just hundreds of a percent of difference as C90 climbs back up to that 99.8 range as well. Queenie Y in that 99.7 range, gonna need to pick it up here, but C90 finds another drop.
And the lead goes back into the Netherlands' favor, but the lead's not. I think there might be enough time if C90 is clean. No, but that's August Gex as well. One combo left on Argentina, and Netherlands might be able to take this off of those two misses. We're coming up to the final few patterns of this map. We got about 20% of it left before we finish it off. Argentina now has to hope for a miss or two from the Netherlands if they want to take this, though their accuracy is helping them bring it back just a little bit, but they're running out of time.
And they might actually. That's the one danger of picking maps like this, is the fact that all 6 players are able to hold on to it. It's very black and white. A singular miss can spell the end of your team score. And
it got so close. Even without misses from Netherlands, that got down to 2,400 points. 23! 23!
And despite a 999,000 point run from Boss Plays, those 3 misses from C90 and August Gex, enough to seal their fate, and the Netherlands picks up a very unlikely breakpoint, but very well deserved at the end of the day, as they make it 1-3 now.
What an impressive showing from both teams. I did see someone call Boss Plays a boss bot on this map, and you know, that kind of score definitely does reflect that nickname.
Just Photoshop the auto mod next to their play screen, and it's pretty much the same thing with Boss Plays on maps like that. That is ridiculous. And Netherlands going to try and take advantage here. They're feeling themselves right now. LN2 going to come out their Protect now in response to try and capitalize.
This is going to be a scary one, I think. Future Eve was already really, really close, and I think Argentina will feel a tiny bit more comfortable on Al Infinity than Future Eve. And is it going to be enough to take that 3,500 points of favor that Netherlands had in the previous long note pick in their favor? I don't know, but it's going to be. I almost would have rather seen Diorbit come out from Netherlands here.
Potentially, or maybe even one of the hybrids. Potentially something like what's hybrid 1 is a pretty good shout.
Bad for me.
Yeah, bad for me might have been a pretty good one to rely on as well. There's some pretty
rough. Yeah, that could have been a good pick too. But we'll just have to see how this ends up going. It is their Protect. They have to feel pretty confident about this.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there are a couple of spots in this chart where there is a bit of coordination involved to try and keep your ratio in check, but overall, it's very much 1/4 traditional LN density. So Argentina might find themselves feeling like they can potentially take this breakpoint back.
Yeah, it's definitely not a crazy thought to think that Argentina could take a breakpoint back. I mean, the last 2 maps have both been within 4,000 points. That could have gone either way.
Yeah, for sure. Singular drops at that level. So here we go. Potential for Netherlands to make it 4-1, or Argentina gets this breakpoint back, and an opportunity to notch things up right after.
And here we go. This one is pretty long, so LN consistency is going to take a little bit of a requirement here for Al Infinity. But we'll just have to see which team is capable of keeping that consistency throughout the whole map. Some early accuracy drops. We see Hydrocarburo below the 99% just in that intro, but trying to build that back up. Might have just found a little bit of a rush. But some really good accuracy from Boss Plays out the gate is helping Argentina hold on, and Samuel Klumper is having a little bit of issue holding on to their own accuracy. Hydrocarburo actually taking the lead over Samuel there. And looks like the accuracy just in favor of Argentina right now.
Yeah, right now everybody experiencing their own little 1v1s inside of this lobby. Boss Place versus Shora, C90 going up against Samuel, and Idro going up against Toxic here. Some Netherlands players actually holding the advantage in terms of accuracy over their Argentinian counterparts, able to grow this lead a little bit just based on the accuracy alone. And actually C90 finding the drop, I didn't even notice that going into the second third of the chart, accounting for some of that lead as well.
Yeah, just a small drop. It was pretty clean for the most part, still matching up with accuracy to Samuel H. Klumpers there, just with the misses, helping Netherlands take a 5,000 point lead, but that's still within even singular drops. And we've got some pretty weird patterns here, some changes in rhythm, which is definitely going to likely cause some issues with accuracy there. But it looks like Netherlands is doing a good job of maintaining their composure through this early part of it.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, as we get into this little bit of a build-up before the density starts to really ramp up once again, last quarter of the chart left to go. It is Netherlands still in the driver's seat, able to extend their lead. But as I say that, Samuel's spinning a couple of breaks here.
Yeah, that was a big drop, a lot bigger than C90's. But the accuracy lead might have been enough. It's going to be super even. Oh, but that's another miss from Netherlands. Scheuer takes a break. And now Argentina solidly in the lead as we hit the final section. No, don't disconnect. Please.
We're getting Bancho involved as well, trying to keep everything in sync here. There's too much going on to handle. Scheuer's miss is actually huge for Argentina to capitalize on. If they don't trade it back here towards the end, they potentially have this in the bag. That was the highest accuracy from the Netherlands, falling still highest accuracy for the Netherlands as they cross that 400 combo cap, once again able to mitigate some of the bleeding. But Argentina able to pull that breakpoint back to make it 2-3 now.
Yeah, incredible composure up in the ending by Argentina there, holding onto their combos, C90 especially locking themselves down after that early miss and holding on to take their own breakpoint and put themselves in a position to bring this back to an even match.
Yeah, and that was... we were calling it from the off here.
This is kind of funny. We have 2 breakpoints. They were on both teams' protects.
You know, that's just the way it goes. They just handshake the protects here sometimes.
That's how it works.
There's no way we get 3 in a row, right, Toph? We're not doing this again, right?
No, we're not. I'm not going to do this again.
I don't think my heart can take it a second week in a row. What do you go for if you are Argentina? There are 3 rice picks left up on the board.
I would call up Come Inside My Heart here. Rice 1. That's what I would go for in this situation. It looked like Netherlands was having a few stamina issues with especially those single streams in Infinity Rage. And I think Come Inside My Heart's a great way to kind of take an advantage out of that.
Yeah, it's a pretty good call there. See if they can outlast the Dutch once again. Just keep it straightforward. No real need to go into some of the techier maps in this pool. Good thing is Happy Arnold is banned out for the Netherlands. They don't have to worry about going into something as crazy as that. But it is going to be Celsius coming out here.
Still makes sense. Rice 5. I mean, what?
Yeah,
it's gonna be one of the rice picks
for sure. It was basically pick of the litter for Argentina. What they felt like going for in the moment, and it looks like they want to go for Rice 5. One of the shorter maps in that Rice category, just under 2 minutes here. So these misses, these mistakes that have been coming out from these teams, going to be amplified a little bit more than on some of these longer picks that we have seen so far.
This one a little bit shorter than the previous 2 rice picks we've seen. Some less about that consistency and more just about the pure rice capabilities. And I think that does help favor Argentina just a little bit. We saw Argentina do very well on rice last week, and I think that's only going to get better here as the map pools get harder.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to see Samuel check out. Quinny going to come back in for the Netherlands. Starting to see some anchors starting to develop here for both teams. Boss Plays and Toxic. I think having played every map so far along with Shoira for the Dutch. So start to wonder how the stamina is on their respective ends. But they're no strangers to this stage, so probably have a lot left in the tank as we make our way into this mid-game range.
And here we go into pick number 6, Argentina's third, going for a straight rice battle here from Argentina's side, looking to even out this match, bring it to a best of 5 halfway through this match. And I mean, you kind of expect this kind of thing. I want to say that them protecting the jack map was maybe a little bit of a misstep, because I think in general when you talk about jack maps, they're going to be the most physically straightforward, and I think that's where it kind of ends up helping the Netherlands maybe take a lead.
Potentially, but there is always a little bit of risk involved, and as we make our way into this second quarter of the chart, we're already starting to see some accuracy discrepancies begin to develop. Everybody on the side of the Netherlands hovering in that 99.7 range. Meanwhile, you do have that one standout from C90 at the moment, but as I see it,
you can't say the names! You can't say their names!
Breaking rule number 1 on the desk for the millionth time, it feels like, but still able to recover pretty nicely. It was a pretty clean drop overall. Still in that 99.7 range. Once they cross over that 400 combo cap, you imagine you're going to start to make some inroads into this lead that the Netherlands has at the moment as we make our way into the back half of the chart now.
Yeah, that accuracy definitely pretty highly favoring Argentina here. We still have about half the map left, and it's only a 3,000 point lead for the Netherlands. I think this lead should definitely start shrinking very soon. Though it's good, it's not shrinking too quickly. It looks like Takaksen's advantage over the 3 Argentinian players might be holding out a wall just a little bit. We're seeing a little bit of an accuracy drop on the side of Argentina there as well, though this is still just so close.
Yeah, so many flams to read through, a lot of broken up jump strings, and Boss Place finds the next drop, and now it might be the nail in the coffin for Argentina's run, not traded back by the Netherlands. 3 FC still holding on strong to the end of the chart, and C90 actually finding a little bit of a lag spike here. I imagine that's probably client. You'll see it come up and catch up in a little bit here, but it looks like the Netherlands able to take their 4th point here and another break point off of Argentina.
You gotta stop saying 3 breakpoints in a row. We're not doing this. We're not doing this again.
Yeah, it looks like the player might have left a little bit early before the map had fully finished. I'm pretty sure it finished on their end, but the delay causing a little bit of a funny situation there.
Indeed, and that is going to be a nice break point for the Netherlands. They'll have an opportunity to take advantage of it again. Now they don't have Al Infinity, but they do have D-Orbit available. Though, at this point, it almost looks like a Rice pick might be better for the Netherlands.
Yeah, potentially. They've been showing a pretty scary amount of consistency on these Rice picks. Probably a little bit more consistency than Argentina was expecting. Able to put up a little bit more of a fight and actually flipping what we were expecting, where Argentina might have been able to put up a bit of a fight on the LNs. And they have for the most part here. So who knows, maybe a mid-match strategy change.
Yeah, it's almost like a swap from the two teams. I would almost expect Netherlands to go with one of the right... Oh, never mind. That's D-Orbit. They're still going with their comfort. And they're going to try to take another point. They've only won one of the LN picks up to this point, and it was only by about 3,500 points. So this might be a little bit of a misstep. I would almost have gone with something more like... Yeah, maybe Hybrid 1, or I could even see one of the more Rice-based hybrids if they wanted to feel a little more comfortable and still attack in that Rice department where Argentina has been a little bit less consistent. But I still think this is an okay pick.
Yeah, I mean, you get to exhaust the LN pool. I imagine if we continue this trend that we're on, the hybrids are going to be the next order of business for the Netherlands. I mean, regardless, they're gonna have one more pick after this. Regardless, actually no. If they win this, and then if they take another break point, they won't have another pick. But
if they don't win one of the next two, they'll have another pick.
Yeah. So hybrids probably on the board before too long. and we'll see how the strategy evolves from there. And I don't know about you, Toph, but I feel like this is the hardest LN pick to get consistent scores on. Maybe not too physically demanding for the players, but there are just so many points in this chart that can cause quite a little bit of grief. A lot of reverse shields, a lot of shield patterning littered throughout that a lot of players seem to take issue with sometimes.
Yeah, there's a couple of specific types of patterns pretty littered throughout this chart that are pretty inconsistent as far as, you know, players' abilities to keep combo and accuracy on them. Notably, there's a lot of shields throughout this map, as well as a few sections where that control and release capabilities are super highly tested. And those two things, I think, are going to cause some issues for maybe all of the players in this lobby. It hasn't looked like anyone has been incredibly comfortable on the LN side of things. Boss plays in the previous map did very well. Toxic Scent and Shoira as well. But it was just a matter of, Argentina being more consistent when it came to the density side of things. And this is not density.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of notes, but there's a method to the madness on this particular chart, and we're seeing a bit of jiggy starts across the entire lobby. Actually, Boss Plays and C90 able to hold on to some pristine accuracy. Meanwhile, everybody in that mid to low 99% range. But as I say that, starting to get traded back here, this lead is shrinking very rapidly for Argentina.
Yeah, no misses up to this point. That intro can be extremely difficult to keep combo on, but now we're getting into more of those release-based LNs where that control is really necessary and the accuracy is going to start dropping from these players. But it does look like Argentina holds on to a little bit of an accuracy lead. C90 and Boss Play is doing a good job of keeping themselves ahead of the crowd in the Netherlands.
Yeah, for sure. So really it's the battle between August and Quinny in the middle of everyone's screen. But C90 finding the first drop here, going to immediately shift this lead over to the Netherlands, but not by a significant margin. It was pretty clean overall, still retaining the lead in this lobby with that 99.6, but that drop's going to do a little bit of damage here, and the Netherlands
but that's Shoira finding it miss as well, but Agus gets trading that back. No, that's another trade. This is going back and forth. This is insane.
4 FCs up, 4 FCs down. The entire bottom half of this lobby trying to reestablish that 400 combo cap. C90, the next one to drop those elongated anchors, taking him for a little bit of a ride here. And Boss plays the next one to drop all 3 FCs down on the side of Argentina. The Netherlands running away with this now, but Shoira finding the trade back. Toxic Scent, the only FC left in this lobby and holding strong for the Netherlands, accounting for a bulk of this lead.
There's only one player left, and he might just carry the team to a victory, bringing it to match point. Couple patterns left, and the Netherlands are looking strong enough to take that Toxic Scent, holding the only FC in the lobby. What a performance.
For sure, and they make it a match point situation. It is now 2-5, and I mean, that is a commendable performance from them, able to hold on, avoid any of the breaks, and put the Netherlands in the driver's seat now.
Indeed, but it is Argentina's pick. They do have a large selection of rice maps left under their disposal. They could also go for a hybrid if they feel more comfortable going for something like that, especially after losing the last 2 rice picks in a row.
Yeah, there's definitely stuff in their wheelhouse in that hybrid category. I feel like with a lot of these teams in the lower bracket, they're pretty set in being on opposite ends of the map pool. So this is really going to be a little bit of a mix-up area, and who knows, maybe they do trend away from the traditional rice, or maybe they go for something like rice 1, the only real standard pick left on that side of the pool.
Yeah, I was surprised to not see that come out before, but maybe they'll start to just, and there it is. Yeah, rice 1 comes out from the Argentinian team there, making a last-ditch effort, trying to keep themselves in this match. If they do lose this, they will be eliminated from the tournament. So this is it has to be the start of a comeback here, or else they will be knocked out. Big stakes coming up for Argentina. Netherlands looking to lock this match down and bring it home for themselves and move into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, Netherlands really holds all the cards in this situation. But if you are Argentina, if you can get this pick, there are no more LN picks left in the pool. And I feel like the hybrids have enough rice littered throughout them to keep the accuracies in check. They can kind of work their way through the LN sections of them without taking too much damage. And as long as they're able to hold on to their combos, maybe capitalize on any potential hiccups from the Netherlands, there's still avenues for Argentina to force a tiebreaker here.
Yeah, there definitely are. The Argentinian team has shown that they're capable of keeping it close, especially on a few of the picks that you wouldn't necessarily expect. Ao Infinity, they obviously took from the Netherlands as a break point, and they kept it very, very close on LN1, just having a few hiccups on LN3. So if the Netherlands are forced to pick into those hybrid pools, I could definitely see Argentina performing very well and managing to take those points. But they're going to have to start with Come Inside My Heart here as their next pick, as map number 8. And we see the MP settings coming out. Looks like we will be getting started soon. The Netherlands looking to lock this up. Argentina looking to stay alive. We'll see which one comes around.
Yeah, and a little bit of a roster shakeup for Argentina. No boss plays, no C90. You imagine them having played the bulk of these maps, maybe starting to feel it a little bit, taking a little bit of a break here for what could potentially be the start of a comeback. They're going to need to do it here on this map to get it started. It's going to be Idro, Limber, and August coming in here, and Quinny checking in for the Netherlands to round out this roster with Toxic Sen and Shoira.
Indeed, and this is going to be the 6 players coming in. Toxic and Shoira kind of knocking this out. I think they've been in on every single pick. So kind of putting the team on their backs, letting the third players come in and support them. But they've done a great job of being that rock that they need. And if they can do it again, they might just lock down this point. But they still have that Argentinian team to get through, who showed some very good strengths on Infinity Rage, especially when it came to those 1/6 patterns. And that might be the deal breaker when it comes to a map like this.
Yeah, good thing it says 40 seconds shorter, and they're able to hold on to the stamina for that little bit shorter duration. Might bode well for them as we get into this first real key eye section. Everybody strong starts across the board. Nobody below that 99.7 mark. As I say that, everybody's starting to flirt with it a little bit across the lobby, but so far 2-3 standout performances. Everybody trying to climb their way back up, settle in a little bit as we make our way into the second quarter of the chart.
This is absurd how close this 143 points after the first stream. What is going on?
This is everybody's bread and butter right now. They are all in their comfort zones. We have ties on opposite ends of the screen at the moment. They're separated by hundredths of a percent as a team. As we make our way into the second half of the chart now, there is very little separating these two rosters right now as the Netherlands ekes out the tiniest bit of an advantage, but for every 300 it feels like Argentina is able to claw it back just a little bit.
Yeah, just look at the accuracy consistency on the side of Netherlands. There is a there was a 0.02% accuracy difference between all three players. Quinny finding a couple 200s, dropping that, bringing it closer to Argentina there. The stream lasts a little longer. There's a miss from Quinny, matched up by Agus Gexen and Limber. That's 2 misses to 1, favoring Netherlands there.
But it is still 1,400 points, the difference between the two squads. Last quarter of the chart left to go. Limber and August need to get back up with that 400 combo cap, and fast if they want to try and wrestle this back. But as the stream starts to come out, this lead begins to explode in favor of
Shoira! 2 misses on each side, 1 full combo each, 3,000 points in the favor of Argentina right at the end. Limber misses though!
Oh, nobody wants to hold on to this lead right now. There's hundreds of points between the two teams.
They keep switching at 944 points. for Netherlands taking the point. Oh my goodness!
Oh, that is the textbook way of finishing this match out. There have been very fine margins these teams have been playing with, and the Netherlands just able to eke it out that little bit further, able to capitalize on the opportunities given to them, and they take the match by a score of 5-2, knocking Argentina out of the Mania World Cup.
What a match! That I don't know about you, I'm dizzy after that one.
I am on the edge of my seat right now, because that could have gone either way. This could have very easily been 5-2 in favor of Argentina.
Absolutely. There were 3 maps that were within 4,000 points in that match, and a few more that were within 1 or 2 more misses. Absolutely wild. Congratulations to the Netherlands for moving on into the quarterfinals in the losers bracket. Commiserations for the Argentinian team for being eliminated in the round of 16 losers bracket, but they put on a wonderful performance. Absolutely insane match, and what a wonderful way to send off our Saturday afternoon. Our next match is in about 7 hours, Sunday, 4 o'clock UTC, and that is going to be, looks like Colombia versus Australia.
Oh, another, I believe, losers bracket match on the cards here. We're starting to get into the real thick of it, running through this losers bracket. Gonna say goodbye to some really, really good lineups. But Toph, do you have anything else left to add to what has been a very electrifying performance?
I'm not sure. I don't think I have anything else to say. This is going to be the end of the stream for a while. But it's been an exciting day of matches so far. We've got about half of the matches left, and I hope no one forgets that we're coming back in about 7 hours for us to continue the wonder that is round of 16.
Yep, you can see some of the matches already being played out. But until then, we will catch you guys later.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to Mania 4Q World Cup 2023. And now there's one match in this block in particular, and we're going to be to see Colombia versus Australia. And I'm Mifa, and we're commentating with Reveal here. How are you doing?
Doing great. We are now in a brand new day of matches. The previous day we saw a grand total of 7, a couple of teams also being eliminated from the tournament, and this match in particular is going to be one of those. It is a lower bracket matchup, which means the loser of this is going to be eliminated from this year's World Cup. Colombia and Australia, they've never really had that much history in 4K Mania World Cup. This is the first time that they will be facing each other in the 4K Mania World Cup series.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Colombia in history in particular hasn't been like the brightest in terms of like in participation in World Cup. Usually you would see Colombia being in the lower seed team. I mean, I guess in the sense that qualifiers didn't really show up until like we got to the round of 16. But Australia, on the other hand, has definitely some showings. Like
consistently from performing from like 2015, 2014. I guess in this case, I think Australia has been like the consistent regular or the veterans of the World Cup, I guess.
In terms of participation, definitely they have participated in every single edition of the 4K Mania World Cup. And as for Colombia, they've only started participating since 2021. So they are a relatively new team, a little bit more inexperienced compared to some of the Australian players.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to actually be seeing an interesting matchup. I feel like in this case, Colombia and Australia hasn't been like showing up too much in like round 32. The scores have been relatively good, but it's not like spectacular in any case. I guess in the sense that the team score would be the definition on who's going to win this matchup.
Yeah, Colombia had to face Japan, Australia had to face Singapore, pretty tough opposition. So now that they are in the lower bracket, this is starting to be more of a closer battle between these two teams. So we could see some tighter fights in some of these maps, especially since the map pool is also a lot harder than last weekend's.
Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna see Australia being protecting the Mr. Scratchman, would be just the more easier, I guess, in SV. I guess that makes sense. Also, Colombia protecting the Korjak pick. It's just interesting to me.
That is scary to me because you have basically no idea on like your opposition's Korjak skill set. So if they are protecting Liftoff, that is going to be a statement. And also, they are banning the custom song "The Orbit" LN 3.
They go banning. We're banning, so we don't get to see the happy Arnold. It's now Arnold. It's now sad, but regardless, we'll be seeing Australia's first pick here. I'm kind of curious. Probably going for LNs right away. There it is.
To be.
Oh, Infinity.
Yeah, if you have Ruka in your team, you have to be thinking L-Lens and Our Infinity is coming out. Interestingly also, both SVs open. No bans on the SVs, so something for... Well, I mean, Australia did protect one of the SVs, but Colombia didn't ban the other, so that's something to think about.
Yeah, being SVs left open just would mean that they're well prepared for this. I'm legitimately interested to see if they're actually gonna be picked at some point. Which Colombia doesn't seem to be particularly annoyed with them, so we'll see. Seeing Alkfor and Ruka for Australia, I wonder who's like the third player probably. It's probably gonna be
I think Animgo, because Animgo is in the IFC chat, so Animgo should be the third player for Australia. And this is basically the Colombia LN core, Alexito, Argo, and Marvelous Cosmos.
Oh yeah, Anim Girl would be like pretty amazing addition for the LN team, which being the literal veteran of the game actually in particular.
Yeah. I mean, they last played like 4 years ago, but they haven't seemed to have like rusted that much honestly since then.
I mean, we're seeing I think in particular this kind of pick, it does make sense, but it's also really easy to rush 200s if you're not very well prepared for how dense the LN is.
I mean, they're probably gonna exploit, Colombia's kind of jarring LN weakness here, and especially with Ruka in your team, it's gonna be a padding. But it's also up to Alkfor and Animgo to keep up.
Yeah, we'll see, because I think in this particular match, we're seeing a couple interesting additions like Ego with Fade-In, which understandably so, because of the Fade-In main. Although I'm genuinely interested how to see what actually plays with Fade-In though, because usually you would see a lane cover of some sort, but the Fade-In does make things a little bit interesting to see on how you read them.
Right off the gate, some strong accuracies from Australia's side, 299.9s, but we haven't even gotten into the bone of this map yet.
Yeah, it's going to change. I mean, it's already going wrong. Only 99.8 as the highest in the lobby currently.
Yeah, and that has to go to Ruka, obviously. But oh, Marvelous Cosmos! Catching some of the first few island density sections, yeah. All the way down to 98.5, actually dropping a little bit.
Yeah, it's actually got quite a few rush on the more of the long nodes section. I mean, the more of the denser long nodes, kind of just getting lost in there.
Yeah, the nature of this map is if you rush or if you hit too late, you can chain a lot of misses. That's one single miss from Argo, but the accuracy also matching Marvelous Cosmos, that lead is just going to go towards Australia.
There sounds quite a bit of struggle actually for Opt4 as well, going to like below 99.4 as opposed to like everyone on the lobby has like around 99-ish, only the highest being 99.78 by Ruka here.
Yeah, but they are doing just enough, and the entire Australian team also holding FCs, which is basically gifting Australia such a huge lead, 37,000 points in the first half, and now we're going into the second half really soon.
Not much of the lead has pretty much changed, like 40,000-ish, which is, it requires like 4 or 5 straight misses from Australia to even catch that up, but considering the rushes by Colombia, I don't think that would be easy to catch up.
Yeah, there needs to be a detrimental miss, and it has to be misses. It has to be multiple misses at this point. Alexito doing all they can, still holding the only FC on Colombia's side. But that lead is just growing, it's 46,000 points now.
Yeah, it's just the sheer accuracy, really. With how Australia is gaining accuracy far faster than Colombia right now, it's almost just like literally almost no way to even match that right now. Only 99.3 as the highest from Colombia.
Yeah, and oh, Oxford does find a miss, but that is way too late. Trades in with Marvelous Cosmos, and Marvelous Cosmos is off worse. And that is an Australian point.
Yeah, I like to give credit where it's due, where with Fade-In is actually even harder to even rip that properly, with only like around almost 99% is actually amazing on that. But yeah, this going to be very clear first point for Australia.
Yeah, that's a statement score from Ruka on 990k, and immediately Colombia going for Rise 3. They are just stamping that Protect out, saying we want Kojak now.
It's actually... I mean, going for Protect is fine. I just don't know where it's actually going to be. If it's in terms of you would want to go with Protect this early on.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I've seen any team protect the Kojak before. Or at least in this tournament so far.
Yeah, I feel like this is probably the first. Because you would see Protects in SVs or mainly more of the like the speedier picks like Celsius or Come Inside My Heart or something like that, but this is probably the first one I've seen that the Kojak being protected.
Yeah, and when it comes to Kojak, there's very little room for error. We've seen some very, very insane team scores already on this map alone. We saw a total of 2996 from Philippines and 2997 from Japan.
Yeah, we're seeing when a couple of the lobbies being synced up. Interesting 33-point lead by Colombia right now, which just goes to tell the accuracy is actually kind of the most interesting point about this entire matchup with this Kojak pick.
And oh my gosh, that's a very early miss from Robert. We're not even in the Kojak section yet.
Now we're going into that now.
Yep. So it is going to be advantage Australia. Just from that uncharacteristical miss.
The only saving I was about to say that the only saving grace about the Kojak is how you have to miss this early. Like you have to even go to like below 400 combo right now, but that's already a miss, so that negates any addition of the score right now.
And there's another one coming from Robert, but it does trade into Anim Grill. But these accuracies from Emptiness and Alexito.
Well, Saikuto was also not being much of a slouch either. Like 99.87, and Alexito finally made a drop right there, right as he said that. The only full combo remaining being... Yeah, the only full combo remaining being like 3 right now. Emptiness, Iron, and Saikuto.
Yeah, and it's 2 FCs to 1. With the accuracy advantage as well, because Robert is down to 99.49.
Still quite a bit left to go here, like around 45 seconds left. Wait, it's where stamina gets to take a hit in these sections right now. The lane is kind of getting denser. Oh, there's a couple of rushes by Iron there, but not too glaring right now.
Yeah, it's not turning into misses, which is very key for Australia.
Reaching out the last 20-second-ish of the map, and Saikuto finally, there's no full combos left for Colombia, and Australia has only 1 remaining now.
Yeah, it's all on Emptiness, but that lead is not changing at all. A little bit of accuracy drop from Australia, so the lead will shrink a little bit, but it's way too late at this point.
Yeah, it's already getting like pretty ridiculous now for the lead to come back up, but Australia will take the break point there, 2-0.
Oh my god, some of these players are playing Minesweeper here. 1-200, 151 miss from Saikuto, 1-200, 1 miss from Alexito, 1-200, 2 100s from Emptiness. That's the nature of Korjak maps, really.
I mean, in a sense that Korjak picks have always been like the funny meme judgment ratios or something like that. You just avoid 200s, but you get a 50 instead. That's kind of the point, really, for any type of consistency pick.
Now back to Australia and surely Future Eve. There we go. LN1 coming out. There goes the LN pool.
Alright, there's no more LN, so Australia will have to resort to something that is more hybrid-ish, or maybe even go more to speedier picks. I mean, interesting to see, because I think this doesn't have that much of a showing. In terms of this long pick in particular.
Believe he only got picked once or twice.
I mean, apart from every other long note picks, I think this one has the least amount of showings. Being like the other is like the L Infinity and the other LN3.
Yeah.
The more popular ones, I'd say. All right, we'll see. I think this in particular would be pretty interesting. Which the same roster for most of the long note comp teams in particular. Australia and Colombia has the same team members.
Yeah, I believe this is the same lineup that we saw for our Infinity. A bit of an accuracy tank from Argo at the start. But actually, accuracies across Colombia are quite low compared to Australia.
It does, but actually Australia has a little bit of a decent-ish struggle for keeping a little bit above 99.6, which Animal seems to be the case here. No combos dropped yet so far, so I'm not too concerned about it right now.
Yeah, right now it's just accuracy battle, but there might be some misses coming forth in the first core section. Oh, actually, even before that, Alexito with the first miss of the lobby.
A little bit denser in terms of like how packed the LN walls are.
And there we go, Marvelous being the second one to fall. Just our goal for Colombia. All 3 Australians intact. That's a second miss from Marvelous.
Yeah, how do you... Reading with Fading is actually even mind-blowing to in particular to help you holding in the full combo this far. And Anime Girl finally take the first miss on the Australian side, actually.
Yeah, right at the start of the bridge. But that's just going to be such a small dent to Australia's 42,000 point lead. Oh, actually, another miss, but trades it with Alexito. So it is still going to be 42,000 points.
Still around the same lead as before, really. Like 42, 43,000-ish. And the accuracy lead is just, on average, is just really what Colombia's down at right now.
Yeah, it's just the Ruka show right now, but Oxford isn't too far behind.
Understandably so, yeah. 99.6 for both of them, really.
But this lead, already 60,000 points, I think it's pretty much over unless a huge drop happens from Australia across the board. But that lead's just growing, 68,000, 70,000 actually, potentially.
Yeah, none of the Colombians have like 99 at all right now.
Wow.
The accuracy drops are really a tank at the ending. But regardless, it's still impressive showing for both of these teams, really.
Oh wow, that ratio from Ruka, what? Like, they got more 200s,
10.
but they still got the highest accuracy.
That's what ratio does. It's really powerful when you think about it.
It is really powerful.
That's 3-0 for Australia. We'll see what Colombia decides to retaliate here.
I'm thinking one of the tech, either Innocent Revolver or Celsius.
Innocent Revolver would be like the quote-unquote easier tech picks. Well, I mean, I guess this in a sense this is probably the easiest right now because Happy Arnold is different because it has different things about the jump stream and whatnot. Celsius is the hardest one right now if you compare it to Happy Arnold right now.
Yeah, Innocent Revolver is more burst-based, Celsius is very dumb-focused. Oh, neither is gonna be picked, it's gonna be Come Inside My Heart.
Speedier pick still, but this is pretty trippy for a pick like this. So it's more prone to any kind of risk to choke. So interesting to see.
Yeah, both players actually picked the Rice one from last weekend, which was Hajimete. Colombia were 26 on that, and Australia was 16th, with a difference of 43,000 points. So technically speaking, Australia do have a slight advantage when it comes to the stream pick. But we'll have to see. This is a lot harder.
Yeah, this kind of pick, it kind of fluctuates in BPM. Not entirely 315 equivalent streams. There's some bits of burst here and there, but I guess in this case, Colombia is pretty comfortable with it right now. I think this is probably the only pick to go. And if Colombia does win, they have Celsius open right now.
Yeah, the Rice pool is still pretty open. And Australia now have to bank on hybrids and maybe the SV.
Already going to see a couple of slight accuracy advantage for Colombia. Have a little bit of rocky start for Australia this early in, but nevertheless, it's really not the streams yet.
Yeah, we haven't even gotten into the very fast streams yet. So right now it's just to build accuracy up, and there we go. First bursty stream.
All eyes on every choke on the more accuracy drops really. This is getting a little bit trickier. I guess there's some bits of embedded mini trails.
Oh, Billabong tripping up in accuracy down to 99.6, and that's giving Australia a very small advantage.
Oh wow, there's like about 2,000 points this kind of at this point in time.
Yeah, Emptiness is doing really well, MVPing for Australia 99.88. Almost, well actually, well, beating Alexito 99.84, but practically just matching at this point.
Alright, there comes more, a little bit more. There's a bit, there we go! It's good for, is really prone to choke, and Anime Girl takes the first victim here.
Yeah, and with that, it is now a Colombian lead.
Oh no, Roberto actually dropping like 9.7.5.
Oh.
It's actually like 0.15% here. It's probably gonna equalize it a little bit.
Oh my gosh.
It's actually gonna equalize here. Oh my god, it's like what, 1,000 point-ish?
Australia need to hold though. NM Girls also dropping a little bit of accuracy themselves. Oh, but Billabong on a 200. This is gonna be super close.
Girl is really kind of struggling like below 9.4 right now. So it's, if anything, the draws are trading.
Yeah, but we still got another section here. And this is where the stamina kind of gets to you as well.
I'm really clenching on the on the bottom on the screens right now, because any kind of drop is fatal.
Oh, Robert dropped the 200. Is that enough? Is that enough for Australia?
Oh my god, it's actually really close. Oh my god, 2,000-ish points.
2,000. Oh, those accuracy drops. Emptiness. MVP Australia, one single 200. That is key.
That's a black flag for emptiness, and Octor is doing a good job on really holding those two players from Colombia down. But again, that one miss is almost fatal for Australia there.
That was really close, really emptiness, pulling Australia through second break point of the match.
If anything, that doesn't really tell, because Celsius is out there for Colombia to pick right now. So
yep,
it's interesting to see.
Colombia still can pick, even if they lose the next one. It is still, you know, the rice maps are still available.
There's no LNs left, and they're going for SV1 Air Protect now.
Okay, interesting. Australia didn't play any of the SV maps last weekend.
So I'm probably guessing that this is probably either like Ruka or something, or Adrenaline maybe? I don't know.
Honestly, I have no idea. Maybe Adrenaline.
Yeah, we'll see Ego, Marvel's Cosmos, and Rubber. I think it's probably the same roster for LN team for Colombia.
Wait,
understandably so.
Argo playing this? Is Argo actually gonna play this? Because they are afraid in main.
Well, I don't think it's probably doesn't gonna help change much with Faden.
We do see HD Adrenaline in the lobby now. I was thinking Alexito actually for Colombia, but it doesn't seem like that will be the case. That is going to be our final 6. Will it be Faden on the SB?
I mean, that's a possibility. There, yeah,
oh
there is. Oh god, okay.
Okay.
How do you... If you change the scroll speed to what Faden does, would the slow jam be like almost a snail-like?
The slow jam would be even slower.
I mean, it does increase the scroll speed by the look of things. Just to offset the how the slow jam would be.
And already Argo finding a couple of early drops, or late drops I think.
Does have some issues in the beginning.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Robert.
Already like an average 97-ish for Colombia right now, and Australia is really much going ham with this in terms of lead.
I'm just impressed that Argo is going to try to play this with Faden. Oxford actually dropping out the 99%, but HD Adrenaline and Iron doing really well for Australia. Marvelous also in the 99s.
I mean, it's after the 400, and Ego's fade-in is at maximum cover. So it's just really hard to tell what the next numbers are on what position they are in.
Ooh. Robert tripping up the rhythm there. And Argo from the transition. That's a miss. And entire Colombia gone. Iron misses as well. That's really a definitive point.
Yeah, 100,000 point is already almost impossible to climb over unless with a really massive disconnect from Australia, but I don't think it's really that much of a point to get through.
Yeah, and even with the miss from Iron still holding the highest accuracy. And now we have this just easy swing section towards the end here. And that leash is just gonna grow towards Australia.
Yeah, we don't need 2 Seoul FCs. I guess, not to call it that early, but I mean, this is really gonna be a point for Australia, regardless of what happens. It's a 5-0 on potential match point right now.
Yep, it is indeed match point. So Colombia, this could be their last chance to score.
It's gotta be Celsius, isn't it? Like, you would consider Come Inside My Heart being really close. It's probably gonna be Celsius, isn't it?
It should be Celsius. I won't be surprised if they try Innocent Revolver. But it's like either or at this point. I don't know if they want to go Infinity Rage. I don't think they should. And I don't think they should touch hybrids at all.
Maybe Colombia can surprise us. I don't know. Maybe they're probably going for the other SV, which is the brain move.
Imagine complex. Imagine. That would be like the plot twist of the century.
Yeah, it does more make sense when Colombia had like Celsius going in. Well, but it's still really risky.
Yeah, there we go.
Celsius is in. Celsius is in. Literally, what Colombia picks are all on the left side.
Wow, you're right. And they are all rice. So rice 1, rice 3, and rice 5.
If Colombia still holds on, they're probably gonna be picking bad for me or something.
Oh no! They'll be shooting themselves in the foot probably. But okay, I like this. Because Colombia, they have a very close tech. Rice 5 from last weekend. Difference of 879 points compared to Australia. So this could be really close.
I mean, I guess in a sense this is a different type. You would consider Poppy being the closest comparison to this, but this is way too continuous to be a more of a dumb-based pick.
Yeah, like what we've already seen with Rice 1. You know, if Australia just have a few more trip-ups, Colombia can actually score.
Interesting to see. Probably is going to be seeing off 4. I mean, probably going to be off 4 for Australia, isn't it?
I'm actually thinking Ruka? Either Ruka or Adrenaline, actually. Oh no, it is actually going to be Oxford, okay. Because Oxford didn't play any of the Rice maps last weekend.
Well, he does now, for Comments Like My Heart.
Yep.
Doesn't seem to be struggling that much for like Comments Like My Heart with grade 200s last time. What is Anime really pretty much trolling out there? But regardless, we'll see how this actually pans out for Colombia with Celsius, and you love to see Ayaka in the background. Well, you know, easy. Although I'm not sure what happened. I'm not sure what happened to Animgo.
Animgo went to play Minecraft. They,
Alright, they won.
said it in the chat.
Alright, they won. Yeah, it's 1-5. Nah. Count.
Okay, let's redo this.
Yeah, hopefully
Let's not have anyone leaving.
You get sent back to the Creeper realm. Alright, no more. Hopefully, no more issues this time around. Hopefully, not being sent back to the Minecraft realm. But regardless, we'll see.
This is a relatively short map, so misses count a lot more.
Alright, we already see
early drop from Alexito. Yeah, probably just not prepared with the intro. Like, the intro just... Like, it gives you no warning, dump. That's it.
It's just way too continuous to be like a more dumb base pick. But again, yeah, there's no warning about that, yeah.
The entire Australian team actually holding 99.7 and higher, opt for climbing up to 99.8 potentially.
It's essentially just what it is. Like, there's no stopping once you get through this.
Yeah, and that's a miss from Saikuto. That's 2 misses to none. And we're already almost approaching the halfway mark.
I'm consistently amazed by how people can act this really well. Like, if you're going to like 99.7, 99.8, and even though this kind of dumb is really just what it is, but it's very continuous, and I'm very amazed by that.
Yeah, this is such like a difficult map when like you think round of 16, like I think back like maybe half a decade ago, this would not be round of 16 at all. So to see some of these like lower seeded teams play this map and still score such high accuracies. I mean, Emptiness is holding almost 99.8 still. It's ridiculous.
Well, I mean, Alexito does climb back up to like 9.6, just matching Random Girl with that, even with a miss.
Yeah. Valiant effort from the Columbia side, as well as Robert, never mind. I was about to say Robert holding FC, but they drop alongside Random Girl, so 2 FCs. Out for an Emptiness.
2 FCs. Yeah, there is 2 FCs. And with that, Australia actually clean sweep. Yeah, 6-0 for Australia. Will advancing forward to the quarterfinals, and unfortunately, Colombia will be knocked out.
Yeah, commiserations to the Colombian team. They did pretty well, definitely kept things really close, especially with Vice 1. While as Australia were able to stamp a victory, a dominant victory really across most of the maps. So with that, they will be facing the loser of, let me see. The loser of Vietnam, Thailand.
Vietnam, Thailand. I mean, that's coincidentally, that's also gonna be the next match in the next 8 hours, or 8 or 9 hours actually. So
yeah,
realistically speaking, that Vietnam versus Thailand is probably like one of the, like, probably the closest match so far, in terms of predictions.
I mean, yeah. It's Seed 8 versus Seed 9. Like, that match is gonna be a bloodbath, and especially since it is a Southeast Asian clash, you know that there's gonna be bloodshed.
Yeah, there we go. You see brackets like that. You would be constantly wondering what would be the case for Australia will be facing forwards, and with the other side, on the other side of the left side, right there, which we still have like Venezuela versus Mexico. We also have like Ukraine versus Peru, and yeah, you know, it's actually gonna be wild, especially for the quarterfinals. And quarterfinals pool is actually pretty stupidly hard, actually.
Oh, the pools are just gonna get harder from here. Like you think this pool in the round of 16 is hard, like quarterfinals is another level up. But yeah, with that being said, we are going to take a relatively long break because this was only a single match block, but remember to stay tuned in about, I think, what, 8 hours, I believe? 8 or 9 hours?
Yeah, it's around. It's just around when it's 14 UTC is probably going to be like the match for Vietnam versus Thailand. So it's relatively around like 9 hours at best.
Yeah, and actually speaking of which, there will be 2 matches: Vietnam, Thailand, and Brazil, Hong Kong. Brazil, Hong Kong will be on the B stream. Vietnam, Thailand on the A stream. So do check back here in roughly about 9.5 hours for those 2 matches. But yeah, I think that will be it from us.
Yeah, relatively busy block for those entire 9 hours straight, and we'll take a break. So stay tuned in like the 14 UTC, and that's probably going to be the busiest block ever for today. So we'll see you right soon. Hello everyone, welcome back to Mania 4K World Cup 2023. And now we have the busiest block for today, and as we go through the entire around 3 or 4 or 5 hour gauntlet of matches coming out right at you. And this is going to be Vietnam versus Thailand for at this hour of the day. I'm Mifa and I'll be commentating with Potassium. How are you doing?
I am so excited actually right now. This is an absolutely crazy matchup here, Vietnam versus Thailand. As some people have seen already, they are the seed number 8 versus seed number 9. So as far as seeding goes, you can't get any closer, especially since this is a winner's bracket match. Both of them have performed already extremely well last week, and it's going to be a banger. Absolutely. I expect this to be a very close match.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like this. I should also mention that Vietnam and Thailand being seated almost next to each other is and given this is also like still in the winners bracket, so they still have a lot to go here, which with Vietnam and Thailand scores in particular, especially like on round of 32 where the scores are relatively just very close between each other. So Ambrosia might be a possibility at this match.
Well, that would be exciting to see for sure. Yeah, and I think it's definitely a real possibility. But looking at the matchup, you know, I think it'll be a mistake to look at this matchup just by the seeding numbers, right? Vietnam being higher seed, but seed number 8. But you know, it kind of doesn't tell the full story of how I expect this one to go. I actually think Thailand may be slightly favored based on last week's performance. At least I feel like Thailand performed as. Basically, they were one of the best teams last week, just straight up. I think they performed. I think they got 3 number 1s out of the 5 maps they played.
Yeah, it's up there for just basically like the top performances of any other teams.
Yeah, I was extremely impressed with the consistency overall and the accuracy from Thailand. But I also do think that Vietnam as a team, they've got a lot of big names on their team, a lot of heavy hitters, and I feel like as the map pool gets harder, this matchup might start favoring Vietnam as we're getting into the late game. The question is, right, is this map pool kind of hard enough for that to really show? And I'm not really sure the answer to that question.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. Well, we're actually going into the match right now and looking at the protect that it takes. Vietnam is not what I was expecting. I mean, in terms of protect, it's going to be protecting Celsius in this case, and Thailand, as expected, going to be protecting Alea Yakta.
Yeah, I think we both kind of expected, we were talking about this before, we both expected Vietnam to be protecting the SV, at least one of the SV maps, because Vietnam, definitely, I feel like that's probably the strongest advantage that either of these teams have, is that I believe Vietnam should be favored with the SV. And yeah, Thailand banning the SV2, that makes a lot of sense. I think that's the SV map that most players are not as comfortable with, so getting that one out of the way. Vietnam, I wonder what they're going to decide to ban. LN2.
Banning.
Okay.
Oh, interesting. I mean, I kind of don't like this kind of ban here for Vietnam. I don't feel like it's actually gonna get any worse for if Thailand score.
You know, I feel like it might be an okay ban, just given, you know, Thailand's accuracy and consistency that they've shown on all maps. Like, our Infinity, out of all the LN maps at least, it's the one that I expect to see, you know, maybe higher accuracies on overall, more consistency, less choke potential necessarily. So maybe if Vietnam's just not comfortable with getting, you know, ultra high accuracy on that map. But here we go. No messing around here. They're picking the SV.
Yeah, I think this is probably like the most obvious pick for Vietnam, I should say.
Yeah, this is the safest pick that I think either two teams have. I don't, like, even though I say that Thailand might be slightly favored here, I don't think that Thailand particularly have any, like, amazing picks themselves. I feel like Vietnam as a team can definitely perform really well on every pick in the pool. But we
in fairness, I think the hindsight for picking SVs for Vietnam is just more of a testing the waters on how well they can actually keep up with their accuracy. And, this one is relatively easy to get to pick up accuracy right off the bat, but that's just gonna tell with how the rest of the maps will pan out for them.
Yeah, and of course we see Lot coming in for Vietnam. This is definitely the player to watch in the lobby when we're coming to the SV pick in particular. Lot coming, I mean, second place in SVSE 2 just recently, the SV tournament.
Yeah. Also, the only SVSE where hardcore SV picks are like were going to be tested, and Lot's definitely showing some finesse and some like really high performances on SV picks in particular. So no surprise coming theme for Vietnam. Oh, Tokyo finding a drop early on in this there on the jump.
A bit of a shaky start, just struggling to get the rhythm early on there. But it shouldn't be too big of a deal. We do expect, you know, 200s to be fairly frequent in SV maps like this, so we'll see if they can take back the lead. But for now, Thailand in a little bit of an early lead there. Oh, 200s coming out from How to Be Intel and Pavin. It's going to tie things up.
Yeah, Tokyo is starting to pick back up accuracy quite rapidly after that drop right there, which also with Intel, How to Be Intel is actually like dropping 200s left and right. And Lee's already going back to Vietnam.
Yeah, but it is still very close. Lot, the number one player on the board, and Konkawa actually with a really rough set of 200s there. Actually, 0.2% difference.
Already 0.2% drop? 0.22% drop by Konkawa there.
And yeah, now there's absolutely no one. Konkawa was the one that was keeping up with Lot early on, but now absolutely no one to contest Lot's score. Tridon as well as the second best score. That's going to give a big advantage here. Tridon finding a few 200s there, but nothing too major.
Sucks with Lot, actually. Not in a 99.9% range at all.
But now we look at the three scores, and actually Tokiyume recovering so well now above Konkawa's scores. So all three players on Vietnam above the accuracy of all three players on Thailand. That's giving this 30,000 point lead now as Intel drops below the 99%.
Yeah, the pressure is lowering down. Oh, dropped by Tokiyume, but the score lead is actually quite huge for what it is, even with the two misses.
I think that should be fine for Vietnam. Yeah, you look at the score lead, 33,000 points, and that was a very clean miss. So the accuracy actually still above all three players on Thailand. And yeah, the AC lead just looks too big for that one miss to have any effect on the score overall.
Yeah, this section is really easy to autopilot, although there's a few 200s here and there, but nothing too major, like drops happening in this section here.
Yeah, and we can see 33,000 the point lead in the end, despite the miss. And oh, that was actually an early miss at the start of the map from Tokiyume?
Yeah, it was a very early, like 20,
I didn't even,
20, yeah.
Didn't even know it was a miss. I thought it was a 200 at the start. But okay, so missing at the very end, missing at very, very start for Tokiyume. But overall, very solid team score. Of course, Lot having an extremely strong ratio there, despite the 3 200s, going to end up with the MVP performance here.
Yeah, the only good saving grace that this is Vietnam taking their own point when, well, Thailand has quite a few options here, and given the hybrid was the protect item, which all you have to ask by how to play LN. So there's quite a lot to pick here for them. I would expect the Red to go with another high set of hybrid for Thailand.
Yeah, I do feel like Thailand is definitely one of the strongest hybrid teams that we will be seeing in this stage of the tournament, so that makes a lot of sense, but at the same time, you know, Thailand's score on maps such as, you know, what was the Chainsaw Man map called again from last week? The TV size map. Thailand got absolutely absurd team score on that one.
Innocent Revolver, that makes quite a bit of sense.
Okay, honestly, when it comes to these two teams, I have almost no comment, no matter what they pick, because I'm like, oh, you know, yeah, sure. I feel like both teams can play every map so well that it's like, oh, okay.
Let's just go with the highest possibility that we can actually score well on.
Yeah, and I think this one, while it does make sense, it's also kind of risky to see coming out because a fairly short map, just under 2 minutes, and also a lot of choke potential, but maybe that's what Thailand want to be banking on, because Thailand have looked extremely consistent, at least so far as the combos go from last week.
There are quite a few patterns in the Innocent Revolver that are quite funny to see if they actually manage to choke on, and with at the risk of you're actually like hyper focusing on accuracy and you really didn't realize that you're actually missing it like once or twice, so your score isn't that as good anymore. Alright, we should be seeing the MP starts soon enough. I think once we get to see both rosters are locking their team members in, especially for Thailand has LDC0 and Manifesto for Vietnam. Alright, we're going to see how it actually pans out for Thailand here, with double mirror actually for coming out for Thailand.
Yeah, a few patterns in this one that you might definitely be considering the mirror for if you have a more comfortable hand.
Funny trailish, which that doesn't seem to be that much of an issue. Their opening accuracies are insane already.
This is absolutely crazy. Look across the board. Lowest accuracy, 99.8 by Lot and Aeon DCO. And that is a very high accuracy to be the lowest. But Pavin actually finds the first miss early on. Big accuracy drop as well. But Trinoan...
Actually, clean miss. Pavin has a couple of few 200s after that miss, though.
Yeah, so accuracy leads settling in favor of Vietnam ever so slightly after the 2 misses come out. But Lot is falling behind a little bit despite the full combo from him. So,
oh wow, look at that score difference already. It's just below 1,000 now.
Oh, it's so close right now, and as the map kind of drags on, it's going to come down to basically who manages to recover that accuracy faster. And it looks like Pavin's taking a while, but DCO...
Oh no, that's actually going to cost a lot for Thailand here, especially with 7,000 point lead for Vietnam here.
And halfway into the map now, this lead is starting to grow in Vietnam's favor. 2 misses on the Thailand side. And now it feels like the accuracy lead is ever so slightly in favor of Vietnam as well. Magnifestio and Konkawa both holding the full combos, both cancelling each other out in the accuracy as well.
It all comes down to their other 2 players, really. Although with AMDC missing actually kind of in the middle of the map.
Yeah, it actually feels like now, you know, looking at the accuracy, AMDCO and Trinoan having the same, but now... I was just about to say, the accuracy seemed tied between the 2 teams, and now, but AMDCO, it could have gone either way just at that moment, but it feels like now it's a little bit too late. 1 too many misses at the end there for Thailand, and Vietnam are just going to barely manage to take the break point.
These scores are absolutely insane. 997 and 99, almost 997 for Konkawa as well, though. 300 difference, and trade on with just very clean misses like 157. That's also insane. Aeon DCO actually taking out in that ratio. That's a great point for Vietnam. 2-0 now.
Early breakpoint definitely looks very good for Vietnam.
Yeah, this is a good situation for Vietnam to be in now, and they're going to be picking their protect now, which is Celsius. Ooh, I don't know if they want to take this risk this early on here. This is quite dump heavy, and what they have done is actually like having great accuracy, but at the risk of choking, which is I'm worried about Trado in here in this case.
I am very worried about choke. We just saw a lot of chokes happening, a lot of misses, a lot of nerves between the two teams. And it really, that last map could have gone to either team realistically. It was a 1 miss difference pretty much. This one, it feels like it's going to be a similar story because, as you said, there's a lot of choke potential on this one as well with the dumpy patterns. Less than 2 minutes as well. But if Vietnam protected this, you have to imagine they're fairly comfortable on it. So this is their opportunity. They really want to go 3-0 up, and Thailand is looking to, as soon as they can, win that breakpoint back.
All right, we're going to be seeing Celsius being picked by Vietnam as their protected pick. And of course, with this dump focus heavy, also we love Bayaka in the house, so we're going to see we have a mirror coming out from Manifesto here.
Genshin map.
Yeah, it's a Genshin map. What do you expect actually? And already the opening accuracy is already insane. Yeah.
Yeah, we all know the accuracy potential from all of these players on both teams. Absolutely crazy, which just means there's that little room for error. So small. And Vixile, that's going to be the first miss very early on, before the 400 combo mark, but that's still going to be a bit of a lead for Thailand.
That's still quite a fair bit to go, and the dumps are not stopping at all. This is very continuous as far as the pattern go. There's no breaks in between. There's a couple of them, but they're not considered breaks at some point.
Yeah, absolutely not. When you have this dump style mapping, you can't really afford to let up. But Trito on finding a miss, and look at the accuracies, look at the consistency for Thailand right now. AO and DCO dropping a little bit down to 99.7, but that's okay because the full combo is still there. Konkawa and Manifestio pulling off ridiculous accuracies. But Trito finding another miss.
Clean miss, but again, 25,000 point lead for Thailand is really what it matters a lot here. And this is such a bad pick in an early situation where the protective thing is not working for them actually.
Yeah, this is looking basically as I expected. There is really no safe picks for either team except for that SV pick at the start. And it's kind of showing now 1/4 of the map left, but this is a 25,000 point lead. I think all 3 players from Thailand have to find a miss if Vietnam want to come back in this one.
This is just such a stupid performance on this lobby. Like, what the heck? 99.93 this far into the map.
And
you should not be able to act this chart at all. Look at this, 997 for both Konkao and Manifestio here. That's so stupid.
These two players have been playing absolutely out of their minds for the past picks, both canceling each other out, right? Manifestio, Konkawa tying each other's scores, keeping each other at bay. It's the second and third players that make the difference, and the triple FC from Thailand, the break point happens right back. It's still essentially an even game between the two teams.
That is just such a stupid performance themselves as I've seen. Like, literally, what do you even contend with just 4 people in this lobby had 0 200s, and the difference is only between ratio.
Yeah, nerves at an all-time high. We can definitely see all of these maps are going to come down to individual small mistakes, small misses. There is no accuracy lead to speak of here.
This is the match that we all wanted to see now. And with how Celsius being protected by Vietnam is backfire really badly in Thailand, even with picking Innocent Revolver before, it's still not a really a safe pick, all things considered. Even then, there's just equal grounds here.
Now, just as a side note as well, just going to mention that we do have a B stream that I believe is running now. That is going to be streaming Brazil versus Hong Kong. So if you do want to be watching Brazil versus Hong Kong, that is going to be on Osu Live 2, I believe is the channel. So that they've taken a little bit of time, but now they're about to head into the first pick pretty soon, I think. So let's have a look at this one anyway. Thailand going towards the hybrids.
The hybrid that it's funky. It's a funky hybrid, all things considered. It's not the most picked out of all hybrids I've seen, but just because this has quite a few to contend with in terms of patterns and the snaps and whatnot.
And we see Lot coming in as well from Vietnam. Definitely an extremely strong player when it comes to, just all-around ability in the LNs and hybrids. And Sevilla as well. First time we're seeing Sevilla in this match.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Sevilla would be a nice contender for like the most of the later hybrid game here, because I'm assuming that this would be the case. This is quite close enough to be like the mid-late game hybrid, because the patterns are so hard to deal with. Alright,
Okay.
we're going to see it soon now. With literally a 300 IQ brain background to see.
It is the meme background.
Absolutely. 7.3 OD, which is still kind of on the higher side for hybrid, but regardless, for funky snaps like this would be really kind of harsh to act, but I suppose this lobby has no issues going through it.
Yeah, plenty of the players in this lobby have blown my mind already with the accuracy. Wouldn't be surprised if it happens again.
Especially in this intro, no one seemed to be faltering that much.
Very
These funky
small.
snaps.
Svelia actually finding a little bit of trouble, and Lot finding an early miss with a big accuracy drop along with that down to 99%. It's going to give a fairly sizable lead to Thailand, but AOMDCO finding a miss right back.
That is a clean miss, all things considered. Lot is coming back out to the 99.5 after that miss.
But also important to note that Lot's miss was before the 400 combo mark, so it's not going to make as much of a score difference as AOM's miss it will.
Wow.
So
Sevilla kind of tanking a little bit of accuracy. No one on Thailand. Again, Havin and Konkao. Konkao is destroying this already, even with the snaps.
yeah, I think the biggest thing right now, the biggest factor right now in this map is that no one on Vietnam is able to quite keep up to Konkawa's accuracy.
This is already a big outlier for them.
Oh, and Trinon finds a miss as well. That was the highest accuracy on Vietnam. And now Thailand are going to start to grow their lead as we're getting into the second half of the map. Still 2 players on Thailand, 1 player on Vietnam with the full combo.
Lot is catching up with AMDCO's accuracy now. 9.7 already now.
But just as a team right now, Pavin and Konkawa are way ahead of everyone on Vietnam, as well as having the full combos. It means that this lead is only going to grow as the map goes on, and we're at the very end of the map. Not much left in this one anymore.
Literally no one's struggling. In accuracy at all. No less. 99.7 across now. The only lowest score is 99.6.
And it just feels like there's not enough time, even if we see misses now. 17,000 is the point lead, and that's just going to be it.
Yeah, this is gonna be it. Literally.
I am
other
looking at the
misses.
top right of my screen, and I just don't understand it.
I don't
Oh
understand.
my
There's a
god.
2-1SS of this kind of hybrid. Like, what?
Oh, 996k. There's 2 double it. Yeah, oh my god. We can look at the consistency overall. Thailand only with the 1-200. Vietnam with 4 200s apiece. But my god, that is a team score from Thailand, and that is a very good pick that they have found there. 2-2, tying up the score.
Yeah, just like that. They're all on. There's the equalizer there, and they're back at the game. So we're still on deadlock.
And I think even more importantly for Thailand is they've kind of found an avenue for themselves, right? The Rice looked really shaky between both teams, going back and forth, but that LN pick that hybrid pick that we just saw felt like Thailand was in control from the start until the end.
The only things now, as far in this match now, the Allens are now still an unexplored territory.
Oh, it is so risky, especially with the more straightforward LN pick being banned out. The other two LNs left, I am not sure if you want to be taking that risk right now. It is such a tense moment of the match. I feel like Vietnam have to pick something that they're comfortable with, that they won't necessarily choke under the pressure.
Given also with the Rice picks remaining, Common Inside My Heart is quite a speedy, not kind of the same point of Celsius, but it's there. Going with Happy Arnold. Ooh, interesting.
Oh, we're going with the choke map once again.
I guess now Arnold is even more happier than before.
From one great background to another.
I mean, I appreciate how they actually time the background to make sure that Arnold's face is in the banner.
It is perfect, isn't it? Like right there. He is
I do
definitely
appreciate
happy.
it. I do appreciate that one. So I don't know if it's calculated or not, but it's absolutely gorgeous.
You get the wonderful word art in there as well, just barely visible.
With word art on Microsoft, you know.
Of course, we got a swap out here for Vietnam. Savelia being swapped out for Magnifestio. Magnifestio has been absolutely tearing up some of these Rice maps, so that makes a lot of sense.
Alright, with Lotus now coming for, instead of, Vixile, or for Vietnam now. Oh, I get the reference for this kind of sample. Also, yeah, 253 BPM jump stream mixed in with some 253 BPM mini jacks and some shenanigans.
250 BPM, no joke for mini jacks and bursts in particular. You're going to miss if you're not careful on these.
Now we're seeing Pot Plunger. Ooh, actually, the first time we've seen.
Yeah, interesting. We'll see how well they do. Definitely one of the players that was new to me, at least, coming into this World Cup from the Thailand team. But I think so far, at least, they have played in qualifiers, I think, and they played fairly well. So we'll have to see here.
Yeah, we'll see, because it's even better with this kind of background being shown in the multiplayer lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. In the most serious of matches, the most tense of matches, this is exactly the background that you want to have showing.
Yeah, we'll see if it's synced up properly now.
Oh my god, the accuracies. They always start so high.
They're always promisingly high, and literally, it's just 300 points of difference, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely tight margins here. It's going to come down to the misses if there are any, because I don't think either team can pull ahead that far in the accuracy.
Oh my god, this is just way too nerve-wracking to be seeing all these kind of high accuracies. It's not even helping because Happy Arnold has a break in the end.
Oh, it's small, but Lot drops a little bit in accuracy down to 99.7. Before had the 99.9. Paponga also down at the same accuracy as Lot, but it looks like the difference maker... it looks like they have the same act, basically. Just the smallest differences. Konkawa?
It's equal grounds again. Look at Pavin and Tridon Gaming is actually on equal ground. Konkawa, for some reason, has 99.92 now. this is demonstrating with the kind of the patterns are so weird in this.
No,
And here we go, the
definitely
dubstep.
looks- Oh my god. It looks like Vietnam is starting to take a bit of an ACK lead, but Lot drops in accuracy just a little bit. Paponga is also dropping a little bit as well. Konkawa is increasing the accuracy. What? Magnifestio as well. How are they increasing their accuracy?
Non-existent. Oh my god, 300 points of difference just juggling through that accuracy.
It is the smallest of margins. This is not even 200 difference. This is a 1-200 from Magnifestio I saw. That is enough to switch the lead to Thailand. That is how tight the difference is.
We're coming up to the last quarter of this chart now. The kills are still pretty fatal when you drop 200s there, and there's none.
There's absolutely no difference between the two teams. Lot now managing to get up to 99.8. Finally, Paponga still a little bit below that threshold. And it's enough for a couple hundred points, but we're in the very last section of the map. 6 full combos.
Oh my god, this is way too nerve-wracking. We're coming to the end of the chart now. 300 rushes like that.
Oh my god, Lot drops in accuracy just a little bit. But
Look at the score lead now.
Oh, but they can see it. They can see the score lead.
30, come on. It's gotta be at some point. It's gonna be a least for someone.
You cannot get a 200 in this outro. And it looks like... Oh, there's a 200 from Magnifestio! Oh my god!
200 costed the lead for Vietnam. Thailand takes it by the slim of the motions.
1-200 at the very end! And Thailand steals the point! You can't even... Oh my god. 6 full combos, by the way. 6 full combos.
This is just too much.
This is absolutely absurd, and Konkawa is tearing up this whole lobby. That was 89 300s with an SS, and that was the reason why Thailand won that point. It is 3-2. A break point has been secured for Thailand. Now they are the ones in the driver's seat. They can get their 4th point in a row if they win their next pick.
I think I should also mention Happy Arnold has a fair warning that Happy Arnold has an offset note at the end, and Manifesto just autopiloted way too quick. And that costed the lead.
Oh my god. I have to calm down a little bit after that. But this is where Thailand, they are in... For the first time, it feels like in this match, they are the ones that have the advantage now. And it's going to be hybrid pick. The first hybrid that they picked went really well for them, but now, of course, every hybrid is a different story. Now is going to be a different one. And we'll see if they can still pull out the same level of accuracy they did on the first one we saw.
Also, this is the protected pick for Thailand, right? So this is... I don't know what to expect here.
It is Thailand mapper advantage.
I suppose that is true.
Oh, okay, so now it is Vietnam's turn to see if they can take a break point back from Thailand if they want to get back into this match. I definitely think they can do it. They've shown that they can absolutely keep up with Thailand, but it is going to be tricky, especially with all of these hybrid and LN maps still in the map pool. So we'll have to see as we're starting here in the 6th pick. So let's see, we are seeing Savelia being subbed in once again, AOMDCO also being subbed in for Vietnam and Thailand respectively. Some funny trills to start with, but catches no one off guard.
Quite the opening to start with, nothing too serious. so quite serious. I mean, the snaps are one here still.
Yeah, absolutely. And so far, it looks like Thailand's off to a little bit of an AC lead. Sevelia is the lowest accuracy right now at 99.8, but that is definitely not very far behind anyone else. So very slight lead.
Slightly, you would mean 99.9 across an average.
Yeah, 1,000 we can see right here as we're already breaching the halfway point very soon with the... Oh my god, Thailand's accuracies are so high. 99.86, 99.87, 92. Being matched by Trito1 and Lot for sure. But it feels like Sevelia is just a tiny little bit, just 0.1% behind the rest of the players in the lobby. Very small margins, all 6 players on the full combo, very importantly right now.
Just still a couple thousand points of lead, and this is really still pretty risky, all things considered, with how the accuracy goes.
Yeah, this lead is absolutely nothing. A single not 200, but a single miss for sure enough, and we've seen plenty of those so far in the match at least. Trito1 does drop accuracy just a little bit down to 99.81. That's going to help out Thailand's lead just a little bit. Stretching it out to 4,000 points, but still quarter of the map left. Any single mistake is enough to swing it in the other direction. And all of the mini jacks, there's so many chokeable patterns in this map.
Still like about like 10,000-ish point lead? I mean, even so, this is still...
Yeah, the lead is just slowly growing because of this act discrepancy, and unless there's a miss that happens right towards the end, it looks like Thailand are going to just barely manage to win it off of the accuracy. 6-way full combo again, 2 maps in a row. That's just the level of performance we're seeing. We have 4 V1 double S. I was shocked for a moment because I saw Trito1's as well. But my god, there is 1 200 in the entire lobby. But that is going to be 4-2 now. Thailand with a 2-map lead, but it is Vietnam's own pick. They're going to have to win this one now if they want to come back. They cannot afford to let Thailand get to 5 points this early on.
We'll see what happens with coming out with Vietnam's pick here.
Yeah, the rest of the rice pool does seem fairly risky, all things considered. We've got the Jack map. We still have a lot of question marks when it comes to Jack maps, of course. We never really know. The speed map as well has been one that has been fairly popular. I'm not sure if the jump stream stamina map is one that Vietnam want to be going for either. Okay, it looks like we are getting a bit of a think for Vietnam about the pick as Trito1 also gets interrupted slightly. It appears. Hopefully doesn't affect the match. Okay, Rice 1 seems to be the pick, so come inside my heart. The speed pick is being picked up here. And it feels like that might be a decent pick. But it's hard to tell. It is going to come down to, once again, the smallest of margins. These Rice picks, though, feel like they've been on a knife's edge so far, so I definitely think that Vietnam can pick this one up. Okay, so players switching in here. Looks like we're getting Vixal returning to the lobby now. Okay, looks like the 6 players ready to go, it seems. And we'll see a very important point here for Vietnam if they want to be able to still take this all the way. And it really feels like it has to come down to the chokes. I think Vietnam absolutely have to keep themselves from missing here. Try to go for the full combos. Because Thailand have not been missing very much this entire match so far.
Right, we'll see what happens here for Come Inside My Heart. I feel like Vietnam is probably running out of option at this point.
Yeah, not too many rice maps left, not too many safe rice maps for sure, because the other two, probably not ones that you would be very keen on picking.
Being speed pick, this is generally going to be kind of mentally taxing on how you would deal the patterns that are kind of just miniaturely.
Oh, that's a 100% start from Magnifestio. A little bit of an easy pattern at the start here, but still very impressive. Actually, Aeon DCO, oh, didn't see that one as well. Still on the 100%. How long is this going to last? There it goes. About 280 notes into the map. But regardless, it is going to be basically tied accuracies across the board. Vixal dropping in accuracy ever so slightly first. That's going to give Thailand a bit of a lead now, because they still have 2 players on 99.93. Magnifestio on 99.94 as well. This is ridiculously high accuracy.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous to get this act this high, even for streams like this.
Yeah, we've seen some other matches happening this weekend. You know, 99.7 usually is enough to be one of the highest scores in the lobby, but right now, lowest accuracy on the board, 99.83 is insane. And it just goes to show how little room for error there is, that the score is still going back and forth between the two teams halfway through the map.
This act is just... the score difference is actually... Oh no! MTC!
And now we get, for the first time in a while, it feels like Vietnam in the lead on a map. They just have to hold on to the combo. Easier said than done, but they have a very solid lead right now. The accuracy is looking still very strong. Aeon DCO with the act drop with that miss actually gives the act lead over to Vietnam as well.
Funkali drops a bit. I'm not sure if that's actually a 200 or it's just like a rush of 300s. Oh, and DC just missed again. So really, the score difference is going back to Vietnam, like quite further on.
Yeah, there's not that much left of the map as well, so it feels like this is just Vietnam's point that they can take. Gonna hold my breath on that one, but Aeon DCO finds another miss, the third one now, and it feels like that might seal the deal. Vietnam still won the 3-man full combo.
Still rocking it with that too, like 997.4 for Manifestio. This is just ridiculous.
There's absurd ratio. Yeah, we can see score V1 double S's from both Magnifestio and Pav and Konkawe with only one. Just the 200 counts in general are so low. Even AOM's accuracy would have been, you know, the best accuracy in another lobby, in another match that we're seeing.
The funny thing is, AMDC could match Vixal without those misses. There's kind of like 500-300 difference, basically.
Oh, absolutely. In that case, it would have been just absurdly close for sure. But Vietnam managing to take a point off of a very, very strong 3-way full combo for their team. So they are right back in it, but they have one obstacle that they have to overcome now, and that is Thailand's own pick. There is one hybrid pick left if Thailand want to be going for that one.
Oh my god, yeah. With the three picks remaining until we go to tiebreaker situation, I should also mention that there's only like one viable rice pick that in my mind, Thailand can go with, and that's the other hybrid. But I don't know if they want to take that risk to pick other thing than hybrid.
LN is just such a risk factor for both of these teams right now. Neither of the teams seem that comfortable with going towards that pool. And Thailand, you know, they might not even have to. They can pick the hybrid here if they want to, bad for me. And wait for Vietnam to see what they want to go with.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Alright, they're not taking any risks and they're just going through the rest of the hybrid.
Okay, all three hybrids being picked by Thailand now. Fairly rare sight. We don't usually see all of the hybrid pool being picked in one match. That's the kind of maps that you would usually think they're left towards the end of a match, but in this case, with such well-rounded teams, is just happened to be one of those weird situations where Thailand did want to go for one of these.
This is fairly fast paced for a hybrid. I mean, it does what it says, like 220 BPM for any kind of pattern, but it's fairly easier, although albeit a little bit better, comfortable patterns. But that's also in Vietnam's alley, if you want to call it that.
Oh my god, and it looks like not only this match is super close, but the other match on the B stream as well is currently just had a breakpoint being won by Hong Kong, so 3-2 is the current score on the other stream. Brazil versus Hong Kong, also locked in a very close battle. But here we go. This is Vietnam's chance. If they want to come back, they're going to have to win on one of Thailand's picks. This could be it, but if Thailand win this one, they are going to be on match point early on into this match.
Well, not entirely sure if it's early because this is already kind of late. we're at the slate of the match.
We're in the last few picks of the match, of the regular match for sure. So everything is going to be decided by the next few maps. And, oh wow, okay, Konkawe.
Konkawe with, sure, 400 notes in and it's still about 99.98. That's fair enough.
Not even just Konkawe, Pavin and AMDCO, the whole Thailand team. Oh, Pavin actually finding a bit of an act break, and that ties things up actually. Act lead nowhere to be found for either team. As Sibelia actually finds a little bit of a drop as well on that trill. That's gonna not give anyone the lead, actually. It is just...
oh god.
Dead even, and Lot actually catching up now with Konkawe's accuracy. 99.94 for both of them. Tridoan, Sibelia.
Oh my god.
Oh.
How is this still so close at this point?
It is tied. That is all there is to say. There is no difference to be found in either of the accuracies for the team, but AODCO finds a miss.
Finds a miss at that.
This is a clean miss. Very clean miss. The accuracy is still very high for AODCO. So Thailand are not at an accuracy disadvantage despite the miss, but regardless, it is going to be a score lead for Vietnam. One miss from Vietnam is going to give the lead back to Thailand, however.
Now Konkawe and Lot are just basically a mirror, right? I mean, we just don't talk about that one.
Yep, they are perfectly tying each other. It is up to the other four players, Tridoan and Pavin both tying each other. But Sibelia and AOMDCO, that is being won currently by Sibelia, who still has that full combo. We're getting to the last third of the map, but this lead is anything but safe. This is 4,000 points. It's shrinking, actually.
It's shrinking, yeah. Thailand's going to take it back in accuracy now. AMDCO is consistent at that accuracy, 99.74. Sibelia drop at 200.
Oh, the trills are not bearing Vietnam very well. This lead is shrinking by the second. But AMDCO finds another miss.
Another drop as well. That's also kind of dirty as a drop there.
That shuts the door completely on Thailand's comeback potential on accuracy. They're going to have to hope for Vietnam to miss, but it's just the outro left.
It's just the outro left. There's no more complex patterns here on out, and I think Vietnam is gonna really take a break point in this too. They're now actually equalized. Although 200s from Lot there. Ooh.
Yeah, a couple 200s from Lot, but not enough to get rid of this lead for Vietnam. They are going to manage to win a break point 4-4 now. This is essentially a best of 3.
Essentially a best of 3 with... I would think this probably shouldn't have happened if Happy Arnold was not in this position.
Oh my god. And look at like all players' scores. You know, there were 4 players that basically had matching scores in that map. AOMDCO just with the unfortunate 2 misses. That's all the smallest of mistakes. And that's going to be now Vietnam trying to reach map point first themselves if they can win their own point.
Now this is the time where Vietnam should have a tactical timeout here. I don't think this would be in a great position if they're not picking properly.
Yeah, I feel like both teams are out of their comfortable picks. There is no comfortable pick for either team anymore. Hybrids are gone. The tech maps are gone for Vietnam. You only have Jump Stream and Chord Jack.
And the rest are LNs.
And then LNs. That is crazy. It's gonna be Jump Stream. Okay, we're gonna see Infinity Rage.
Because they are good in handling Happy Arnold jump streams. Question if they're actually comfortable with Lemon Guy jump stream patterns.
All I'm gonna say is, if the players are comfortable with these, if the players are comfortable with the BPM, if they have the stamina, I'm actually gonna go insane during this map. Because we've already seen how close the accuracy is. This is a consistency map. This is an accuracy map.
It's 232. 232 BPM. Like, what's the worst it can go with if they actually gonna rush everything?
This is going to be so ridiculously tense, and the accuracy is so important as well when you have a map with this large of a note count, 3 minutes long, one of the longest maps that we have in the pool.
Oh god, yeah, that is true. See, the thing is that if Vietnam wins this, I think liftoff is a death sentence for Thailand. I don't think they want to go that risk, even though they have better accuracy in paper and in practice. I don't know. The LNs are the only thing that is left.
It's hard. Yeah, Thailand might be forced to pick an LN map, but you know, if Thailand managed to win this, liftoff would be the spiciest of picks to follow this up with. And
I thought it was like
it was Client.
Oh my god.
Would have been absolutely tragic if there were real misses on the first note, but no, everyone off to a really incredible start actually, and it is dead even as it has been the whole match so far.
Just 3 minutes of probably non-stop. I mean, there's a couple of breather, not essentially a break, but like it's essentially what it is. It's just jump stream, and you have to keep up your win-to ratio. Otherwise, you will absolutely just gonna cry here. Actually,
yeah, that's going to be the challenge as well, because these players know they have to be sharpshooting for the ratio. You do not have the luxury of focusing on combo here. You have to go for the accuracy, which means that, you know, misses are very, very high potential in this situation.
I saw a 200 somewhere, but I'm not sure because the lead is actually just going back and forth very quickly.
Right now, it looks like very small lead so far for Vietnam. We can see Trito and Konkawa both tying each other's accuracy. Lot as well being a little bit higher than Paponga, and Magnifestio beating Pavin by a little bit as well.
And now Konkawa is matching. Konkawa's matching Magnifestio now, really.
Oh my god, and it's just so close. Less than 1,000 points still, and we're halfway through the map already. 6 full combos, and the lowest accuracy is 99.85. You know, that's a 995k we're looking at as the lowest potential score here.
I think the lead difference is increasing from 700 to 1,000 points. I'm not sure where that wet lead go. Probably because of the rainbows. So that just goes how to show how powerful these ratios are.
And it looks like Paponga dropped in accuracy just a little bit, down to 99.83. But oh my god, Lot! That's a huge
Lot.
miss!
That's the worst that they could pick up a miss there.
99.7, that was a big act drop as well. Now Thailand with the accuracy lead and the combo lead. And Vietnam, they cannot come back into this map unless Thailand find a miss themselves. But there's only a quarter of the map left. Not much opportunity.
There's a bit of a content weird streaming section, but I don't. There's a couple of being dropped like a lot of regular 300s. Really, Parponja seems to be taking that into effect, but these accuracies for Vietnam are just so high, and it's not even that much to carry them.
Yeah, it's 5,000 points the lead. Oh my god, Paponga! Is there enough time left? I think there might be. There's a little bit of map left, and it looks like this lead is shrinking ever so slightly. Is there enough?
All eyes are Lot, because Lot's accuracy is still lower than Parponja now. The lead is actually decreasing there.
It's not enough. I don't think it's enough. 300 points. And Thailand managed to win the breakpoint just barely. That miss from Paponga was just late enough into the map. Oh my god.
708 points coming up. It all comes down to that miss, and even then, it's still not enough.
And it is insane to think that Konkawe not only gets the 998k, 998.7k, but Konkawe needed to get that score for Thailand to win. That's how close it is. Another skill V1 double S from Tritoan, 1,200 from Magnifestio. Like, we are seeing such high scores across the board. And now Thailand, they're in the driver's seat. They get their own pick.
They get their own pick, and Thailand needs to be on their smartest brain here to pick what is essentially probably the worst possible picks that are left in this match.
We see 3 picks left that neither team wants to play. No player here wants to be playing either of these 3 maps. Oh my god.
Those are Liftoff, Future Eve, and The Orbit. And come to think of it, there are no LN picks being picked at all. And I don't think neither of these teams would want to go with that trouble.
Oh, this is just such a late point in the match with so much unknown. Like, do Thailand go with the LNs? I think they might have to. I don't think Thailand want to touch Liftoff.
They're going for Future Eve. Ooh, okay. Ending up with the metaverse, kind of?
Okay, LN1. And we have no knowledge about either of these teams' LN. I don't even think the teams really played much LN last week either.
We have absolutely zero reference on how they're actually gonna perform on LNs this late into the game, where they have played 9 maps, and we're still gonna be waiting if tiebreaker happens.
But this is a fairly long one as well, and I do feel like Thailand has had, or at least they have looked better on some of the LN patterns that we've seen, at least in the hybrid maps. So we'll have to see how exactly this plays out. I know that all of the players can play it, that's the thing. We know the accuracy is there, we know the ability is there from both teams. So it very well could go either way, and Vietnam now, they're on the edge. They could be knocked down into the losers bracket on this map right now, or if they manage to take the breakpoint back, it is going to tiebreaker.
I think in my mind, Vietnam could have Sevelia in, but I think I'm not sure about Vixile scores on LNs other than maybe like 8-bit Voyager from like last round. But this is different because it's still dense for what it is, but it's also very coordination focused. And I think this is what makes it so different from the entire LNs.
Yeah, absolutely. And this one, being the coordination focus, being the, the release pick of sorts, very, very difficult to act as well. So the accuracy is going to be the big question here for both of the teams.
Everyone really need to get your support through both these teams. They are really needing it to close this game, or rather else we're going to be seeing of Ambrosia, like I said about really the intro of the stream.
And oh my god. Of course, it's tied. It's Why wouldn't it be? 600 nodes into the map here. It's a fairly long one, but no major advantages out of the gate here.
And surely 99.80% is gonna carry them through this, right? And these here drop a fair bit of 200s here. Like, understandably so.
Yeah, actually a couple of 200 as well from Vixar, a lot dropping down to 99.73 for both of them. But yeah, AOMDCO definitely taking the heavier of the hits. But that said, Pavin is currently the highest accuracy in the lobby, 99.84, and that's keeping the accuracies tied.
They're still tied up until this midpoint of the match.
Oh, but more drops, more 200s from AOMDCO down to 99.5 now. That's gonna give the lead very slightly over to Vietnam.
Vixar's still on the literally 99.7. Is this some 200s dropping here and there? That's still very, just a minuscule of lead. That's just crazy.
Oh my god, 1,000 points, not even!
I'm on the edge of my seat right now, dude!
Treater 1 just dropped a lot of accuracy down to 99.7. Before it was 99.8, and now Pavin and Konkawa, there is no one matching those accuracies on Vietnam's side. It's all the difference that AOMDCO is making.
Yeah. AOMDCO is actually dropping here, left and right here. 99.4 is now dropping quite steadily, and there he goes! AOMDCO finally takes the first round here!
And there's still 5 full combos this late into the map. That could be it. We have the lead being growing, but Vixar finds a break.
Actually, all it takes is just one more push for Vietnam here.
God, look at the lead. It's 1,000 points. It's shrinking. It's going to Thailand's favor.
Oh no! Actually,
no, don't freeze. AOMDCO misses at the end.
That is it. We're going to see Ambrosia.
We are seeing the tiebreaker. Oh my god, that was insanely close as the last pick, and Pavin scored the one double S. We do not see those on this. Konkawa actually with the MVP, despite the 200s. This was a team effort from Vietnam, and that pulled them over the line now for the 4th breakpoint we're seeing this match so far.
We are still on the line to see who actually is going to be the triumph of this match, and that is going to be decided by Ambrosia. Literally, everyone was almost not expecting it to be this close, even though with just a couple points short from Heavy Arnold, and also this is just so crazy.
Think about how the match has gone as well. Vietnam winning the first 2 points, it felt like they had the advantage. Thailand winning 4 points back in a row. The momentum has really just been swinging back and forth. And right now, it's a point in the match where I feel like I don't know who has the advantage. Who has the momentum lead at this point?
I mean, this is just the fitting way to literally end your match, right? I mean, well, of Ambrosia, I'm not sure if anyone is, fully prepared to see the tiebreaker goes in motion. And given how this absolutely telling with the star rating, even though it's actually kind of misleading at best.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 7-star always. You would always kind of expect the 7-star map to be a little bit higher than it actually is difficulty-wise, but still, this is a very difficult map. A very, very easy map to drop combo on as well. Highly technical sections in a lot of the parts here. And it looks like we are seeing Sevelia being switched in for Vietnam as well. I feel like that makes a lot of sense. Sevelia is definitely one of the players that has that physicality, has the combo ability to be able to carry through this map. We're just waiting for the third player on Thailand. Papong are going to be
Longer.
coming in.
Ooh. I'm not sure if Sevelia is actually in for this tiebreaker, or is it actually like someone else?
Ooh, I wonder who comes in for Vietnam in that case. Vixal, maybe. Magnifestio, I don't think has played any of the hybrid maps so far. Mostly a Rice player.
I'm not so sure what to think of about this match. This is just so crazy.
This is absolutely insane, and I don't think it's possible to call it at this point which team manages to come away with the win. We've seen the Rice go both ways, we've seen the hybrid go both ways, and we've seen the LN. I mean, the LN could very well have gone both ways as well. There is no advantage. I can't see any advantage for either team here.
Oh god, he's literally in the chat, Konkawa said that this map is actually very hard for round of 16.
I mean, it is very hard, but I mean, you know, Konkawa especially, I think Konkawa has been pretty much the MVP of this entire match so far. I don't know how many, I haven't been keeping track, but it feels like Konkawa has been topping the lobby in so many maps.
It's just so crazy when an MVP takes up like about 9 to 10 times in this entire matchup.
Oh my god, absolutely. And with a map this hard, I feel like this could be a big potential for maybe a single player from either one of these teams to potentially carry a score lead. I feel like we're absolutely not going to be seeing 6 full combos in this one, that's for sure.
Yeah, we're not sure if Sevelia comes back in. Still waiting whether or not they're actually gonna play, because in my mind that's probably like the most, yeah, there you go. Sevelia will be in locked for Vietnam. Alright, first tiebreaker. Yeah, first tiebreaker of the entire tournament. Being showed, actually.
Ooh, okay.
Alright, we're going to see it now. If Vietnam and Thailand will have to battle it out to make sure they want to go to triumph and goes to win and moving forward into the quarterfinals winners bracket.
Okay, we've had a little bit of time to rest in between. The players have had a little bit of time to rest, but they're undoubtedly extremely nervous right now.
Alright, here we go. I'm so nervous with how the patterns are so stacked between each other.
Oh my god, this intro is really technical as well with all these mini jacks, but both teams, they're doing really well on it. Paponga actually dropping in accuracy just a little bit down to 99.38. That's gonna give, well, that's no lead, that's 200 points.
That's no lead, yeah.
It's not a lead. You're gonna need a little bit more than that to call it a lead. It is basically tied between the two teams so far, at least.
Repeated patterns. But there's 200 more 200s by Profonger there.
But individual 200s definitely not enough to be any kind of safe here. It's going to come down to the misses. It's going to come down to the combo for sure. And right now,
200s for Sevelia.
Konkawa is doing Konkawa things. Stuff that we've expected from him so far. Lot also keeping up at 99.85.
I'm fairly sure these players are rested before this tiebreaker, because otherwise this would have been entirely different. They're not rested to this at this point.
We're seeing the speed up here, and Sevelia finding the first miss, the second miss as well.
Watch
and
out!
Here comes the LNs.
These patterns are so hard to hit right, even with score V2. These Ellen Graces in between too. Literally, Pavitt and Kokawa had no problems whatsoever.
they're ratioing it. They're ratioing those LNs. That's insane. Lot finds a little bit of accuracy drop as well, down to 99.68. It's giving it a very small lead to Thailand so far, but it feels like the accuracy lead is not quite in Thailand's favor fully. And Paponga, despite with the full combo, is actually lagging behind a little bit as Svelia manages to catch the accuracy back up to 99.6.
You're hitting the LNs right, but there's a couple 200s here and there that would have been actually triggering the accuracy down. Lead's kinda shrinking, but not really that much.
And it is a really long map at that as well. 6 minutes long. We are not even at the halfway point, and it is only 2,000 points.
We're not even in the 400k. I mean, this is a 400k, but not really in the middle point. I mean, you really can't rest up because there's some wonky patterns that you really need to act, right? These patterns, dude. Oh god,
These patterns are so hard.
Oh god. Oh god, there's actually 2,000 points. It's actually kind of shrinking right now.
Oh my god, it's staying so close together. Savelia and Lot both bringing the accuracy back up. Tridoan still consistent with the 99.74, but it's Paponga finding the miss.
Paponga finding the miss. There's Savelia actually taking a hit. Lot actually taking a hit with an accuracy drop too.
And it looks like the lead is very slowly going back. No, it's not Paponga. Reaches 400. But Konkawa! Oh my god, that's huge. Konkawa was the highest score in the entire lobby, the highest accuracy. That's a 0.2% accuracy drop.
Oh my god, this is actually huge for Vietnam right here. Vietnam has 2 FCs remaining. No, actually 1.
No, 0. Mifo, how could you do this?
No. The lead is now non-existent after that.
And look at that, right before the break point, seconds before they could rest up just a little bit. Both of the FCs from Vietnam are gone. Still, only one left in the lobby. Pavan is carrying it right now for Thailand.
I am speechless, and my voice cracked. This is just so stupid.
We're not even at the end of the map. There's a third of the map left. This is 2,000 points. There is no lead still.
Paponga needs to get his game back up because they're still at the last quarter of the map. And Pavan is the only last person to like dropping his high combo, Trido, and actually falling off as well.
Oh, that's 2 misses from Vietnam once again. That's going to expand the lead. 7,000 points is the biggest lead we've seen so far in this map. The accuracy is now actually starting to go in favor of Thailand. The only reason is Pavan right now. Pavan is the difference maker. 99.8, highest accuracy in the lobby. The only full combo left as well.
You really can't rest up until this very point because
Yeah,
there's some more funky rice patterns here.
Speed patterns at the very end. These are very, very chokeable as well if you're not careful.
Oh, because I mean it's 8,000 points because there's really 0 reason to choke anything here. The patterns are starting to get real wonky.
And this lead is not shrinking whatsoever. No chokes coming from either sides. No accuracy drops. Everyone holding on. And there's not much left in the map.
There's not much left. There's 10,000 points, give or take, on the difference right there. These patterns are now going in favor on Thailand here. Lot is taking the final drop of Vietnam here.
And that's going to be it. There's not enough time left. A little bit of an end section here, but oh my god. Pavan
with the FC.
You can't full combo the tiebreaker like this. It is Thailand winning. 3. You know what? I think 2 of those 200s were in the last LNs. I think I saw 2 200s in the last LNs for Pavan. That is absolute insanity.
That's disgusting. But again, Thailand's triumphing over this match with the tiebreaker with literally a buff for Thailand right now, and they're advancing forward to the quarterfinals winners bracket. And congratulations to both of them, really. Vietnam's performing wildly this match.
That was easily the best match that I have seen it in a long time. Both teams playing absolutely out of their minds in the accuracy, the full combos that we saw. But by the slimmest of margins, so many maps won by, 1,000 or less points. Thailand gonna win, they're gonna stay in the winner's bracket. But Vietnam, they are going into the loser's bracket, and oh my god, I am terrified for whoever Vietnam verse.
This has been a wild ride for all of us witnessing for this entire match to come unfold. And Thailand's coming out on top here. There's no doubt about it that whoever facing Thailand against, it would just be even closer than that, really.
Oh my god. Now, unfortunately, I don't think we have that much time to process what just happened, because I believe there is actually another match that is supposed to be happening that started 15 minutes ago, in fact.
Absolutely. And I think this is probably going to be, Chile versus China in this point in time, right?
Yes.
Oh boy, that is some match to be dealt with. And I believe also Chile versus China is also going to be, if not one of the closest one too.
Yeah, absolutely. From one close match to another, I do expect this next one to be a banger. I believe we will be quickly switching the commentators around. Not really much room to breathe here in this schedule. But welcome, new commentators.
It is new commentators. It's going to be Eliminate and Sileska Elze. How are you guys doing?
Man, what a match we just witnessed, right? Eliminate? That was insane! Like that.
Oh yeah, definitely. Seed 8 versus Seed 9, I believe that was. Now those seedings really showed in that last match just there. Went straight to the tiebreaker, and it was so close with the entire map.
I agree. And now, speaking of matches, we see Happy Arnold, in which I believe the first pick of the match was made by China, which was also a Rice pick, and then they lost that. And now Chile seems to be trading it, with Niawa being the only FC on the Chilean side, while China has their triple full combos intact.
Yeah, if the client is not mistaken, this was Chile's pick. So, did we see two breakpoints in a row?
Indeed, it was 2 breakpoints in a row. Ryuchi getting a 46 perfect run, but those mistakes, the misses and the 50, really killed that run. Very unfortunate. Meanwhile, in China, their team is the definition of consistency, with everyone having the full combo. Though their act wasn't as strong as Chile's, those FCs really carried their win.
Now, I don't know if this has been covered yet, but Chile did choose to ban SV1, and China choosing to ban LN3. So I believe Chile also protected LN2. So this match, I expect to be China playing into their protect SV2 and Chile hoping to take these points on LNs. However, 2 race maps have been chosen. So Chile protecting LN makes me think that they were going to pick into LN, but no, I think they're definitely trying to play on the ratio side of things, especially having Muka on the team with undeniably good ratio.
I can tell the ratio game from Ryuchi really was there. But again, consistency is the name of the game, at least here. Like, how I perceive this match, Chile is going to be able to outact China, but China's consistency could prevail much bigger than how Chile performs. At least that's how it looks right now.
Yeah, definitely. China is up to pick next. Now, I assume they might even go into their protect, yep, there we go. So SV2 is what we see. This is probably their best option, knowing they're seeding in the previous round's pool. So, round of 32, I believe they got seed 1 on SV1, if I'm not mistaken. So
yes,
definitely very confident.
China did get seed 1 on the New Jeans SV. So here, we'll be seeing Ryuchi, Zan, and Niawa. While in China, I see Sunny. I expect to see nickname actually. Though, seeing Turks here would be an interesting choice. Oh wait, we're going to be seeing Kaishun instead, huh?
Definitely an interesting lineup, but I'm really interested to see how China performs on the SV2 side of things. SV1 does play quite a bit differently in comparison to SV2, and I don't think we've seen them tested on this kind of SV yet. So it depends how much Chile has practiced their SVs. This could be a close one.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. Wait, okay. So now, you did say it could be a close one. I agree, but wait a second. Mafufu instead of Kaishu. I mean, I do think Mafufu got one of the highest, if not the highest score in SV1. So it makes sense. Alright, so this is gonna be our China lineup. Well, for Chile, it's this as well. So I guess here you have it. I do hope that the team is able to avoid the 200s, because I feel like that's going to be the biggest challenge here.
Yeah, when it comes to SVs, you really do not want to miss or drop ag. If you've practiced the map a good amount, then it will just come down to how good your accuracy and ratio is. Not heavily demanding as, not near as demanding as any of the other maps in the pool. SVs are on the easier end of things, but obviously they are tricky with, you know, being an SV map in itself.
Yeah, I mean, SVs are generally tricky. They may not be the most like physically demanding charts, as you've said, but this requires a lot of practice and determination to be able to push through these. Like, even if these are physically easier than the rest of the map pool, being like having the I don't know the word, but like just being able to practice them is really a good thing to have.
Yeah, whoever practices the most will essentially show in the match. I mean, this score is so, like, already are so close. Zan with the 99.7 matching Sunny's accuracy as well. This is the one-on-one, only 4,000 score lead halfway through the map. One miss can ruin everything. The map's not even that long, sitting at 2 minutes 12 seconds.
Yeah, so this is basically a battle between the lower F players, actually. Looks like Zan is able to capitalize on that accuracy lead that they have over everyone else. Miao Hua may be a little bit behind, but Turks is actually not that far above either, so it kind of just cancels out. Not to mention, Muchi is slowly catching up to Sunny. So as long as Zan is able to push through, this could really go back to Chile's favor. Not to mention, the last part can trip up some players.
Yeah, the last core of the map, and it's so close. Chile have worked back that score lead now at the 2,000 in their own favor. Someone has suffered some severe accuracy drops. There's really not long left of the map now. If Chile can just hold the accuracy, I'd say that 200's dropped from Muchi and Yao at the same time. Now 10,000 score lead. Muchi finds that drop. That will be it for Chile. I cannot see them taking the point after that one. That is a nail in the coffin right there. 24,000 score in the favor of China, taken right at the end of the map.
I mean, even if Muchi did not miss there, I doubt Chile would have taken that. Like, I think it was Miao Hua and Muchi who got the 200s, as you said. But, yeah, at the end of the day, this is China's pick. They shouldn't be too worried about something like that, in my opinion. That being said, though, what if Chile goes for LMs? I mean, of course, China's gonna be good. Like, historically speaking, China is very good at long nodes, especially with players back then. But right now, Chile does have some additions like Bambi FNF, who is really good at long nodes as well.
Yeah, you say that, and Chile did protect one of the LN maps, I believe LN2, so they do seem to be confident in the LN picks at that. So this could be anything. I could even see a Rice map getting chosen here, to be honest. Something maybe even on the ratio side of things, maybe even liftoff.
I disagree with the liftoff, because think of it this way. China's consistency could overpower Chile and something like that. Yeah, Chile may outratio China, but once again, the consistency factor is very important. As even if you outact the other team, if you could not deliver the FC, I don't think it's going to matter too much in the long run.
Yeah, consistency is the main factor when it comes to tournaments in general. Scorby 2 does really take a toll on your score. Whenever you find any misses, will cost you at least a couple thousand points. So yeah, as you say, consistency, very important. Chile choosing to go for the hybrid 1.
That's actually hybrid 3, Eliminate.
My bad.
That's fine. But like, alright. So this is what I was talking about. I was saying Bambi FNF was a very good player in terms of the LNs. A very nice addition to the Chilean side. Kokomi is also a good player in terms of that. Though in China, we'll be seeing Nyasan. I'm not sure exactly if Nyasan is the right choice to make on a hybrid like this. I would expect someone like Kaishum to come in, especially considering that I've known Kaishum to be a very solid all-around player. Though, wait, I think that's the swap at the bottom. I just noticed. Sunny is going to be swapped out for... Let's give it a moment.
Yeah, and I just want to point out, if Chile do take this point on their own pick, the score difference here could make them feel more confident on choosing into the LN maps here. So definitely, this is a good pick for Chile, in my opinion. It helps them get a grasp as to how China are performing on other skill sets.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about hybrids is... Oh, there we go. See, this is what I was talking about. Kaishim definitely has to play this. The thing about the hybrids is they don't reveal too much about your LNs and Rice, because you do have a mix of them both. So I guess what Chile is trying to do here is maybe they're trying to see if they can outact China, because I do think Chile can outact them in both LN and Rice. So maybe that's what they're going for.
Although at that, like you said earlier, China being known for being quite confident on the LN, so this I think will be a very close point, taking that into consideration. And it is only 2 minutes 23 seconds long, almost same length as the SV map, and we've seen what happened in the very last approximately 10 seconds of that map, so anything can happen here, honestly.
Yeah, 10 seconds can really spell the difference here. And this is a 2 minute and 23 second map. So while this isn't exactly the shortest of maps, it's not exactly like long enough for misses to not matter in the long run. Because this certainly is going to test your consistency game as well. Currently, I feel like my fear is Mafufu. Let's say Mafufu plays this, right? I don't think Mafufu would be physically capable enough to play this, but let's see. I do think they are. No, and that's scary if that's the case.
The accuracy is so close together. I don't think anyone has dropped severely just yet. Already almost 30 seconds through the map. It's very, very close together. All it takes is just a couple 200s and it goes one way or the other.
Yeah, a couple of 200s can really spell the difference. Wait a minute. The lead is now onto the Chinese side because Bambi FNF dropped some 200s. Now that you mentioned it, even if the Chilean side has like 2 scores that are clearly matching the Chinese side, Bambi FNF really has to make up some ground. Though luckily on their end, Mafufu is dropping some accuracy. This is what I was fearing. Mafufu's physicality might be dropping a little bit, and this is exactly what's the problem here.
Yeah, it's so close. The accuracy is so matched. And Muchi still in the 99.92% accuracy here. Very impressive score so far. Just now over halfway through the map, we get to this slower section. 3,000 score lead for the Chilean side.
Not a safe lead at all. And right now, Bambi has worked very well to be able to put that accuracy back onto their side. Turks and Mafufu continuing to drop some 200s, and not to mention their highest accuracy, which is Nyasun, slowly but surely going down. As I say, Bambi FNF drops. That is not a good sign. These LNs could really trip you up if you're not careful.
That is going to be very detrimental for their score. The score is still so close. I don't know if they can get that combo back up, though, saying that someone drops accuracy on the Chinese side. 2,000 score lead, even with that miss, gets about the 400 combo cap. It's now just under 1,000 points of difference. We're into the very last part of the map. There's really not long left. Anything can be the deciding factor here.
My goodness! Like, the Chilean side's very thankful that their accuracy was good enough to beat out China's triple full combo. Because yes, while they did while Bambi FNF did drop, I don't think it mattered in the long run. Because again, the Chinese accuracy wasn't exactly on the highest. Like, there's not a single 990 on that team. Very good score from Yuchi, of course. But let's give credit to everyone for scoring at least 980k though.
Yeah, really, not many people getting a high 200 count. Everyone's sitting at around 5 200s on average. Very clean scores from everyone in the lobby. But Muchi, 141 300s in that map. Very ridiculous, and that's just the type of stuff you'd like to see from Muchi in these matches.
Yeah, Muchi is known to be a very good very good in act, no matter the round it is. And I'm just glad that Chile was able to capitalize on that pick. Even though they missed, they now know that their accuracy is more than good enough to keep up with the Chinese side. Very good pick from Chile. I mean, yeah, they almost lost that, but that's still a morale booster in my opinion, which is why I'd say this is a good pick.
Yeah, I agree with what you said there. On the back of that point, I believe Chile will now be picking into the hybrids and possibly Ellen. Ellen might be a bit more riskier, but definitely Hybrid 1 and Hybrid 2. Now they must feel more comfortable in those maps. China, I believe, will pick into the Rice maps here. I'll be really surprised if they don't. Maybe see a Rice 1 or a Rice 2 getting chosen by China?
I would think Celsius. Yeah, there we go. Celsius, definitely a pick that the Chinese side would make. If Happy Arnold was something that China won pretty convincingly, then maybe they would go for that. And I agree with this pick. Though, now, the question is, who gets in for the Chinese side? I think it should be... Like, I'm expecting Yasun, Sunny, maybe Nickname or Kaishum in there? Meanwhile, for the Chilean side, I'm expecting Yuchi, of course. But the other two, I don't know.
Really can't be anyone's game. All it comes down to is these full combos. I would imagine any one choke will probably cost it for your own team, but like we said in that last point, even with the one miss, Chile did still take that point in the end, so ratio also playing a heavy factor. But it depends how confident Chile are in this point, and Saika and Yawa coming in for their roster.
Not surprised there, and there we go. Look at the chat here. Nickname is going to be in here. I'm not surprised to see that at all. I think Turks is going to get subbed out for Nickname, because I do feel like Turks is very consistent. I think Nickname has the higher ceiling when it comes to physicality. So maybe China would want to go for someone like that.
I fully agree here, and the fact that these matches have been so close. I mean, in the very last match, Seed 8 versus Seed 9, we've seen a tiebreaker. And this is Seed 7 versus Seed 10. This is still just as close. And if these points keep going back and forth, we did see 2 breakpoints at the very start, which is very bizarre considering this matchup. But still, back and forward points, 2-2. We will see a 2-3 going to one team here. And we could potentially, if this keeps going on the same way as, see a tiebreaker in this match. And I think that is pretty likely.
Well, if you're Chile, I would say you'd really want to avoid the tiebreaker at all costs. Something tells me China is going to be very consistent on picks like that. They cannot rely too much on their accuracy advantage, in my opinion. At least that's how I see it. Wait a second. What's going on the Chinese side? So I do see that Nickname was supposed to be swapped, but instead, I think Turks is going to be staying. Wait a second. Let's analyze this real quick. Like again, let's analyze this a little bit. If Turks plays this, I think their accuracy ceiling might not be as high, but the consistency might be better. But if Nickname plays this, I think accuracy could be higher, but consistency may be lower. That's just my opinion, though.
Yeah, choosing to keep Turks on the team, it might even play in their favor. It depends on their scores. Obviously, we cannot see their practice scores, so maybe they're just more confident in this map. Mind block is also an issue when it comes to playing these maps, so Nickname choosing not to come in maybe for that reason.
Yeah, I think
could
that's
be for numerous reasons.
It could be, But there's no time for that now. They gotta stick with the rosters they made. This is a pretty technical beat map, which to me says everything about Chile having potentially the better accuracy, as evident right now by Turks having 99.6. But let's give props to both Nyasan and Sunny for keeping up with Seika and Yawa. Really,
Muchi already a quarter way through the map, still hovering between 99.97 and 99.98. This is an insane score already. 5,000 point lead for the Chilean side on China's pick, mind you. Halfway through the map, any drops will bring that lead back.
Yeah,
but
and
I think Chile are quite confident so far.
yeah, this beat map is like very chokeable. You see some of those like rolls and speed stuff, which is pretty technical. This could make your wrists very unstable. And currently, everyone seems to have their wrists prepared. Although Turks has the lowest accuracy in the lobby, as they say that everyone has unstable wrists, Nyasa finds a drop. This is what I was talking about. This map could really make your wrists unstable and nerve-wracking if you miss, really.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see if you're rooting for China here. That will make the score lead almost 18,000 points in Chile's favor. Not long left on the map now. I don't think China can bring it back unless we see some major chokes from Chile. But I think China's idea at this point is to see some chokes from Chile and hopefully take some points on the combo side of things rather than ratio. But Chile, I think we're going to see a 3-man FC.
That was a very strong performance from Chile. 2-9-7-8 on a map like this. I did not think. Wait a second, Yuchi got a 50. Oh man, that was so close. 43 is insane for that. Though again, let's just put this into perspective. Putting in Turks does secure the full combo, but unfortunately, this is what I was fearing. The accuracy cap was certainly there.
I also want to point out Nyasan and Sunny's 1-200, just choking the V1SS on 2 of those players there. That could have definitely been much closer if we did not see a miss there.
Unfortunately,
definitely played a lot differently.
Unfortunately, even if they exceed that, I don't think China would have gotten the point. But now, oh, wait a second. Chile is going for LN1. I really like this pick, but there is something that I fear. I remember when I was talking about Mafufu's physicality on Amigdala, right? This, in my opinion, is a pick that Mafufu could probably keep their physicality and act in check. So I think at least China certainly has a chance here. If there was an LM map that China has a chance to point on, it's definitely this one.
Yeah, I'm definitely as surprised as you are to see LN getting picked here on the Chilean side. I was expecting another hybrid, considering their confidence on the last hybrid map that they chose. There was an unfortunate miss there, but even with that miss, they still took the point. An LN map has not been chosen yet, but China did ban LN3. So I guess that gives confidence on the Chilean side, showing that China maybe doesn't want to play into the LNs. So choosing an LN against them might play heavily into Chile's favor.
If Chile wins this pick though, I think this should serve as a warning to the Chinese team. This is because now let's just see this. If Chile won on a hybrid and then Chile won on an LN, let's say if they do, then potentially this could really just cut down the opportunities that China may have on this match, really. Like, they may have to rely so much on the rice picks. And even if they won one, I really doubt that the rest of the picks would be super favorable unless it's liftoff.
Yeah, I agree with that. Precisely. I mean, that point that Chile just took from China will sway the match a lot. That was a really important point to take if you're rooting for Chile. And China, I don't even know what other options they have at this point to guarantee another breakpoint. I mean, what can Chile pick that they're not so confident on? There's still so many maps left in the pool. China will definitely need to pull out a miraculous play.
Yeah, and okay, well, Mafufu is going to be in, I assume. This is what I was saying, really. Again, Mafufu has to really play this, in my opinion. Like they're clearly China's best LN Act player. But again, the question is, what is going to be the physicality limit for Mafufu? I am a little afraid of that. Although, if Mafufu is there, then they have all the trust in Mafufu to perform well. And Kaishim and Sunny definitely also has that trust. I expect that same on Chile, just for everyone to perform really well here, especially with how nerve-wracking this can be.
Yeah, this is Chile's pick, and this is the first LN map chosen of the pool, so only time will tell how confident these players are. Definitely being LN, chokes are prone to happen. All players getting off to a really good start, still very balanced.
I think Muchi got a couple of 200s or even a 100 there, because like 99.7 is probably improvable at least on their end. But here's the good thing though, Chile, despite their act lead not being too high, it is still a lead, and I think that's very important. Meanwhile, China slowly dropping, while Chile is slowly gaining, and that says something.
Not far through the map, and yeah, the score lead is just slowly going in Chile's favor. Now at the 2,000 point lead, Kaisem does find that miss. That's not going to help whatsoever, although we're not even halfway through the map yet. There is still time for them to get that combo back up, but the score lead is just way too much at this point. Chile will need to find a miss or some severe accuracy drops to even hope for China to take this point.
Despite the patterns that are being thrown here, everyone's still very consistent. Although China is still dropping act. Like, this part is very release heavy. And yet again, Chile's performance right now is just off the charts. They've been doing amazing, really. China still has a chance. There's still a door for opportunity. But they have to hope for a miss from Chile right now because time is running out.
Yeah, saying that, Bambi FNF, the lowest accuracy on Chile's side, still really good. That matches China's highest accuracy at the moment. And then you have Muchi and Mindful Kokomi at 99.8%. Super confident on the accuracy side of things. I don't know if China can even take this point with some accuracy drops. We will need to see a miss, and we are getting into the harder section of the map now.
Despite this being the hardest section, everyone was able to recover and do really good at this part. Like, what makes this difficult is the coordination required, not to mention being able to know when to release for each finger independently. Despite all the challenges thrown, only one miss was dropped for the entire lobby. China scored with... When you see it, China scored with have beaten a lot of teams, but Chile just put up a monster of a clinic there.
Oh my god. My angel, 1-200 shown there. And I think Muchi would have got roughly the same if not for the intro. But crazy score on the Chilean side of things. Unfortunately, that one miss from Kaisem, I don't think they would have even taken that point regardless.
Wait, look at this! Mafufu and Bambi have a 1-300 difference! Exactly 1-300 difference on their score! And 10 grades! I just noticed that right now. Mafufu performed 1-300 better than Bambi FNF.
Very close scores from those two players there, yes, but the score difference proving to be really high, and Chile now most likely going to choose LN2 as their next pick, considering that massive score lead they had.
Okay, you might disagree with me on this, but Chile should not... Wait a minute, okay. I'm just trying to analyze the match right now. So it's 4-2, right? And China picks this. So it's gonna become 4... Let's say China was that? 4-3? I think Chile has one pick left. Or two? Though, if it's only one pick, do you really think they should go AO Infinity? I think that's the way to go, right?
Yeah, surely. With that, I forgot approximately how much it was, but it was around 13,000 score lead on that last point there. And 18,000 points it was. And that is such a massive lead. I think that's the biggest lead we have seen so far in this match. So definitely LN must be the way to go if you're Chile.
Well, I feel like Chile could probably save up that LN pick for later. and maybe try to risk it on our hybrid. Meanwhile, this is the pick I think is very, very in favor of China, at least in compared to Chile right now. Because Corjacks, like, if you miss on a Corjack map, I think it's very detrimental. Because, like, unlike for Jump Stream or whatever, it's going to be really hard to gain a lot of that score back.
Yeah, I fully agree with you, though saying that Corjack, if no one misses, is entirely a ratio game. And when you're versing Chile, the players on that team and their ratios, I don't know about this pick, to be honest. I really don't know. I think China are just really hoping for a miss on the Chilean side, but in my opinion, I don't think this was the best pick for them.
I don't know. I think we have two different opinions here. I just think this is a good pick for China for many reasons. But again, if Chile wins their pick, this pick, then I think that this is China's good chance to take one back. I think that's just a very difficult hole to get out of, if that's the case at least.
Only time will tell, and we will find out if any team misses. If Chile does find a miss, then China proving me wrong. This is a great pick for them, but if no misses are found, then I don't know. I think Chile will have the slight advantage here.
We just have to see though. I do think, once again, I think the accuracy factor for Chile is going to be very crucial. And for China, what's going to be crucial there is their consistency.
Consistency is everything, especially on a Corjack map like this. On the longer end of maps, sitting at 2 minutes 33 seconds, one of the longer ones in the pool, but consistency is definitely key. And I don't think accuracy will mean a lot when you have the incredible ratios, but Zan finds an early miss, and that is what China, I assume, was hoping for. That will not play well for Chile. Very early though, so will not mean a significant amount, but will give the early lead to China for this map.
Yeah, that one drop was like, this is exactly what I was talking about. Like, if one mistake happens to Chile, I just don't know if China is going to end up dropping a single one. Sure, Mewtwo has the highest act with 99.99. Of course, Mewtwo's just doing Mewtwo things. But this is actually the easier section of the map. And if Chile is already making a mistake like that, then I think that spells bad news for them in this map.
Yeah, but the score lead is going in Chile's favor, and Nickname finds that miss! I was gonna say, the ratio in Chile is proving to be significantly better from all players here, but Nickname now giving the lead over. Yeah, again, 4,000 point advantage. Nickname is still below that combo cap. The score lead will just continue to go on Chile's side.
That was actually surprising. I was talking about how China could potentially be the very consistent team here. But guess not. Now Zan has upped their game and moved up to the 99.91 range, while Nickname is still at 99.83. This is very close, but as you say that, Sunny finds another drop. Like, even if your drops are very clean, Eliminate, one miss could really make you drop a lot.
Yeah, and this is something I was definitely worried about at the very start of this match when I said I think it's a bad pick. It definitely does come down to these misses, and if China is not super comfortable FCing this chart, then that will cost you the point, as we might see here.
Wait a minute, Mewtwo is at 100% right now. The map is getting even more dense. It's getting harder, and yet Mewtwo is still at 100%.
What is this?
Look at Zan though. Zan was able to go up to 99.94. Bambi FNF also being a great backup. That one miss really hurt their score, but I don't think it should matter now.
I really want to see this 100% from Mewtwo. Please do not drop a perfect.
Let's see what happens from here on.
Oh my god! What is that? What?
7!
7 perfects, 100% on score V2.
7 perfects! Like, oh my god, what? Everyone did well. Turks was the only full combo on the Chinese side. But Chile just absolutely demolished this map.
999,868. That is 132 points off from being a perfect 1 million score. That's 7 perfects away. That is an incredible score. And I mean, even the ratios on these other players, well, still really good. Zan had the 44 perfects. I don't know how you're supposed to beat that.
I don't know either. Just I'm willing to bet that is not Muchi's PB as well. I'm willing to bet that. But now that all the momentum and the confidence should be on the Chilean side, I think they have to go for this Al Infinity pick, and that's exactly what they're going with.
That was definitely such a risky pick from China, and it doesn't play in their favor whatsoever. AO Infinity is chosen from Chile. This is, I believe, their best chance of taking that last point. But if we do see a choke, they still have the options to pick hybrids.
Alright. Wait, so you're talking about hybrids, right? Like, again, you did say there's 2 hybrids open still. So I guess this means Chile really has a lot of opportunity to just take something off of this match, even if they lose this. So overall, Chile probably has the tactical advantage on the entire match now.
This is definitely a scary point to be in if you're playing on China's side right now. Knowing you need to win 3 maps in a row and 2 of those being breakpoints just to even get it to tiebreaker. Anything can still happen. It's not like we've not seen it before.
Man, I mean, not gonna lie though, I'm not feeling that good on the tiebreaker chances because Bambi and Kokomi have been very consistent players. Muchi is Muchi, of course. We know how consistent Muchi is. China, well, they definitely have Mafufu and Yasun as anchors, and we know how consistent Turk is. So overall, I think consistency is really going to be not a problem for both teams. It's going to be accuracy which determines this pick.
Definitely, and this map does come in at 3 minutes 11 seconds. Is this the longest map in the pool besides Tiebreaker? Definitely one of them, and consistency, like you said, accuracy will be the main factor here, but chokes I think have been happening at almost every point so far, so it just depends which team chooses to choke first.
I mean, I'm not sure actually which is the longest map, but this is among one of them, yes. You did say which team chokes first? Okay, let's just wait for Client. Okay, Client's finally up. I don't know who chokes first really, but I think the bigger question is who's going to have the higher accuracy ceiling. I think the answer there is definitely Chile, but they have to play up to par with how they've been playing so far. Like, all the momentum's on their side, they just have to close it.
Yeah, I fully agree. After seeing the performance on LN1, the 18,000 score lead for Chile, the drops did come out from China in the end there, so Chile might be hoping for the same thing, but saying that we're at the very start of the map, almost a quarter of the way through, and there is an early score lead towards China here. We did see some accuracy drops from Bambi FNF there.
Wow! China's at a triple 99.8 right now. This is, I think, the best start I've seen from any team on a map, on this map. Very good start, but again, it is a start for a reason. Are they going to be able to keep this consistency up? That's going to be the question. I was praising China's consistency at the very start of this match, but now, the question again. Fatigue and stamina are like 2 intangible factors that people might forget, and that could be something that changes the flow of this map.
At the halfway point, at the slower section, we can see that Kokomi and Muchi's scores really balance out the score difference here, but if Bambi FNF can regain that accuracy, maybe even try to climb up to 99.7, Chile will have the score lead. That's all it takes.
Yeah, and China's actually slowly dropping their accuracies on this part. This is not good news for them in any regard. Turks having the highest act, I mean, they all have higher acts than Bambi FNF, but Kokomi and Yuchi are definitely keeping up. Now it's getting really close. It's actually now switched to Chile now. Oh my goodness, this could swap if the density really picks up on one of the players on the Chilean team.
Although, even though it's a 3,000 point lead for Chile, we're still in the map, we're still in it, and any miss can bring that lead back to China. Even accuracy drop, this is so close. There's not long left of the map. This is still anyone's game. Chile just needs to remain consistent.
Yeah, the fatigue factor I mentioned a while ago was slowly affecting the Chinese side, and now I think this is why Chile potentially takes it. There it is! It's the match! Amazing scores from both teams, but Chile is going to take this match. They take the revenge from the 2021 match, and now that's a victory for the Chile team. China did amazing overall. Like, both teams were they just did great. And
That
man,
was an incredible match, and Muchi and Turks both V1 double S'ing, mind you. Really good scores from both players. Chile just managed to take that past the halfway point. And yeah, what an amazing match this was. Some really close scores, and Chile just managing to find their comfort zone on these LN maps.
yeah, the 200 counts are very close. Like, I think that was 14 to 18, something like that. Like, both teams had 1v1 double S. Very impressive scores all around. I'm happy to see these two teams perform at their best. No one would want to face China in the losers bracket. Like, we all know how consistent they can be and how well-rounded they are in every skill set. But congratulations to Chile for ultimately winning this match. Once again, they do take their revenge from their rematch this year. I believe the last time they faced was in 2021, where Chile lost a heartbreaker against the Chinese side. And I know this team probably feels very happy after that.
Definitely, and don't go anywhere because I believe we have another match in 5 minutes. Indonesia versus Canada, 4 minutes from now. And an hour after that, we have USA versus France. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back soon.
Alright everybody, a little bit of a short break there, but welcome back. Hopefully you stuck around after that wonderful Chile versus China match. We've got Indonesia versus Canada coming up, another winner's bracket match. So neither of these two teams are going to be knocked out of the tournament yet, just one of them will be moved down into the losers bracket. I am one of your commentators, new commentators for this match. It's Toph Daddy, and I'm here joined by Mashed Potato. How's it going?
Hello there, I'm doing good. And yeah, it's a winner's bracket match, so there will be no elimination. But from what we see from the past two matches, it was Chile versus China and Vietnam versus Thailand. Both of the matches went down to the wire.
Yeah, I can absolutely see that happening here for Indonesia versus Canada. This is the 6th seed versus the 11th seed here, so not too far away in terms of the seeding, and we can see that they're pretty well matched across, especially the rice category. But the LNs and hybrids might go into the favor of Indonesia just a little bit. And then Canada, incredible SV team. So, you know, I think we're going to see a little bit of a dichotomy that we've been seeing in a few of the matches, with Indonesia favoring more of the long note side of things, and then Canada wanting to really hammer down that accuracy.
Yeah, I agree as well, though. To be honest, I thought the other way, actually, funnily enough, because, like, Canada, they have players like Stability, Walmart, who's, like, really well-versed in long note, so I think... Oh, actually, no. They just banned Long Note 1, so yeah, I think you're right.
There it is, yeah. Getting rid of that kind of release-oriented map, and SV2, I think that was expected. Against a team like Canada, you don't keep SV2 open.
Yeah. They're really strong on the SV. I think they pretty much outscored by a long shot against Indonesia in the qualifiers, so it's a safe bet to ban SV2. I'm guessing that Indonesia might probably pick LN2 to start with.
Well,
probably
we're already seeing seeing a pick here. We've got Hybrid 3. This is the first time I've seen this played this weekend, actually. Yeah, I'm sure it's been played a couple of times.
Yeah, it's been played a couple of times, yeah.
It's been a little interesting to kind of see the hybrids in general have been a little bit less focused on by the players through most of the matches that we've been seeing. It's mostly just been Rice versus Long Nuts. And the hybrids are kind of that like wishy-washy zone. But in this situation, we're seeing Indonesia feeling a little bit confident there.
It makes sense though. I mean, this is an extremely difficult long note map. Much more difficult than, in my personal opinion, long note 1 and long note 2. Has a lot of short LN bursts, which is going to chip away your accuracy very quickly.
It's like we've got 5 of our players in Canada looking to... Wait, no, Dale is a Canadian player.
No, Dale's not there. Wait, Dale is a Canadian player.
He needs to swap sides.
Yeah, he's betraying the country. I think bad hidden player is gonna come in, or otherwise known as Rei. Yeah,
there we go.
Yeah.
Rei comes in for that last spot on Indonesia. It makes sense to see him coming in.
The anchor of the team, basically. He's going to stay there for basically all of the maps.
We've got all 6 of our players in, ready to go for this first pick in a best of 11 matchup between Indonesia and Canada. Indonesia looking to start off on the right foot, not give Canada too much leeway when it comes to the potential momentum that can come in this match. And I think a McData might be a decent pick. I would have personally went for more of a long... I would have maybe started with LN3, D-Orbit, but this I could see this pick working out very well as well.
And here we go.
Oh, early miss from Walmart there.
Oh, I actually didn't see that.
And
oh
Adiza. That's 2 misses within the first 10 notes by these players. So I guess it just kind of trades out there.
Yeah, a bit of a, I guess, nervous opening from both of these players, but it's not going to matter too much in the long run, I think.
That pattern does come out of kind of nowhere, too, so it's not surprising to see a few mistakes coming out of that. But early accuracy lead looks like it's in the favor of Indonesia right now, though. Walmart and Adiza's miss did drop them down quite heavily in accuracy. The other 2 players on both teams matching up with each other very well.
Oh yeah, but look at the score lead right now. It is actually flickering between the two, both of between like Indonesia and Canada right now. It's going back to Indonesia's side, but how long it will stay like that? As soon as it said that,
seems to be swapping a little bit. Both Adiza and Walmart increasing their accuracies here. It looks like Ontobagasi might have actually found a couple of 200s in one of those streams, and Dale, I think, followed that up just now. So the accuracies, again, quite evenly matched up between all these players. It literally is just a difference between Adiza and Walmart right now, that 0.1% accuracy.
Indeed, but we gotta look out for Ontobagasi. You know, very strong LM player, but not too profound in the Rice section. We saw him drop a couple of 200s in the Rice section. And it's just a short break, and we're going straight back to the bit of a density-esque patterning right here. Should be favoring the Indonesian side.
You'd expect that, but the lead's not really increasing. In fact, it looks like it's shrinking a little bit in this, and we're going into the final quarter of this map. It looks like there was a 200 drop.
Oh yeah, a couple of 200 drops. Side. But still flickering. It's still within the 1,000 point difference.
And just dropped a little bit of accuracy as well. I think this might be just exactly even, though Dale down at that 99 points. Like, for me, find the drop! And Dale follows it up.
Well. Okay, that's...
I think that locks it down. I think that locks it down. That was too close.
Yeah, that was way too close for like basically 80% off the map. It was within the 1,000, 2,000 points difference, and down there missing again basically seals the deal. An early scare for the Indonesian team, but they still managed to put it through a triple FC. Oh, actually, no. Sorry, my bad. Double FC and an early miss from Adiza, not really affecting too much of the score. Nearly 990k. Now 990k from Ontobagasi and V1 SS choke from bad hidden player. Solid scores throughout the Indonesian side. Canada having a bit of trouble with no FCs on the side.
Yeah, here I assume SV1 would come out from Canada. I mean, it is the strongest pick that they have available to them just because of how dominant Canada is in the SV game.
I think it would be a good pick. It will be a good confidence pick for them as well.
But they go.
I mean, any of the rice would work as well, but it's a bit more risky. As the Indonesian side, they have players like Adiza, Albert, and a hidden player who can basically play rice maps up until finals as well. So it's a very dangerous game to play if they want to pick rice.
Okay, Happy Arnold comes out. Rice 6 comes out as the first pick from Canada. So they decide to keep it out of the SVs for now, maybe saving that SV pick for later.
Oh, this chart. Oh my god. This is extremely difficult rice map.
Yeah, this one is tough. Not
It
just
is.
because of the physical requirement, but there's so many tactical patterns. Like, these mini jacks in this map are so fast. And I think it's so easy to drop combo on this that it's a little bit of a risky pick. I'm surprised to see it come out first.
Yeah, no, I agree. I totally agree as well. This map is extremely difficult. The transition between the mini jacks to the dense jump stream is absolutely going to kill your combo and accuracy. And this is a 100 rating chart in FFR, and we're seeing this in round of 16 in MWC.
What else?
I mean,
What else would you expect?
I don't know. I don't know. And here we go. Let's see if we can, if Canada can pull this back and get the first point of this match.
A little bit of an early accuracy drop there from Walmart. No misses out of the gate like we saw in the previous map, but Indonesia does take a small lead from that accuracy drop as it is being built back up by Walmart there.
I think it's going to be a combo battle between, like, you know, who breaks their full combo first, because this map has one of the highest full combo break potential in the whole map pool.
Absolutely, and we haven't even gotten to the really difficult parts of this. Some really fast
here we
bursts
go.
There, ooh, no
There
one
we
actually
go.
finding any mess ups on that.
Oh my
on that
god,
roll.
that's
Impressive
crazy.
there. But all the
But the
accuracy
mini
is
jacks
back
are yet
up.
to come. The mini jack stream, the mini jack and jump stream pattern has not yet to come. And here we go.
All these players holding on
Oh
very
my
strong to
God.
this. No major accuracy drops either. All three players on Indonesia holding extremely strong accuracies. Pinky and May as well. But a miss from
Oh, so she said
Adiza,
that, yeah.
as Walmart will actually overtake them in score there and bring Canada to the lead halfway through this map. But we still have lots of patterns left in this map that could trip you up.
You don't think it's enough yet, though, because, like, the accuracy from the Indonesian side is really strong as well, so they can slowly pull this back. But there needs to be more accuracy drop on the side of Canada, but the lowest accuracy on the team right now is Walmart at 99.77%. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, that's some absolutely insane accuracy from all 6 of these players. But we have 5 full combos left. Addis is the only one missing above that 400 combo mark now. So the accuracy lead should start to shrink that Canadian lead just a little bit over time. But I don't know if it's going to be enough. The accuracies
here's the
are
trill.
close enough.
Oh, everyone hits the middle column trill right there. I thought that would be pretty chokeable, in my opinion. But it's not,
It
apparently.
does seem chokeable. It's pretty fast. I
Yeah.
think it's just these two teams are incredibly strong
Yeah.
on the right side. Also, important to note, the first time I've seen Mirror come out from anyone, Albert with
Yeah.
Mirror there, but maybe having some issues with mind blocks there. We're coming up to the ending, just 100,000 points left.
A bit more hard
Canada's
patterns
still
incoming.
holding on.
Just a bit more light Jackson, mini Jackson coming.
Oh!
Wait, misses! Wait,
Is that enough?
time?
Is that? I don't know.
I don't think that's enough. I don't think
I
that's
don't
enough.
think so.
I don't think so as well. There's only like around 30,000 points. Oh, he's
Oh
coming.
my goodness!
The Scotty's coming back to the Indonesian
It's so
side.
close.
Is there enough
Last few
time?
notes, no 200,
Oh, 200
200 points for
Oh
Canada to take
my
that
God.
pick. What a nail biter!
Oh my god, I mean, That was definitely not for the faint-hearted. If you're,
I mean, all power to the Canadian team there. They got that map out of the way. I think that's going to be the most stressful pick for Canada here this match.
Wait, a V1 double S from Ray right there. I mean, are you even surprised? Because I'm not.
I don't know. But D-Orbit comes out. Fair pick coming out from Indonesia there. We saw the ban on LN1 coming out from Canada. This probably the closest thing to that map. And not surprising at all to see this come out of Indonesia.
Not at all. This is also one really tricky LN map as well. It's going to be very interesting to see how this player fares up against this map. A lot of accuracy drop potential throughout the whole map. Oh, this is also an Osu original song as well.
It is.
Yeah, got to say that. Well, the LN wildcard pick.
Yeah, and we see Dale coming back in for this, and Onta Bakassi also coming back in for Indonesia. They're not surprising to see those two LN players coming in. Well, I don't know if I called Dale an LN player, but certainly the third strongest LN player on the team.
Oh, a bit of a sound buff for Onta Bakassi, but he is back. I think this whole match is going to be just Walmart May being the anchors of the Canadian team, while Bad Hidden Player and Adizaz being, the anchors of the Indonesian side. Having, the third player coming in playing LN or Rice, respectively.
Yeah, we see that we see that happen quite a bit with some of these teams. I imagine for a team like Canada, right now we're seeing May and Walmart kind of hold down the fort for the Canadian team. But I imagine as it gets later on in the tournament, Piggy's going to start taking one of those roles as well. And then, like you said, we got Adiza and Ray or Bad HD player kind of holding down the fort as those two and just letting the third player swap in as needed. But here we go. Pick number 3 in this match, LN3. Was that an early? No, it wasn't. Okay, I thought I saw a drop coming from Onta Bakassi there at the beginning, but no, Dale is going to be the trade.
And right at the 400, nearly 400 combo mark right there.
Yeah, so that's going to have quite a large effect as opposed to what
a miss Walmart.
Done. Yeah, Walmart does find that drop. So that's only one full combo left as Dale finds yet another combo break.
Yeah.
And this is already starting to look pretty hard to insurmount by Canada.
Yeah, they need to see a complete collapse on the Indonesian side, but I doubt any of these players are going to have huge accuracy drop.
Though we are only a third of the way into the map, that is only 3 misses that we've seen on the Canadian side. That could definitely happen. Some of these patterns, not the easiest to hold combo on, especially with those implied mini jacks throughout the entire map and the shields.
Yeah, and the snappings are very weird as well. The LN ending snappings with a bit of 1-6 right there. And there we go, we trips Walmart, not on the Indonesian side, but on the Canadian side. We're at a 30,000 point difference now. This score lead seems very lopsided right now towards the Indonesian side. But a miss Walmart traded by Onta Bakassi.
Yeah, that's the first miss from Indonesia, but that's not going to help Canada with that being traded back right by Walmart there. As we get into the final quarter of the map, and Dale finds yet another miss, and it's still 2 full combos to 1. Indonesia running away with the 40,000 points right now off the back of those misses on Canada's side. But, they banned LN1 for a reason. I think they were almost kind of expecting this to not go super well in their favor. So just get the map out of the way and, move on and try not to let it affect your mental as much.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is just a confidence pick for Indonesia's side. I would probably expect them to pick this very early on as well. And yeah, a very good team score for the Indonesian side. 2.97 million, averaging 990k.
Yeah, and that was with a miss coming out from Onta Bakassi as well. So very impressive score coming out there. Definitely showing off that LN prowess that Indonesia has. And they do still have a long note pick ready to go for their next time up. Oh, but Canada trying to pick the banned map. There you go, SV1.
SV1. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Oh, that would have been. Oh, that would have been very funny. This is a bit easier compared to SV2, though.
It definitely
I think
is.
It's more actable.
Yeah, it's a little bit on an awkward side of the pool for Canada, because Canada definitely has that strength when it comes to SV maps, but this is a lot more heavily geared towards the accuracy and reading as opposed to the memorization SV, which I think would have given Canada a much better advantage when it comes to a map like this. But that said, Canada should still have a high capability on this map and should still hold on to the confidence to be able to take this.
Piggy is coming in. We should be seeing Atsuki Fanboy in this as well. I think he's the top performing player in the Indonesian side in terms of SV. We should be seeing him in here shortly, I hope. No, we're actually not going to see ASCII Fanboy then.
It looks like the teams are going to be Rei Retro and Antipakasi for Indonesia, and then Stability Piggy and Dale for Canada. No, not surprised to see that.
Not surprising
from Canada.
Yeah, that looks like a very scary SV lineup. I'm interested to see what Piggy can pull off. I mean, he's a really strong SV player, especially in these kind of more straightforward maps. Piggy can get really disgusting accuracy.
Yeah, I expect a really good team score from Canada, but this definitely isn't out of reach for Indonesia in any means. Like we said, this is a little bit easier to handle than the other SV pick in this pool, so I could definitely see Indonesia putting up some strong scores as well. They're just going to have to, hope that it's enough to take down the juggernaut that is Canada's SV team.
I mean, so far, everyone seems like they have practiced quite a lot. Never mind.
Yeah, looks like bad HD players not having too good of a time there. The other two players on Indonesia holding on pretty well, but it's just a one.
Antipakasi with a bit of accuracy drop, so down to the 98% as well.
All three Canadian players at 99.7 or above, though. That's the kind of scores that you expect to get from a team like Canada.
Yeah, that's why the Indonesian team banned SV2. I think this is getting a bit more obvious now as the song progresses. I mean,
we're halfway through the map.
At least there's still 6 full combos. At least there's still 6 full combos on the lobby right now. So that means they have actually played some practice.
Yeah, so 6 full combos, but that is a 50,000 point lead for the side of Canada halfway through this map, and it's gonna. Oh well, now there's not 6 full combos.
Yeah. Now there's 5, and this should go down to 4 very soon. This part is very hard to hit. It's one of the hardest sections in this map, I believe.
It's definitely difficult to get the reading right on that. Those gaps are not the easiest. And Ray finding some drops there on the changing rhythms.
On the other hand, we can see just like destruction on the stability 99.65, down a bit lower, but still holding a really good accuracy. And then there's Piggy.
Yeah, that's normal.
He's doing things, but RetroX actually doing pretty well. So still holding a full combo, but it's sub 99%.
Yeah, all 3 players on Canada holding a higher accuracy and the full combo above Retro EX. 160,000 points of favor for Canada is going to lock down that second point for them, and that's about what we expect.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. And that's a freeway full combo for the Canadian team, and just what is that score from Piggy? I mean, wow.
11-to-1 ratio, 1-200.
Yeah, sounds normal to me. Average Piggy score.
Does sound normal to me. Average Piggy score.
But now, this is where one of my concerns coming in is that Indonesia still have quite a lot of comfort picks still, but Canada, on the other hand, they have to go to Rice maps, and we saw how close it got in Rice 6.
Yeah, that was very close. But Hybrid 1 is coming out as the pick from Indonesia there. Bad for me.
Oh my god, yes. I love this song.
This is going to be an interesting one, because this is, I think, maybe the most LN favored. Maybe it's 50-50. It's hard to tell between that and a MIG data, but this one still does have this one still does have quite a necessary LN skill throughout it, more so than what you'd expect out of a more rice-focused hybrid.
Yeah. This is more. I think there's quite a lot of density as pattern, and also the biggest. I think one of the harder patterns in this map is going to be the LN trills. Like similar to what you see in Lacrima, but you make it full LN.
Right. Luckily, column locking isn't really a thing anymore, so you don't have to worry about that for this map. But even then, having a few issues on those, like having a bad accuracy or a bad start on one of those trills can ruin your accuracy still.
Yeah, indeed. And there's quite a lot of Grace's LN, scattered across the map as well. So it's going to be a very tall order if Canada wants to take this pick against Indonesia.
Yeah, not to mention that the consistency required on the LN patterns in this is really quite high compared to most of the other maps in this pool, given that it is 2 minutes and 50 seconds long, longer than most of the other picks in this pool, so you have to keep that up for quite a bit longer than most of the maps.
And I think we should be getting into this map right now, the 5th map of this match. It is going to be Hybrid 1.
Indeed. We haven't seen any breakpoints coming out from either team yet, but Indonesia hoping to continue that streak of not giving up those breakpoints. Want to bring it down at 3-2. Don't want to give Canada too much momentum, because knowing Canada is a team, they will take the momentum and run with it.
Yep. There you go. The intro is a bit more Rice favored, so you can see the score lead's kind of very stuck in the middle right now. But I feel like there's going to be quite a lot of fluctuations when we get to the meat of the map, the chorus, basically. And here we go. A bit more dense patterning with more long notes being introduced right now. And here we go, a bit of the trills. And everyone hits it. They're very comfortable on these patterns. So far, so good for everyone. The team in the lobby right now. All 6 full combos, with the score lead being a bit more favored towards the Indonesian side at around 3,000 points. But there's still so many more parts, so many more sections to come.
And it gets harder from here on out. Every chorus from here gets a little bit denser. Though there aren't any full combo breaks yet, so we're having 3 full combos on each team. It's just that accuracy advantage there for Indonesia, keeping them afloat. But that is only 5,000 points of advantage, even with a high accuracy advantage here. That could definitely change if there's a break or two, but we're still seeing 6 full combos.
Yeah, I think the main score difference is just between like Dale and players like Albert. Yeah, I think the main difference is just between Dale and Albert right there. It's a bit of a struggle for Dale, but still holding 99.6% accuracy. We're still very high accuracy, so still within 1 miss, still within reach. And here we go, the second chorus of the map right here. And as you can see, it gets even denser and denser. A couple 200 drops for Adiza and Dale. But the score is actually increasing right now. It's going up to around 9,000 points. And a miss from May.
I mean, we were kind of expecting misses to come at some point, but 1 miss from Canada there is going to help Indonesia lock down that lead here in this final chorus. But we still have a few more patterns that could lead to misses, but 20,000 points is quite difficult to overcome. I think that's maybe 3 misses.
I think that's basically it now. Now it's just a bit more straightforward patterning. So yeah, I think that's basically it. And Indonesia is going to get the 3rd point of this match.
Yeah, just the slowdown section. I don't think anyone's missing here.
Nope.
No, I knew it. I was about to mention. Okay, I was literally about to mention. I'm about to curse someone by saying that. I was literally about to say that as a miss. I can't believe this.
Oh, apologies to Adiza.
I'm not taking the blame for this. I'm not.
Yeah, this is the easy section. You should have been full comboing this. Shake my head.
I can't believe this.
Oh my god! A perfect timing from my fellow commentator, Toph.
I can't be known as this. I can't keep doing this.
You can't keep getting away with this.
Hey, at the very least, that curse did not cause Indonesia the point.
Nope. I mean, yeah, it's just 20,000 point score lead. I mean, that's just very lopsided towards the Indonesian side. Very good score from Adiza and Reyes. So I think both of them were at 99.81% before the curse.
Whatever.
Yeah, still
it
good
is
score.
Canada's pick. It is Canada's pick now. They don't have an SV map to fall back on. I mean, they've lost some hybrids and some LN picks to Indonesia now. I assume they're going to stick with the rice pool.
Maybe something more tech
one.
Maybe Rice 5? Rice 5
Rice 4 comes out.
Ah. Still within the tech kind of area, so which I think is a pretty good pick.
Yeah, I think they're going to be sticking with tech until they run out. I imagine it's going to be this, and then Rice 5 coming out after this, and then they'll have to decide which of the 3 remaining picks, Rice picks, they want to go with after that.
Yeah, but the Canadian team needs to be on their A game. We need to see extremely good accuracy and also probably a triple full combo at that point as well to be able to go against the Indonesian side, because on the left hand side we see bad-headed player Adiza as well, the anchor of the Indonesian side, but also the Rice specialist Albert coming in as well.
Indeed. We see May and Dale staying in for this, and Piggy coming in as well. That's not too surprising, I don't think.
No, I don't think so.
Out of Canada. I think this combination, Dale, Piggy, and May, I think is going to be the heavy hitting Rice team for Canada, pretty much from here on out.
Yeah, but we still need to see Dale, showing up a bit more right here. He has been struggling quite a bit in a couple of maps, but things may change in the 6th pick of this match right here.
And there we go. MP Star Command comes out. Canada looking to not give up the first break point of this match. We've had 5 straight regular points, no break points on the track for maybe tiebreaker if these teams can keep it up. But we still got a long way to go.
Yeah, still a very long way to go. But it could happen. It could happen. It might happen.
I'm putting it out there to the universe right now.
Yeah. And I hope the script is working. And here we go. A bit of an accuracy lead for the Indonesian side right now. But not a large accuracy lead, as it's just the intro, so the score lead may fluctuate really greatly.
Yeah, we're seeing Adiza actually holding on to the difference maker right now. 99.92% there. Highest accuracy in the lobby. Everyone else kind of evening out around that 99.8 range. So Indonesia just the slightest lead, but Dale does find a couple of 200s on one of those patterns, dropping a little bit of accuracy and giving a stronger lead in May. Early drop there.
Yeah, the transition between the jump stream to like kind of a more jack and tech pattern is the undoing of his combo right now. And now the score is at 14,000 now.
It is, and that accuracy lead is still maintaining itself for Indonesia. I think they'd still be in the lead even without that drop, but now Canada has to hope for a few combo breaks from the side of Indonesia, and they have to make sure that they keep their accuracies in check here as we hit the last third of the map, so they're running out of time to make anything happen here.
Yeah, this is one of the shorter picks of this map pool right now, less than 2 minutes actually. So yeah, it's the time is running out for the Canadian team, and we might be seeing the first breakpoint of this match if the Indonesian side is going to get a triple FC on Rice 4 Innocent Revolver.
Yeah, that would be insane, but they're looking to do it right now.
They're there, yeah. And Adiza actually is going to get an extremely good score, 99.90%.
Triple double
Oh
S.
my god!
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god! Oh baby, a triple double
Oh baby,
V1S.
a triple. That is the first breakpoint of the match, and what a way to get that first breakpoint for Indonesia. They're
What a
holding on to that
statement.
extremely strong accuracy and ratios, though the ratios all around are incredible. The
Yeah,
Adisa with 114. That's insane.
yeah. Though we get Dale and Piggy getting really good full combos as well. 991, double 991, just a miss from May. But I don't think that will make a difference at all.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but Al Infinity does come out with their cleaning up this long note pool here to hopefully bring themselves to match point. But this is a little bit of an interesting pick. I think Indonesia's starting to move into the more uncomfortable hybrids and long notes for themselves, because this one definitely I think is the long note map that Canada will feel maybe the most favored in, even if Indonesia still would have an advantage.
Yeah, I think this is where, I think this is what the long note pick that I would say the Canadian team has quite a lot of comfort in. Yeah, players like Walmart is really well versed in the density patterns. And here we go. Actually, we're going straight in. Not a lot of break actually in between the previous pick and this one.
And we've got another player with Mirror there, Dale now. Going with Mirror on this long note density pick. We see Dale, May, and Walmart as the team for Canada, add as a bad HD player Array and Onta Bakassi. Kind of the same thing we've been seeing for most of the hybrids and long notes.
Yeah, basically the long note kind of team for both Indonesia and Canada respectively.
Early on in the intro, no major drops. The density starts to pick up just a little bit. It looks like Indonesia starting off with a slight accuracy lead, but not enough to really mean anything quite yet.
Yeah, and here we go, the first section.
First section underway. No combo drops before that 400 combo mark, but Dale and Walmart a little bit behind in terms of accuracy compared to the players on Indonesia. May keeping up, but that is helping Indonesia keep on hold for I can't speak. Keeping hold of the accuracy and score lead here.
Yeah, but it is still extremely close. One miss would be enough for the score lead to go straight back to Canada. And everyone's still doing really well right now. They're still holding full combos and really good accuracy as well. A shout out to Bad Hidden Player right now, getting a 99.88, and now we're going to a break. Before we're going, oh my god, Dale missed. That is so good. Oh no!
That's so unfortunate. What a sad
The
spot to
nerves
miss.
betrayed him. The nerves definitely betrayed him there. That is, well, the comment section of the map, and now we're going straight back to the. Oh no, actually no. This is just a build up. My bad.
Yeah, we still got to build up. This is more of a little bit of an interesting section because of the rhythm change. You got those 1/3 patterns, and then some 1/4 patterns throughout it, but no one seems to be getting tripped up by that. Dale is above the 400 combo mark now, so he's getting full
but they
credit.
need a miss.
They need multiple misses, I think. Indonesia does still have that accuracy advantage. All three players holding very strong right now. Again, May keeping up with the Indonesian team. It's just the other two Canadian players not quite able to put the accuracy work in to keep it close.
Yeah, here we see the snapping changes and just different kind of patterning as well, from Jackson LN to Junstream long note right now. And you can see everyone's still doing really well right now. Dale is actually getting his accuracy back up to the 99.7% range right now. And here we got the ending of this map. Extremely dense density pattern. The long notes are getting longer somehow. And May is actually missing there. And then that seals the deal. That basically does it for the Indonesian side. It's going to be the 5th point.
That is going to be the 5th point. Indonesia doing a good job of holding on to their own picks. Brings it to 5-2, but Canada does have their own pick here coming up to hopefully stop the momentum from getting too out of hand there. But Canada does need to win this point if they want to stay in the winner's bracket.
Oh my god, Ray.
Yeah, double S, just casual.
Casual. I mean, that's like his 3rd or 4th V1 double S throughout this A match already. It's showing up. I think he is the captain for the Indonesian side, if I remember correctly, and he's definitely leading the charge right now into the quarterfinals. There's still one more map. They're at match point. They have
And they go
3
with
chances to cover it.
3. Rice 3 comes
Rice
out
3.
there, lift off.
Okay, so
Looking for the Jack map. I'm a little scared of this one.
I mean, if you have players like May and Piggy, I think it's not too bad of a pick. You know,
definitely not. I think Canada's accuracy on particularly Jacks is maybe second to none in this tournament. There's so many teams that are good at Jacks, but Canada just blows. It's just so good. But that said, Indonesia is also incredible at accuracy. So I don't know. I don't know what to say. It's so risky.
I think at this point, like when you have Jack maps like this, and seeing how like the meta nowadays focus quite a lot on Jacks and Jack accuracy, I think any team you have, you're gonna have 3 players who can play Jacks really well. It's just a matter of who breaks. It's the matter of holding your nerves.
Oh, is Piggy not coming in for this?
Oh,
Walmart's staying, it looks like. So Piggy is in the lobby.
Okay, so hopefully Piggy does come in.
It looks like there are 5 Canadian players in the lobby. Okay, GD Mem is also in the lobby, which we kind of expected.
Mem. First time. It's gonna be our first time seeing GD Mem in here. A really strong Rice player. They think he's a good pick as well for the Canadian team. Very strong on Jack accuracy. But we're not gonna see Piggy in here. I think
we're still waiting for all the Canadian players to leave.
Yeah, there's too many of them. We need them to leave. Yeah, the Indonesian side, the lineup, basically what most would expect. Albert, Adiza, and Bad Hidden Player.
Yeah, this is about what we expected. Indonesia ready to go out the gate. It's just, I think Canada maybe was making a decision on who they wanted to keep added there. And it looks like we've got our MP start command, May, GDMM, and Dale, the 3 picks for Canada here. Looking to stay alive in the winner's bracket with Liftoff.
And here we go. Time to see some crazy accuracy scores. We saw throughout this weekend some absolutely mind-blowing scores. You know, the Philippines 999 and Yuka hitting 100% in score V2. So get ready to get your mind blown with these crazy accuracy.
The early slow section not treating everyone super well compared to. I expect everyone's accuracies to start going up once the actual jacks start.
Yeah, this part is a bit uncomfortable, but once the jacks comes in, I mean, when you say super uncomfortable, but you can look at the whole lobby right now. The lowest accuracy right now is 99.91% from Albert.
For a jack map, you know, maybe that's a little uncomfortable. I don't know. But we're in the jacks now, and GDMM might have actually found a 200 there. Dropping down below the 99.9
Dale's actually
range.
popping off. Dale's actually holding the accuracy really well right 99.97, fighting off against Adiza.
Indeed. It looks like we kind of got a bunch of 1v1s going on. Dale versus Adiza there, but finding a little bit more of an accuracy drop there is Dale. And then Ray versus May and GDMM versus Albert. And it looks very even across the board. Maybe Indonesia has the tiniest accuracy lead right now.
Oh, it is too early to call right now. I think it's just constantly flickering right now.
Oh, and GDMM is actually finding some build up there, getting almost up to the 99.95 range now. So the accuracy is very consistent on Canada's side, with it being slightly less so with Indonesia, but I still think it's basically even.
Adiza's actually accuracy went up to 99.98 before it went back down to the 97s. But yeah, as you can see right now, it is extremely close right now. I think it's just the difference is that Adiza and maybe that of May.
I just don't know what to say. I feel like if I say anything, it's gonna happen. Something bad's gonna happen if I mention.
I
them.
will say for I'll say for you, there's still 6 full combos on this lobby right now.
Don't say that.
No, don't worry. I would not curse anyone. Trust me.
You can't
Look at
do
this.
that. Not when it's this close.
It is getting
It keeps
super
flickering.
close. I don't know what to say. I don't know who's leading.
No, May missed.
No.
Right
And that's
the
it.
end.
That's
And
basically
Indonesia,
it.
I think it's gonna win off of that miss.
Yeah, it's just the combo battle.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, oh my god, the fact
Absolutely
that the lowest,
insane.
the lowest 300 count is 143.
I'm doing some quick
do your
math. I'm
Do your
doing some
magic.
quick math on the ratio.
Okay.
That's he May left. I can't do quick
damn.
math anymore.
I think the score would still
The
be
ratio
on
was
Indonesia's
definitely
side.
in favor of Canada, but the 200 from GD Mem might have actually
Yeah.
given it to Indonesia.
I
But
think
what a
even
match!
if-
What
yeah,
a close
yeah.
match, anyways.
That was super close. I think it's just that the Indonesia still have a Rice roster that can beat out the Canadian side in quite a lot of the maps. That was the difference.
Yeah, wow. That is going to be a victory for Indonesia. They will move on in the winners bracket there. And Canada, unfortunately, will move down into the losers bracket. Both teams still alive, though, will still perform in the quarterfinals. And I'm excited to see how these two teams perform in quarterfinals, honestly.
Yeah, I am also excited as well. I don't know who Indonesia is going to face.
Let me take a quick look.
Think if they do win, they will face the
Indonesia
six.
is facing Japan next weekend.
Oh, another Asian matchup.
And then Canada will face the winner between Venezuela and Mexico in the losers bracket.
I think that is going to be the last match in the Mexico match. I think that is going to be the last match of the weekend. But there should be another match coming up very soon.
Yeah, we got 15
yeah.
minutes. When we'll have the United States of America, our number 2 seed, versus France in the winners bracket. And I think that's going to be an exciting match. U.S. versus France is a classic matchup in round of 16. It happens so much more often than you'd ever expect.
Every time I watch MWC, I always see France play against the U.S.
No,
Am I tripping?
It's really funny because 2019 round of 16 winners bracket was USA versus France.
Oh my
2021 round of 16 winners bracket was USA versus France, and now again round of 16 winners bracket is USA versus France.
How does this? The fact that it happens 3 times it's
3 times in 5 years.
That's mind-boggling. That is actually mind-boggling.
Yeah, I don't know how to even mentally handle that, but that's going to be coming up in about 15 minutes. We'll be taking a short break. Make sure to stick around here for when that match starts. Do you have anything else to say before we sign out?
Nope, not at all.
I hope you guys stick around. This is going to be an exciting match. We'll see you guys in 15 minutes.
Bye-bye.
Alrighty. Welcome back again after another short little break there. We are ready for some more Mania 4 Key World Cup 2023 round of 16 action. We've got the United States versus France. I am Toph Daddy, one of your commentators. I am joined by fellow biased commentator here, Potterage. We got US and France here represent. How's it going?
Yes, let's go. France, let's go. No, I'm not going to be commentating with a French accent all the way. This is just my bias speaking, but yeah, I think this is going to be a pretty fun match. I've been looking forward to this the entire time, and we've been discussing also the fact that US versus France is kind of a mainstay, has been kind of a mainstay in the last few years, and it's coming back.
Yeah, we mentioned this in the previous match, but in the last 5 years, the US and France have met each other in round of 16 winner's side 3 times. That's baffling to me.
Yeah, that's actually pretty incredible, but when you think about their seedings, I think that the probability is probably up there. The United States tend to go for top seed, and France tends to go for middle seed, kind of middle, a little bit in the middle, yeah.
Yeah, so them meeting up is a little bit higher chance than you might expect, but even then, 3 times in 5 years is still quite high. It looks like we've gotten ourselves into the lobby, looking for those roles to be coming in from our captains so that we can get our protects and bans out of the way. Now, for a match like this, I need to think about what to expect out of these two teams. I expect the United States to ban an SV map. I don't know what I expect France to ban. Maybe one of the Rice picks. Maybe something like "Hey, Happy Arnold" or "Come Inside My Heart."
Yeah, I think so too, because the United States have defined themselves as a very physically oriented team, and a team that every single team knows that is gonna make at least that at least is capable of playing late game. So gonna be a little bit afraid of going physical against the United States. France has been making themselves known as an anti-meta team, and this team's lineup, while it is a little bit different and more late game oriented, is no exception.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen in previous years their strengths come in when it comes to that like LN accuracy and hybrid gameplay. Very strong at that angle. They're also quite a good consistency team in general, so I could absolutely see them performing well on something like Liftoff or Infinity Rage. Oh, the rolls come in, and France rolls a 14, but the US only rolls a 3, so France will take that victory on the rolls.
With a 14.
With a 14.
That is absolutely tragic, but we take those.
Yeah, looks like they're going to get France's Protect first, and then US will get their Protect second, followed by the first ban coming out from the US, then the French team getting their second ban and first pick. Looks like LN2 comes out as the Protect from France.
That is a very interesting Protect.
Yeah, I imagine, like I said, I think France is either going to ban Rice 6 or Rice 1, so I'd expect that one of those two to be a Protect, but no, Liftoff comes out as a Protect from the United States, and SV2 is getting the ban hammer from the United States, guaranteed. Yeah, there it is.
There we go. It's pretty much par for the course. Just focus on what you can focus, and just get away with what you don't really want to focus. But that was also what the Protects were meant for this year as well. Just protect what your opponent was going to ban.
Yeah, and there is the Rice 1 ban from France. So we guessed pretty well on what these two teams would be going for. And France will have the first pick in this match. And I imagine one of the LN picks comes out here. Or maybe SV1.
Yeah, I do think that this is going to strongly go towards a Rice versus anti-meta type of matchup. But the individual picks, however, might go a little bit differently than you might expect, because we are still in round of 16, and round of 16 is technically still early game territory. France has known themselves to be very, very scary in early game.
Absolutely, I can attest to that. Just waiting for that first pick to come out from France. Might be having a little bit of discussion after getting those bans out of the way, maybe a little quicker than they were expecting. But again, I think it could be a lot of things, but I think the United States team is such a strong Rice team that France is probably going to want to avoid that in general. It's even just out of the fact that they should know that the United States is looking to pick the Rice, and that if they want to play them, they can probably feel comfortable knowing that their opponent is going to pick them. So getting those LN picks that they feel confident in might be the best option.
Yeah, I think. Well, knowing the French team, I think they also put a lot of thought into which kind of order they're going for. They're not necessarily going to go for the SV pick immediately, and instead they're going to go for future Eve long note number 1, the coordination pick.
Yeah, I think this is a strong opener for France. This definitely is outside of the SVs. I think this map in particular might be their strongest opportunity to take a point. Though the United States LN squad this year is nothing to sneeze at. They're extremely good this year. But this is definitely going to be one of those areas where maybe the United States feels a little less comfortable on most of the picks.
Yeah, it's going to be honestly interesting to compare some of the lineups coming from last time in 2021 versus this time in 2023. We see very different names compared to 2021 on both sides of the teams here.
Yeah, the only two sticking around from those two teams actually Aura and Nepogen there. 4 new players for each side, or 2 new players for each side there for this long note pick. Peach Marrow and Hello Sun joining for the United States, and then Quentin and a Babybel Blue for the French side, a Flashlight player as well.
Yeah, Flashlight does not... Well, for those who do not really follow Mania tournaments as a whole, just a reminder that the Flashlight does not give any score bonus. This is just a visual mod for those players who do not like to see many notes at a time on the screen.
Yeah, it definitely helps keep your focus on one part of the screen, and personally, that kind of thing definitely helped me especially when I was trying to improve at the game, where keeping my eyes locked down when there's so much going on is difficult. And Babybel Blue learning pretty well how to keep their accuracy strong, so just holding on to that Flashlight above 99.7 right now, highest on France out of that intro. But all 3 players in the United States also above that 99.7 range, so holding on to a slight accuracy lead early on in this map.
Yes, absolutely. Hello Sun and Nepogen definitely aiming for the sky here in terms of accuracy. Peach Marrow not too far behind, and definitely still above every single player of the French lineup.
Yeah, we're seeing a couple of accuracy drops all around. Looks like Babybel Blue actually finding some issues there, dropping down to the 99.5 range, extending the lead as we approach this halfway mark in the first chorus of our long note 1 pick. But still 6 full combos, so still keeping it within striking range if the United States does end up finding some issues.
Yeah, we see Hello Sun dropping from 99.8 to 99.7, so that means a 200 was found on the way, but, well, a sign of vulnerability, but the French average accuracy is actually going down as we go towards them, which is not a good sign for their first pick.
Yeah, it does actually look like the United States accuracy is dropping. I mean, other than Nepogen. Nepogen absolutely destroying this right now. But Hello Sun and Peach Marrow dropping down to that 99.7 low range as well. So some of these releases definitely causing some issues. But that rock from Nepogen, that accuracy is absolutely helping the United States hold on to this now 20,000 point lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And no combo breaks coming from either side. This is really a winner's bracket type of matchup, and both of those teams deserve to be in the winner's bracket, as we can see here.
Yeah, these are two absolutely insane team scores. Maybe 6 full combos on this? That's wild.
Yeah, the consistency and focus you need on this type of pick to not accidentally drop a release too early or too late is absolutely unsurmountable. A V1 double S coming from Nepigen, that is an incredible score.
Yeah, I don't know how you do that. And Infinity Rage, an immediate pick coming out from the United States there. I'm not too surprised, though. I am a little bit wary of a pick like this. I know that the United States accuracy is incredibly good, but I feel like this is a map that France will have the capability of keeping up with more so than maybe some of the technical maps in this pool. And I think I would have gone for something like Happy Arnold or Celsius out of the gate rather than Infinity Rage.
I think that's a fair assessment, especially since some newer players from France are probably going to make the difference. Some unknown variables in the strategy making, especially names like Nahashi, who is making their first appearance in this year's MWC. One of our more physical players who are going to definitely be helping towards late game.
Yeah, and we can already see that they've joined the lobby there, saying hello in chat. As we get that map changed, the United States taking an early break point, looking to bring that momentum even further into their favor, hoping to get that second point. But like I said, maybe not the best pick to go with in this situation. Though, that said, you can already expect that they feel very comfortable on a map like this if they're going for it as their first pick in the match.
On the American side, we see the entrance of Dev. Dev, who is an accuracy monster. I've seen some of their scores in other tournaments, and just how.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good accuracy players in this tournament. I don't... the way accuracy has changed over the last few years has been insane to me, because if you don't have the accuracy to like get 99.8s and 9s on some of these early game maps, then you're just not performing at the right place to be taking points in this tournament. And that's something that I find insane, especially with how difficult these map pools have gotten. Like, we're talking about 232 BPM, dense jump stream with 1/6 burst throughout it. And you need to be getting that accuracy to get these points.
Yeah, even comparing from a 1 year span, the map pools from 2022 compared to 2023 are just not comparable in terms of difficulty. You definitely have to go maybe half a round, maybe one full round forward in terms of early game. And all of those teams are still aiming for accuracy. That's just mind-boggling to me.
Yeah, but we've got our 6 players here. Looks like the only swap out for the United States was ERA Dev there, coming in for Peach Marrow, and the Narahashi on the side of France, and Mr. FR coming in to join the squad with Babybel Blue there for Infinity Rage here. Early on, accuracy.
Yeah, accuracy. About that.
That's illegal. I don't feel comfortable talking about that accuracy.
I mean, let's just not look at it. Let's just pretend it doesn't
Let's just
exist.
look on the other side of the screen. We've got France. We've got Mr. FR at 99.7, Babybel Blue at 99.8, and Narahashi leading the squad there, dropping a couple 200s there, but still holding some very strong accuracies. But even with these strong accuracies, it looks like the United States is taking a little bit of that accuracy advantage with about a 4,500 point lead here.
Yeah, just keep in mind that France actually has a good enough accuracy that the miss coming from the United States will actually matter. I think one single miss coming from the United States is going to tip the lead towards France. So be on the lookout for that. This is a 3 minutes long map, and anything can happen.
Yeah, and speak of the devil, Hello Sun does find a drop in the middle of trying to keep that razor sharp accuracy. Looks like that lead is starting to shrink a little bit towards France, but Hello Sun is building up to that 400 combo quite quickly already, and looks like the United States is able to hold on to the lead even despite that miss. It was very clean from Hello Sun.
Yeah, we've been we've been praising France's consistency as a whole, and that's what they're gonna count on. And I'm so sorry,
You
Babybel.
cursed your own team. You can't do that. That is a miss from Babybel. Still above the 99.7, so quite a clean drop from them as well as they build up close to that 400 combo mark into the final third. But that is going to help the United States hold on to the lead as I continue to not talk about their accuracies.
Ooh, another miss coming from Hello Sun, and that tips the combo balance towards France. But is their accuracy going to be enough? Because Babybel Bleu has actually dropped enough accuracy that more combo breaks coming from the United States is not going to tip the lead towards the other side.
Yeah, and 400 combo has already been reached by Hello Sun as we start to hit the final few patterns in this map, and it looks like the United States, even despite 2 misses coming out from Hello Sun, is going to be able to lock down this pick just out of that insane accuracy coming out from Dev and Nepogen.
I'm really looking forward to see the final ratios.
Don't be a 999. Don't be a 999.
We already see the answer in the...
No!
Temperative.
You're not supposed to do that, Neptune!
Oh
63 300s, 999k.
Yeah, well,
I don't know what to say about that.
That is a world-class player, and we do not only have one of those, we have another one with 114 and another one with 125, just one in one single team. That is the United States, ladies and gentlemen, and our fine people of the world.
And France ready to fire back right away. They go into that SV1 pick there. I think this is actually a great pick, because I know that the United States' weakest area is SV. And if France wants to stop the momentum from building up any further after a play like that, they're going to have to get this point. And SV1 is a great way in for that kind of road.
Yeah, well, what can I say about France, really? France has always had an SV lineup, and we see the appearance of Patou as the captain for France and main liner for SV. We have seen some of their scores in SV2 as well. Definitely belongs to one of the top players worldwide.
Yeah, and we see 2 players swapping out here for the United States. All 3 players on France swapping out. So we got Aura, Patuz, and Quentin coming in for France out of those 3 players, and then Cafecito and Tristan Jacob making their round of 16 debuts here for SV1.
They're just gonna play SV as well. I am slightly surprised by Dev playing SV, but maybe I haven't been keeping watch enough.
I think it's just very hard for the players on the United States to... At some point, they just have to kind of have someone practice it. Because I think Cafecito and Tristan Jacob are both very, very good SV players. It's just that they're kind of missing that third player. So, you know, at the beginning of a week, looking at someone like Dev, who puts practice into maps and wants to get better, and then just saying, put work into the SV map and do as good as you can is kind of the best strategy you get.
I think that's also the magic of tournaments. You can decide to grind the skill set in the middle of a tournament and just suddenly get better. I think that's also what Japan went for. They really focused on their LM skill sets and kind of became all-rounded as a team.
Indeed, we're seeing a few very good accuracies out of the gate, though some people dropping a little bit. Tristan Jacob dropping to the low 99s in that intro, and France takes a small lead out of that, though Cafecito and ERA Dev both holding on very strong accuracies as Tristan tries to build it back up. And it looks like we had a little bit of an accuracy drop there from Aura dropping to the low 99s as well, and the United States takes a tiny lead out of that.
Yeah, keep in mind that the amount of nodes in SV maps is definitely lower than the other maps, so accuracy is going to be much more volatile, and the lead that you see here is definitely not permanent.
Yeah, absolutely not, though there are continual The French team is continuing to drop some 200s. Quentin joining Aura a little bit in that low 99 range, and now it's a 10,000 point lead for the United States, as Tristan was able to bring that accuracy back up to match with Dev, and now the only player on the French team kind of matching up with the United States is Tattoos, though there are some accuracy drops that are still allowing France to keep it within arm's reach, though 6 full combos is not helping their case with the United States having that accuracy lead.
Yeah, keep in mind that a combo break can still happen very easily towards the tail end of this map, and a combo break would be absolutely devastating for any of the two teams.
Yeah, the note count in this map is very small, so that miss is definitely... I think that one miss from the United States could have an impact to give France the lead here if that were to happen. But both teams are looking very strong as far as the combo goes. It's just that accuracy giving the United States the advantage right now as we start to approach the final few patterns in this map. And it looks like the United States might just take another break point here.
Yeah, that's just an outstanding lobby performance as a whole. 6 full combos across the board. We have not seen that. We have not seen that often at all this weekend. So
yeah, not at
props.
all. On top of that, Cafecito, 997, 64 regular 300s. That is a performance that is trying to tell the world that the United States is not going to just sit back on SVs this year like they did last year.
Yeah, definitely going to give thought to the next, to their next opponent in quarterfinals, especially if the maps are going to get harder and harder.
But that is 2 breakpoints to the United States, and it will be their own pick. I could see them going with their own Protect here. I could see them going with Liftoff, but again, I would prefer to see something like Happy Arnold or Celsius come out. But they do go with Liftoff. They go for the heavy accuracy pick. This one, I think this one is even more likely to give France a chance than Infinity Rage even, because I have no doubt that France should be triple FC in this. Like, no doubt.
They definitely have the lineup to go for triple FC. But the accuracy is definitely going to be another story, because from what we've seen in Infinity Rage, there's definitely an accuracy advantage going towards the United States, especially with a lineup as strong as Dev, Neptune, and Hellsun.
Absolutely, but we did see 2 combo breaks coming out from Hellsun during Infinity Rage, and if they find some trip-ups, I could absolutely see France taking a break point on this.
Yeah, I think a lot of matchups, a lot of points on this map in particular left off been decided by misses, back and forth trades, and that kind of stuff. And this time on the French side, we see Nahashi, Mr. FR, and Aura instead of Babybel Bleu. Babybel Bleu who played Infinity Rage, so that's going to be the main switch in terms of Rice lineup for France.
Yeah. I mean, and you're already seeing, I mean, like you mentioned, Dev, Neptune, Hellsun being that lineup for Rice, that accuracy lineup for the United States, so strong. But again, we'll have to see how they're able to hold their composure, because this map, I think United States should have a clear accuracy advantage, but the composure was a little bit better on France's side during Infinity Rage. So if the composure does end up mattering, if misses do come out, I think this is France's point.
It all remains to be seen as the pick is starting, and we are going for 2 minutes and 33 seconds. Anything can happen in this span of time.
Early out the gate, all 6 players holding on pretty well. The long note kind of tripping up Mr. FR a little bit in the accuracy, but we're into the heavier Jack section, so the players should be building up that accuracy yet again. United States, as we expected, have that accuracy advantage. All 3 players above 99.97. But the French player is not too far behind, holding on to the full combos and still very strong accuracies, only letting that lead come out to about 2,000 points, a third of the way in. And Yeah, this is definitely close enough that a miss will flip it.
Yeah, that's what you want to do as the underdogs here. Just maintain a good enough accuracy that the miss will tip the lead towards your end. Just hope for a miss. On the other end, focus on your own performance. Do not give up.
Yeah, 6 very solid scores across the lobby right now. Very close scores between the two teams as well. Not much to really mention. It's all about watching for the composure, watching for 200 drops, and watching for potential misses. It looks like Dev actually did find a couple of 200s, but Aura as well dropping below the 99.9 range. I think they found some 200s themselves, so the lead stays about the same, and Aura unfortunately does find the first combo break of this map, and the United States will extend their lead from that.
Yeah, a combo break coming from France is definitely a worst case scenario, as they have been hoping for a combo break on the other side, but it's just not showing right now.
Yeah, Narahashi and Mr. FR both having some very strong scores on their own side. It's just not quite enough to match up to the accuracies that the United States players are bringing to the table. 299.98% on their side, and Dev falling just behind that with 99.94 is maybe just too big of a wall to overcome without them finding any combo breaks.
I just want to say this entire lobby is just showing what a world-class lobby is like. Just look at those ratios. 65, 39, 42, 118, 116 to 59.
Yeah, insane accuracies from everyone there. Just one unfortunate miss from Aura, but absolutely insane scores all around.
That was a strange 100 coming from Dev to...
Oh, it was a 100, not a 200.
Yeah, kind of tarnished an otherwise really clean team performance coming from the United States, but yeah, what can you do against this?
Not much. You can't do much against a score like that. I think maybe Japan had a better score than the United States there, but they are also an incredibly good... Oh no, not Japan. That was Philippines that had a better score. But again, top-class performers along these maps, and France will get an opportunity to pick something that they feel comfortable in and can hopefully take a point away from the United States on. They've gone with LN1 and SV1. Neither went in their favor, but I think the LN map was pretty close. I think there were 6 FCs across the board, so I can definitely see something like D-Orbit coming out here.
Yeah, keep in mind that their Protect actually went towards our Infinity, and if they're pretty confident on our Infinity, especially in regards to accuracy, maybe that will be their saving grace.
Yeah, and it looks like they are taking some time trying to make sure that they pick exactly what they want to. I respect this strategy, making sure that you know exactly what you're getting into and pick what everyone is feeling most comfortable in, especially if you have some players who are maybe feeling some nerves and you want to give them a break. So going with something that will maybe take that player out of the match for the next pick will be very important for something like that.
Yeah, you also got to discuss the remaining picks that are in the hybrid category, and I think that this hybrid pool in round of 16 is especially interesting to look at because all of the hybrids are very different and very defined in terms of personality, and I do believe that they have a kind of a situational appeal depending on what you need.
Yeah, for sure. But it does look like LN3 D-Orbit comes out from France, looking to go back into the path that they were going for at first with LN1, going for a little bit more on that coordination side, a little bit more difficult to keep yourself consistent on these kinds of long note patterns. And again, probably just looking for those combo breaks from the United States and trying to keep their accuracy in a spot where they can attest if those breaks happen.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams have been avoiding D-Orbit because D-Orbit is an incredibly hard map to full combo, and I don't think a lot of teams are actually that confident on D-Orbit. But keep in mind that if you're not confident on D-Orbit, the other team, the opposing team, might not be either. So might as well gamble.
It's a big pick where you're like, I don't feel super comfortable about the patterns in this, but you should also know that the other team is probably not going to feel great about the patterns in it either, since there's so many opportunities to find combo breaks.
Yeah, that's why strategy is also important. All about knowing what the picks contain and how you can use your picks against the opponent.
Baby Well Blue does come back in for this long note pick. We've got Mr. FR and Quentin joining them. And then we've got the LN squad from the United States, Hello Sun, Neptune, and Peach Marrow on the other side. As we get through this intro and Mr. FR finding a little bit of a trip up early on in these mini jack patterns, not having too good of a time, matched up by Baby Well Blue as well. So that's already 2 full combos gone from the French side, with all 3 players on the United States holding quite strong with the combos.
Yeah, that is a little bit unfortunate beginning for the French team here, but keep in mind that the rest of the map is no slouch here, so could very well trigger some shots coming from the United States.
And that is Quentin, though, finding a drop. And that is 3 full combos gone from the side of France and 3 still alive for the United States. And this lead is just increasing ever quicker, with Mr. FR also finding another drop.
Yeah, I think that is a little bit unfortunate coming from France's pick. Definitely hoping for more of an upset coming from the United States, but clean performance so far. The United States have been looking really, really consistent on all of their picks, and it's very, very scary.
Yeah, absolutely very scary. Looks like we had a panic. What happened?
I think we lost the players in the void. Apparently everyone disconnected on the referee's end.
Oh!
It might be a server crash or something.
Yeah, looks like that's what's being discussed. Everyone was kicked off the server for a little bit, but we're getting everyone back in. I think we'll restart that pick.
Okay, just turn it up and on, I guess. I don't know what else to say.
Something new happens every year.
That's why we keep watching those World Cups. It's definitely something that happens in there that surprises everyone.
I love being surprised with new technical issues.
Yeah, just when I think I've seen it all from all of my years of tournament staffing, something new happened. We will try to figure it out, but it seems that the server does still exist. Keep in mind that players are actually playing on a separate, dedicated tournament server to prevent major issues from happening due to interference from other multiplayer lobbies. So, well, that's why we have this set up. I guess we're just gonna redo the pick right now, as this is pretty unexpected, pretty much unseen. I don't think I've ever seen that.
We don't have a rule that says what we're supposed to do here. Yeah, I think we're just gonna restart. We're gonna get everyone back in the lobby and just restart the map, because we don't have an actual result from that either. So it's not like we have a choice.
And we also don't really have a lot of information of what happened on the player's end.
Yeah, I'm looking at I'm looking at what the U.S. players are saying. They straight up just got DC'd from the server. Like, it took them to the score screen in the middle of the map. But it looks like we're good. We've got everyone back in. We're about to start up. We're gonna start the map up again.
Let's go. Ryu, take 2. You didn't see what happened just now.
Oh wait, we don't have the same. Wait, what's going on? Why is Baby Blue not in the lobby?
Huh?
Were they not? I'm pretty sure they were playing.
Yeah, I think everyone was just invited back into the server, and they still have to figure out the lineups that they're gonna
Peach
use
Marrow's in as
back.
well. I don't think Peach Marrow was in there.
Yeah, no, I think they invited all of the players, like all 6
Oh,
players
they just
from both
joined.
teams.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, just gonna figure out their lineups, get ready, and restart the pick with the same lineups that they had before. I think that is the ruling here.
Okay, yeah, I'm looking at the matchup. We should be okay. U.S. is right now. They have the right 3 players, and then France should have Quentin, Mr. FR, and Babybel Blue. So Narahashi should not be in the lobby right now.
So let's see what happens here. Okay, we're gonna proceed to the switcheroo, and here we go. We are getting ready for the take number 2.
Let's hope nothing bad happens.
Let's hope that the server does not deorbit this time. This song is so good. Shoutouts to Toromaru for providing this custom song, by the way.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like we got the settings coming in. Start command comes in. And we've got our 3 players in the lobby. Hello, Sun Nepogen, Peach Marrow versus Quentin, Mr. FR, Babybel Blue, Part 2. Don't disconnect this time.
Okay, is France gonna get a better beginning this time? Maybe the server crashed in order to profit France here.
We haven't seen any combo break though.
Let's
Never
go.
mind.
Yeah.
I don't think that was not much change. Mr. FR and Babybel Blue both finding drops just like they did in the previous run. And the United States holding on to their 3 full combos. Quentin, the only one against the United States here on this pick. And already jumping out to a 27,000 point lead. But Peach Marrow does find a drop, so gonna trade one of those back.
Yeah, definitely putting kind of the consistency, the flawless consistency of the United States into question here. Definitely a little bit of a vulnerability that France should be on the lookout for. But right now, Mr. FR's accuracy is definitely behind in terms of catching up.
Yeah, just a little bit underneath that 99% range. Nepogen and Hello Sun holding on to absolutely absurd accuracies right now, though.
Yeah, just world-class accuracies. Another miss coming from Mr. FR. Very unfortunate.
And coming out of this section, another miss from Mr. FR is going to help extend that lead to about 50,000 points. 2 full combos to 1 right now. Quentin still holding strong for the French team, but the United States just looks too consistent with the combo here to let go of this point.
Oh no, that's a combo break from Quentin. That was the remaining full combo, I believe, and that is no more.
Oh, Hello Sun finds the drop right at the end, though, as well. So it's only going to be maybe 1 full combo coming out from Nepogen in the lobby there.
Ooh, that is another beautiful score coming from Nepogen. 185 300 V1SS. Also props to France for getting almost a 980k 980k lineup here. They started for a little bit behind in terms of scores, but still a pretty strong team showing. And if they scale that well in round of 16, I'm looking forward to what they can actually do on quarterfinals, because quarterfinals is definitely going to be getting substantially harder.
And United States immediately in with the pick there, going into the tech sections. Innocent Revolver coming out. Looking to end this match right here, right now. Trying to bring out the brooms, but France still alive, still has the opportunity to take this break point if they can perform well enough.
Yeah, I think if France can actually handle the technicality of this map, get a full combo, just aim for the full combo, focus on combo, maybe their consistency can save them from the United States. And if the United States can get some extra misses here and there, then that can be a break point.
It could be. We've got the U.S. with Hello Sun, Nepogen, and Yuri Dev there. Mr. FR, Quentin, and Narahashi for the French side right now. Looks like these might be our two teams going into the next pick from the United States. Potentially the last pick of this match if the United States can hold their composure and take this. But as we've been saying, France is a pretty strong team, pretty consistent, and more than capable of taking this point if the United States doesn't perform as well as they want to.
Yeah, definitely be on the lookout for combo breaks here, especially on a Weary and Bima map. Those misses have definitely been plenty throughout the weekend, and I think this match, as much as all of the players here are very good and in the winners bracket, definitely towards the top end of performance, we can definitely see some people falter here.
Absolutely. We don't see any combo breaks out in that intro with that trill there, but there is a little bit of an accuracy drop. Oh, of course, I had to say something. Mr. FR finds the first combo break in this match before the 400 combo mark, though. So it's not going to be as detrimental as a miss starting now would be.
Yeah, Quentin and Narahashi definitely putting work towards getting some good accuracy to go against the United States, just hunting for anything to happen on the United States end.
Yeah, Quentin and Narahashi both doing very well to keep up with the accuracy, but Mr. FR finding another combo break and actually dropping down below the 99% with that pattern there. And no one getting messed up by that long jack there, and it looks like this lead is just starting to increase even more. 33,000 points almost for the United States halfway through this match, and it's going to it's getting further and further out of reach for France if we don't start seeing some combo breaks come out of the United States soon.
Yeah, I do want to say that coming from Mr. FR, this is a pretty uncharacteristic performance, because Mr. FR tends to be towards the top in their own team. So definitely a little bit of a surprising performance today. But yeah, we do what we have.
Perhaps just maybe a nerve issue. Ooh, and Quentin finding a little bit of a rush there on one of those patterns. And that is two full combos gone for the side of France. Narahashi, the only player holding on still with some pretty good accuracy. But all three United States players holding on very well into these last few patterns. And looks like that might just be game.
Yeah, honestly, look at this.
What is that team score?
Look at this team performance. That's 3 total 200s coming from the United States, and look at those ratios as well.
Absolutely absurd. But that is going to be a sweep for the United States. They will survive in the winners bracket to move on to the quarterfinals winners side. The France not knocked out of the tournament yet. They will just be moved down into the losers bracket here. It looks like they will be facing Malaysia next week and then the losers bracket to stay alive. And the United States will be going on to face Chile next weekend in the quarterfinals.
Oh, that's going to be a pretty interesting matchup, seeing that some of the top players, especially Muti and Neptune, are gonna go toe to toe on the quarterfinals map pool.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that accuracy battle, honestly.
Yeah, and France doing their losers run. I do think that France going into the losers brackets definitely going to be a menace.
Oh yeah, for sure. They're too consistent to not take some names on their way out, if anything. But that is going to be it for United States versus France. We've got 2 more matches left this weekend. One more is going to be starting up in about 15 minutes, and that's going to be Germany versus Poland. I believe that is a losers bracket match, so high stakes for that one. And then a couple hours after that one starts, we'll be having Venezuela versus Mexico at 20 UTC, another losers bracket match to round off the weekend. And then we'll be getting into our Maple Showcase. So we still got lots ready to go for the final bits of this round of 16 weekend. But before we take a short break, you got anything else to say, Pot?
Yeah, just a single addition to this information. Maple Showcase is estimated to be at 21 UTC, just around that time.
Yeah, so you're not going to want to miss that. Like I said, 14 minutes until Germany versus Poland, so don't leave. Stick around. It's going to be a good match. All the stakes there. I hope to see you there.
See ya.
Message from my heart. Put it on the right track. Put it on the right track. Message from my heart. Message from my heart. Put it on the right track. Put it on the right track. Message from my heart. Message from my heart. Put it on the right track. Put it on the right track. Message from my heart. Message from my heart.
Alright, hello. I am here, I am Sunapple here with Eliminate.
Hello.
And we are going to be commentating this next match, the second to last match that we will be seeing before the showcase. And it is going to be Germany versus Poland. And looking at the stats here, this is going to be a very interesting match. These teams are very close in seedings. Eliminate, I believe beforehand you said that it was seed 28 versus 26, correct?
As far as last round's performances go, so last round in round of 32, as a team, Germany got seed 26 and Poland got seed 28. So definitely very close this match is going to be. I'm expecting, due to the previous round's results, Germany will be playing more into the LNs and SV, and Poland will be sticking to the Rice, but that obviously can change, being as round of 32 is supposedly easier than round of 16.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and it is interesting to see, especially on the LN sides for both these teams. Just looking at the stats sheet alone for round 32, both their teams' LN scores are very, very similar. I know, especially on that LN1 score, I think they were like basically back to back in their standing, or it was LN2, yeah. On LN2, Germany and Poland seeded 19th and 20th respectively. But here we'll be going on to the rolls, and it's looking like I believe Poland actually won the rolls. And they're going to protect Rice 6, which is Happy Arnold.
Yes, this is kind of what you'd expect. Poland protecting into the Rice, maybe on the harder side of things. And then obviously Germany performing significantly better last round on the SV is going to be protecting their SV map as well.
Yeah, Germany has been doing really, really well, especially on those SV maps, especially with ERA Punish being just such a good SV player. Probably one of the best, if not the best, in Germany overall.
Yeah, and it's also no surprise seeing Poland's ban SV2 as well. So this is pretty typical. This is what you'd expect from this round, as I commented earlier. Poland will be playing for the Rice, Germany will be playing SV and LN supposedly. So SV2 will be banned. It seems Germany seems more confident in getting a higher score on SV1. So that's a bit interesting, and I guess we'll wait and see what Poland chooses first.
I mean, based on other teams' scores so far, as we are approaching the last few matches, a lot of people have been opting to pick SV1 compared to SV2. I think it's mainly because SV1 is, I guess, a bit more easy to understand, and we've been seeing really, really high scores on that map as a result. And I feel like we're going to be seeing probably the same thing over here, especially if Poland has been able to practice, understanding that they basically do need to get that one SD point if they want to have any bit of or a really good advantage here in this match. But we will be going into Rice 2 for Poland.
Just like you said about SV1 being easier to learn, that's why I'd expect Germany to protect SV2 instead of SV1, because then it more guarantees them the point if they've put practice into it. But it seems like Poland aren't too confident on their SVs anyway, so Germany, boost their confidence.
Yeah, definitely. But we will be going on to Rice 2, our stamina, or consistency and jump stream map, which we've seen quite a few good scores on this map, especially because this BPM, generally, even though it is 230 and it's really hard, it is comfortable for quite a few players just because of how good most people are at these kind of patterning.
Consistency is key with this map specifically. Coming at 3 minutes long, I think Poland, knowing the results from last round, are probably hoping Germany will miss on this chart. 3 minutes long, there's definitely a lot of time to miss on a chart such as this. So, but if Germany holds their own, this could be anyone's point, honestly.
Yeah, especially with that anchor on Germany's squad in Jixu, being able to just basically spit out 999s and like 997s on most of the Rice maps, I would believe, especially at this stage. It'll be really interesting to see whether the rest of the German squad is going to be able to keep up with the Poland team, even with that high score from Jixu that we most likely will be seeing as long as no misses come through.
I believe these are the teams. So we'll see Jixu, Lotex, and Medium Keck playing as Klobuck, Polymarid, and Ender Nubeck. So definitely some solid rosters. Medium Keck and Jixu, I would presume, are their main players for Germany, and maybe have some solid scores on this in their practice. But yeah, I've not seen too much from the Polish roster, if I'm totally honest, so I don't know what to expect here, but I think it will just come down to consistency.
Yeah, it definitely will. I have seen quite a few Poland players being really good at Rice, especially in the past, so I would assume that they most likely will be able to play this match. But we will be starting off and going into the next map, or into the first map. And here we go.
And right into it. No slow intro here, it's just straight into the map, and all players holding comfortable accuracies here. Everyone's still in at least 99.8. The score is so close, only a couple hundred points. But yeah, it's just whoever can hold it for this entire map. This does not let go.
Yeah, and it being 3 minutes, it has very few breaks, and we're already seeing really good scores from Jixu right here with the 99.9. Some of the players in Poland are at this 99.9 as well, and we will just be hoping to see that these scores keep up. Poland having the slight advantage, and then it gets exponentially increased by ERA Medium Kek's miss right there at the first quarter.
Jixu with the highest accuracy in the lobby so far, sitting at 99.94%. Trying their best for their team. Medium Kek dropped a miss earlier. That's going to cost a lot of points. Already back at the 400 combo cap. The score is now 8,000, almost 9,000 in Poland's favor. So now we'd like to see. Jixu also finds that miss. Almost halfway through the map. This is what Poland was hoping for. Poland looks really comfortable so far.
Yeah, a 3x full combo for Poland across the board right now. All players being almost at that 99.8 range, and that's really doing a good deed for that team and their points right now. It's looking really, really good for Poland as long as they are able to keep this consistency as high as possible, continue to get these high accuracies, and maybe even continue to increase their accuracies like they have been doing. Ender Nubek taking a few 200s, and Kilo Buck and Jixu breaking, but that trade is definitely in favor of Poland right here.
Yeah, Klobuk, that one miss looked like hope for Germany, but Jixu did trade that back very quickly. 12,000 score lead now. Klobuk gets above the combo cap. Jixu not far behind. If Germany want to take this point, there's going to need to be some more drops on the Poland side of things, but 3/4 of the way through the map, less than a minute to go. Does not seem likely that Poland will have any more drops. As I say that, Ender Nubek finds that drop. That is Germany's hope at the moment. 9,000 score lead now. It's dropping, and sitting below that combo cap will give Germany a better chance of taking the point.
Yeah, they really need Polymerid to take a break at this moment, especially just losing that third pull combo onto Poland would be really, really good for this German squad. Lotex needs to try their best to continue to hold their accuracy, hold their combo as high as possible. But we're getting to this last portion, only 10k of a difference for all these players. And really, that's not all too much, especially if a few breaks come through for Poland. But approaching this ending of the map, everyone's seeming super, super consistent on this Poland squad.
Yeah, and it did come down to 11,000 points of difference there. That seemed very consistent throughout the entire map. Just those unfortunate misses from Germany towards the very start of the map that potentially cost them that point. Although looking at a 200 difference, Poland looked really strong there.
Yeah, though, honestly, as you did say, those misses from Germany, I think without them, they could have actually taken that point. Not necessarily too easily, but it would have been very close, probably in the couple thousand ranges. But we now will be seeing Germany picking their first map. That was Poland's pick, so it's not a break point yet. I would be suspecting going into just that SV1, starting off with a bang, keeping your morale up as high as possible here for if you are in the German squad.
Yeah, especially those misses can be quite demotivating for you and your team. Just it's best not to think about it and keep your morale high. Go for the points that you're strong on. And the more points you can take, the more confident you can be in the future points.
Yeah, and then, I mean, you could definitely go for some of the LNs. We did say earlier at the start of the match that Germany was actually doing decent on the LNs, especially in the last pool. But these ones are quite a bit more difficult, and we will actually be seeing Owl Infinity here, our LN2 map.
This is definitely a little bit surprising. I was expecting SV1 to just go straight out, but yeah, LN2. Based on the last round's results, it seems like Germany have done a little bit of studying and they know what they're good at in comparison to Poland. So LN2 might be a good pick for them.
Yeah, definitely, especially if Poland aren't too confident on this kind of density LN that we do see. This map is also a decent bit longer than the one from last pool, being 3 minutes, so there can be more misses than normal, just due to that length and maybe having to lose concentration every so often, especially since the the map is 3 minutes long at 190 BPM, basically LN streams.
Yeah, and those chokes from that last point, you don't really want to see that again from Germany. If Germany can hold their own in this point, and maybe Poland will take a few misses, then that's where they'll feel comfortable. But I don't know if Germany can be super confident with this pick. But definitely more confident than any of the other Rice maps, that's for sure.
Yeah, and it's looking like these are going to be the lineups for both the team. For Germany, we'll be seeing Juxu, Saiyawin, Ire Leo, and for Poland, we'll be seeing Bagjetka, Polymerid, and Cinematic Gem 634. I believe everyone except for Juxu and Polymerid swapped out, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think that'd be correct.
It is
I think all the players are ready.
Yep.
Sorry, you were saying?
I was just gonna say that really it's making it seem like Juxi and Polymerid are both really the anchors on both the teams that we'll be seeing here. And the MP star has gone out, so we will be seeing the start of the match happening now. Going into our second point, Owl Infinity for Germany. And really this is something that I feel like Germany has to win if they want to keep up.
Oh, I fully agree with that. This intro is quite slow, so hitting these marvelous notes will give you the early lead, maybe of even 1,000 points, and that can make all the difference later on in the map.
Yeah, definitely. We have seen some matches go so close that they're in the hundreds of points differences, and this intro can be that difference maker for some teams. But we will quickly go into the actual sections. For now, Germany having the slight lead after that intro, mainly based off Axe. Cinematic Gem seeming to find a few 200s, but that will get evened out as the map goes on.
Yeah, Cinematic Gem does find quite a few more 200s, and so does Bagjetka. Both of them down now to a 99% accuracy on 99.3 on Cinematic Gem as well. This is a 7,000 point lead to Germany already, and Cinematic does find that miss. Going to instantiate that lead significantly. Already at 12,000 score lead below the combo cap, so already Germany must be quite chuffed.
Yeah, Germany has this lead, and it's really good for them since, as we did see in the last map, they are prone to miss, and we see another few misses from Cinematic Gem, and that is not great to see below that 99% mark. Germany having this huge lead. I think they can take a few misses at this point and still stay in this lead just because of it.
Yeah, Cinematic Gem does seem to be struggling a little bit, and so does Bagjetka on the accuracy side of things. When you compare it to Germany's, all of them are around 99.5 and above, so looking really comfortable and confident on this map. This is definitely the right choice for them, and 2/3 of the way through the map, even a few misses from Germany will not cost them their lead. 30,000 points. It's a great lead to have going into the last part of the map.
Yeah, and we're getting into this last third right now. It'll take a disaster for Germany to lose this point right here. Bagjetka taking another miss, and that's just making the lead for Germany grow even bigger. And we're getting to this 40k mark, and after that I feel like it's most likely, unless a three-way break happens on Germany and more happen, I think they will be able to take this map at this last sliver of map.
This is really interesting to me because this map is of the same length as we just seen in the last Rice map, and all of Germany are just full comboing this like it's nothing. So, okay, Silent, I'm sorry for that. But yeah, looking really comfortable on LNs as opposed to Rice.
Yeah, and that definitely is an interesting sign to see. I'm going to be interested in these hybrids whenever they do get picked here. But now it's back to 1-1 right now. Poland's pick, I would suspect a Rice map right now, judging off of how well they played on the Rice 2. Maybe something like... Maybe like Rice 1 going for some sort of stream map, if they really wanted to.
Yeah, Poland will probably go on the trickier side of the Rice maps. I would hope. I think that's kind of what they're going for. Just the chokes from Germany. I think the ratio is quite close between these teams. So I don't think one of the easier rice maps would be Poland's choice. But maybe we might see something like Celsius.
That is definitely true. Either that or Happy Arnold. I know a lot of teams have been struggling a bit more on Happy Arnold, as well as Celsius. Mainly just because of the density of these kind of rice maps right now. We will just be having to wait right now. I mean, they could go for Innocent Revolver, but I highly doubt that'll happen. Maybe... I feel like that is one of the easier maps in this pool. Just because it's mini Jack heavy, I guess. But we will be seeing Happy Arnold, Rice 6 right now.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, this is, I believe, an FFR chart, if I'm not mistaken. So definitely on the trickier end of things, because FFR charting is very questionable.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
yeah, definitely a good choice for Poland.
And it's looking like the rosters are getting swapped out right now. Yep, and it's going to be the same roster that we saw for Rice 2 on Germany. Lotex and Ire, Medium Keck being subbed in right now. And maybe Poland swapping out Polymerid right now, which is interesting. Kilo Buck and Cinematic Gem are going to be playing.
Yeah, and these past 3 maps now that have been chosen have been around 3 minutes, so it seems like they're just draining all of the longer maps of the pool, getting them out the way. This might make them have a bit less stamina later on in the match, so this is definitely a stamina game, to say the least.
Yeah, definitely, especially with most of these maps, from what I remember, being at least a decent length in terms of just like patterning with very little breaks. This stamina issue can become a problem, and I think especially for Germany, since they are a bit less physically capable than Poland right now, just judging off of Rice, it can become an issue, especially for TB. If they do go to that, which I don't want to jinx it yet, I think this has the chance of going to TV. It is just 1-1 right now, so we still have a lot to see, especially on the hybrid side. But I still think there's a chance.
I fully agree, as we've seen chokes happen a lot, surprisingly, and this map being one of the most chokeable maps in the pool. I mean, all it takes is Poland to miss a few times, right? And even if Germany misses once or twice, if Poland gets a few bad misses, then that will just give Germany the point. So Poland, I believe, being more confident on the harder stuff, believe that they will just miss less, and maybe not even miss at all. I mean, they did really good on the other rice map that was chosen, so might see some really good scores from Poland here.
Yep, and here we go. We will be going into Happy Arnold. Ender Nubek opting to go for that mirror right now definitely shows that they have practiced this map at least a few times. But with that being said, starting off right now, no one really having too big of a lead, and I suspect that this will be the same case for most of this intro right now.
Yeah, not a very fast intro, although those split trolls can catch people off guard. Klobak finds that early miss and ag drop there. That is going to cost them quite a bit, although not as bad because it's at the start of the map. No one is quite above the combo cap, but that will give the early score lead to Germany. And Jixu finds a miss as well. What is happening in this lobby?
Yeah, that miss does get traded out by Cinematic Gem, so Germany does have the combo advantage right now, and that's really, really helpful right now. Especially considering that Germany really lost Rice 2 based on that combo disadvantage, and another break from Ender Nubik, and there's no full combos for Poland. While Germany still has 2 of them. And we're getting a fourth away through the map right now. Another miss from Ender Nubik. This lead is just expanding rapidly for Germany right now.
Yeah, as I said at the start, some bad misses can cost your team the point, as we've seen from Poland just there. Those misses, and there was quite a good few of them as well, giving Germany a 12,000 score lead. Even though Jixu found that miss at the start, that's not going to mean much. All players are now above the 400 combo cap, so if Germany just stays consistent throughout the second half of the map, the score shouldn't change much, and they might be able to take this point away from Poland.
Though what I do want to say is it's looking like Poland actually has the better ratio overall, since this lead is somehow decreasing for Germany. Rob, what seems to be just off a ratio alone, either ratio or 200 counts. And that is not something you want to see, because this lead is only 5,000 points. That's like one more miss and Germany's lead is gone. And there we go, ERA Medium Keck taking the break, and Poland gets the lead right back.
Yeah, that was a really unfortunate miss for Germany there. That will cost a lot of points for their squad. 3/4 of the way through the map, we are a slower section. People can regain their composure, getting ready for the last part of the map. And it will need to take a miss for Poland. I think if Germany want to take this point, that was a really, really score tanking miss for Germany.
Yeah, and it looks like Poland seem a lot more comfortable at this map right now. Really, maybe that intro was just a fluke, and they have about a 7,000 point lead, so even a miss, or I think they could take a miss and be fine, honestly, especially at this last section right now. And there's only a bit of the map left. I think they will be able to take their second point right here. That was so close, though.
That went from a 10,000 point lead from Poland over to Germany, and one miss of Medium Keck brought it back over to Poland. I don't even know if they would have won without that miss regardless. The 200 count difference from both teams. Jixu with the V1SS choke, unfortunately.
Yeah, honestly, that was super close, even for Poland. Those initial misses really causing a big trouble. But them being at the start, as you did say, really helped them out quite a bit. They weren't at that 200 or 400 combo cap, so they were still able to catch up with everybody else while the points weren't getting too high. But now it will be Germany's pick. We did see they played really, really well on LN2, so maybe they're gonna opt into those other LN picks, just starting it off. Maybe trying to lose, or trying to make Poland not feel as practiced on that SV if they were practicing it.
Yeah, that is a good strategy. Try to milk out the other maps before playing the SV, keep Poland on their toes. Saying that they do go into LN1, Germany's choice just there. Not an unexpected choice, to say the least.
Yeah, definitely. This is a bit more simple, especially compared to Deorbit, so it does make a bit more sense than Deorbit, maybe not wanting to get those misses like we have been seeing on that map. Whereas Future Eve, I guess it's a bit more easy to be consistent at. However, this map is still very difficult to act, as we have been seeing just throughout all the scores right now.
And you speak about consistency, but Germany did not have a problem on Deorbit until the very end of the map when Cywin unfortunately missed, but they seemed really comfortable on the harder side of things, so if this map is easier than the other LN map, then it seems like they'll get through this with a breeze. Will just be an accuracy dependent match here.
Yeah, definitely, but it being a bit easier could cause some problems for Poland. It's definitely physically easier, but I feel like in terms of coordination, this map is just quite a bit harder, so honestly, I'm not sure how well Poland will be playing on this map specifically, but we will be going into the third pick here for Germany, trying to tie it back up to 2-2 on Future's Eve.
I know, this is the first map we see that is significantly shorter than the rest. So each miss can add up really quickly and will be worth a lot more in comparison to the other maps we've seen. All players getting a somewhat strong start with a 1,000 score lead going over to Poland after the very first intro. And it seems pretty consistent so far. Maybe slowly going towards Poland's favor, but as we've seen in the other LN map, all it takes is just a miss. A miss, that's all it takes, and Germany can grab that huge score lead.
Yeah, Polymarita and Badgeget seem to have a really good accuracy, especially on this intro compared to Jixu and Leah, who seem to struggle a slight bit more, but everyone's bringing their act right back up, and this lead is kind of slowly decreasing for Poland right now. honestly. And we're at the third mark in the map, and Germany's that lead immediately swaps. I believe a few players on Germany or Poland lost some points.
Yeah, a few accuracy drops, and at this halfway mark, already a minute through, Ender Nubek does find that miss, and this is what I'm saying about each miss can mean so much in these short maps. The score lead is already at 20,000 in Germany's favor halfway through the map. This is like severely in Germany's favor at this point, getting through the main Ki of the chart.
Yeah, and that is definitely one of the more difficult sections of the map. Poland taking a break there, Ender Nubek, and that is not that great. This lead has expanded so rapidly, up to 30k, very similar to what we saw in Owl Infinity, and we will be seeing a slight break in terms of density right here, and that may help out some of these players regain some composure a bit at this last quarter right now. Everyone around the same accuracy, Ender Nubek being a bit below, about 1% below everyone though, and that's not that great for this Poland team right now.
Yeah, and getting into the last section of the map, all it takes is a few misses, and Leo is the first one to find that miss. That will give some of the score back to Poland, but I don't know if there's enough time. There's really not long left, and the score difference does not seem to be changing at all. Still hovering at 30,000, and the Nubek does find another drop, and that seems like it will be the nail in the coffin at the 36,000 lead in Germany's favor.
Yep, and Saiwen taking the break at the end, but it will not matter at this 34,000 points difference. It is just too big to overcome. It is tied right back up to 2-2 right now. Back to Poland's pick. We're just bouncing up and down on this map pool, going from Rice to LN, Rice to LN, and I would assume that it's going to stay like that for quite a while.
Yeah, we could potentially see a tiebreaker because of this. Though I'm not too sure how Germany feel about the hybrids. Obviously, not as dense on the LN side of things as the LN maps themselves, so I guess we'll just need to find out later on in the match, if we get down to it, that is.
Yeah, I definitely agree. These teams will have... I feel like hybrid is going to be one of the most important pool that we will be seeing here, if it does get chosen ever. But it is now Poland's pick. We were talking earlier how Celsius could be the pick for them, since it is a bit harder than any of the other Rice maps. Though maybe going for something based off of speed alone, Come Inside of My Heart is always a good option for that if you feel like your opponents don't have that great speed. But we will be seeing Celsius right here, our Dark Star map right now.
And what we were talking about earlier about the longer maps, draining the player's stamina, Come Inside My Heart might be a really good choice for Poland after playing these longer maps, though Celsius is coming in at just under 2 minutes, so is on the shorter side of things, but as you said earlier, also quite chokeable, which I think is what Poland are going for with these maps.
Yeah, I mean, Poland has been winning these points mainly off of chokes, though it has been close for the same reason. Poland seeming to struggle a bit more on the intro, maybe just if they are able to get past this intro very easily, I feel like they will be able to get these points quite simply. But Germany, as long as they're able to hold combo, I think they have quite a high chance of taking any point basically, especially on these Rice maps.
I think it is just Germany have to get lucky with their combos. If they don't find a single drop in a map, then they definitely have the ability to take these points away from Poland. So yeah, definitely can be really close matches when it comes to these Rice charts.
Yep, and we will be going into the Smacks map. Not after this, Germany will only have one more LLN map to pick, but Poland still has quite a few Rice maps that they can pick, and here we go. Having a bit of client issues, something that always happens. It's looking like Germany actually taking this lead for now, but actually it was just Bancho. So Poland having the accuracy lead for now. Saiwen seems to struggle a bit on that intro at this 99% mark, and that's not doing too great for Germany.
Yeah, I mean, just right out of that intro, it's a really short map, and giving your opponents an almost 3,000 point lead when the main map hasn't even come around yet is not something you'd like to see. But with this map being somewhat chokeable, I mean, one miss can mean a significant amount, as we just seen in the last map, where a few misses cost around 20,000 points. So anything can still happen. And Nubek does find that first drop, as I was saying. The lead will go over to Germany.
Yeah, but it's going over so slowly, but Polymerid makes that lead go immediately right into Germany's squad and is at 10k points, and that's so big. We're halfway through this map. This map is so short, so those misses mean so much more than what we have been seeing. Though we most likely can see misses from Germany as well, and that can also swap the lead, especially due to the accuracy differences between all these players. Saiwan has been able to gain their act, but it hasn't been by that much, honestly.
Yeah, when it's under 30 seconds left of the map, I mean, just Germany, you have to hold on to that combo with the 11,000 point advantage. Just stay with it, keep it, and get into the last section of the map and just pray you don't miss. If Germany does not miss, they should have this point, as long as there's no severe drops. Those misses from Poland did cost them an unfortunate large amount of score there.
Yeah, they were quite dirty, but this lead is actually going slightly in favor of Poland right now, but it's going so slowly, so Germany will stay in this lead, and we're going up to this ending, and it's looking like Germany will be able to take the first breakpoint right here, and that is massive, honestly.
Yeah, and while I was talking about the stamina aspect, it seems like it just has not impacted Germany in the slightest. Still trying to keep up that consistency, and that first breakpoint will give them a large advantage when it comes to picking the next maps. They still have the SV map up their sleeves.
Yeah, they still have SV as well as LN3 deorbit, so quite a few options. Though it will be interesting to see how Germany will even try to find this third point if they need to. But for now, I would suspect deorbit gets picked, and just like trying to continue off on this LN abuse that we have been seeing on Germany for Poland. And yes, that is true. We will be going onto our OC original right here. Deorbit.
Yeah, and playing these LN maps gives Germany the chance to, maintain that practice on SV1 as well before they get into it and really crack up a good score. So we might be able to see a potential 4-2 here, and if Germany, even if possible, manage to take their next breakpoint, the SV will be that deciding factor.
Yeah, and that SV is not something that Poland wants to even have the chance of playing as their match point. And deorbit is significantly shorter than any of the other LN maps that we have been seeing, so misses can be even more impactful. So really, Poland needs to try their best to keep their accuracy up. Ender Nubik seeming to be swapped out for Cinematic Gem right here. Maybe Cinematic Gem feels a bit more comfortable on this specific type of LN right now.
Yeah, and you say about length of map, this map is like around 10 seconds longer than Celsius, and we've seen what happened with the misses from Poland. Did definitely cost them a lot of points there, so same thing can happen here. I mean, even on Germany's side, if they're confident with this map, if they miss once, that will definitely give the lead back over to Poland.
Yeah, but these leads on Germany for the LN maps have been quite big, so I am interested to see whether Poland will be able to catch this map. Though I think they will have other opportunities to be able to take breakpoints if they aren't able to take this one, especially on that SV. Maybe they did practice somehow and they're just joking with us at the start of the map. But with that being said, I believe everyone in the lobby is getting ready. I think everyone should be there. And yep, the start command has gone out. We will be going into this last LN map. No more after this. Deorbit LN3.
You commenting about SV as well. Poland might very well be good at the SV chart. They might have put in a bit of practice as well. And it is quite questionable how Germany still have not chosen their protect. They're trying to keep it in their back pocket. But here we go into the first section of the map. We see a few accuracy drops from the Germany side, give the early score lead to Poland, but this is something we've seen across most of the points so far.
Yeah, Saiwan and Saiwen and Leo struggling a bit more on the accuracy, especially compared to the Poland squad. Probably Maria having the best accuracy in the lobby by quite a bit, and everyone in Poland actually having better accuracies than most of the players in Germany here, and that's really keeping the lead up. But it will be coming into this more dense section that will be coming up, and whether Poland is able to find misses there.
Yeah, I don't know how this has happened. Saiwen finds that early miss. That's not something you'd like to see. I mean, the lead was already in Poland's favor, and that miss will just make it even more so halfway through the map. This is a really short map, and as you were saying, each miss will mean significantly more than the other maps we've seen so far. So that lead is a great lead for Poland to have already.
Yeah, and this accuracy across the board for Poland really helping them out. This lead is just staying in the favor of Poland by quite a bit, and maybe we see another breakpoint. There's still about a third of the map left, and so many opportunities for Poland to take breaks, so this lead swaps over to Germany. But with this 15,000 point lead, I think a few misses can actually be given from Poland.
Yeah, a few accuracy drops can happen from Poland. I mean, if a few drops do happen, they might still have the time to still take the point. I think we're going to need to see a miracle for Germany if they want to take this point. The lead is way too much at the moment. 17,000 points, and there's only a few seconds left off the chart. I think this will be Poland's point, and on a breakpoint at that.
Yeah, that is honestly super surprising. Saiwen taking a break at the end, and that basically seals it right there. Back-to-back breakpoints, and it's going to be tied up right back to 3-3 right here. And that is really bad for Germany right there. They had the advantage, but it just slipped out of their fingers, basically, based on accuracy mainly.
I want to comment on the fact that there's now no more LN maps, so Germany will have their SV chart if they are confident and comfortable playing it. But then after that, what do they do? It seems like they're kind of stuck into the hybrids, and Poland still have their rice charts to keep picking from. That was a very good point for Poland to take.
Yeah, and we're going to see Poland's pick right here. Most likely will be Come Inside of My Heart, unless they want to go for a tech map once again. But seeing that you didn't win Celsius, maybe not something that you want to be choosing right now in Instant Revolver. Just going for something that you feel, I guess, more confident on in Rice 1 could be done, unless you want to go for a hybrid and maybe exhaust some of those hybrids from Germany. Just right now, if you are feeling confident, especially when Germany is low on morale after a breakpoint.
Yeah, you know, they just lost an LN pick, so Poland, if they want to keep their rice maps or aren't confident on being able to win it, then the hybrids might be a good choice for them right now. Because they can only pick 2 more rice maps, and if it does go back and forward, then they might be forced to play some hybrids anyway.
Yep, and we will be seeing Rice 1 here, coming out, Come Inside of My Heart. And it will be interesting to see.
Yeah, so it's definitely a good pick for Poland, I think. The other rice map that was available, I believe it was Rice 4?
Yes.
I believe that might not be as good of a pick because this map is more about consistency, and after taking that last pick on the LN, and you commented about the team morale, this will definitely get into Germany's heads a bit, and you know, these misses also being on the shorter end, still misses will mean a significant bit. So good choice from Poland, and they still have that other race map to bank on as well. And it makes me wonder as well, when are Germany going to pick their SV? If they don't pick it next map, then that should surely raise some alarm bells.
Yeah, I definitely agree. If Germany doesn't pick this SV, especially if it is their protect, it does shows like some interesting things. Maybe they're faking a protect as a ban, which has been done before in the past. But we will be going into this next map, Poland trying to get up 4-3 or 3-4 right here. And as you were saying, especially on this map, misses are super bad, since if you do take one, there's a high likelihood that you do take multiple bad judgments since it's really hard to get a clean miss on this kind of map.
Yeah, and the further in you get, the harder it becomes to maintain that accuracy. It's very consistent and it doesn't really let go. You get maybe one slower section, but it's not a whole lot. It's pretty much this for the entire map.
Yeah, and just starting off after this intro, we will be going into this first stream, and Germany having the slight lead just off of accuracy, but it's so tiny it basically doesn't even matter. Jixu having this 9.9 is really helping them out right here, and Medium Tech taking the first break and making the lead go into Poland's favor quite easily right there.
Yeah, and this is what we're saying about consistency. It's all key, but then we find 2 drops on the Polish side at the same time. Ender Nubek and Klobak do find those drops, but they will hold the lead as we are at the slower section. Lotex finds a drop as well. That's going to really make Poland's lead a bit stronger, even with those 2 misses from different players. Doesn't seem like the score difference is changing much.
Yeah, and that was on the slower section, so Lotex wasn't able to take advantage of their combo cap that they were at. And will have to try their best to continue to get higher scores, but Ender Nubik taking a break, and this lead is going in favor of Germany right now, and after that break, it swings over, and that's so bad for Poland right here. But Lotex taking multiple 200s, and that just swings the lead right back.
This is definitely super close, 3/4 of the way through the map. I mean, those drops, that Lotex drop at the easy section, that will not cost them so much. As we can see, it's only a few thousand points of difference, but Mediacat also finds that drop. That's not what you'd like to see. It's only 1 section left of the map, and that's already an 11,000 point lead. It was only 2,000 points. But this is when stamina comes in the most, the last part of the map. If all players full combo, it seems like Poland will be able to take their point.
Yeah, but we could see multiple misses coming out from Poland right here, and that can switch the lead. But Medium Keck taking a break, and that I think that seals it. Ender Nubik and Medium Keck trading, and there we go. I think that should be it. Poland should be able to take this first or 4th point that they really needed. And Jexu with the 996 try their best, but wasn't enough.
Yeah, Jix's score V1 double S, really good ratio for this chart specifically. The only V1 double S in this lobby. I mean, there's only 2 full combos as well at that.
Yeah.
So really good performances here.
Yeah, Jixu was definitely doing really well to be able to hold their lead for Germany, but those misses from their other 2 players really messing them up. But here we go. I would suspect SV being chosen right now, because if not, it's really, you can only pick hybrids, and I feel like you want to get a bit more information on Poland just to decide what kind of hybrid you will want to pick. And here we go.
I think Germany are in a much more comfortable position, to say the least, because Poland, you're forced to really pick Rice 4 at this point, you know, and I think Germany have a solid chance of being able to take a point on that map. Whereas Germany, obviously they're playing their SV point now, and they also have all the hybrid maps to choose from.
Yeah, that is definitely true. They have quite a few options after this. But I would suspect as long as Germany has done their work and Poland hasn't, as they were saying at the start, I think Germany should be able to take this point, and this would be really, really good after losing a few points back to back. It can seem like a lot whenever playing during match. And it's looking like this is going to be the lineup for the squad. Play Marid taking a break just for a bit for Poland.
Jixu as well getting swapped out for Punish, coming in to play the SV map. So I'm expecting, based on previous round results, that Germany have hopefully put in a bit of work into this map and not protecting SV2, but choosing to protect SV1. Obviously, this map should feel much more comfortable for them, and hopefully we'll see some good scores.
Yeah, hopefully. And we will be going in. This is probably... I feel like if Germany does lose this point, this would be really, really bad for them. They will be on match point, and that is not something you want to do, especially when you have to win the next 2 points. But
yeah, another
here we
breakpoint
go.
will be needed. I think most people hit 100% on that, but Cinematic Gem did struggle to hack that very first note there, hitting a few 200s. Hack is below 90%, but will slowly climb up. This is a huge score advantage for Germany already, and we're barely even into the map.
Yeah, and as the SV charts are, if you do take a break, there's so little notes. It's a huge deal. No one's broken yet, but it's the accuracy difference right now for Germany and Poland. Everyone on Germany basically at that 99% range, and everyone on Poland trying their best to get to that range. Ender Nebek almost there, but not enough. It's really a big difference right here, honestly.
Yeah, and I think we can comment on the fact that all players on Germany are essentially at the 99% accuracy, whereas we don't have a single player on Poland at that. Their best player is on the 98.73% accuracy at the moment. The score lead is huge, and I don't think they can really recover from this unless Germany finds a few messy drops, but the score lead is way, way too much for a 2-minute map.
Yeah, I think even a few messy drops can keep Germany in the lead. Especially because Punish at this 99.87 range is just so good. My god. We have seen some insane scores on this map though, so I'm kind of not surprised, honestly.
Yeah, Punish's score is ridiculous at the moment. Though I don't think necessarily the carry, because this score lead is now 150,000 points.
Yeah,
Such
it's gonna
a huge lead.
It's gonna be a lot for Germany to lose this point, especially in this last sliver of map. Some gamma rays may need to be sent out into the Germans' computers if they want to lose. If for whatever reason they want to lose this point, which is not something that they can lose, in my opinion, honestly. Especially judging how close this match has been.
They could have stopped playing at the very end and still been able to take the point. That score lead was massive, but Punish's score, oh my god, V1 double S, 91 perfects, 996k.
That is a good score right there. And something that is definitely good for Germany, just to keep their team up. And it's looking like it was not a PB from Punish, actually, but it's still a really good score. But that being said, it is now Poland's pick. As we were saying before this map, they have Rice 4 to pick unless they want to go for hybrids for whatever reason. I know, honestly, they could go for Amygdala or Almagad. Amy, I don't know how to say that name. The Hybrid 3. They could go for Hybrid 3 if they like. Amygdala. They could go for Hybrid 3 if they like. Especially judging off of how they won deorbit. And those maps, they're not the same necessarily, but they are similar in like kind of structure-esque. But we will be seeing Rice 4, the final Rice map picked.
Yeah, and this needs to be a win from Poland, otherwise you're in a really tough spot, because Germany, you know, there's only hybrid maps left to pick. And playing hybrid versus Germany if you're Poland seems very risky, judging by the LN scores that these people are getting. So this is definitely a pick that Poland need to win.
Yeah, but there is still a chance for Germany to take this, especially considering how they did lose Celsius right here. Another short tech map, and this is kind of the same, different patterning all around, but I guess the same concept here. And something that Poland may struggle a bit more on, which could become an issue.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, this map is a bit more consistent when you compare it to the likes of Rice 5 and Rice 6, so definitely cannot rely on too many chokes from Germany if you're Poland wanting to take this point. Germany definitely have a solid chance of taking this point, especially being the last Rice map chosen by Poland. They might be the least confident on this chart.
Yeah, and that is not something that you do want to see if you are a fan of the Poland squad. But with that being said, I believe it's looking like this is going to be the lineup, same one as we have been seeing for Germany on this Rice squad. and actually the same one that we have been seeing for Poland, I believe. And the start command has gone out. We will be going onto the last map pick for Poland. Innocent Revolver Rice 4, something that they need to be winning right here if they even want a chance to win this match.
Yeah, and it all does come down to how many misses get dropped from each side. We've seen several chokes in, I think, every point so far. And it's very random which side does miss, which side does find those drops. And if it's unfortunately Poland, then Germany will take that lead. All players hitting the intro quite comfortably. And Poland will have that early advantage of a couple thousand points there.
Yeah, but we have been seeing this same sort of play out constantly throughout every single map. Poland having the edge in the intro, but taking breaks throughout this middle of the map, and that's really what gave Germany the lead, especially on Celsius. But we will be continuing on. Everyone doing really well. Juksu and Ender Nebik being the carries on the squad, but as I say that, Ender Nebik taking some 200s, and that's makes the lead slightly go into Germany's favor, but still staying in Poland.
Yeah, with a 3,000, 4,000 point difference, it's still anyone's game. Even a few 200s will definitely sway that lead over to Germany's side halfway through the map. It's a very short map, so any misses will cost a significant amount of score. We're getting built up for the last part of the map.
Yeah, and this lead is so small, and as I say that, Polymer taking a break, and that switches the lead. It's flickering right now, but I think that should go into Germany as Polymer tries their best to get to that combo cap right now. It is just by 2k though. This accuracy on Germany has to stay as consistent as possible in this last quarter right now.
It's really not long left of the map, and 3,000 score difference on Germany. They've done quite well to keep it going for this long, all three of them full comboing. If they can maintain that combo, Ender Nebik finds that drop. That's going to be significant score lead for Germany in the last few seconds of the chart. I think they're going to take this break point. And I think this is the reason they chose the map last. It was their last option, and unfortunately it did not pay off.
That is not what you want to see as Poland right here. They now have to pick, win the next map pick from Germany, and that is not something that you really want to be opting for. The consistency coming out from Germany here was what really helped them. The 2 misses on Poland, not that great. I believe they would have won without those, even with Juksu having the 997 right here, 95 200s.
Yeah, the 200 count from Poland there was really good, and even the ratio comparisons, it seemed like Poland had every right to take that point, but just those misses really cost them that, and that's really unfortunate. Now Germany have the last pick of the map before Germany wins or we go to tiebreaker, and it will be a hybrid, so it's just whichever hybrid they're more comfortable on.
Yeah, I would definitely, honestly, if I was on the German squad, this is a really tough choice, but I would choose anything but Hybrid 3. I feel like Hybrid 3, seeing that you lost LN3 and Hybrid 3 is not necessarily the same structure, but it is, I guess, kind of the same structure. I would probably pick something like Hybrid 2 in my opinion, honestly. But this is just me, maybe opting for something a bit more simple, I guess.
But yeah, Hybrid 3 is chosen. Amygdata. It's something like that, I don't know.
Something.
But yes, a Hybrid 3 has been chosen by Germany. This is their last pick of the match, so hopefully they can make it count.
Yeah, but I think this is definitely the best chance for Poland, or that Poland will be having to win this point, and maybe send us into tiebreaker, since that's the only way that Poland will have the chance to win.
This is also quite a short map that should be noted. OD 7.3, so it's on the lower end. Maybe can make players have the less chance to miss, but you know, chokes are still possible. And that last map that we just witnessed, Poland, it looked like they had everything going for them, but just 2 misses, and that's all it took, and it gave such a score lead to Germany. We could see the same thing here and potentially even go to a tiebreaker.
Yeah, and definitely could happen. maybe the opposite will happen to Germany, where they play really well at this intro, do super well, but at the ending they do take breaks, and Poland will be able to take the map and lead us to tiebreaker. We will just have to see. It's looking like everybody's ready for our last map pick, Germany's Amig Data Hybrid 3, starting now.
This is definitely going to be a nerve-wracking match to watch. This very last map, Poland will need to take this point if they want a chance of even winning this round against Germany. So we wait for the client to load.
I think it definitely is important for Poland that they do have Cinematic Gem in here, since they were losing those LN maps with the other player, but were able to win Deorbit as a result of Cinematic Gem having that actually advantage.
Yeah, the score lead going back and forth. Saiwon did find that 200 drop on already 98%, although Polymarid doing the exact same. Now a very early advantage for Germany. Polymarid finds that drop. That's going to be a really early lead for Germany, not something you'd like to see. Only quarter of the way through the map though, anything is still possible.
Yeah, and Jixu doing really well throughout this entire match, as we have been seeing at this 99.8, and that's really helping out this German team right now. Just keeping their accuracy in check no matter what, even if a miss or two comes out from Germany. I believe that could happen, and they still will have that blanket a blanket of comfort at 10k points.
Yeah, we're approaching the halfway mark, and the score lead is slowly but surely going in Poland's favor. Was at 9,000 points, now it's crawling on 6,000, so if they maintain their accuracy, it could go back to Poland, unless we see potentially another drop. Which halfway through the map, there's still a minute left.
Yeah, that is definitely true. It seems like Germany has been struggling a bit more on accuracy, maybe getting a few 200s, and that's making this lead seem tighter and tighter every second.
Yeah, it's not changing. It's still around 7,000 point lead. It's slowly going in Germany's favor, but I see that Saiwon does drop a few 200s. 3/4 of the way through the map, misses can still happen. We've seen it before at the end of maps. 5,000 point lead now. I don't know if both teams remain consistent. I don't think there's enough time for the accuracy to sway this lead. I think we might need to see a severe drop for Poland to take this point.
Yeah, and we are getting into this last section of the map. So little left. There's still a slight lead in favor of Germany, but it's still slowly shrinking right now. It's at the 4k mark, and it's not looking like anything is changing. No switch is happening. 3k now, 2k. But I think that's it. Germany taking the last point just by 2,000 points. That is so close.
Yeah, Poland was so close to bringing that back. Just unfortunate miss from Polymarid there. I think that would have been the point otherwise, but Germany will take this match on the back of that. And Jixu with the 3 200s and Bajetka with the 5 200s as well. Definitely some really good scores in this lobby. But good game, well played to both teams here. Definitely a really good match.
Yeah, sad to see that we weren't able to see tiebreaker. But I believe this was going to be, or I believe this is now that Poland has been eliminated from the World Cup. Germany moving on to the next round.
Yeah, and that will be it from this match. And I believe we have one match left in this block. And that match will be Venezuela versus Mexico, I believe at 20
so.
UTC.
Yes.
And then the map pool showcase will be right after it. Yep. So that is all, and we will see you again in an hour from now. So take care.
Yep, goodbye.